Chapter 58. 717 FNM, 21 BBY, Month 6. Punwarka Class Interstellar Sloop, Dathomir System. Count Dooku. Meditation, a luxury that I rarely have the time for due to how frequently other tasks in the last decade needed my guiding hand. So much preparation, so many factions, needed to be integrated for this war to coalesce smoothly. Even now, I rarely have moments to center myself in meditation unless I schedule it in advance. One of those thoughts was not a questioning of the grand plan, per se, merely some of the less scientific components of that plan. Those not backed by evidence or justification, like the rule of two. While it is a serviceable method to hide from the Jedi Sentinels for millennia, my dream was to build a new, reformed Jedi Order. One whose goals were grounded in material reality and scientific knowledge, not fearfully hidebound and stuck in the core. For that, I would need more recruits than just an apprentice. Facing the truth that the Jedi Order was doomed while stuck to corrupt democratic forces, only acting at the beck and call of the Senate, had been one of the harshest lessons I ever had to learn. However, I was never one to shy away from dark truths. Persuading any of the factions in the Jedi Order to join that mindset seemed unlikely, especially back at the time I joined the Grand Plan. And time had shown me that there were other options on the table. What other options? I had shared my knowledge, unlike the fearful Jedi. A small group of acolytes were gathered, those who thought as I did. We had a shared greater purpose, a desire for a better Jedi Order out in the Outer Rim, one not afraid of the dark side of the Force and willing to delve and discover the truly unknown. Most of them were scattered across many fronts, doing everything they could to fight the Republic, and I was losing them. Sidious had ensured this. Battle by battle, they were placed in impossible binds, where proving their loyalty meant their destruction. I was dissatisfied with the betrayals I was meting out. That too was part of the plan that Darth Sidious had laid out to wipe out the Jedi. But now my frustration with my role in the Grand Plan transformed into outright concern about Sidious's inflexibility. There were often many paths to new knowledge, to new advancements. There were many Jedi that could be turned, many that could be of use to a new order. Factions in the Jedi Order were more splintered than ever before, thanks to the war. And for the most part, besides Sidious's ever-growing interest in Anakin Skywalker, a young man who reminded me of myself, Sidious had emphasized that I should not try to bring these potential Jedi to our side. Despite the obvious proof that when we convince Obi-Wan Kenobi to switch sides, that his former Padawan Skywalker would join our cause as well. So I had come to a realization, I should not be so trusting in Sidious's plan. Sidious and I shared a great many mutual interests and had the same goal, but I need not walk down the path Sidious has laid before me. I needed to adapt, do more to grow my order of Force wielders. After all, if I had numerous Force wielders at my command, we could confront Sidious on equal terms and prevent some of his more predictable disasters. And with an order of Force wielders on my side, it would greatly simplify matters with the Separatist Council. Presently, I let them play at being the leaders of the war, doing what they please with the forces they have. Of course, I retained control of both the Separatist droid army and the Cis Navy, the latter I was going to allow Grievous to use in his planned offensive near the end of the year. I did not have complete control of every individual system's army because of the Separatist Council. If I was able to streamline command and control, I would have more than enough forces to drown the core in droids and make my demands known. It's something I don't think Sidious really considered when he crafted this plan together. His plan, after all, depended on the greediness of the corporate lords, who made up the Separatist Council, to hamstring the military efforts of the Separatist army from actually accomplishing anything. If I were to put those corrupt corporate lords in their proper place, and utilize the full resources available, I could win. If I wasn't hamstrung at every turn, I could unleash a force powerful enough to remake the galaxy. Then again, I was apprehensive about abandoning the plan completely for a simple reason in particular. In order to abandon the current plan, I would need to embrace my role in the CIS. I was the architect of the CIS and in order for victory, my leadership and skills would be needed to succeed. The evidence was right in front of me, I already knew it. I saw the path for me more clearly than Sidious could guide me from his distant vantage, I needed to accept that dark truth as well. I alone know my path best because it is the path that I chose. Master, we're almost to Dathomir. I opened my eyes and looked out the window, seeing the aforementioned planet closing the distance. Good. I said with an amused smile as I sat up, turning to Ventress. This is your first time back to your home world in a decade or two, is it not? Ventress nodded, more focused on the console. This behavior is not surprising. She had been sold as a slave from her home world at a very young age, and so never formed any strong attachments to it. There were no restrictions in place preventing her from visiting any time in the past, yet it just couldn't compare to the rest of the galaxy. But for now, I needed force-sensitive recruits and my options were limited. So, we went to the few places where I could still gather a modest number of recruits. Under normal circumstances, my identity as a foreign Darksider would cause enough distrust, enough that I could safely assume such a mission would fail. However, with Ventress accompanying me, there is an opportunity for success, a rare opportunity, where there usually was no chance of success. Having a Dathomiri with me would ensure a safe arrival, even if they don't approve of my presence. Ventress would also be able to secure my safe departure as well. Everything in between that point will be up to diplomatic talks with Mother Talzin, the leader of the Witches of Dathomir, the largest Dathomiri cult. Ventress spoke, but didn't turn away from the console. Are you sure this is safe, Master? The people of Dathomir do not tolerate outsiders. I nodded. True, however, they might be interested in what I have to offer, at the very least. She shrugged and focused on flying the ship. I watched the planet come closer until we broke the atmosphere. Finding the location of the Night Sisters was not difficult. As we entered, a voice came in over the communicator on the navigation frequency, incoming craft, state your business. The COMM cut off and crackled with static for a moment. What? Very well. Follow these coordinates. Mother Talzin is expecting your arrival. Most likely, Mother Talzin had sensed my arrival. It was to be expected. These witches were strong in the Force, even if they don't like to classify their particular skill in it as the Force. They would sense that I was here. I wasn't hiding my presence. This far away from the core, it was very unlikely for Sidious to sense where I was and what I was doing. The ship landed in front of a cave, with trees hanging everywhere and pods, filled with the bodies of Night Sisters long dead, from what I understood of their history. Standing by the cave entrance were about a dozen Night Sisters, armed with energy bows, metal swords, and spears. A curious combination of very primitive and somewhat advanced weaponry at the same time. In the center was a woman in regalia that could only be Mother Talzin. She was observing the sleek Punwarka sloop with interest, I noted, as I stood up from where I was sitting. Walking over to the ramp, I spoke to Ventress, you shall lead the way. I believe they will take kindly to your arrival more than I would. Ventress nodded as the doors lowered, and she stepped down the ramp. I followed behind her, my hands clasped behind my back as I observed the proceedings. Mother Talzin smiled as she saw the young Night Sister walking down the ramp. Then the smile slowly decayed as she noticed me. By the time I approached, it had fully transformed into a frown. Welcome back, sister. It was a shame you had to be given to that slaver, but I knew you would return someday stronger for it. If your mother were still around she would be proud. She said, her voice carried a strange echo that told of her long use of dark magics, as they called it. I know Sidious had said they used the dark side, yet was dismissive about the specifics of their craft. He always said there were many paths to every end, as there are many ways of using the Force. Perhaps the witches found an alternative way to use the dark side that differs from how the Sith uses the dark side. Order and control took many forms. I sometimes speculated about finding order in the galaxy. Did it require both the use of light and dark? So perhaps my dual abilities could be of use to my order, perhaps not. I had much to consider. Mother Talzin, it's an honor to meet you, my name is Asajj Ventress. Ventress said, bowing her head before moving her hand to indicate to me. This is my master, Count Dooku. Mother Talzin raised an eyebrow before saying, oh? Are you sure it's not Darth Tyrannus? And how have you come upon that name, Mother Talzin? I asked, keeping my tone mild, only showing my curiosity. I ratcheted up my threat assessment of this leader. The only person who should know that is Sidious. Was she one of his agents? Or did she come by the name through some other means? I did not have to wonder for long, as she explained. You learn many things by simply listening to what is out there. What you call the Force screams names in anger and sorrow. Yours, in particular, is quite sorrowful. I nodded in understanding. This answer didn't rule out her being an agent of Sidious or other confirming sources. But it did demonstrate that she had listened to the Force. Listened at the same level that Darth Sidious was able to, and had been able to grasp the name. The name the Force had given me was fitting, for it was what I was going to do. It was, after all, how these names came about. The Force foresaw what I was going to do as a tyranny. Thus, while a member of the Sith, I must take the name and make it my own. So, I became Darth Tyrannus. I did not wholly embrace the name though, as I'm fighting tyranny, but it was interesting to learn the context of that name. Sorrow. I wonder why that was. Whatever it meant, I could investigate it in time, there was no urgency there. Ventress and one of the other Night Sisters seemed to be having a silent conversation, or possibly, telepathy. So I cleared my throat for attention and said, well then, it appears that we do not need any more introductions. Is there a place where we can speak unheard by those who would wish to hear us? Mother Talzin smiled before waving for us to follow her. I can provide such a place, yes. In a quiet procession, we moved deep into the cave. It contained a rather well-lit community built underground. Inside of it. Farther in, there was an underground river and the bridges seemed almost cut out of the natural rock. Every visible dwelling was crafted seemingly of natural rock and illuminated with an otherworldly green light. Strange green bonfires out in the open were clearly being used for heat and cooking as well. The eyes of the Night Sisters watched us as we moved. Before long, we arrived at a solid wall. She waved her hand, and I felt the wall shift in the force, while visibly it shifted, dissipated like a mist. She stepped inside after that display settled, beckoning us to follow. Once inside, she waved her hand again, and the wall came to be once more. I was able to get a good look around the room. It was a study of sorts, with a kettle in a corner brewing something over an open fire. She waved her hand, and several chairs and a table moved to the center of the room. She said, "Take a seat. I have a feeling I know why you're here." "Do you now?" I said, moving to take a seat. "What reason do you think I'm here?" "Allies and subordinates, ones you can trust, ones that you know will serve you to the best of their capabilities, ones that your master has no control over. You wish to recruit amongst my people. Searching for force wielders that can be harnessed into weapons for your own use. Not much different than the imperious Jedi scum, walking in here and trying to steal my people. It has happened before, and it wasn't in my people's favor that time. But the witches of Dathomir have a long history of allowing its members to journey outside and learn new magic and abilities from other orders. Two different stories chart my people's history. In one tale, we were long-lost Jedi that were stranded here for generations, developing our own culture. The other tale is even more extraordinary, and tells us that we were stranded refugees of an incredibly advanced galactic-spanning civilization, displaced in time and space. Both stories are shrouded in mystery, but they do speak of one thing, of the importance of knowledge and understanding. Allowing our people to learn what is needed to learn, to not be held back by what one side of the Force tells the other, is necessary for a true understanding of the universe. After all, they are merely two facets of the same whole. She smiled and sipped her drink. For example, I've heard that even though you have joined the dark side, you still maintain your ability to use the light to perform force healing. I nodded my head in confirmation. The trick to healing with light was self-evident. In addition to the knowledge required to heal the injury, the light required a true desire for the patient to become whole and grow into something greater in the future. She tilted her head and her smile widened eagerly at the admission. The Jedi guard that particular secret of theirs too zealously, if you asked me. I would like to learn more about these techniques. To be able to feel and sense people through the Force. Our own methods are different, requiring a sacrifice of energy. If you're willing to let some of my people learn from you and allow them to return to teach us their techniques, for as long as that continues, I would be willing to allow you to recruit from our planet as much as you want. As long as the knowledge is shared, you may visit whenever you want and find people to serve in your order. I stroked my beard as I considered the offer. It cost me little to empower such isolationist allies, and if they decide to rebel, I have more than enough fleets and droids to crush them. In return, I would have a steady supply of force sensitives for my order. I would be more than willing to go along with such arrangements. I am recruiting to build an institution that truly respects and teaches all the ways of the Force, including both light and dark. It's purely rational, it's the only approach to such matters that can succeed. We need numerous force sensitives to join our cause to succeed. In addition, I could also offer you resources from the CIS if you are interested in that. I'm afraid material aid from the CIS would violate our neutrality, at least the neutrality of my order. I'd prefer you not export your war to our peaceful haven here, and I don't need your doubts to cause me issues in the future. My doubts? I asked. Doubts about the future, doubts about your grand plan. She replied. I furrowed my brow. What do you know about the grand plan? She chuckled as she took the teapot off the open fire. Several cups flew from a nearby counter to arrange themselves in front of Ventress, myself, and an open seat for herself. More than most, but not as much as you, I'm sure. Many years ago, your master promised the seat you now hold to me. Quite the charmer he was, still is, I hear. Instead of continuing our potential relationship, he decided that my magics were inferior to that of the Sith and that I could not learn what was necessary. However, someone he found on Dathomir was more interesting than myself. Your master, Darth Sidious, left without giving me what I was owed, but not before taking something precious from me. I had not known this information before. I said with interest, curious about what the Sith had been up to when I had been a Jedi. Ah yes, you're a recent addition to the dark side of the Force. Some of us do have connections between other orders. The Sith are known to rarely share their teachings and power. She held a grim expression and paused for a moment to let that sink in. I assume the reason you're here is you're starting to suspect that, Lord Tyrannus. You are starting to suspect that whatever the grand plan will be, may not end in your favor and your goals. And most importantly of all, you're starting to wonder why you should share power with a man who ordered the death of someone important to you. I neither confirmed nor denied that statement, but narrowed my eyes in suspicion. Years of politics have necessitated denying any hint of information that could be used against me. I had not anticipated this exact conversation, but it still seemed possible to steer it in a constructive direction. And since you seem to have anticipated me so well, what exactly do you think I want? Mother Talzin smiled and paused to drink from her cup. Allies, subordinates, perhaps a new order. One that is not quite Sith and not quite Jedi. A bold move to play so far into the game, but the pieces are moving so effectively. I do not think, even if you could pull it off, it would be functional. I kept my face impassive at the supposed jab at my capabilities. I was about to ask if this meant she was going to offer me nothing, but she smiled dangerously. Sidious has caused me as much harm as he has caused you, and I would not mind supporting you in secret. I admit I want revenge, to hurt him as much as I can because he has hurt me. But I'm also the ruler of my people, and I must put their safety first over my own machinations. The witches of Dathomir can support you in many ways, but we will not do so openly. I will not let your former master find an excuse to bring ruin to my people. You can take who you want from here, but they will not be allowed back until this conflict is over. Preferably after your master's death and the formation of this new order you're establishing. I nodded my head. I understand what she meant, their boundaries were quite clear. Is there anything else that you are willing to offer in exchange? She sipped her drink, clearly stalling. Besides what I've already mentioned, allowing you to search among the population for potential recruits, I know you are searching for allies and I can provide you with an assassin. They can be used quite effectively against Republican hard targets, targets you want destroyed. Although, their training leaves them lacking when it comes to soft targets. Do not ask them to go running off and capture someone alive alone, they will need guidance otherwise. But whoever you send them after will be dead, that I can say with some assurance. I already had several individuals capable of assassinations, including Ventress, who was an elite assassin. However, I spoke politely next, in case this was some cultural custom. I already have a useful assassin. Why should I take on one more who will not be as skilled or trained in the subtleties as they are? Mother Talzin laughed. Because your best assassin, young Ventress, will not be able to stay in your service for much longer. Sidious is closely watching over your inner circle. If he feels that your apprentice is growing too strong and could be used by you to strike out against him, he will order you to kill her. There's only room for two in the rule of two, and I can feel young Ventress is rapidly becoming a third. Which means you will either have to decide to kill your assassin or kill Sidious. I nodded my head. That was what I already suspected would happen eventually, but to hear someone confirm my suspicion merely strengthened my resolve. If Ventress is growing to such a degree that she's becoming a threat, why has he not also asked me to do the same to every single acolyte I have gathered to my cause? I asked. She chuckled before saying, if he knows of them he likely would. I do not know of every acolyte under your command. But if I were you, I would start looking for ways to make them appear less capable than they are. I nodded in understanding. What was being discussed here, was that I needed to keep my acolytes secret in case Sidious tried to remove them. Severance's failures had given me an excellent opportunity to remove her from her position as my lead acolyte and a possible leader of the Cis Grand Army to a lesser role as a field commander of some note. For all intents and purposes, I had resigned her to a lesser role and given her an acolyte of her own to train as she wished. This would prevent Sidious from looking at her too closely. After all, she wasn't really a Sith. She was merely a general with Force abilities, fighting for the Cis. She only has a bare minimum of training in utilizing the Force, equivalent to a Jedi youngling. Her acolyte, Ten Naya, the modified clone, was like another warrior, not under my personal training and not trained enough in the intricacies of the dark side to even qualify as a Sith apprentice yet. Of course, Grievous had no Force ability, though some had tried to give it to him. Thus, he would be ignored and, in a way, protect Severance as he took the position of high command. As for Sora Bulk and his group of Jedi who also abandoned the Order, those assets were not as risky to deploy. They tended to operate in the south, far away from me, and could appear to be an independent order of dark Jedi, which Sidious would make note of yet generally ignore. The only other two possible apprentices that were in danger were Ventress and Tanya. I needed to figure out a way to hide Ventress when Sidious demands her death. As for Tanya Kryze, I still hoped to sway her to our side, though I did not see the path to do so yet. Let's say that your thoughts are true, that Sidious does plan to remove my assassin from me. How would we go about preventing that, Mother Talzin? I asked. She smiled and said, by putting your trust in your apprentice. When Sidious demands her death, you shall resist, at least at first. However, should Sidious pressure you, then you shall order the death of your apprentice. Prior to that, we shall make a record of droids slaying a woman who resembles Ventress, easy enough for me to accomplish, I assure you. You shall inform me and present this recording to Sidious while Ventress conceals herself from the dark side and escapes here, to my fortress. I shall perform a ritual that will echo out across the galaxy, resembling the death of a powerful Force user. The best weapons are ones that are not known, and if she escapes and stays hidden here, she can not only be a weapon to stab Sidious in the back when he least expects it, but a weapon that can learn things that the Sith and the Jedi cannot teach her. I nodded my head as this was a rather simple plan but one that could work. I was concerned about the quality of the deception that the Night Sisters could create. They did not seem to be the most technologically adept but would likely be able to accomplish the elements of the plan that requires sorcery or with a body double. Moreover, a great deal of this plan was in the firm control of Talzin. Her treachery would be disastrous should I commit to this gambit. But, perhaps I have grown a little too caring of my apprentice assassin. I turned to her and asked, "Well, Ventress, what do you think of this plan?" She looked at me before saying, "I believe we are powerful and numerous enough to challenge Sidious Master. How could Sidious stand against us and our dozens of dark acolytes? I would prefer a more direct plan, one that allows us to cast down that cowardly fool. However, if this gets us closer to accomplishing your goal, I would be willing to risk it, Master. If we are going to embark on this path I would like to officially be your apprentice if we are going to break with your master. Now is the time, if we are ever going to break free of the rule of two, so I can be trained to my fullest. Do not allow your ignorance of his strengths to become arrogance, Ventress. I shall be the sole arbiter of our ability to defeat him, is that understood?" There was a pause before Ventress bowed her head in subordination. I sighed before I said, "There is merit to your thoughts, and I shall deliberate on that before we are done here." Turning back to Mother Talzin with a smile, I said, "However, if Sidious finds out that you are supporting me in any way, his anger will come swiftly and mercilessly upon your world." Mother Talzin smiled before saying, "Fooling someone of your master's caliber will always be a risky proposition, but there are options to protect ourselves out there. Dathomir is neutral, but not part of the Council of Neutral Systems. If we were to join them, we could borrow the same rules they follow. An excellent plan. I believe we have come to an agreement." The new idea was around Dathomir joining the CNS. If I could manipulate events to ensure Senator Kreis officiated the event at Dathomir, it would give me a window of opportunity to abduct her on prepared grounds, now that I had negotiated unrestricted access. Even if it failed, the incident should cause the CNS to expel Dathomir. Then they would need me and the Cis-8 I alone can provide to stay out of Sidious's clutches. How long will it take for you to prepare this ritual for Ventress? Time is a fickle thing, unfortunately, as we too must obey its laws. I believe a few months are required to gather everything I need. Then we will need Ventress to return here to take her part in the ritual to deceive your master. Thus, I believe that by the end of the year, I will have everything in place for your apprentice. Perfect timing, then, if we can pull it off. It wasn't, but I could delay Sidious if he gave me the order to execute Ventress a short while. If the order came too early, I would stall by assigning her to distant missions whose success was mandatory for my master's plan. Talzin raised an eyebrow, possibly sensing some of the motives in my thoughts. Is there something planned for the end of the year that will give Sidious a blow that he'll feel? Perhaps. Perhaps, at the very least, the Republic will feel its impact. A strong enough diversion that the Republic will not be able to muster any assets for some time to interfere with my plans. Wonderful. She said, lifting her saucer of tea. To mutual benefit. To mutual benefit. I agreed, lifting my own and sipping it with a bemused smile. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. Tanya cries. Sometimes I asked myself if some people were intentionally trying to drive me insane. Do they get joy out of trying to create political instability just to mess with me? Then I remember that being X isn't around anymore, or at least I've seen him gloat over the course of the last 19 years of my life. So it seems safe to assume that what I'm feeling is leftover paranoia, the remnants of our last confrontation. The Idol's performance had been a smash hit. The Coruscanti public enjoyed the story of the fall of the Neo-Crusaders under the hands of Ravan. A fallen Jedi who turned us from the path of the conquerors, who was willing to go above and beyond his calling. Recent events outpaced the Mandalorian Expo planning, so I grew quite concerned when I learned the lyrics of the Gargan Girls' scheduled debut song. It highlighted a rogue Jedi, and the Maelstrom debacle also involved a rogue Jedi. Their fanaticism had led them to nuke an entire system off the galactic map. So I was very worried that when the song debuted, I would have angry senators and Jedi breathing down my back about anti-Jedi sentiments or something of that nature. Thankfully, that seemed not to be the case. The conversation I had with Grandmaster Yoda and Master Windu after the performance was quite friendly. They had been more amused than insulted by ancient history. That was the good news. The Idol's debut did not turn into the expected supernova explosion, thanks to Grandmaster Yoda. I disliked that he was playing favorites, but I couldn't refuse such useful patronage. The bad news was that someone else apparently had been rather moved by the concert. Earlier today, I got a message that a youthful Jedi Knight no older than 19, my own age, was trying to contact me. Why she was trying to get in touch with me, I don't know, and I don't want to know. She wasn't a Mandalorian, so she wasn't my problem. Perhaps she felt insulted by the play, perhaps she was looking for compensation for distress. It seemed foolish, but I was not exactly in favor of solving someone else's problems. But there wasn't much I could do on the matter. Jedi Knight Attain Tur had managed to bypass my security through an old trick, social manipulation. More importantly, now she was on her way up. She apparently told my guards something of grave importance, which somehow convinced my security to hesitatingly allow her to meet me. So important and sensitive that they refused to explain further except in person. I couldn't fathom any reason that made this situation make any sense. Letting out a sigh, I sat back on my new couch, happy to have fully furnished and now occupy the top floor of the Mandalorian tower. Vi prepared a cup of CAF for me. If I was going to have my time forcibly wasted by a VIP guest, I wanted to at least be decadently comfortable. My cushy position in the rear wasn't everything I had hoped, it seemed, but at least I wasn't being shot at. I'd pick the familiar monotony of a desk job over the high-intensity environment of a battle any day. My silent complaints were interrupted as the door opened and two of my royal guards entered, escorting the Jedi into the room. She looked young, too young for the title of knight. Standing up, I confronted the problem directly. Evening, Jedi Knight Attain Tur. I am Senator Kryze. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? The young woman reached out as if to shake an unoffered hand, before aborting the gesture. I need your help. I may have made a serious lapse in judgment. I remembered to let my confusion show on my face, still not sure what the issue was. Lapse in judgment? Doesn't that sound like something you should be bringing up with the Jedi Council? Is there a particular reason you have come to me about it? She gulped. Can I have a seat? This is a long story. Of course. I said, offering her a seat. I sat down after her, and once she seemed settled, I sighed. She fiddled with her hands, appearing to be trying to calm herself and visibly work up her courage. I only watched and occasionally took a sip of my CAF until she broke the silence and finally spoke. I'm pregnant with a child of a Mandalorian. I blinked, and blinked again, the non-sequitur statement taking me a moment to process. You know, of all the things I expected to hear today, this was not what I was expecting. I bought myself some more time to think by draining my CAF before placing it on the table. Is this pregnancy consensual? She looked at me, seeming perplexed at the question. Yes, he doesn't know yet, but yes. Aha, so why exactly are you here then if he is not aware of the situation? Is he violent? This also seems like something you should be bringing up with the Jedi Order. She lost her composure at my prior question, a panic-stricken look appearing on her face. No, he isn't violent, he is very sweet. It's just. She let out a sigh before finally explaining, he's Mandalorian by culture, but the father is a clone. Ah. The pieces started falling into place. A young Jedi Knight having consensual relations with her clone underling. This was a political minefield with many potential consequences for Mandalore. Could the clones give consent in this scenario, and even if so, did that have any meaning given the power imbalance? This was exactly one of the issues I had highlighted in my reports to the Senate Military Oversight Committee after the action on Geonosis. However, as a mere representative, those reports were given a very low priority and there was a war on. Nodding my head, I said, okay, I'm starting to see why you're not eager to face the Jedi Council. This would be a bit of a scandal. But why have you come to me? I had a strong suspicion her reason for coming here was related to the clones being grown from engineered Mandalorian DNA. I had drafted preliminary plans for how Mandalore might independently respond to this crisis, back before I was elevated to senator. Given the course of the war so far, it seemed prudent to assume the Republic would respond too late to this issue. Tentative responses from Arcanian cloning labs indicated that any engineering done on the commie-known clones could be reversed through a specially designed virus, like a more advanced and precise version of CRISPR. I was wondering if you would help me determine how to move forward. I really don't know what to do, and there only seems to be two options, discuss with the father's bear or come here. I did talk with him, but I am concerned about the things he said, so I thought I could get a second opinion on the matter here. I heard that you were not told the true story of your birth until very recently, and you're the daughter of Master Kenobi. So I was hoping that your perspective would be helpful as well. My initial understanding of the situation was confused for a bit as she tried to explain her connection to my past. Sure, my past might appear externally similar, given the Jedi angle, but we are in opposite roles. I've never had any choice in who my parents were. Why would my personal perspective be useful? Okay, why don't we start with, what outcome do you want? I probed. Come again? She asked, confused. I sighed. Apparently even mystical force powers couldn't solve miscommunication, but I tried to explain the possibilities as I saw them. It's your child, no matter how the situation plays out you have the final say. Sounds like you're more than willing to carry your child to term, which means you want him or her to live. Do you want that? Knight Tur looked off into the distance, as she spoke. I want to raise my child with Darman, the father, but I can't do that until after the war is over. I can't leave the order in its time of need. It would be dishonorable to abandon the citizens of the Republic just to satisfy my own private selfishness. I've discussed this with Darman's adoptive father, Kal Skirida, and agreed to keep this secret, even from Darman, so he would not become distracted in combat. I heard a sniffle and looked to my right, noticing Vi was apparently taking the fatalistic romanticism of the situation quite to heart. Sighing, I tried to format a diplomatic response to such a dramatic statement. Distracted? You don't want him to be distracted by the fact that he has a son? Which sect of Mandalorians is your baby's father from exactly? She blinked, seeming confused. Aren't they all the same? No, they're not. I let out a sigh before palming my face to show my frustration with the universe and my multifaceted culture. I calmed myself, taking in a deep breath before letting it out. I assume that this Kal Skirida fellow, who was recruited by Jango Fett, is a true Mandalorian. Which means the culture he's spreading to the clones is the true Mandalorian culture. She had a blank look of non-recognition on her face. I don't know what that means. Right. I continued as if she had agreed with me. Knowing true Mandalorians, the knowledge that you are pregnant with his child will not distract Darman, unless you are on a battlefield with him while still pregnant. Warriors are expected to return home for the birth of a child and have time to recuperate, many choose and want to stay at home to take care of them. So the child will not be a distraction. More likely, it would serve as motivation, something significant for him to look forward to at the end of the war. Something that will give him purpose, make him treat his life as important and valuable, as he will have a wife and child who need and want him to share in their future. So in this case, honesty is the best policy. The young woman stared down at her hands for a moment, seeming to be deep in thought. Finally, she looked up, worried expression still in place. That may not be straightforward. Kal Skirida is pressuring me, so he can become the primary guardian. What? I gave her a sharp look. What exactly has Kal Skirida said to you? Darman's adopted father, Kal Skirida, is willing to take my child into his clan when the baby is born. However, he imposed several conditions. He thinks that a child of a clone and a Jedi would not be safe to exist even in the Republic. He fears that too many factions would want our child for the wrong reasons, and I agree. But he is demanding I go off-world so we can keep the pregnancy a secret. And he wants to be the primary guardian with the right to raise our child. I am certain he will use that as permission to raise them as a Mandalorian. I turned to Vi and said, use proper diplomatic channels to get this Kal Skirida individual here as fast as possible. Find and bring the father as well. From what I had heard, a number of dangerous assumptions were being made. Best to clear this up quickly and gather everyone together for easier communication. Knight Turmukin looked at me in confusion. Why are you asking for Darman to be here? Because Kal Skirida is, in my opinion, an idiot. He can't use this situation to pressure you to keep the secret, it won't end well. There are significant external factors you have failed to mention. I'll be completely honest with you, your child may carry serious genetic defects that were engineered as part of the Kamino cloning process. What? She asked. How old is Darman? I asked rather simply. He's part of the first batch of clones, so I'd say he's amongst the oldest. So, 10 years maximum. Which means your child would have the possibility of having the same genetic markers that require a normal human that should age into their 20s in 10 years. They would age twice as fast, at a minimum. That seemed to hit home as she opened her eyes in surprise. Oh. Not only that, every clone has the same possibility of producing bad genetic flaws. You are simply the first in a long line of individuals who will probably have to deal with the same realization you are having right now. Your child may not outlive you, but not by much. You're 19 now, and in many more decades, you'll be near the end of adulthood, but your child will have aged significantly, they might even look like they're your ancestors. Because that's how fast they're aging. I hadn't even considered that. She said, seeming troubled and rubbing her face. You hadn't even considered that you're dating a 10-year-old. But I wouldn't hold that against her openly because that sensibility came ingrained from my previous lives. I couldn't complain because I couldn't admit to where my point of view came from. Adulthood worked differently for many in this galaxy. Especially considering they were both young idiots, and one of them actually ages quicker than normal for the years involved. Your child is going to need advanced gene therapy treatment to fix that issue, and we should be able to provide that within the Mandalorian sector. Our allies, the Arcanians, are rather fine gene smiths, and given enough time, they can figure out a treatment for the genetic damage. Of course, it would help if we have information on what the Kaminoans did to the donor DNA before we start poking at it to make sure if this is even necessary, but I'll handle that. If you'd like to avoid your name being attached to such research, we can arrange to work with you anonymously to solve this problem. This could be a rather useful tool for helping the other clones attain a real livelihood after their service in the war. She looked up at me confused as I continued, if the same gene therapy treatment developed for your child is employed on all the clones once they reach adulthood, it would prevent them from continuing their aging process at the accelerated rate. That would ensure the genetic damage wouldn't be passed down to their children, and then we wouldn't have a problem with generations having their lifespans cut in half. I paused there, and took a sip of my CAF. Privately, I also hoped that this solution might help the public to see these clones as people and not as biomechanical droids, a common issue within the Senate. Knight Tur seemed deeply conflicted about the entire offer. It seemed I still needed to convince the Jedi of the ideal solution. Phrasing it in economic terms would not be the best approach here. Jedi have little understanding of economics. Aunt Satin Mother would have somehow argued the same terms in high-sounding moral rhetoric. I could do something slightly similar, translate and phrase the economic exchange in regard to what they valued most, morality and humanitarian ideals. So I tried to persuade her. Your issue, your problem, could do much good for the galaxy if we have the opportunity to research your situation, and share the cure widely. If you're willing to allow me access, and to use it that way. In exchange, I will make sure to provide a safe, anonymous home on Mandalore for your child. It will include anything necessary for their lifestyle arrangements and needs. Finally, we will provide a faculty to research and construct the treatment, a place to repair the genetic alterations that your child and the clones carry. Your name doesn't need to be attached at all, but this opportunity would help all the clones suffering in the Republic. What are your thoughts on this? I won't need to reveal myself to the public, right? You can do all this without me revealing my identity, but still solve the situation and handle the treatment on Mandalore? She asked, seeming to be trying to grasp and confirm the details in my offer. I sighed. As far as I can see, there's no reason or benefit for you to reveal your identity. I assume you want to keep this from becoming a scandal between the Jedi, the clones, and the Republic. She nodded emphatically. Okay then, if this could help so many more people, then yes, I will. But keep the exact details secret. As far as I'm concerned, your identity as a Mandalorian, or at least someone who's potentially going to join the Mandalorians, will be kept secret. I will do everything in my power to ensure that. Knight Tur stared down at her hands for a moment, but when she looked back up, she seemed to have found some inner strength. All right, let's do this. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. Kal Skirida. The sleek and elegant towers of the diplomatic district were an unexpected sight. My hangover was fading, but I still wasn't used to the hovercar. I swayed uneasily as it shuddered to a stop in front of the Mandalorian Tower. I had been sleeping off a hangover from last night's celebration of our mission's success, only to be shaken awake unexpectedly by my second-in-command, Captain Ordo Skirida. We had hunted down a bunch of terrorists who had been trying to cause trouble, and the operation had gone off with minimal losses. Not to mention, I actually met a Jedi who was worth talking to. The kid was doing a pretty good job of fighting, in my mind. He would make a good Mandalorian. But my fuzzy thoughts only grew more confused as Captain Ordo insisted the Mandalore embassy was urgently requesting to meet with me. Next, he threw a dress uniform at me, and after I changed, rushed me into a car. Darman was sitting next to me in the car. Did we blow something up that we shouldn't have? I asked matter-of-factly, receiving a shake of the head from the clone next to me. Republic senators weren't in the military chain of command, but I knew they viewed the clones as weapons, completely expendable. Not that I'm aware of. Besides, I think if it had something to do with our operations last night, it wouldn't be the Mandalorian senator calling us in, it would be Republic command. Darman replied with confidence. Ha, good point. I mused as I walked forward. 2 royal guards were standing there, their armor looking as fancy as royal guard armor should, though not as Mandalorian as I would like. Kal Skirida and Clone Darman, here to see the senator. Apparently, she wants to speak with us for some reason. I explained. The guards looked at us, and one of them apparently communicated through their helmets before waving us through. Top floor. Nodding in acknowledgement, I led the way to the elevator, observing the rather dull finery of the upper classes. There was some neat Mandalorian impressionism here and there, but nothing too interesting as we reached the elevator. Darman was looking at the stuff with a bit more interest, but I ignored that for the most part until he asked a question. Is this the kind of stuff we'll see on Mandalore? I made a so-and-so gesture before answering, maybe in that new capital city, Sundari. As you have clearly noticed, the new Mandalorian style of decoration involves that type of artwork, they add that stuff everywhere. Old cities have older styles, which are mostly weapons on display, hunt trophies, and color banners. I assume that they refurbished this tower when the new Mandalorians took over the government, erasing whatever might have been here previously. Once the elevator arrived, we stepped inside and waited as it made its way up the tower. Before long, we came to the top. The view was clearly meant to impress, a visitor could take in the various nearby scenery, and in the background were the Senate building, the Jedi Temple, and a lot of other towers for other famous and important senators. All in all, it was almost worth the trip. The doors opened, revealing a rather stately apartment mixed with an office and kitchen, a strange arrangement, actually. It seemed like everything that could be done in the one room, and several bedrooms were near the back. Stepping into the room, I was about to say something sarcastic about the decor when I noticed a familiar shock of brown hair. Sitting next to her was a blonde girl who could only be the individual Jango Fett warned me about, the senator from Mandalore. He once mentioned that she was dangerous, usually he only said such things about specific Jedi. "Ah, you've arrived," the blonde girl said with authority, imperiously waving us forward. "You must be Kal Skirida." She spoke the statement as if reciting a fact, while addressing me. "And you must be Darman Skirida," she added, looking at the clone next to me. He had his helmet off and under his arm as we entered. "I am Senator Tanya Kryze of Mandalore. Please take a seat. I was just speaking with Knight Attain Turmukon here, she has quite an interesting tale to tell. And I decided it would be better to bring you here and include you in this conversation." I was suspicious the moment I realized Attain was here. The conversation we had 2 nights ago about her child had not ended very amicably. Oh, we came to an agreement, sure, but I had made it quite clear that I was not happy with her opinion on keeping this hidden from Darman. But something seemed to be up. Why else would I be here with Darman if she hadn't had some sort of change of heart? Stepping forward, I took the seat that was offered. Darman took one between me and Attain, obviously wanting to be closer to her because, well, they were obviously still having a relationship. "So, Senator Kryze," I said, "I've heard about you through the grapevine. You gave Jango a good, fair deal on an assassination contract a few months back." Kryze kept her smile fixed, but there seemed to be stress behind it as she spoke. "Oh yes, that. I can assume you've been working with Jango Fett, then. True Mandalorian. Only choice," I said, knowing that answer would piss off some. But in my opinion, there really were only the true Mandalorians. The new Mandalorians weren't really real Mandalorians, they are just Urutai that just happen to have Mandu blood in them, since they reject everything that made them Mandalorian. Death Watch were a bunch of criminals, and the Silvers were just true Mandalorians with extra steps and a bit of new Mandalorian fluff mixed in. "Ah, well, that's quite interesting, but let's get to the purpose of this meeting then. Knight Attain Turmukon, would you mind sharing with Darman why we're here?" Kryze said, looking at Attain rather uncomfortably. However, no one spoke and the silence stretched. Kryze sat observing the silence for a moment. After an uncomfortable amount of time, she tilted her head as if in thought and spoke. "You know, I've heard from my mother that Obi-Wan Kenobi considered leaving the Jedi Order for her. And perhaps if Knight Kenobi had known that she was pregnant, he may have done it. Just a thought to keep in mind." I can see Darman furrowing his brow in confusion as he tries to decipher what Kryze is talking about and why it applied to Attain. Attain took a breath, and I realized what was about to happen. I did my best to hide my smile. "Darman, I'm pregnant," Attain said. Darman's jaw hit the floor, not physically, but the point was all the same. He was stunned, and I was as happy as could be, knowing that the girl had grown some Beskar in her spine and wasn't going to use him as I had feared. When she had asked me to keep it a secret, I had come to the opinion that she had no intention of continuing the relationship. After all, if she wanted to keep it a secret, it probably meant she would rather not be involved in the child's life nor with Darman, a fling that had gone out of control. But, well, this was a step in the right direction, as far as I was concerned. I was happy to see it, even if everyone in this room was probably uncomfortable as all hell. "You're pregnant?" Darman said, looking shocked. "I'm going to be a father, stars." "Stars? That's all you got?" I said, elbowing him in the side. "A bit stunned here, sir. None of the simulations ever prepared me for this. Which brings us back to what we are going to have to ask about," Kryze said as she crossed her arms. I wondered why all this was happening, but I decided to see how it played out at first. Knight Attain came to us with a problem. She's pregnant and worried about a number of issues. Apparently, she went to Mr. Skirida and he offered to adopt the child. That is fine, but I disapprove of it because it doesn't solve the problems that will develop as the years go on. "What problems?" I said with a shrug, before leaning towards Darman, who was looking at me. "I said I'd look out for your kid. Make sure that they were raised as Mandalorian, even if you ended up dead." "Oh, thanks, I guess." Kryze interrupted before he could respond further. Mr. Skirida also demanded that Attain Turmukon leave the Jedi Order. Something she cannot do because of her honor, which really is the most reasonable answer out there for a Jedi. But those are short-term problems that you can solve on your own and I have no part in. I just hope that you two will resolve them amicably. I'll give you as much help as I can with the power I have available. No, the main problem, the one that Darman here seems to have not considered, is that the clones can reproduce and pass down their altered genes. Which means, what engineered DNA alterations are you passing on? Oh, Darman said in realization. No, I didn't get it until just now. Cause I haven't really considered the whole, having my lifespan down, before. Kryze continued, we can have the situation with your son's or daughter's lifespan dealt with on Mandalore. We have access to some of the best gene therapists thanks to our alliances in the CNS. The problem is, this is going to affect any and all children that you and any other clones may have in the future. This is an issue that could affect the galaxy as a whole. We can create a treatment for your child. However, I want this procedure to be available for every clone. In order to do that, I need to at least have your permission to use your story for political needs, to help clones have proper representation within the Senate, or even proper benefits for their service to the Republic. Darman nodded his head, understanding, seeming to try and find the right words to say before finally saying, if it'll help my brothers, I'll let you use my story and anything else. There's no problem with me allowing you to do that, as long as Etain is alright with that. I added. She's already agreed, and they don't need your permission for this, Mr. Skirida. Kryze said, interrupting me. And with that agreement, this meeting is pretty much done. You really need to have a conversation about this sort of stuff, act like grown adults, even if you both need to mature in that direction. I smiled, enjoying watching the smaller blonde girl imperiously intimidate the Jedi Knight. Etain definitely deserved it. Then she turned to look at me with the same expression, and my smile slipped. And you need to do a better job of thinking about what's going on. Me? I said as she focused intently on me. Yes, you, Mr. Skirida. You fought with your gut without thinking with your mind. Sooner or later, the clone's aging issue is going to become a situation that needs to be handled, and you have right here the perfect candidate. Instead, you tried to hide it away. If it weren't for the timing of the Harchok Expo right now, I don't know what would be going on, but it would not be the right path. The Republic would not have learned of this child, and no progress would be made towards rights and welfare of the clones. I still didn't care about rights or the Republic, so I shrugged awkwardly under her gaze. I only care about who's close to me and who is a Mandalorian. So what were you going to do when the kids started aging at an accelerated rate? Kryze asked. Hadn't thought that far ahead, but I have a plan to normalize the clones' lifespan in the works. I just assumed that the Jedi's genetics would have more at play than the clones. After all, it's only a bit of genetic tinkering. Maybe one generation was enough to undo it. I replied. Assumptions make asses out of everyone. Kryze said with narrowed eyes. Better to leap on this problem now than have it bite you in the ass when you don't have the assets. I didn't hesitate to stare back into her eyes, and my voice came out harder than I intended. I have assets that would have helped with this if it had come to that. No worries there. Kryze simply shook her head at that. What assets? You're a Mandalorian warrior with probably nothing but a clan house somewhere on Mandalore to your name. What were you going to do, kidnap a commie known to undo what had been done to the clones? I carefully controlled my expression, as that was actually the first idea I came up with when Kryze pointed out the possibility of the child having accelerated aging. I wasn't making any move towards it yet, but it was something I'm preparing to do once the war is over to normalize the clones' aging. The look Kryze sent me told me that she knew what I was thinking. Of course, that was your plan. Her tone was tinged with disgust. Sighing, she glanced at the Etain. She included her in her next statement. One thing about Mandalorians you will need to be aware of is that their independence can be quite infuriating when they're just doing dumb things that could be fixed with the proper channels. It might have been simple, but it isn't dumb. I don't think raising millions of clones solely to throw them to fight a galactic war is right in the first place, but that's just my opinion on the matter. So, if I have to kidnap the people who grew them to ensure that they live a long and happy life after the war, I think that's more within my rights than anything else in the universe. I'm just glad I found this out before you did that and caused a diplomatic incident that I will have to fix. Kryze sighed. She turned to look at Darman and asked, now you said there was nothing in the simulations about fatherhood. Can I assume that there's also nothing in the simulations about sex education? Darman coughed while looking flustered. No, there isn't. Of course there's not. Kryze said in a hopeless tone, putting her hand on her face. Add that to the list, Vi. So what are you going to do exactly? I asked, trying to get a handle on all of what was happening and if it was a problem for me and the rest of Clone Force Omega Squad. What am I going to do? I'm doing the simplest thing. I will bring these concerns up to Chancellor Palpatine. He can create an investigation, and send a fact-finding mission to Kamino. We need more information in order to have estimates drawn up for resolving these issues now, before they become widespread. I know we won't convince them to change the aging process for new clones. The war demands them as fast as possible for the conflicts we have right now, but if we can at least get them to work out how to fix the process so that we can ensure the clones that survive the conflict are altered back to aging normally. Kamino is going to charge an arm and a leg for that. I mused, knowing that the cloners were rather cold and callous about that sort of stuff. They wouldn't do it for free, that's for sure. Oh, I'm sure they'll try, but they have one problem with that. They will have to accept the contract that is rather on the low end but guarantees the money for themselves. Otherwise, I will suggest that the facilities on Arcanian be used instead or at least be offered as a substitute. After all, nothing brings down a price more than competition between competing companies, and both peoples are known for their bioengineering. The Arcanians are rather annoyed that they're not allowed to engage in much bioengineering right now because of the Kamino contracts and the non-Kamino cloning ban. Kryze explained. I laughed at that. The idea that she was going to hold the money hostage to force the cloners to do something was entertaining, but it might work. You know what, Kryze, you're all right. Thank you. Now, in the future, if you have any more situations like this, she said, looking hard at all three of us, and if it has any cultural relations to Mandalore, bring them to me. I know how to use this for the benefit of Mandalore and yourselves. Benefiting Mandalore will help you in the long term as well if you plan to live there once the war is over. We are trying to make a safe haven, untouched by the war. Good luck, I said before adding, I really mean it, though. Good luck. Our homeworld is right on the frontier. The war will spill over it eventually, I fear. Well, if that happens, then there's been a massive failure on my part. The look in the girl's eyes was dangerous, it told me that she would fight for Mandalore's freedom and independence from war like a cornered animal. And I got the sense that I just did not want to be fighting against her if that ever happened. Coruscant, Chancellor's office. Chief Palpatine. I muttered, as I glanced at the paperwork displayed on the datapad before me again. Tanya sat on the other side of my desk, her hands neatly folded in her lap. I had been keeping an eye on her, ever since I realized that Dooku had some sort of interest in the girl. Why exactly, I had yet to determine, but that did not matter. What others saw in her didn't matter. What I saw was an interesting distraction worth poking at. She was well connected, and now that the story of her birth was more widely known, it is very likely that she is force sensitive even if I have no proof. That could be what Dooku had seen, but what aims he had, I did not know yet. What I did know was that Dooku was still exploring options for his Empire's Fist idea, which I played with now and again. I played with a lot of things. Dooku often argued against the rule of two, but in the past I rebuked him each time. However, I don't believe the rule of two will be needed once the grand plan is complete and the Jedi are destroyed, but that is the future. For now, I simply kept watch over her for my own amusement. She was very good at politicking. We happened to enjoy the same flavors of chocolates and CAF, the small coincidence was also somewhat interesting. Initially, I suspected that she might be lying to get closer to me, it was a common enough tactic. Enough time spent in her company and after receiving many small tokens and gifts from her office, I had enough data to allow me to distinguish her interest as true appreciation. I was now of the opinion that she genuinely enjoyed the chocolates and CAF while also just trying to be friendly with the leader of the Free Galaxy. Hilarious but useful. I was able to use it recently, hiding my real motives for the decision allowing the Neutrality League's formation, allowing Tanya to believe it was on the basis of our trustworthy relationship. Amusingly, since then, every few weeks, I would receive a box of chocolates. I wouldn't want them to go to waste. After all, the League had other uses for me, causing problems for factions in the Republic and the Cis. Having an alternative financial option for some systems enabled the Republic to free itself from the banking clan's control. This was useful, as the more discretion I had over monetary and fiscal policy, the easier it would be to assert control over the banking clans. I needed to control them fully and take them under our wings, make them firmly a part of my government during the implementation of my galactic empire. Oh, sure, some systems would benefit, those escaping the death traps that the banks had been building for years. I could use their gratitude after freeing them from the banking clan's control. But even if they resisted, that wouldn't matter because, by that point, I would have an army to put down any resistance. Today, Tanya came to my office with candies and treats, and a little bit of work. Said work was displayed on the datapad in front of me, including an interesting situation of a clone getting an officer of the Republic Army pregnant. No, I didn't care greatly about that situation entirely, but I didn't know what exactly Tanya wanted. She was trying to improve the prospects of the clones. Why? Well, unlike most, she probably saw through how wasteful it was for them as an asset that an army of highly trained clones that can only live half a generation. As a result, she wants to extend their lifespan so they could be put to work even after the war was over to at least get some return on their investment. Or perhaps her Mandalorian heritage was motivating her to assist them as fellow Mandalorians. She wanted an investigation team sent to Kamino to inquire a few things, how the genetics of the clones would affect the galactic population, what training the clones have to prevent such situations, and what would it cost to undo what is done to the clones so that they can have a normal life after the war. 3 very interesting questions. None of them were a threat to the grand plan, exactly. Assuming, of course, she didn't stumble across the biochips in their heads meant to reinforce following orders and alter how the clones remembered their services with Jedi. Now, if I were a cautious man, I would probably deny this request outright. If I were interested in having it fail, I could also go out of my way to ensure my own people were sent in to do this investigation, to make sure they didn't ask the right questions. However, I could see a bit of a political opportunity developing here, one that could be useful to my machinations. If Tanya was successful in learning the information she wanted, what would be the result? Well, she could put together a rather interesting block of interest groups, a coalition of systems and corporations who would benefit from ensuring the clones were well cared for, which is not the same thing as being anti-military like some blocks. Good. This would, of course, require more credits to be spent funding the military. After all, we need to make sure they have all the gear and resources they need. It would be straightforward to ensure that the right groups and corporations were in charge of such matters, and those credits could be spent in many ways. And there were ways to rub it in the Jedi's faces. The contradictions that their slave army imposed on the Jedi had already ruined their morale. These contradictions would only be heightened if it was also being repaired by me, the Emperor. I mean, the Chancellor. Snapping their image and will would be oh so delightful. But there was also another thing, one that I find useful, one that could be quite bad for whatever Dooku was planning. I was aware that there was going to be an assault on Kamino within the next few weeks, just enough time for Tanya to arrive for her investigation into what's going on at Kamino. At best, the attack on Kamino would lead Tanya towards a more useful stance in the war. It should cause her to take a more hardline stance against the CIS and withdraw their tentative requests for a peace conference, given the assault on one of their senators. And well, should Tanya perish instead, one aspect of Dooku's plans would go up in smoke. Smiling, I put the datapad down. I agree, Senator Kryze. This situation must be dealt with immediately. We cannot risk this getting out of control. Could you imagine if the process by which a clone ages quickly is passed down to the next generation? Why, someone could genetically breed a fast-growing population for slave labor using the clone's DNA. The look in Tanya's eyes told me she had not considered that possibility. Understanding the machinations of evil minds does grant one many benefits. Of course, Chancellor Palpatine. I assume then this will go straight to the Senate floor. I shook my head. No. I think this is already a crisis. It is well within my rights to expedite this process. If you're willing, I'll have the administrative details wrangled by tomorrow morning, so you can be on the first ship to Kamino to lead the investigation yourself. Tanya seemed a bit stunned by my suggestion. After taking a moment to think, she looked resolute. Of course, Chancellor, but I'm not really trained for this. I'm only a junior senator. Your experience as a representative will serve you well. You went head-to-head with the leaders of the CIS in a diplomatic debate in the opening moments of the war. You have a vested interest, but also it's the best of possible interests on this issue. The Republic needs someone who can ensure that this does not become a greater wrong, my dear Tanya. Yes, you're right that you aren't perfectly qualified, but no one is trained for this particular operation, and you do have the motivation to ask the right questions. We need you spearheading this, and you will have the full support of this office behind you. It's an honor, sir. She said, sounding less eager than before, and more formal. It seemed that she was less than pleased by the assignment. No matter, the events on Kamino were already decided. I would be listening to the Force and guide the course of events as needed. Many useful outcomes existed, and it would only require a small nudge to ensure any one of them occurred. Chapter 59, 717 FNM, 21 BBY, Month 7. Chapter 59. 717 FNM, 21 BBY, Month 7. Kamino, Tipica City. Tanya Kryze. The trip from Coruscant out to wild space, even the now famous Kamino, should have taken much more time. However, the backing of the Supreme Chancellor unlocked access to marvels of ship designs. For this mission, we were given temporary access to some of the fastest prototypes and most well-equipped ships in the galaxy. However, no marvels of ship designs could salvage my plans. Sure, the trip would have normally taken significant time, possibly months, definitely more than a week, yet it only took a single week with a Class 1 hyperdrive. But it definitely kept me out of politics. Away from the current ongoing vote. Only a week, plus another week to return. Wild space was dangerous for more than one reason, not just because the inhabitants didn't usually adhere to galactic standards or laws. Journeys to and from anywhere of significance took much longer, even accounting for distance, lacking fast hyperlanes. Kamino was well and truly off the beaten path of the galaxy, almost into another galaxy. A relatively small cluster of stars that hugged our galaxy and would slowly, over the course of millions of years, join together into a larger whole. More worryingly, it is on the frontiers of the front line. Not a great place to be the sole provider of recruits for a galactic war. If anything, the Chancellor should look into alternative habitable worlds for the population, perhaps near the core, to migrate the people of Kamino off this water ball as quickly as possible. All the usable surface of the planet was already serving as the foundations for existing cities. They could only expand by building more of the increasingly delicate and exposed skyscrapers. I wasn't sure what purpose staying here served, since there was no indication the water would ever recede. Add in the fact that the cloners were on the frontier of the war with the separatists, they were within striking distance of the CIS. But that was a point I could bring up with their senator another time. For now, I was currently on Kamino, meeting with a kami known by the name of Tonwi. Hopefully, our meeting was the first step towards investigating, and ultimately, producing a report for the Senate about the risks inherent in the clone's genetic engineering. She was guiding us through a tour of the installation. I was also escorted by my two handmaidens, Vi and Morsen, though both were in their royal guard uniforms. In the rear of my entourage were the rest of my usual guards, Tabi, Castel, Engis, Strook, Skita, and Mok. Perhaps too large a group for protection, but after my various life and death escapades as a senator, better to be safe than sorry. Looking down at a training simulation, I watched clones fighting their way up, using rather well-maneuvered teamwork to overwhelm each position before trying to satisfy the conditions of the match by taking control of the central tower. As you can see, these clones are trained to the highest standard available. Tonwi said with what I couldn't help but interpret as a smug tone. Each batch, in our opinion, is better than their progenitor in every way. He may have been good material, but we have refined it to the best material it could be. I didn't react, though, observing the clones skeptically. That is a nice statement. However, their training in this sense is not why I'm here. There's a general concern among the people of Mandalore and probably soon the rest of the galaxy about the amount of production and reproduction the clones can engage in. Tonwi seemed perplexed, speaking slowly. I don't see why that would be an issue. Free production is usually a bonus among our buyers. Fortunately, she was looking away and so didn't spot Morsen's shudder at that comment. I had to suppress a reaction of my own. The way they referred to human lives as a commodity was unethical at best and downright sinister at worst. I shook my head at this last thought. Yes, that is definitely one point of view. But we are more concerned about what sort of conditions could be passed on through these generations. After all, these soldiers, I struggled very hard not to say children, grow to full maturity in 9 to 10 years. That's cutting down the lifespan of a human being quite a bit. What kind of effects would that have when intermingling with individuals closer to their species' average genetics? The clones managed to conquer the final tower, destroying the droids controlling it and throwing their helmets off in victory. It was all very reminiscent of ancient soldiers accomplishing a great victory. All they needed was a samurai banner on their back, and I think they wouldn't look too out of place in a painting back in my first life. Most of the genetic triggers that cause rapid aging are conditional triggers, that is, they only activate in the presence of specific proprietary engineered proteins and other enzymes that are only produced in our corporate lab environment. The Jedi High Council already agreed we don't have to share our trade secrets to fulfill our contracts. Tonwi added extra stress to the word Jedi. I merely frowned and nodded. Usually, we provide the tailored enzymes in their food. This helps accelerate the process of aging. Without those enzymes, the clone's aging process is equivalent to baseline, like a normal human. Maybe to a lesser degree during their adolescent years, 1/3 grade instead of 1/2. Ah, that seems rather efficient. I finally settled on saying. I wanted to say callous, but again, what was I to do? These people saw their clones as products rather than sentient beings, and clearly viewed me as potential competition. That they gave little thought to future generations of naturally grown clones was a matter of course. Is there a reason why their growth rates aren't returned to normal after they reach maturity? It was considered superfluous when the average life expectancy of the clones would not exceed 1 to 2 years of service. Once the war is over, what happens to the clones afterward is the Republic's responsibility. Spoken like a true corporation, I would approve of their mindset if they weren't basically slave traders by another name. Back to the question of the proliferation of their genetics, why exactly did you let them keep the ability to reproduce? Most gene companies I'm aware of that deal with crops tend to go out of their way to make sure that the government and farmers buying from them can only get quality seeds from themselves. Have to cover all of my bases. Tonwi paused again, as if considering, before answering. That question is outside my area of expertise. Our scientists in the cloning division should be qualified to answer any scientific questions you may have about our cloning process. I see. I answered neutrally, trying not to show my annoyance. I wasn't going to take no for an answer, though. We should proceed there next, as I do have such questions as part of my investigation from the Supreme Chancellor. Based on how this conversation was going so far, throwing around titles couldn't hurt. It was even true. Tonwi's expression changed, and while I couldn't read it, her tone changed into sharpness. You are permitted there. Follow me. Vi gave me a concerned look, but Ton only turned abruptly towards a nearby elevator. Once the large glass elevator arrived, I noticed it was large enough to service a considerable group, possibly as many as 100, and I considered what necessitated such large elevators. She entered and I quickly followed her in with my entourage not far behind. Tonwi took no notice as my guards chose to all crowd around me, rather than spread out into the vast space, as she focused on the elevator hollow controls. She keyed a security chip into the elevator controls, and we descended quickly in silence. Only a few seconds passed before it reopened into a spacious, open office area carrying that smoothed-down style that looked very clean and stereotypically sterile. It featured too much glass, white furniture, walls, and sleek, grey metal paneling. There were only a few Kaminoans in the room, making our large group conspicuous by its presence. Tonwi walked straight up to the closest scientist and spoke more to her than me. Please answer Senator Kry's questions, Chief Medical Scientist Nala Se. She only took a few steps away, and stopped, as if supervising the pair of us. I repeated my previous questions to the scientist. Why exactly did you let the clones retain the ability to reproduce? My guards finally spaced themselves around, moving several meters away from us. Nala Se sat back down at her desk as I approached, and spoke eagerly in response to my question. I grabbed a nearby empty chair, ignoring the others. In essence, human male reproductive organs produce a hormone that promotes the growth of muscle and bone whilst stimulating linear growth and maturation in bones. Experiments with removing or neutralizing that organ resulted in a multitude of issues including reduced stamina, fragile bones, reduced muscle mass, and a lack of any sense of self-preservation. Kriv. Vi muttered too loudly, drawing both Nala Se and my attention for a moment. I was also troubled by the detailed response. Being X could have given me a much worse start, it seemed. However, I merely looked at and nodded for the scientist to continue. Now a hopeful note entered Nala Se's voice. Personally, I believe that the experimental batch's accelerated growth exacerbated the results. After all, we needed to see what they would end up looking like and how they would act before their usual mental stabilities of such processes would take over. The current contract doesn't have any room in the budget for exploring that any further. Which is a shame, there is still much that could be explored there. She definitely sounded vexed by what seemed like a rare outbreak of sanity by the bureaucrats back in Coruscant. I ignored the minefield of topics that she brought up, and asked my next prepared question. This informal battlefield, one of question and answer, continued. And Nala Se's answers became more brisk and clipped with each exchange. I was basically done, but had saved the most adversarial questions for last. Interviewing some clone troopers had yielded me some interesting answers to these questions already, but it was best to confirm from the source. It was also slightly satisfying to draw upon my skills in human resources from my first life. So I assume that you taught them to avoid fornicating and instructed them of the proper procedures for all of their capabilities, including reproduction. Otherwise, ignorant clones might go do something uninformed. Nala Se's gaze sharpened, and her tone was cutting. It wasn't deemed necessary. The bureaucrat in me, the one who had served for years as a human resources officer, was screaming. I would have prepared these clones better than this. There was no cultural sensitivity training, so clones didn't cause problems with the locals wherever they were deployed. There was no sexual education. There was barely any education at all. I realized I was speaking. Who decided that? The Supreme Chancellor doesn't agree, nor do I. Tonwi was in motion, probably sensing the interview was over. She strode over, answering the question for the scientist. We did. It wasn't deemed necessary, as the accelerated aging gene was designed to be recessive. In the event a clone fathered an offspring, the accelerated aging would not be passed on to the offspring. I wanted to strangle that long-necked alien. Why didn't she tell me that at the start? But I kept myself calm, reminding myself that the recessive gene was, in fact, good news. Is that so? Well, that is good news. But there are still some concerns I'll have to raise with the Supreme Chancellor, mostly in terms of sexual education. Currently, I don't think the clones are capable of navigating their natural human reactions with your current resources. We'll need to get them some proper training to reduce the chance of something like this happening. If that's what the Chancellor wishes, I'm sure we can recommend a few people from the Silver Mandalorians. We've recently been acquiring quite a large selection of military trainers from them. I'm sure they can provide us with someone to help with that. Though it will require a little bit more funding from the Republic and a proper installation for this training. Tonwi led us out of the office area into an unfamiliar hallway that seemed to connect this massive facility to another. I'm sure it will. I said, with a distaste for these aliens and the way they've treated humans settling darkly in my stomach. A general thought occurred to me that I could probably understand the Kaminoans on this. Whatever sex education they were planning, I knew Gargan could do much more, and with fewer credits. The lack of competition was just allowing these aliens to take more resources than they needed for everything. Tonwi gave a slight smile, but I kept being drawn back into her icy cold eyes. She kept up a decent pace, but I suspected she could move much faster. Perhaps you'd like to see the cloning facilities in general. After all, the process is quite amazing. We've managed to create a top-of-the-line cloning process here, better than anywhere else in the galaxy. Better than the Arcanians. I questioned, poking at something I suspected. The glass and grey metal hallway passed over water, but fortunately, it offered little view for its guests. Much better than the Arcanians. From what I understand, most of their facilities were out of date or mothballed. Their facilities are still subpar, they were transferred to Republic control, and our processes are being implemented there. So obviously, our methods are the best. My understanding is that the Arcanians think their methodology is the best because they don't duplicate the DNA directly. Instead, they introduce alterations into each generation that will deviate the DNA and supposedly prevent clone madness, I think it was called. Ah yes, well, the Arcanians are welcome to have that opinion. I think their cloning is rather foolish. Most of their clones are just alternate species that they've redesigned for their uses. It is hardly justified to call them clones at all, they are more like genetically modified drones. At this, we reached the security hatch for the next facility, and Tonwi performed a familiar series of steps to key in a security chip. After the security hatch opened to reveal another hallway, Tonwi continued answering my question while ushering us all through. We already have clone defect rates down to an acceptable level, using our own independent research. That's why you might notice a few clones with different eye shades and hair colors every now and again. We don't introduce much variation, but the medical statistics indicate it is enough to reduce the chances of the clones developing errors during their gestation period. So the clones aren't all identical. Njais had apparently traded places with Vi after the security hatch, and was shadowing me, while Vi brought up the rear. Tonwi flashed another cryptic smile towards him. Of course. I raised an eyebrow at that statement. Are alternate genetics models common? I thought we were just paying for this clone army. Are there any other clone variants I should know about? Of course, pilots, for example, have very different requirements to the regular infantry. Muscle mass and bone density aren't essential for a pilot, yet reflexes and intelligence are prioritized. The shock troopers sent to the Coruscant Guard are some of our best productions. They are further improved than our base template, as we believe the best soldiers must be in place to defend the capital of the Republic. Beyond that, we have the Clone Commando program, the Clone Captain program, and the Clone Alpha program. I chuckled, thinking about the long list of requirements. The administration to manage such efforts must have been sprawling. The only thing you are missing is a logistics core. At this, Tonwi slowed down, eventually pausing, her inhuman features coming into stark contrast as she leaned in conspiratorially. There had been a project to develop a support variant. We did a bit of experimentation there too. My proposal for an expansion to the current units on order by the Republic with general support variants passed the prototype stage. Yet, mass production of this variant was seen as a low priority when compared to additional combat variants. We were standing still, only halfway down this second passageway, and I could make out the facility interior distantly at the end of the passage. Was this an attempt to sound me out for something? I didn't know Kaminon behaviors well enough to tell, and she just gazed directly at me, blinking only once. When I did not interject, she seemed enlightened for some reason. She resumed our previous pace. Since it's not as necessary for the support models to be as aggressive and physically able, we can reduce the per unit costs and growth time by producing female templates of Jango Fett to work in support positions. I have produced an experimental model as a proof of concept and the results are highly encouraging. She is very detail-oriented. It's been suggested by some of the research that female human minds are more detail-oriented and thus able to comprehend reports better. She has been very adequate as a lab assistant. We reached the other facility lobby, and my guards spread out a bit once out of the passageway. I didn't know that. I said tonelessly, not rising to the insult. I seriously doubted that the biological sex of the clone would make any real difference in the types of roles the Kaminon had in mind. What was far more likely was that the idea of making the clones female coming from her department would mean that she would have greater authority and prestige when more of the support type of clones were produced. The fact the clones were female was likely meaningless, little more than her personal stamp on the clone's genetic code. Yes, humans do tend to overlook these subtle differences between the sexes. She said rather condescendingly. But I ignored her in favor of scanning the lobby of the training facility. It was a wide lounge with a limited seating area in the same white and grey metal style as the rest of the facilities we had observed so far. Most of the lounge was simply open and unoccupied, a clone parade demonstration platform for customers, perhaps. And there were equally large corridors, no doubt for moving large groups. In the distance, another Kaminon, one I actually recognized from my time in the Senate on Coruscant, was striding across the facility lobby, and rather quickly at that. It confirmed some of my suspicions about their physical capabilities. Good afternoon, Senator Bertani. I dropped a little curtsy. I'm surprised the Chancellor would rush you out here for this operation so quickly. Hallie Bertani, the Senator of Kamino, interrupted. Really amusing, considering the ongoing threat right now. Ongoing threat? Captain Strook asked. Everyone in my entourage was adopting more alert postures. Yes, the listening posts the Republic set up for Kamino have recently gone silent. It's typically the first sign of a cis invasion. Senator Bertini said, as she looked out the transparent roof. I blinked before asking, how recently? I haven't heard anything about this, and we left Coruscant only a week ago. Senator Bertini stopped and touched her chin a few times, in thought. Her outfit had more jewelry and ostentation than any of the others at the facility, as far as I could tell. I arrived with the fleet sent to reinforce the garrison. We had our first confirmation over a day ago now. The Republic has guaranteed the safety of the system, so the fleet will fight here if need be, we should be protected. But one can never be sure. Battles are battles. Yes, battles are battles. Do we have a secure location where we can move the princess if a battle makes it down to the surface? Captain Stroke asked in a sharper tone, folding his arms across his chest with rigidity. Senator Bertini stopped in thought for a moment. Yes, there is a panic area in the central building for visiting diplomats and customers. It's built to withstand powerful elements, a massive storm, not a battle. The Republic Navy fleet has set up a blockade to ensure the battle is further out. I don't think we need to worry. Tonwi nodded, seemingly also trying to calm down the situation. We have complete confidence in the fleet, and there are several Jedi on the station here to protect us. Perhaps you should take us to this area where there is a working panic room, just so we know where it is in case of an emergency. Captain Stroke asked, which got a nod of approval from the senator. She said, it's on the way towards the training center in the cloning area, so that shouldn't be that hard. Just over there a piece of burning debris crash-landed into the ocean just off to our left, cutting off her answer. It floated there for a moment before sinking into the depths. Looking up, I could just barely make out the signs of an orbital firefight going on, showing that something horrible was happening above us and that it was probably going to rain hell down on the planet soon enough. Breaking the sudden silence, I spoke up. Yes, perhaps showing us that panic room would be a good idea. Mind showing us the way now? I'd rather minimize the chance I get dragged into a battle if I could help it. Follow me. Senator Bertini was already moving quicker, leading us at a fast pace from the lobby of the training facility to another passageway between what appeared to be the largest central facilities. We just reached the largest facility when a giant tentacle arm of mechanical nature ripped out of the water, followed by what looked like a mechanical squid grabbing onto the side of the facility and holding tight as it shoved a reaching spike into the building. Perhaps we should go another way. Tonwi said, and I agreed, as no doubt there were now droids inside the facility we were making our way to. I turned to look at the other facility only to see, well, another mechanical squid latching onto the passageway that we had passed through and stabbing it with its spike. The spike then opened up and disgorged super battle droids onto the walkway behind us. The way back is closed. Looks like forward's the only option. I said, reaching my hand to my side, pulling up my dress enough so I could pull out my deactivator pistol. My other handmaidens drew their own weapons, with Morrison pulling her own pistol out from her dress, and Vi dual wielding a pair. Mock and Castle held up the back, preparing their staves to knock any blaster fire off course or back. We can still make it to the panic room. Senator Bertini said. We'll just have to push through any attacks coming from the first droid lander. I'm not scared of a few droids, lead the way. I said, following the senator and Tonwi as closely as possible as we continued on our original path. Droids were starting to enter from the rents and breaches in the facility exterior on our right. Vi and Tabi maintained positions to prevent them from closing on us. Morrison stayed with me, firing a couple of bolts from her deactivator into the battle droids. It wasn't very effective. Battle droids were hardened against such things, but it did slow them down, throwing off their aim. Enjai stayed beside me, spear ready to protect me from incoming fire as we moved further into the facility. But before we got much further, an alarm sounded directly behind me. Spinning around, I caught sight of the previously clear passageway being barred, a seamless security door behind us closing. Only Enjai's, Morrison, Senator Bertini, and I had made it before the alarm cleared, and the door latch clunked closed with a thud. The rest of the group, the other 6 members of my guard and Tonwi, were stuck on the other side. Splitting the party. I have a bad feeling about this. Morrison commented as the door locked into place. Banging on the door immediately followed her words. I reached into my bodice and pulled out my communication device I had stored there, quickly popping it on my ear. Vi? Vi, can you hear me? There was a moment's pause before Vi's voice came over the comms. Tanya, are you all right? I smiled as I looked at the door. I should be the one asking that, you're closer to danger. I heard Captain Strook came over the communications. We're fine. Mock's working on trying to get the door open. He paused for a moment and I thought I could distinguish Tonwi's shouts in the background. But he says it will be easier to go around it. Seems the security is not as tight on the side doors. Which would take you further away from me, I know. I said, looking at the empty corridor and clear path leading straight towards our destination. Yab. You think you'll be fine, princess? Can you make it to the panic room? Looking at Morrison and Enjai's, I said, I'll be fine. I have Senator Bertini here, and she can lead me there. It is safe to assume that she has access to some of the security systems, correct? Senator Bertani nodded. Yes, that's correct. You guys will be okay, right? I asked. We'll be fine, Tanya. Vi reassured me. I can already hear some clones coming the other way, probably to secure the area. Just get to the panic room. We'll meet you there. Will do. Good luck, Vi. I said as I lowered my communicator and looked at the others. All right, to the panic room. Kamino orbit, invisible hand, bridge. Kaima and J Shilao, Grievous. I watched the holodisplay showing the organization of the forces in the Kamino system as a cough racked me. Damn this broken body, but the plan was going smoothly. The Republic was on the back foot and their Jedi allies were locked in combat here in orbit against my fleet. This kept their forces pinned and unable to respond to the landing forces breaking through their lines. Overwhelming the enemy with superior numbers is a very simple strategy, one that even those idiotic battle droids can understand. I swept out several arms across the controls, and Recusant-class light destroyers received my commands, obeying orders for suicidal engagements with Republic forces. As I watched, their destruction greatly reduced the incoming fire towards my flagship, and concealed the existence of protected compartments inside the destroyers, debris falling unopposed to the surface along carefully selected trajectories. The holodisplay updated, showing most of the debris survived to the surface and updating the IFFs as transponders emerged. Droids were dropping into the water around the city, hidden inside the debris from the space battle. Amphibious attack crafts inside those same debris would also transport the droids into the city itself. At the same time, more conventional transports were prepared for a frontal assault. Dirge was displayed a special icon by the holo projector, his signature silver helmet with blue and red markings. That monster had eagerly boarded one of the doomed destroyers, just so he could be deployed with the droid vanguard directly into the city. That was the one thing I liked about Dirge, he was rather simple to use. I pointed him in a direction, and he would go and break it, taking the fight as deep as he could into the enemy lines. Granted, it helped that he had some personal hatred for all things Mandalorian. So, deploying him to the city should create enough chaos and destruction for the other elements to do their jobs. One of the goals of this whole attack was just to cause as much damage as possible, preferably by leveling everything. The more dead clones here, meant fewer clones elsewhere, especially if we got to them before they grew to their full age. The primary objective of this operation was to diminish the production of clones, hampering their replenishment rate. Destroying the cloning facilities would have a significant strategic impact. The Republic would lack an adequate number of replacements, and entire fronts would begin to crumble due to a shortage of fresh troops. Of course, even if Kamino itself is destroyed, there were still the clones already on the front to eliminate as well. They would enter a defensive posture to preserve as much of their troops as possible, which would yield the initiative to us. We will use that window to our advantage by launching multiple invasions across many sectors. It wasn't a complex stratagem, but it played to our strengths, our greater numbers. The Republic will not be able to defend every sector at once, enabling our forces to advance further and expand CIS territorial control. Without enough star systems and resources, the Republic will be forced to submit. There were secondary objectives to further damage the Republic indirectly. My predecessor and her new underling had been deployed to retrieve as many DNA samples as possible and destroy the rest. The possibility of growing our own clone infiltrators or developing a biological weapon to wipe every clone from the battlefield was too good an opportunity to pass up. Seizing or destroying the clone DNA presented an opportunity to create friction between the CNS and the Republic, hopefully generating a long-term dispute. If the Republic compels Fett to leave the CNS to restore their DNA samples, the CNS would lose significant credibility. In addition, it would paint Fett as a Republic agent, giving the CIS the excuse to send assassins after him without risking significant political problems. Fett might be skilled enough to evade his fellow bounty hunters and assassins, but I knew Dirge was eager for the opportunity to go after him. Granted, to successfully eliminate the source entirely, we would need to hunt down the DNA's source, Jango Fett. However, Dooku didn't want us to invade the CNS, not while he was working on pulling them to our side diplomatically. Strategically, I agreed that a diplomatic outcome would be the most efficient use of our resources, considering the forces that would be necessary to occupy their territory. Despite this, I wanted a military solution. Kenobi's affair with that Mandalorian politician had produced an illegitimate daughter. If I could somehow capture her, she would be the perfect bait to lure Kenobi into a trap so that I can finally kill him for all of the trouble he had caused me. Unfortunately, she is beyond my reach, at least while on Coruscant. Ventress was also deployed to the planet below. Her job was quite straightforward: oversee the ground elements, and distract or destroy any Jedi she encounters. I would have preferred to go down there myself, but Dooku had made it clear that I was not to go down there. Too many valuable assets were deployed there already, and we couldn't risk something going wrong with us all concentrated in one location. Losing one battlefield commander would be a blunder, losing the entirety of CIS strategic command would be a disaster. Better for me to be up here and oversee victory than to be down there and oversee defeat. It grated on me. I enjoyed the rush of battle in all forms, even before I had been cyberized. Now, well, there is nothing left for me to enjoy but combat. It was galling, but I also knew I would be outclassed by some Jedi in a fight, as their Force foresight gave them too much of an edge. There had been attempts to grant me use of the Force myself, but the operations to transfer Force powers by blood transfusion had not been successful. Really, the only chance I've had if I ever ran into a Jedi was a surprise attack. Hit them with overwhelming surprise and fear, causing them to make a mistake and leave an opening. That's how I've been able to pull off my victories against Jedi in the past. As I manipulated the holodisplay showing the arrangement of the Republic fleet, another cough racked me, but I was able to ignore it, bringing up the galactic view. Instead, I dreamed of a lance that would pierce through the defenses of the Republic and lead towards the core. At the end of this year, my newest operation will be sprung. Then, I would have free rein to do whatever I pleased, but that day had not yet arrived. I would prefer to reach Coruscant and blast it to bits for what they did to my planet. In the meantime, in between then and now, I would have free rein to take a fleet and deliver my vengeance on the Hook by wiping their disgusting race from the galaxy. I almost accomplished it before with only my Kalaeshi warriors and scavenged Hook technology before the Republic intervened. Now, with the might of a Cis fleet at my beck and call, I could accomplish it in a day. I can't wait to finish what I started and burn their home world to the ground. Once every Hook life is extinguished, I will be satisfied. Then I can focus all of my effort on the Republic and Jedi who came to the Hook's aid, who meted out justice, without even verifying if those insects were telling the truth. If they actually did their jobs, they wouldn't have made me, thus they'll reap what they sow. But those were thoughts for another time, after we got what we came for on Kamino. I reset the holodisplay to view the ongoing battle. My task force and other friendly ships were in various green blobs on the naval overview while the local defensive emplacements were in orange, but there aren't any active in orbit, the few remaining are only on the planet's surface now. The Jedi starfighters in low orbit were marked as ominous purple, while the Republic Navy was an angry red, making up the minority of the space forces. Judging by their chosen lower orbits, the Republic ships were trying to intercept any more landings. Their trade-off for the closer proximity to their cloning city is that lower orbits greatly reduced shield and acceleration capabilities, as the ships also had to fight against the atmosphere. I shifted between my forearms on the controls and adjusted the task force around the flagship to shift further away from their forces. No reason to waste these ships when I am going to make use of them again after this. The enemy tactic was unlikely to be successful because our position kept them pinned here with our ships trading fire from above. Not to mention, there were other ways to get down to the planet. It's not like they had an entire planetary shield around the city, a mistake they were likely regretting at this moment. Another task force was flanking to the far side of the planet, transporting more droids and assault watercraft to the ocean surface. It would take a while for them to reach the city, but with the attack already underway, defenses would be too overwhelmed to intercept. That's also what the Mandalorians were for, a surprise addition to all of these attacks, one that Dooku had only given permission to rather recently. The Mandalorian protectors were going to be doing their own version of destruction by abducting the child clones before they were fully grown. I imagined that the protectors' leadership had issues with the way clones were indoctrinated. What the exact issues are, I didn't really care, as they weren't my people. The important part was that they would cause problems for the Republic and force them to respond. If they were successful, good. If they weren't successful, maybe they would make enough noise to ensure the other operations were successful. Sir. One of the bridge droids designated as a watchstander said, standing up from its seat and turning to look at me. Republic assets are down to 25% in orbit. The Jedi forces seem to be pulling back, perhaps preparing for a defensive action in depth or in preparation of a counterattack. Are we to proceed on schedule with the main landing operation? Proceed. I said matter-of-factly, waving one of my hands. Keep a sensor on the lookout. The Republic has to have heard what's going on here. The moment they enter the system, prepare to pull our forces out. Holding Kamino is useless if we haven't occupied the surrounding sectors. As much as I'd like to continue this fight, my long-term goals require my survival. I would not entrust my mission against the Hook to any other. Never again. Kamino, Tipica City. Vivictus Craig. This is ridiculous. I muttered as we moved along the passageway back to our guest rooms. The clones had, in fact, been the ones to break through the side door, allowing us to escape. While they tried to crack open the door in Tanya's direction, we decided to go back to our guest rooms so we could arm up. We hadn't been able to override the security door controls. I was judging this purely by her reactions. She was pretty tight-lipped about what was wrong with the doors, and the displays were all in Kamino. However, the clones had to cut their way through them, so I assumed some droid had hacked their systems to cause issues. We could only go where the clones controlled, and luckily, they controlled the area from here to the guest rooms where our gear had been stored upon arrival. We met another group of Kaminoans evacuating themselves and we decided to join them once she knew that we were going back to search for Tanya. So, we grabbed our gear, Tanya's, keys, and my own armor. When we got back together, we would hold our ground until either we were forced to surrender because we got captured or the clones successfully drove the droids out. I thought about raising her on the comms to check up on her, but I was sure she would message me if she needed anything. Instead, I focused on leading the group with Captain Strook towards our rooms, passing clones who were in a rush and obviously not very well trained in a few cases. You could tell a veteran soldier from the regular troops. The ones who had been serving since the start of the war tended to have some sort of coloration on their armor, not camo, thankfully. More like individuality markings that represented what legion and unit they were part of. It filled me with Mandalorian pride, knowing that this was most likely one of the traditions that had been passed on from the original trainers and some of the silver Mandalorian trainers who had been acquired over the past few months. The newer recruits tended to have plain, shiny armor that looked brand new. They ran past us at a faster pace, more concerned with where they were going than the possibility of getting ambushed. Shaking my head, I had to wonder if they had even completed their training. Then again, how old could they be? It was hard to tell with clones, since they reached full maturity in their first decade. Normally, a warrior from Mandalore would take a decade to train, starting at 6 or 7 and beginning their real training when they hit 13. Most Mandalorian soldiers didn't truly start fighting until they were 16 or 18. They were just kids compared to most Mandalorian warriors. One thing that scared me about Jango was that he had sold an entire generation of people to this fate, and he was not being punished for it. I trusted Tanya's decision on that matter, but once the war was over, I would probably ask her if there was any way to ensure that Jango faced some sort of justice for this monstrosity. Here's our room. Captain Strook said as he pressed a button to open the door. It opened to reveal an ongoing fight outside the guest room window. I could see LAATs and several droid aircraft engaging each other, with droids and men fighting on the ground as well. Blaster bolts were flying in all directions, with one of them hitting just above the window. I was looking out of it when Mach quickly moved over towards the window and pressed a button. A covering of reinforced durasteel clunked into place over the window, protecting us from the battle. Tabi, you're helping me carry Tanya and Morson's Beskar Gam. Captain Strook said before telling me, ma'am, you put your armor on. You're the only one with full Beskar Gam here, and we're going to need it if something goes terribly wrong. Skada, bring your medkits. Mach, get in contact with Tanya and give her a sitrep. Got it. I replied, as I ran over to my room. I quickly made my way to my suitcase pile and rummaged through it until I found the one holding my armor. Stripping out of my dress, I swiftly pulled on a bodysuit and started strapping the armor onto myself. I considered grabbing my jetpack as well, but since we were indoors, there likely wouldn't be enough room for maneuvering. Plus, getting shot in the jetpack and being launched into a ceiling did not sound fun. Instead, I just grabbed a Beskar vibroblade and strapped it to my side in case I had to engage in close combat with any droids that got too close. Stepping out of the room, Captain Strook acknowledged me with a nod. All right, we'll be on our way. His voice was tinged with stress. What's wrong? I asked as he looked my Beskar Gam over. Tanya's locked out of the panic room. Some wealthy merchant from off-world apparently had his guards take over the panic room and are preventing anyone from getting in. She's making her way towards a secondary panic room, which is closer to the hangar. The hangar? That'll be the first place the droids took over as their staging point. I questioned, receiving another nod from him. She doesn't like it either, but it's the best option for her own protection, and we can get there from where we are now. So, we've got to go. Give me a moment. I pulled open a communication device and quickly checked my contacts. I might be able to get us a little extra help on this. What are you thinking? He asked. I ignored him as I held up a finger and activated my silver helmet's voice changer and comms. Commander ZYRR? Commander ZYRR, can you hear me? The voice that came back sounded surprised and a bit in awe. Silver? Why are you here? I'm here because I'm here. It doesn't matter how. What matters is that the young senator from Mandalore and the Kaminoan senator has been locked out of the panic room in the central building and is currently making her way towards the hangar base, where there's another panic room she can use to hide out from the ongoing firefight. Do you think you can have some men rooted in that direction to give her some aid? I heard a laugh before the response came back. Yeah, I can make sure that your girlfriend is taken care of. Patch, Storm. Pick out 6 of your best clones and get your asses to the hangar bay. There are VIPs that need defending. Captain Strook was giving me a strange look, so at least he figured out which COMM channel I was transmitting on. That would speed up the explanation at least. Understood, sir. A new voice promptly replied. Consider it done. A third answered. I grinned back at Captain Strook. He couldn't see through the helmet, so whatever, and spoke into the transmitter again. Thank you, Commander ZYRR. Will do, but after this is over, I do want an explanation for where the hell you are and how you are close enough to get this information at some point. I'm White Silver. I'm everywhere the Mandalorians need me to be. Over and out. I corrected him before I cut the transmission. Captain Strook looked amused now. She's going to wring your neck for abusing her silver identity, but I think she'll be fine with having a little extra support either way. How'd you know that her mercs are here? I helped Tanya with some of the paperwork, and there was a list of silver Mandus that volunteered to be clone trainers. Let's get moving. Captain Strook nodded as we made our way into the hallway, past the area where we got separated, and heading towards the hangar bay. We moved as fast as we could, hoping to catch up and meet Tanya there, or at least secure the location for her when she arrived. The next hallway we ran through was quieter, and louder. The battle from outside seemed more muted somehow. And loud screams were coming from somewhere distantly ahead, before the latest voice cut off ominously. Castle must have noticed my confused expression. Life support is offline here. No air from the vents. He pointed at a small recessed vent above us, as we passed by. Before I could consider the implications further, we rounded the bend and were at a three-way junction. The new corridor was a mess, a dozen wounded and under-equipped clones were scattered about, taking cover in the wide passageway. The battle was reversed from our expectations, the intruders coming from the interior, the clones defending the exterior hallway. A large portion of the ceiling lights were missing, and the Kaminoans' preferred sterile floor tiles only emphasized its wetness. Haggard officers and sergeants shouted out orders and tried to organize a firing line centered on a distant adversary further down the passageway. Captain Strook raised a hand, and we pulled back slightly. The passageway we needed was only 20 meters ahead, but crossing would expose us. While I considered if we could break for it, a clone trooper only half-garbed in armor and half in obvious sleepwear sprinted from our direction, ignoring us entirely, and rushed towards danger to reinforce his comrades. He moved as if death itself were snapping at his heels. None of his fellows paid their new arrival much mind, nor seemed to detect us. They focused their weapons down the passage and intensified their blaster fire, to no apparent effect. Someone new started screaming. Another clone trooper, distinct from the previous, broke. He ignored his fellows' attempt to make a stand and rushed past our position, fleeing the battle despite the shouts of the clone officers. As I watched, a clone came flying all the way down the side passage, through the junction, and smashed through the large window. One moment, it overlooked the raging storm and endless sea, the next, there was an explosion of glass. The sounds of battle in the distance seemed to subside, overtaken by the deadly mix of transparasteel, rain, and blaster fire that invited the storm outside into the hallway. A final glance confirmed the last elements of organized resistance had fallen, only a pair of clones remained. Pulling out my blasters, I wondered what massive robotic menace was coming our way. I looked up at the passageway with both guns ready to fire, while the other royal guards around me prepared their weapons to defend themselves. The sounds of the storm in the distance seemed to subside, giving way to a confident rhythmic clicking with every footfall of a stranger in pale white robes that stood in stark contrast to the smoke and blaster-scoured walls of Kamino. The figure seemed undaunted, untouched by the surrounding chaos. A mask obscured her face, but even the featureless silvery facade was shrouded in an unnatural shadow cast by a white hood. There was something wrong with her strident advance. I felt an odd familiarity with her sway of the hips, her head scanning the room. In her hand was a short crimson blade in a low, relaxed guard position. She regarded the hangar, looking at the breach in the window that she had thrown the clone trooper through, then the scattered and damaged equipment, and finally, she turned to regard us. Even without seeing her face, I could feel her eyes meeting mine, and the sensation of ice coursing through me as her head tilted to the side curiously. "Not another step!" roared one brave clone, as he charged at the figure from behind. Casting aside his blaster, he drew a blade and swung it, marked him as a veteran who had seen what Jedi could do with a lightsaber against blasters. Without visibly reacting, the Sith let go of her blade, and as if with a mind of its own, the short lightsaber flew towards the clone, directed by some dark magic to spin it about. A moment later, the bisected clone body fell to the ground in 2 pieces, still screaming. She lifted her hand and the lightsaber began a lazy orbit of her head. Both parts of the clone were plucked from the ground by invisible forces and casually thrown through the same breach in the window. The woman showing some strange compulsion to clean her battlefield, perhaps? Without a word, the Sith reached out to grasp the hilt of her blade and pointed it at us. At me. My heart thundering in my chest, my breath caught in my throat. Every Mandalorian, every real Mandalorian trained for this moment. The chance to do battle with the Force sorcerers that made the galaxy their plaything. Jedi or Sith, I felt the rush of battle and shifted my form, carefully considering how her blade might depart from her. It would be a battle unlike any normal Jedi, but perhaps her flying lightsaber trick was also a weakness. Perha! Captain Strook put his hand on my shoulder, saying, loud enough for the Sith to hear. Hold it, Mandu. We're here to save Princess Tanya of Mandalore, not to get involved in this war. We are neutral. I was about to let out a sigh of agreement, but apparently something Captain Strook said set the little Sith off. She darted forwards with blinding speed in a lunging thrust. I shifted to the side more from muscle memory than conscious thought, and the crimson blade slid harmlessly over my Beskar gam. With her extremely wide open, I retaliated without mercy. My right knee impacted her stomach like a hammer before I followed up with a left hook to her face. Before I could continue the beat down, she used the momentum of my punch to spin around and delivered a wide sweep with her blade. I ducked under it while I closed in under her guard and retaliated with a left hook to her liver while I pinned her right arm in place. She let go of her lightsaber and sent it flying towards my face. I front-kicked her stomach to push myself away and break her concentration. The lightsaber sliced the air where my neck had been and embedded itself into the ceiling. The other guards gave a shout, seeing that the Sith lacked her lightsaber, opened fire once I got clear. She somersaulted backwards to avoid the incoming bolts, and while she was in the air, pulled her lightsaber back into her hand. With her sword in hand, she landed loudly as she reflected a few bolts before everyone halted their futile blaster fire. Silence descended upon the hallway as I used the brief lull to unsheath my vibroblade, before making a come here gesture with my left hand to provoke her into attacking me again. The Sith took the bait and jumped at me. She landed a few steps in front of me before she started swinging her blade, using her reach advantage to strike at me without fear of a counter. Every time I tried to move in, she darted backwards and feinted to the left only to strike again, to the right, favoring a high angle while leaving an obvious gap in her guard. But something about her attacks was familiar. The way she favored attacking from the right, how she would probe my defenses. I knew where she would place her blade and where she would plant her boots. She was slippery and fast yet predictable when she honestly shouldn't be. An uncomfortable wave of nostalgia hit me, a lifetime of sparring with Tanya, exploiting every weakness, finding every gap in her guard. The Sith moved again in a mockery of Tanya's form, faster than anyone had any right to be. But I knew where her blade would land. I intercept her thrust with my Beskar vibroblade and push it to the side, leaving her wide open. A step forward put me in between her guard. I looked into her seamless polished mask, and watched as my own helmet illuminated in red was reflected at me. Without giving her any time to respond, I threw my head forwards against her mask. My helmet and her mask collided in a loud crash. With her stunned, I grabbed her hand to lock her lightsaber in place so I could deliver a horizontal slash to her abdomen. Before my blade could connect, her free left hand sent me flying to a wall. I quickly rolled to the side to dodge the incoming lightsaber as it sliced through the wall I had been moments before. I retaliated with my own lunge, which she parried, but she's not the only one with a dangerous left hand. I activated my flamethrower gauntlet, forcing her to abandon her attack to avoid my flames. With the fire blocking our vision, I charged forward while swiping my hand from left to right, giving her no room to evade other than backwards or upwards, hoping to close into melee while we couldn't see each other. When I saw her jump over the fire, I cut the flame, so I wouldn't burn myself, before we locked ourselves into melee once again. If she was as good as Tanya, she would have backed away from me the moment I had parried her blade and closed into knife fighting range. I did not know why she was fighting like Tanya, I hardly had a moment to contemplate that. But somehow she fought like Tanya used to, before the many sparring bouts where I occasionally planted Tanya into the ground had refined her style as well as my own, cementing that this Sith was an imposter in my mind. Despite that, she maintained pressure in the battle. She was predictable, in an awful, confusing way. The thousands of hours of sparring with Tanya, precious formative memories of the time we had shared together and with no one else, allowed me to trade the Sith blow for blow. I feinted to the right and then attacked left, throwing myself into her guard. Tanya was slippery and would always favor shifting right to avoid a clench. It was easy to grasp her midsection and throw my weight forward, throwing the Sith to the ground. It was easy and maddening, I felt teeth grind against each other as this thing dared to, somehow, steal the fighting style of my sister in all but blood. Suddenly, I was thrown backwards. Pushed against from all sides with dark magic to crash against the far wall of the hallway with enough force to knock the wind out of me. The world vanished into darkness. I was on my hands and knees, shaking my head to speed up awareness. The Sith was crouched on the ground, still recovering. I had been able to score strikes against her midsection, right leg, and even plant my helmet against that seamless reflective mask, causing the crack to deepen and appear down the middle during our fight. Now that I had been out of range of the healed Sith again, the rest of the guards were holding her in place with a barrage of blaster fire, forcing her to use her floating saber trick to prevent the many hundreds of bolts from ending her life. With her hands free, she threw them out towards the rest of the guards, no doubt casting some spell. A moment later, its consequences were clear, as every blaster in the room ejected its power cell. Then she darted forward, moving with inhuman speed towards the closest guard, Castle. Castle moved to block, dropping his blaster and using his spear to try and parry the attack, only for the Sith to target his fingers, causing him to let go of his spear before she cut through his left arm. I heard a scream as the limb went flying, and Castle used his right arm to hold the stump that once belonged to his left arm in place. Crif Fing Sith! Tabi roared, coming up quickly and using his own spear to try and knock her away from Castle. He struck swiftly, avoiding any prolonged contact between her lightsaber and his weapon. I aimed my pistols, muscles screaming at the recent exertion of going toe-to-toe with the rapidly moving Sith as I attempted to shoot the copycat. With her cowardly magic, the Sith sent Tabi flying, using her open left hand in a grasping motion to throw him behind her, opening a path between her and Captain Stroke. She rushed forward, intending to use her slightly angled blade to cut him in half, by the looks of it. But that plan seemed to have been thwarted as Castle threw himself at the Sith, grasping at her legs, causing her to stumble, hitting face first into the ground. The crack in her mask now widening enough to split the thing in half. The Sith then looked up, and I felt a cold fury as the Sith looked up at the rest of us. With Tanya's face. Her blade bounced away, falling as if its strings had been cut. It fell towards Skida, who brought her boot down hard on it. The crimson blade flickered before fading with a hiss. The Sith lifted Castle into the air by his neck, choking him. Stroke charged in, but she used her other hand to push him away far into the hallway, too far to help. Everyone else opened fire after they reloaded their battery packs or grabbed a nearby blaster on the floor, but the Sith put Castle in the way of our shots. She glanced towards her broken lightsaber and frowned, in the same way Tanya would when frustrated, before she cast out her hands again. She repeated her little trick of ejecting power packs from our blasters, before she closed her hands and an audible crunch was heard as Castle fell limp. After which, she jumped through the broken window, retreating away from the battle with impossible speed. She looked like Tanya. I only realized I was shouting a moment later. But that was not quite right, as the rush of battle began to fade, she had been different. Her skin was chalk white, her eyes had a disconcerting color, and her ears were as long as any Arcanian's. As I reflected on her closely, I realized that's what she was, an Arcanian version of Tanya. Castle! Mok shouted as he ran towards Castle's body, with Skida right behind him. The two of them get to work administering first aid. Skida took off his helmet, while Mok took off Castle's chest armor. Skida used her scalpel to cut a vertical line in his throat before inserting a tube into it, while Mok is using his weight to pump his chest. Castle! Tabi called out, jogging over to the prone form of Castle. Castle! With the thundering rush of battle fading, I felt my heart skip a beat as my husband's voice cracked. The reality of the situation came into clarity. The son of Harzwi seemed to sway in place for a moment before kneeling next to the still form of Castle. We did not say anything, we can only watch numbly as the two tried to save him. Eventually, Skida let out a sigh before closing his eyes. Time of death, 1535. You can stop Mok. Mok eventually slowed to a stop. Dank Ferric. I walked forward and wrapped my arms around Tabi as my husband flinched before relaxing into my arms. She got him. He said simply. I pulled him away from the body of his friend as the rest of the guard put Castle on a portable stretcher. We would not be leaving him behind. We still have to find Tanya. I said as Tabi held me close. He nodded and looked at the rest of the guards. Here. Skida pushed a roll of something into my hand. Adhesive tape, wrap it around your blaster's power pack, so the damn Sith can't try her little trick again. We'll secure the princess. Captain Stroke said. Skida, Tabi, you move Castle. We will clear the way for you. My husband seemed to want to protest, but I took his hand and gave it a squeeze. He was not in the right mental state to fight at the moment. Understood. Tabi intoned, resigned. The rest of the guard formed up with some of the few surviving clones, ready to move deeper into the facility towards Tanya's location, many of them attaching adhesive strips to their power packs. Here. Skida said, presenting me with the handle of her abandoned lightsaber. It's yours now, you did the most work out of all of us. I took the lightsaber from her hand, feeling bile rise up my throat at accomplishing such a poisoned victory. Castle deserves it as much as me. I muttered. Skida clasped my shoulder and gave me a shake. Then carry it for him too, and kill that Sith next time. Kamino, Cadet Barracks. Barisifi. Blast it, Master Fisto, where are you? I muttered as another wave of droids came running down the hallway, unflinchingly assaulting my position with concentrated blaster fire, trying to take me down but accomplishing nothing. I was good enough with my blade that I was able to knock the bolts back at them, and when they get too close, I cut them in half. There was chaos throughout the entire installation, pure and utter chaos. Ominous explosions followed by a deepening emptiness in the force was my constant companion. Nothing was as it should be, instead, all there was the ever-present knowledge that the enemy was moving closer and closer to destroying these barracks. This wasn't the first wave of droids to come here, and I doubt it would be the last for a while. There were many barracks throughout the entire city. Before we lost communication, I heard that several clones in one of the major barracks were putting up a damn good fight, protecting their home from invaders. But I was not there. I had been on the edges when the attack happened. I rushed here with Master Fisto to defend their lives from the oncoming droid forces. It was that, or allow the droids to murder the children. When we arrived, the droids were also entering through the underwater sections as well. Master Fisto recruited a large group of clones with marine armor. Their group had left, diving beneath the waves, intent on slowing down the incoming formations and keeping the forces from reaching Kaminoan City. Which left me in charge of protecting the children behind me. Clones under my command fell one by one against the onslaught of droids until I was the only one left. That's what was most horrible right now. I wasn't defending fully grown clones who were able to defend themselves. I was defending a bunch of toddlers from merciless droids, ready to murder anything that belonged to the Republic. I hated their ugly, brutish appearance, I hated their callous purpose here, I hated each and every single one of these droids. As I reflected blaster fire back to the last droid of this wave, I tried to let that hate go, but it was hard, so very hard. I needed more power to defend these people, and I don't think I am capable of it. I felt a slight craving, an urge for that drug, Boda. I had come across it back on Drongar. It opened me up to the Force like never before, but I knew not to want it too deeply. It would lead me to the dark side if I were to get my hands on it again. I needed to stay calm, collected, and in the light, even if I were to die here fighting these droids. For once, though, what came around the corner was not another wave of droids. Instead, a hand waved as I stood there, waiting, confused. I managed to speak. Who's there? Friend or foe? Well, that's all a matter of opinion, I would think. The voice of a clone. I lowered my sword in confusion and relief, which turned right back into dread as a Mandalorian stepped into the hallway. Not just one, but several Mandalorians with familiar armor that I had last seen on Null. Spar. I spat out as the rogue clone approached. He acknowledged me by pulling his helmet off and showing a familiar Django face, but one with a smile. It was a kind expression, one that attempted to show that they were not a threat. I looked past him for hidden dangers and felt out with the Force. Hello, Jedi Barriss. Long time no see. What has it been, 6 months? A long time. I said, my mouth dry, speaking was painful. A lot has happened. Yeah, sometimes when you look back at history, it feels like forever, but while it's happening, war feels real fast. One of the Mandalorians rolled his head upwards in exasperation, while another shook his head dismissively in the background. Anyway, I would like you to step out of the way, please, Jedi Barriss. I raised my blade again. You would harm the younglings behind me? Kill them? I thought you were against war crimes. The blue light from my blade cast the invaders in long shadows, sparks from destroyed lights providing the only other illumination. I am not here to commit war crimes. I'm here to prevent a war crime being committed from both sides, if you will. Spar interjected. Speak plainly. I said, still holding up my lightsaber. Spar nodded before he said, patting the shoulder of the man next to him, this is Fen Shissa, a good mechanical expert and a little bit of a slicer on the side. He's been helping to improve our droid forces with new coding to make them more competent than the average clanker. He has sliced into the cloner's security network and shut it down throughout this area and beyond, as well as deleted all records created before this point. This area is blacked out. Whatever happens here is just between you, me, and my brothers behind me. The Republic, the Jedi, the Sith, they'll never find out what happened here. I nodded, understanding the implication that this was all off the record. So, what exactly do you want? Why this attack on Kamino? He shrugged before saying, an offer by the Sith. They needed more shock troops for this operation to keep the Republic busy, they unleashed some real nasty pieces of work here. Maximum mayhem and damage. The kids don't deserve what's supposed to happen here. They don't deserve what is going to happen to them. The clones are basically slaves for the cloners, products to line their own pockets for a Republic that couldn't care less about the people dying in droves for their privileged freedom. And I would rather that not be the case. So I brought my own offer. I don't give the fully grown clones much choice, since they aren't fighting for their own safety and freedom. But I would rather free them than have them end up dead before they even have the chance to understand the fight for their existence. Free them? I asked, fully lowering my lightsaber at this point. The plan is simple. Snatch as many kids as possible. I'll use my contacts to smuggle them into the Mandalore sector and its allies. There they'll find families and clans that could use a few good hands while the kids get their freedom, a right every sentient should have. They would grow up and live as free men of Mandalore. Not as slaves to the Republic, the cloners, and the needs of the Sith. I struggled to feel his intent with the Force, but all I feel is determination and zeal. I looked back over my shoulder towards the door, separating these kids from what awaited them. It sounded like a better fate than what awaited them if I protected them. Biting my lip, I tried to come up with a good reason to say no to what he was offering, but blasted if that was not sounding like the proper thing to do. Finally, I flicked the switch on my lightsaber, and it extinguished, plunging us into shadow. Make it look good. Knew you were a good Jedi, very rare. Sorry about this in advance. Spar said before he moved closer, judging by the sound of his boots before he stopped in front of me. I took a deep breath and braced myself. The impact of a fist to my face hurts a lot. Immediately after, I felt the bite of a stun bolt. My final thoughts are on the children behind me. Hopefully, some would enjoy a life of freedom. Mandalore, Sundari Palace. Satin cries. Sipping the wine from home, I shook my head in exasperation at the interview on the holo screen in front of me. I'm not one for watching HoloNet news or local broadcasts, I'm often too busy and uninterested in those sorts of things. Especially the Daily Ordo, which was becoming more of a mainstay of the sector, it felt like. But Bo had dragged me from work to sit by her as we watched the interview of the century, as the balding gentleman, Apex Jidos, said. Really, it wasn't that big of a deal in my mind. A story about how the actor Taylor Palatine had accidentally became a Mandalorian through too much method acting. It was interesting in the fact that even though it was an accident, she was sticking by it. Apex waxed philosophically about how becoming a Mandalorian gave her a clearer understanding of the culture, and I would say that her understanding of the culture was not so bad. She definitely took quite heavily from the Silver Mandalorian's codexes, though she did bring a unique look to it, I guess. Currently, Taylor Palatine and Apex were having a chat about the most recent arc in the series where they were having trouble with the Reds, as Taylor kept referring to them. So let me get this straight, these Reds are creating political instability for their own gain? But they're not criminals? Sounds a bit like those anti-TV socialists. Apex said. Correct. Taylor said, a confident smile, and black hair framing her face. She was wearing Mandalorian armor, a different set than the one she used in filming. It's painted white, either to show her political inclinations, or because she was taking this new start to heart. In the show, they are trying to accumulate power, and centralize the state under their leadership. Sounds like the collectivism hoo-ha from AnTV. Whoever is writing from your show must be really on the ball with the current political climate. Apex commented. Well, White Silver does send notes over to the writers every once in a while, we do keep our ears open on local politics. After all, if I am going to be Mandalorian, I might as well know about Mandalorian politics. Ha 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 ha, that's Spirit Kid. But yes, your show does good work showing the will of the individual manifest. None of that collectives we can all get along that new Mandus love to shove down our throats. I would not say that. The Silver Codex does speak of community values, and its importance in preserving and continuing Mandalorian culture. That does sound like something the White Silver would say. Just a fan of her work, AJ. As they shared a laugh, I slowly tilted my head to look at Bo and said, the Reds, did Tanya decide that or what? Bo looked at me confused before saying, I'm not really in charge of that whole arm of Tanya's little silver empire, that would be more of her droid's doing. I'm going to speak with her regarding antagonizing potential allies. Allies? Are we not on good speaking terms with the communists after what they are doing on Vorpia? We are not on good speaking terms, but we are also not on bad speaking terms. They haven't done anything extremely antagonistic to us. Occupying a quarter of the planet seems that way when you first look at it, but all the farms they took over were actually selling food to the mining world they hold. So in essence, they were just securing their food network. Yet, by moving a battalion of soldiers onto a planet that they didn't actually have authority over. I sighed and nodded. Even so, as long as they don't start a fight with the CNS and jointly withdraw with us after we remove the journeyman protectors. Hopefully, we won't need to worry too greatly about them. Assuming they will do even that. Bo said. How is the whole removing the journeyman protectors going? I shook my head before saying, not well. As long as the anti-Evians are there, they refuse to leave. All the food produced in the areas they control goes directly to Concord Dawn before going on the market. It's significant leverage over the food supply to this sector. So we're going to have to kick them off the world at some point, aren't we? I shook my head again before saying, no, we can't do that. As much grief as this causes us, starting a civil war within the sector is not something I will allow to happen. There are diplomatic channels to try and force this undone, possibly getting the courts of the Republic involved. Ha, right, because the CNS isn't really independent from the Republic yet, I forgot about that. Bo gave a sarcastic laugh. Yet? I asked, raising an eyebrow as I sipped my wine. I mean, you've got your own diplomacy, you've got your own banking system, all you need is your own courts, and you're unofficially separated from the Republic. Bo-Katan tilted her head as she looked at me with her own raised eyebrow. There are a lot more steps than that, although having our court system wouldn't be the worst idea, at least for situations out here that we can handle ourselves. I agreed with a slow nod. Atta girl. Bo said, slapping my shoulder. Continue on the crossroads of independence through slow movements, you'll get us there eventually. This was pretty typical, Bo's delusions of grandeur. I sighed before she asked, anyway, what do you think about the Coruscanti girl turned Mandalorian? Think? I don't know. The process of having outsiders join our culture has never really been something I've thought too deeply about. The only thing I know for sure is Almec is rather annoyed White Silver was on the planet, and he missed the chance to catch her. He still hates the Silvers, I see. Bo grinned at the thought. I shrugged. He's been somewhat blaming them for the rise of Death Watch and all the other militant groups that have started popping up as criminals in the search. Oh, she shook her head, saying, the first to appear gets all the blame, I guess. Bo-Katan took another sip of her drink, before setting it down and sprawling further on the couch. But I think the whole Coruscanti girl is a good thing myself, since it'll mean more people can be drawn in cause they wouldn't feel as intimidated. More people means more tourists or permanent residents that could help fill up the sector, which means more people would be exposed and absorb our culture. At least that's how Tanya explained it. To add to it, she's more new Mandu than old Mandu, while she can put up a good fight, she doesn't have a killer instinct. So definitely new Mandu. I raised an eyebrow and looked at her lazy posture. How do you know that? Bo managed to reach over and grab her drink before looking at me. Well, they were filming on Gargan, and they needed someone to train her how to fight to make it look realistic. I had some free time and I needed more of your fancy neutral credits, so I joined in on a few sessions. Oh, how incorrigible. I let you train Tanya, and now you're just out there training everyone when my back is turned. I don't need your permission to train anyone. I'll train anyone who's willing to be trained. I'll train Corki as well if he finally gets the urge to learn how to defend himself properly. I don't think you need to worry about that. The royal guard I sent along to keep an eye on him has already convinced him that learning a little bit more self-defense would be good for him. Damn, I won't get a companion album to go with Tanya's then. Bo pouted with a smirk. I wouldn't worry, I asked her friend to take hollow pics in my stead. I said with a smirk. Oh, you sly strill. Bo's reply got both chuckling at that. Our laughter was interrupted by the news anchor on the screen saying, what? I turned towards the hollow screen as he turned back to face the audience. Sorry folks, I just got a word from one of my sources that Kamino is currently under attack by a Cis invasion force. Ms. Palatine, what do you think about this recent development? He said, turning to the Mandalorian actress. Oh, I'm not very familiar with what's going on over there. I know some of the people who helped train me mention that Mandalorians are on that planet helping to train the army. I hope they all are okay, some of those people were pretty nice. Don't we all, but they're Mandalorians there, that means the planet's got a better chance of surviving than anywhere else in this damn war. Granted, my sources also say that there are also Mandalorians on the other side of the invasion force, so it's going to be a real brawl down there. If we get any more news, we'll make sure to bring it on as quickly as possible. Then he turned, and he yelled off-screen, though my focus was quickly drawn away from it as Bo put her hand on my shoulder. Isn't Tanya on Kamino for some sort of Republic thing? She asked worriedly. Yes, she is. I said, taking the glass and downing it before putting it down on the counter next to me, before I started pacing back and forth in worry. The last time she was on a planet that was being invaded, she almost died. Yeah, that's what I thought. She got up and moved over to the door separating this little apartment area from the main household and yelled, we're going to need a lot more wine in here, some of the good stuff, maybe some Concordian whiskey as well. Yes ma'am. Came the voice of one of the many maids in the complex as I sighed, putting my hands on both sides of my face. Bo came back and rested her hand on my shoulder, saying, Tanya will be fine. She's a fighter. I nodded. I'm not really worried about her that much when it comes to her being in a fight. I'm just worried that every time she goes off Coruscant, she ends up in a fight. Well, she is probably chosen by the Manda with the amount of luck she has. I sighed even deeper at that thought. I hoped everything was alright and she would come back safe. Chapter 60. 717 FNM, 21 BBY, Month 7. Kamino, Tipica City. Tanya cries. Why are there so many damn droids? Key called out as she opened fire at the incoming horde of droids. One of said droids loses its head when Key's bolt makes a direct impact on it. It is merely one of the many droids that were eliminated by my retinue and the clone defenders around us. I took the opportunity to lean over the cover we found and fire off a few shots of my deactivator at the oncoming horde. Because that's all they are making on hundreds of worlds. Njai said as he smashed his staff into an approaching B1. No, I mean, why are there so many coming this way? What's so important behind us? Key asked, which was a good point. So, I looked towards the Kaminoan senator. We keep backup samples of Jango Fett's DNA in this building. If this is destroyed, we will have less material with which to produce more clones until we could obtain more. However, this is also the most defensive area of the entire installation. It would require an enormous storm to break through the defenses. Or a horde of droids. I said, looking over at the oncoming robots as they marched down the hallway without fear. True, but we should be fine. More clones are coming as we speak, most likely bringing the heavier equipment we have stored in for invasions like this. But we're cut off from the hangar bay until then. I tapped my communicator with annoyance. Captain Strook, can you hear me? All I got in response was static. Great, now the droids were jamming the comms. I turned it off before adding, never mind, we are on our own. So, our main escape route to safety is overrun. Are there any other options? Any other panic rooms, safe areas nearby, anything at all? Engis asked Senator Bertini as he continued to deflect incoming bolts. Senator Bertini crept as low as possible, and looked over at a nearby door. There's one we could go in. Quickly stepping up, she moved over and clicked a few buttons, opening the door. This is one of the DNA storage vaults. The door is heavily reinforced and the room itself has multiple automated defenses in place to defend it. So it's not a panic room, instead it's most likely one of the enemy objectives. I have a bad feeling about this. I shook my head, about to say that we are likely better off going backwards when a sidewall near us exploded. The droids that had been marching towards us were thrown out of the way, and for a moment, I thought reinforcements were finally here to save us. I even thought that as the big, lumbering man with a Mandalorian symbol across his chest came into view, carrying a missile launcher and wearing rather heavy gear. But my thoughts quickly turned to confusion as the creature unraveled his arm and smashed the clone that had been hiding behind some cover in front of us, strangling and ripping him apart at the same time with tendrils of muscle. Die, you fake Mandas! Die a death all of you deserve! The intruder jeered ominously. I holstered my deactivator, swapping it for one of the blaster rifles discarded on the floor. You know what, maybe going into the vault would be a good idea. Right. Senator Bertini agreed, pressing a button and sealing the three of us out. Oops, I barely heard her exclamation of surprise through the door as my rage at this absolute disaster of a day continues to grow. How could she not know how to operate her own panel? Well, what do we have here? The menacing voice from earlier was approaching, causing me to turn and face the creature. Those dresses seem to have the iron hearts on them, a favorite symbol of the Mandalorians. But you ain't the Mandalore. You don't have the armor, either. Oh, Royal Guard. I recognize that helmet design. You're a new Mandalorian, aren't you? Engis stepped between me and the creature. Mandalore is neutral in this conflict and has no involvement in this war. If you're working for the CIS, you must. Nonsense. I'm a mercenary. I am only beholden to the one who pays me. The creature interrupted, slinking forward with a seemingly growing presence, as if his muscles were doubling in size as he moved. All I want to do is to kill every Mandalorian who was ever born, created, cloned, or brainwashed. I don't care how you joined that order, you are monsters that must be destroyed. Oh Void, it's Dirge. Key screamed, as she brought her pilfered blaster to bear. Ah, so my genocide still precedes me. Always good to know that my name is still spoken with fear amongst you irreparable lot. Why don't you do yourself a favor and just shoot yourself in the head? Key retorted, bringing her blaster to bear and firing a shot into the barrel of the rocket launcher he was carrying. A rather massive explosion was the result, as an unknown number of rockets exploded inside the magazine. It blew off parts of Dirge's arm in a hole into another room. I like you. Dirge said, as his arm and neck were already starting to reform. He grasped onto sheets of metal that used to be a wall and tore it off to form large claws, before moving closer. Key, though, came through again. She fired another shot that hit one of his eyes, causing him to flinch back. I doubted the bolt actually penetrated his helmet, but the flash seemed to have at least blinded him, giving us a moment to run. I grabbed what I could and moved towards another open hole in the wall away from Dirge. I landed into what appeared to be some sort of manufacturing area, with Engis and Key not far behind. Run as fast as you can, little Mandalorians. You're not escaping me! Shouted the voice from the hole up in the side of the wall. As we passed through various assembly lines, I saw various weapons that might be useful, piles of clone armor, and a fallen tripod mount with an intact-looking blaster cannon. I pointed at the blaster cannon. Help me set this up. We moved the cannon so that it was aimed towards the hole that we came through. I have never been more thankful that Aunt Bo decided to bring a blaster cannon for me to try out during my childhood training trip. While this blaster cannon is a more modern variant to the one Aunt Bo brought, it's from the same manufacturer, so the basic operating procedure is still the same. Here you are in the middle of a battlefield, wielding weapons like it's a natural instinct. That tells me all I need to know about these so-called pacifists of this era. You're just hiding your nature behind kind words. The monster taunted us, before jumping down into the manufacturing area in front of us. There you are, had enough of hiding, you irredeemable creatures. We're not hiding. I turned the tripod-mounted laser cannon to face the monster. Just looking for something to even the size difference here. There was a pause as Dirge performed a double take, before he recognized what I was aiming at him. He started to move into action, swearing, "Sith spit!" as he sent his claw-equipped arm towards me, intending to strike me down before I could pull the trigger. One cannon blast later, and his arm was severed, twirling over my shoulder and embedding itself into the wall. "Will you stop blowing my arm off?" Dirge called, sounding annoyed and in pain, as he tried to grow a new one. "Sure, after this," I replied, firing the cannon again. The blast blew off his lower legs, leaving Dirge on the ground with only his torso, a right arm and head. "Is he dead?" Enjais asked from where he had been taking cover. My eye twitched when I noticed he had been covering Qi from any danger. "I doubt it." "Are you dead yet?" I called towards the creature. He was still growing his limbs, though at a slower rate. Dirge laughed his hollow laugh before saying, "All right, you are definitely Mandalorians. Better than the damn clones, at least. They wouldn't have risked using such a powerful weapon so close to their precious equipment. Are you going to keep coming after us, then?" I asked, lining up the shot with the creature's main body. "Of course, I have all the time in the galaxy to kill your emerald lot. My grudge with your people is legendary. I've been hunting your kind for thousands of years, and you think cutting off my legs and arm will stop me? Ha!" The remnants of his left arm grabbed several blaster rifles, bringing all 5 to face me at the same time. "Listen, I don't know what your grudge with the Mandalorians is. I get it, 1,000 years of history and all that." With a blast, his rifle went flying as that limb was removed after a press from my trigger finger. "But that's 1,000 years ago. Most of us just want peace. The only reason I'm here is to make sure that these, as you call them, fake Mandalorians don't come back to Mandalore and revitalize the culture you're apparently at war with to the point that the new Mandalorians become outcompete." I explained. "What are you on about?" Dirge said, looking at me confused, his head tilted in thought as he listened. I continued, "These clones, or at least a percentage of them, are trained in the old ways. Where are they going to go once this war is over? A scant few will probably make it back to Mandalore and try to bring back their old ways. But if they try to go back to the old conquering systems through genocide and war, that's a problem for all Mandalorians. These clones have no real education, no true knowledge of our ways, peoples, and clans. Their only education is violence, and they have few attachments, which is its own problem. We could be facing the birth of a new Neo-Crusader movement from the remnants of the clone army someday in the future. That's why I'm trying to make sure that the new Mandalorian way is seen as acceptable to these clones so that they can retire to civilized society and maybe forget about the old ways you are trying to kill. At least I assume that is what you are doing." "Haha." Dirge laughed out loud before saying, "So, what you're saying is you're a fifth column within the Mandalorians, trying to guide them towards a peaceful existence? That will never happen." I smiled before leaning forward and saying, "I prefer to think of myself as a member of the concerned aristocracy. We need to protect our future trade partners, so we can make profits off of them. Credits run the galaxy, conquest is just a waste of time." "Well, aren't you an audacious aristocrat?" "Haha, it's never going to work. But you sparked my curiosity. I'll let you live for now. Whether you succeed or fail in your plan, before we meet again and I kill you, is something novel that I look forward to seeing." Dirge pulled himself up to his full height. Parts of his muscles moved to find the pieces of armor on his former lower half and ripped them away to cover himself. "Who are you, Mandalorian, that you think you have such powers?" Dirge asked. I kept my finger directly pointing the blaster cannon at his helmeted head, assuming that if I could get the shot off, I might actually be able to harm him. Hopefully. That's assuming that he couldn't move his brain and other organs elsewhere in his body. Actually, it would be safer to assume that he is capable of a lot more than that even. "I'm Tanya Kryze, daughter of Satin Kryze, Duchess of Mandalore and Senator of the Mandalore sector." Dirge looked at me, and for some reason, he seemed to be smiling through his helmet. Then he laughed. "You're quite insane, little Mandalorian. But you have lucked into a position of power that I don't think anyone with your attitude has ever had. I can wait for the civil war that you'll inspire." Dirge merely turned away, heading back towards the hole he had created. His left arm extended up to the hole, ready to pull himself up. But before he did, he turned and looked at me. "When you inevitably cause that civil war, feel free to give me a call. I like a good fight, and killing Mandalorians is always a fun time. Something tells me you're going to have to kill a lot of Mandalorians, maybe even a genocide of your own, to get the sector you dream of." And with that ominous warning, Dirge pulled himself up through the gap. Once we were alone, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I had been holding and slumped onto the blaster cannon tripod. Qi and Enjais rushed over. "Are you okay, Tanya?" Enjais asked, as he went about checking for any injuries. "I'm fine, just a little bit too much excitement today." "You could say that again," Qi said, putting her hand on my shoulder reassuringly. "I don't think anyone has ever managed to cause Dirge to back down. Why did he? I shook my head, saying, the cannon is the only reason he backed down, as far as I could tell. The fact that he couldn't make an attack without me blowing off a limb was enough for him to consider this a stalemate that was wasting his time. Why do you think that? Enjai said. He's hired to complete a mission. He's a mercenary. I doubt his mission was to hunt me, specifically. He's probably heading towards the DNA vault to destroy it, or maybe he's after something else. Who knows what his goal for this operation is, and it doesn't matter because that is not our job. Of course, now do we try and go through the route he passed through, or do we find another? Enjai asked. I looked at the passageway he went, then took a guess, looking at the wall across from it. I reached out to grab the blaster cannon and fired it at the wall. The wall exploded, and we heard blaster fire from two sides, fighting each other. A clone popped his head over the side, looking down into the room we are in. Guys, there are civilians down here. The clone called back to his squad, and then he looked down towards us. Do you need help? We could use some way to get out of here, yes. How safe is it up there? We need to get to the hangar bay panic room. I replied. Good news, we're part of the detachment under Jedi General Shak Ti. We are pushing to take back the hangar bay. Do you want to follow us? We would, thank you. I called out before saying, well, at least we're going in the right direction now. Kamino, Tipica City. Asajj Ventress. So far, this mission seems to be going according to plan. Originally, only Grievous and I were supposed to be allocated to this attack, as my master and I had first discussed. But as time passed, my master had decided on expanding the attack beyond its original scope to prepare to bring his own vision of this war into reality. To accomplish that, prolonging the conflict and seizing every opportunity for victory would give my master the time he needed to enact other plans. Thus, Kamino needed to be assaulted with all the assets he could gather for a truly crippling blow. So far, those additional assets have performed within expectations. Dirge had accomplished his mission of breaking into various clone banks across the facility. The only reason he hadn't managed to destroy all of the clone banks was because Anakin Skywalker showed up and put up enough of a fight to force him back. The Mandalorians we brought along had just sent a messenger to report that they had finished raiding the juvenile barracks and were on their way back to Sis space. I sensed some lies and deception in what he had said through the Force. When I asked if they completed their objective, he confirmed it and spoke truthfully, and that was all that mattered. I will investigate what happened myself once we were back in Sis territory. As for Grievous, he remained in orbit, keeping the fleet engaged in battle. He had wanted to come down to the planet and lead the assault himself, but my master had other plans for him. The official reason was that he was not ready for a full unveiling, better to keep his full capabilities secret until a later operation this year. However, I happened to know the real reason. My master's master had ordered him to stay away from Anakin Skywalker. Why he had done that, I didn't know. I had theories and suspicions about Skywalker's intended fate, but nothing confirmed. Yet, I doubted I would even know if not for my own investigations over the last few years. Whatever reason the Sith Lord had for keeping things hidden, I was sure it was not good. I would eliminate Skywalker when the time came for us to break from my master's master. Putting that aside, everyone performed their objectives well and we are getting ready to leave. Severance was relegated to my subordinate and does the actual work of coordinating this operation while I lead from the front. Her acolyte had been sent to retrieve the DNA sample and destroy any clones she came across. She had yet to return, but I could feel her Force signature coming closer, so she would likely be back soon. Because communications were being jammed, we had to rely on messengers for any meaningful coordination. Thus, I couldn't contact her for her estimated time of arrival. Once her acolyte arrives, we can withdraw from Kamino, back to Sis space. The droids will stay to cover our escape, of course. But those thoughts were interrupted when the droids guarding the main doors into the hangar started to open fire down the hallway, signifying that we are about to receive another counterattack to retake the hangar to prevent our escape. It didn't take long for a Jedi to sprint through the door and start slicing droids as clones streamed into the hangar. In the name of the Republic, surrender! Jedi Master Shak Ti shouted, before she charged at the front line of droids with grace and fury, though I doubt she meant to have that fury. The clones fired at the droids, who obviously weren't going to surrender. Looking at Severance, I only lightly taunted her. Should I take this one? The last time you faced off against a Jedi, you were cut down to size. The Chiss looked at me with a detached smirk. I am capable enough to keep her occupied, I am sure a few Mandalorians are within your capabilities to handle. Mandalorians? I asked, as I looked back at the open doorway to see a Mandalorian royal guard followed by two women in a mix of dresses and clone armor, their blasters ready. Oh my, what do we have here? I called out. Has the Republic run out of soldiers already? I know we're attacking Kamino, but I expected more from the Republic. I drew their attention while Severance moved to stall the Jedi Master. No, a blonde clad in green replied, we're still neutral. We're only fighting because people keep attacking us. If you're neutral, why are you running around in the middle of a war zone? Because the war zone keeps finding us, and we had to move towards the only panic room that's not being held shut by a self-absorbed coward. The blonde explained, pointing her blaster in a low-ready position, that would do her little good. That is unfortunate. I have to ask, are you by any chance Tanya cries, the senator of Mandalore? The two female Mandalorians looked at each other, before the blonde dressed in orange stepped in front of her. No, I am Tanya. I didn't need the force to know that she was lying, with how obvious it was. Ignoring her, I turned back to the real Mandalorian senator, the blonde in the green dress. Senator cries. I sketched a mock curtsy. I just happen to have standing orders from Count Dooku. If we ever encounter you during a military operation, we are to escort you to safety. If you would surrender and come with me, you'll be out of this battle and into safety. She looked back and forth before saying, and become a hostage of the Sis just as you are preparing to retreat? The separatists have legitimate grievances, I'll grant you that, but the Sis is nothing but a corrupt series of monopolies. I'll be fine here, thank you very much. I'm afraid it isn't safe here anymore. Perhaps you should reconsider. I said, igniting my two lightsabers. I stepped towards her, ready to remove the two obstacles and knock her out. Suddenly, the ceiling in front of me collapsed, and a new figure arrived, smashing down to the ground in front of Tanya. Kenobi, I greeted the new arrival with amusement. He stood up to his full height, lightsaber active, hand out in front. Ventress, I should have known that this was your handiwork. Having to deal with so many droids today. I almost missed hearing your taunts. Kenobi said. You flatter me, Obi-Wan. I've taken apart enough clones that they have become predictable and dull. They do not compare to the skill of a Jedi. While I do enjoy our fights to some extent. You should surrender. Whatever plans Count Dooku has for the Outer Rim will not end well. The Sith are evil, and being connected to them will only bring you pain and suffering, both of you. He said, glancing at Severance, who was currently busy fighting Shock Ti. I had to admit, Severance seemed to have improved her skill with a lightsaber after her near-death experience. Yet, even though the fight itself seemed to require her full attention, she is slowly and surely getting pushed back. She isn't at the level where she can challenge a Jedi Master directly, but that's to be expected. Oh, my dear Kenobi, I would love to consider your offer, but maybe you should reconsider joining us. After all, you know what awaits at the core. Count Dooku is right, what you're defending is nothing but the heart of corruption. I replied with a sly smile. By the void, are you two flirting? The girl in the green clothes shouted, looking indignant. Kenobi turned, shocked, looking at her before saying, Tanya, what are you doing here? Senator work and apparently watching my father flirt with another woman in the middle of a firefight. You're his daughter? I asked, raising an eyebrow, acting as if I had not been informed of this bit of information. Kenobi, I'm hurt. You have a daughter and you never told me? I thought we were more than just colleagues, that we had something special. Perhaps I was taking too much joy from this situation, but the look on his face was oh so entertaining. Can we discuss this at another time, please? He pleaded, turning to look at me firmly, pain in his eyes. I could even feel it in the force even as he held his lightsaber ready to fight me. Has your dear father ever told you about the time that he told Commander Loathsome that he surrendered and then had operatives sent to destroy his shield generator and then attack him during the parley when his underhanded attack succeeded? I interjected. The girl blinked, looking stunned at the Jedi. Isn't false surrender a war crime? Her confused face was so precious. We're not really generals, and that's not really a war crime as far as I'm aware. Kenobi replied. The excuse that you're not a general does not mean it is not a war crime. You can't just fake surrender in war because that makes it more likely that the other side will just shoot surrendering soldiers and remove any chances of future parleys. Resulting in more armies fighting to the death because both sides will kill prisoners because they don't trust those that surrendered to keep their word. Tanya argued, expression intense now. They already shoot surrendering soldiers. Kenobi weakly pointed out. Actually, I can't speak for other commanders, but I only started shooting surrendering soldiers after that trick. I chimed in. I wasn't even lying. The withering look she gave Obi-Wan was highly satisfying after all of the quips the Jedi shared during our previous encounter. The daughter and father duo were just perfect. I turned off my lightsabers, doing my best to stifle any laughter that I could, as a white-robed figure jumped in from outside the hangar bay doors. Ah, Acolyte, I see that you've secured the DNA. The Acolyte nodded, her face hidden by the shadowy cloak she wore. But I noticed that she wasn't wearing her mask, and this was the first time I had seen her face. Even with her hood, her face is almost identical to that of the Mandalorian senator yet very pale. I suppressed my surprise and kept my expression still, but I was very curious as to where my master found her. No harm in asking discreetly once we returned to Raxus. Accepting the DNA she offered to me, I attached it to my belt. Severance noticed that her acolyte was back, and disengaged with Master Shock Ti to rejoin us. Well, now that we have what we came for, it's time we depart. I announced loudly as a droid transport ship came in quick and low, arriving just outside the landing bay. Inside the cockpit, I could see Dirge. Are you sure you and your daughter would not like to join us? I'm more than happy to take you along and have a good conversation about how you will eventually betray me. I still believe we had something special, Kenobi. You really are wrong about that, but it doesn't matter. Surrender, Ventress. Even if you managed to load all of your gang of evildoers onto that ship, the ongoing fleet action will prevent you from escaping. You'll be shot down. Kenobi retorted. I must refuse, but thank you for your concern. Maybe we do hold some sort of connection after all. I smirked. As the others quickly loaded onto the transport, I was the last to jump back onto the open doorway, blowing him a kiss goodbye. With that, we fled, securing our victory. The cloning facilities on Kamino were devastated and a good portion of their younger generations were dead. Their DNA samples were now in our possession, which presented an enormous opportunity, diplomatically and scientifically. All in all, this was a proper victory. They may still hold the planet, but it would mean little in the future. Kamino, Tipica City. Tanya cries. I sighed as I saw the enemy transport ship flying away, and then had a happy smile as the doors to my left slid open and my guards and Vi came rushing out, looking around before they spotted me. Tanya. Thank Manda you are all right. I'm so glad you're okay. She exclaimed and I was tackled by a person wearing Beskar armor, which was painful. I'm fine, only emotionally traumatized. I replied. Emotionally? She asked, confused. Before I could explain, the doors to the right slid open, and 2 Mandalorians leading squads of clones breached into the hangar. They swept along the perimeter of the hangar, looking to bring down any remaining droids that were hiding on one side of the docking bays. It looks like we have secured the area. Report that the hangar is under our control and see to the wounded. We'll move on to clearing this section, shortly. Jedi Master Shock Ti announced to her clone subordinates before she approached, nodding to Kenobi. She turned to me and added, You must be the young Tanya, I've heard much about you over the last few Jedi Council meetings. Hopefully, good things. I said with a practiced smile. With all of the work I did to mend the bridge between Mandalorian and the Jedi, I wasn't all that surprised that the Council would have frequent discussions on my actions. Even if I thought that they would have more pressing matters to spend their time discussing, like planning on how to win the war. So far, yes. The Republic thanks you for your assistance. I am aware that as a neutral, you have no obligation to fight alongside us, yet I am delighted to know that when the situation calls for it, you will side with the Republic. Jedi Master Shock Ti replied. If the situation calls for it, I shall side with anyone. This time it was the Sith that was threatening my life. Who knows if the next time it will be the Republic that would threaten my life. I shrugged. Jedi Master Shock Ti walked off to talk to Obi-Wan, and I went with my guards over to the series of boxes, which we quickly arranged into a camp circle of sorts. Sitting between Njais and Vi, I announced, worst work trip ever. That got a series of laughs, but Vi tapped me on the shoulder and pointed towards a couple of LAATs. Yeah, but hey, those are kind of fun. She countered. I looked over there and saw that an image of myself in my green armor, the one I had worn on Geonosis, posing seductively, was plastered on one of the LAATs. Very funny. I deadpanned. More annoyingly, past the one of me was another one of me, kind of. It was the Silver Mandalorian, except it wasn't my Silver Mandalorian, it wasn't a Vi Silver Mandalorian. It was the Holonet Edition Silver Mandalorian. My right eye twitched to see the comparisons quite openly between the two artworks. Shaking my head, I sighed and said, I wish I had a drink. I'll be right back. Ki announced before proceeding to approach the Mandalorian trainers, who arrived sometime after the battle. After speaking with them for a moment, Ki inspected something inside one of their abandoned packs. As I watched, the trainers followed Master Shock Ti out of the hangar with a majority of the clones in tow, likely to patrol for any remaining battle droids. Here, I got you something. Ki announced happily, returning carrying a container. She pulled out what appeared to be a thermos and popped the lid, offering it to me. At this point, I didn't really care what it was, so I reached out and took the thing. I feel its weight sloshing about as I give it a shake. Bringing it up to my nose, I sniffed it and recoiled in interest. I smelled coffee, I smelled spices, and I thought I smelled alcohol too. What is this? I asked. Ne Tragal, an old clan drink, we have our own variant on Gargan from the old Mandalorian families. It's probably been around for millennia. The Mandalorians back there boasted that you are not a real Mandalorian until you've had a taste of this. She explained. How much have you already had? Skida asked suspiciously. I raised an eyebrow but shrugged, putting it to my lips and tasting it, then drinking it, then gulping it, so I missed Key's answer. Pulling the thermos away, I let out a sigh as I quite enjoyed the taste in my mouth. It was fairly sticky and sweet like a black milkshake, but was very pleasant for my palate. And yes, there was a strong taste of alcohol in it too. This was great, I loved it. Where's Castle? I asked, finally noticing that we were one short. I assume that he was sent to the infirmary after sustaining an injury as the reason he is not here with us. I gave Vi the drink for her to try, before she offered it to Toby. He's dead. That monster cut his arm off and killed him. Toby said before he took a sip. Some sort of Sith acolyte or something. Damn. That's very troubling. I said, in surprise, before shaking my head. Feeling a little bit drunk, resulting in me not dealing with this sort of news as tactfully as I would have liked. I had not lost many of my men in my last life, at least not ones I had known as well as I'd known Castle. It's true that he was one of my less talkative guards, but he had been loyal, and I trusted him to some extent when I needed help to keep my alibi when I was at Gargan as White Silver. Losing someone trustworthy is a very serious blow, as trustworthy and skilled subordinates are very rare. Exhausted, I added, I'll make sure he gets the best funeral care we can provide. Then we're going to find this Sith spawn murderer and deal with him. I felt a bit of anger enter my voice. No one kills my employees and gets away with it. I know. Vi said, looking down at her hands, before she leaned over and whispered in my ear, also, that killer was Arcanian. I raised an eyebrow, not really sure why that matters, before she added, and she has your face. What? I hissed back. She shrugged, and I was just left there confused and worried. I needed that drink to make its way back around. I think I am going to finish it. Kamino, Tipica City. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Rain poured down onto the city outside the window I was looking at. It had been a couple of days since the raid, yet the still rising smoke indicated that some areas were still smoldering and undergoing repair. This had been a very damaging assault, but the city had survived and only a few of the production facilities were significantly damaged. Unfortunately, a majority of the Kaminoans' storage of Jango Fett's DNA was destroyed. With only a fraction of cloning material available to be used, the Republic will face an eventual shortage of clones as the Kaminoans couldn't produce any new clones until they receive another sample. Luckily, that was for the politicians to handle. For now, I'm focused on the realm of my own life. Which, I will admit, was getting more complicated than I imagined. Shaking my head, I was about to step away from the window when I heard the clack-clack of heels. Turning, I saw Tanya approaching, her hands in front of her. She came to a stop next to me, looking at the same window I was. Good morning, Master Kenobi. Good morning, Senator Kryze. I said with a nod. She nodded to herself. You know, I was going to try and avoid having a conversation with you, but my staff is in a rather sour mood after we lost one of our own during the attack. They feel that I should try and speak with you while I have the chance, since you seem to be avoiding me as well. I wouldn't say I'm avoiding you, I was just very busy with the war. I said, looking out the window before nodding and meeting her eyes. Though I will admit I'm not exactly sure how to speak to you now that we know about our connection. Yes, the father-daughter thing. Tanya said with a nod of her head. Not exactly sure how to talk about that myself, except to point out the fact that you are having a flirtatious conversation with another woman. I sighed and shook my head before saying, that was merely banter between enemies to unbalance the other. Some very long and prolonged banter. Is that how Mother defeated you? Tanya mused. Isn't that the first step to losing fights, letting the enemy get in your head? No. I'm also trying to get in her head as well. I said matter-of-factly, looking at her. Why? I looked back out the window towards the city before replying, perhaps I'm looking at the good in people too much, but I always get the sense from Ventress that there's still good in her. She just needs the right push to come to the right side. That seems a bit too much of a hope. Even if she is, as you say, got a little bit of good in her, with how many people she's killed for the sis, she would be thrown in prison and never see the light of day again. I nodded my head in agreement before saying, that's likely, yes. But maybe she could escape the sis and the war. Flee to wild space or something, find inner peace helping some world on the fringes of the galaxy in a peaceful life. I can't fault anyone having a peaceful life. Tanya said contritely, and then she paused ominously. I thought I sensed anticipation? So I shouldn't tell Mother that you flirted with the enemy. I let out a sigh, though my eye caught the mischievous smirk on her face. When Satin wore that smile it meant she was joking, usually. With Tanya, I am not sure if she would or wouldn't follow through. You could. Well, that would just make things more confusing when this war is finally over. I said. Tanya nodded her head before sighing, well, I think we've danced around the subject as much as we can. So, father-daughter bonding thing, how are we going to actually go about it? Yes, to be honest I haven't really given it much thought due to most of my time dedicated to fighting the war. I mused. Yet, I doubt you really need a father figure at this point in your life, considering you are already an adult. Tanya huffed before saying, from what I heard, you're not that bad of a father figure to have. Anakin seemed to turn out alright after all, so if you ever want to impart a little bit of parental wisdom, I'm not going to say no. I guess that's a good place to start, though I'm not really sure what wisdom I could impart on you. Give it a shot. The worst thing you can do is give me wisdom that does not work for me. I nodded my head, looked out the window before saying, you lost someone you knew. That loss is painful, and I know Mandalorians are rather passionate about their opinions on things, but you must remember that he was most likely not targeted by the Sis. Whoever caused it, you should not hold the entire Sis responsible for a single death. There are good people on both sides of this conflict, though it is hard to see sometimes. They are there. Tanya nodded her head, and she said, not bad. The Sis did not order his death, yet his killer seemed rather determined to cause damage without any care to the repercussions it would cause the Sis. I am not going to forgive her for the loss of one of my own, but the fact that she has my face is even more worrying. She shook her head before saying, good advice nonetheless. I smiled before saying, do we hug now? Not really sure where to go from there. I'll also need to inform the council that the Sith created a clone of Tanya. She chuckled before saying, I don't think we're there yet, but you can put your hand on my shoulder reassuringly if you want. That'll do. I said, doing that, as we looked out into the stormy night. Kamino, Cadet Barracks. 99. There we go, that's this section cleaned up. I mused as I finished mopping up the floor outside the barracks that I had helped defend. I had to move carefully as my leg had not fully healed yet after taking a blaster shot. The boys at medical told me to rest until my leg healed, but with everyone giving their all to fix up our home, I couldn't do any less. I'm just grateful I only got a flesh wound, a lot more boys weren't as lucky. I'm sure I would have died if those Mandalorian trainers hadn't led a pincer attack on the droids. While I've been able to finally do my part and be a soldier, I would rather never have that chance if it meant thousands of others died before their time. These barracks may have been defended, but there were many others who weren't as lucky. I heard that multiple cadet barracks were missing their cadets, as in they were cleared out and the cadets are unaccounted for. Who knows what horrors those droids are going to put those cadets through. But now that the fighting was over, I was back to doing janitorial duties. I spoke with the young recruits who would listen to me, hopefully giving them advice towards the right path. It wasn't worth worrying about the others, or their disparaging remarks about my appearance. I've heard them all before, so it doesn't hurt me anymore. I've done my part, and that is enough for me. Well, that and being a fly on the wall for various conversations between some of the elite members of Kamino society. Very interesting conversations were going on right now, talks of how they were going to have to take a sample of DNA from Omega. Who that was, I wasn't sure. I would guess it would be some sort of clone that they kept in for situations like this. Kaminoans did like to keep redundancies hidden out of the way. Seems like this contingency probably paid off if that was true. Other than that, there was also news about how the Republic was going to construct their own clone industry to produce additional soldiers, with a focus on inferior clones with inferior training. Sighing deeply, I hobbled over to a bench to rest my leg before a chill came over me. I glanced about before something compelled me to glance under the bench. Something shiny caught the light. I reached down to pick it up and turned it over in my hands. It looked like a reflective mask with a faint crack along the middle. The light played over its beautiful surface. Inspecting the back, I found that the inside of the mask had been carefully etched with a rich blood red ink into a stunning series of patterns. The indentations where the mask would hug the chin, nose, and forehead were the only indications as to how the mask would remain affixed to a face. It was an art piece, it had to be. I found myself hunched over the mask, a finger tracing the elegant line work. Something so stunning on the inside of the mask, never to be seen. I felt giddy to get a chance to see something like this. How had it gotten here? No clone would have owned this, and the cloners would make something so. I turned the mask over again to find I had been mistaken. The silvery surface was unblemished. Perfect and seamless, there had never been a crack. Surely. Ah, there it is. A voice called from my right. Turning, I saw a man approaching. He was wearing an ornate armor and an unusual helmet with wings coming off the sides that I didn't recognize, holding a staff in one hand. Finally found the blasted thing. He complained, shaking his head before smiling and offering a hand to me. Need a hand getting up? I nodded and took the offered hand, and was pulled up. I held up the mask. This belongs to you. He shook his head sadly in disagreement, but nevertheless reached out. No, it belonged to an enemy who got away. My liege wanted me to come find it, which is why I'm out here. He waited a moment before inclining his head and frowning. I blinked and carefully handed him the beautiful mask. Sorry. I muttered, feeling conflicted. I stuffed my hands into my pockets, lacking anything else for them to do. The man looked it over, examining it up close, and judging by the eyes, giving it a grimace. Evidence, she called it. I think it's just a mask. Not even Beskar by the look of it. Oh, you're Mandalorian. I realized aloud. That got a nod from him. It isn't really my business, I mused, I just clean. It's a lovely mask, however. The Mandalorian tilted his head. Oh, well, count yourself a little bit lucky, too. Senator Kryze is offering a reward for anyone who finds the mask. I tilted my head before saying, a reward? I don't need those sorts of things. My reward is making sure my brothers succeed in battle. He looked down at my leg. Looks like you were in a battle too. I grinned. That's right. I said with a laugh. Showed the droids that they are no match for even the defectives. I chuckled but continued when he did not seem to get the joke. I was running grenades from the armory to the front lines so that we could defend the barracks. The Mandalorian nodded his head before saying, that's how it should be. Sometimes not everyone is born with the ability to fight directly. Fight with whatever you have, however you can. Soldiers need ammo, but they also need essentials, especially good clothes. Even the youngest shepherd or weaver is valuable if they contribute. In the tapestry of war, everyone has their proper place, at least that's how the ancient ways were. Thank you for your kind words, sir. I breathed. This is the first time anyone has ever given me such words. But enough about that, what's your name? I'll make sure you get a reward nonetheless. 99, sir. And really, I don't need it. 99? Terrible name for someone with your amount of courage. But I see that's what Kaminoans do. He shook his head in dismay. Name is Toby Craig, by the way, and keep an eye out. Wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow, Tanya's putting up enough credits to get you a job in the Mandalorian sector. I laughed before saying, I wouldn't even know what to do outside the jobs I do here. Besides, someone has to make sure my brothers know what they're doing before they get sent out there. Toby shrugged before saying, of course, but what are you going to do after the war? Never really thought about it. I'll likely die of old age long before the war is over. And if I don't, I'll be too weak to be of much use anywhere. I admitted, gazing at the rain coming down outside. I do know that most of the boys are probably going to end up in Mandalorian space. Galaxy is a big place. But no doubt some will. Toby agreed in the tone that my brothers used when they didn't want to insult me with their disagreement. He didn't understand, then. The instructors, the ones the boys respect, at any rate, talk about Mandalore. The boys lap it up. I nodded towards the window and the weather outside. Our little corner of the galaxy is. I struggled for the right word. Matt. Toby agreed. Lackluster. Bayesian soul. I haven't been here long, but I know what you mean. But the way the instructors talk about it, Mandalore is mythical. Most want to go there one day. Not just some. I hoped the Mandalorian knew the scale, the weight. Some brothers refused to think of anything beyond service to the Republic, but others had a vision. I did not know where it had come from, but one day the idea of the endless empty and green systems of the Mandalorian sector had captured the imagination of a unit. Then a company, then the entire army. The dream of peace, farmsteads that stretched out to the horizon, quiet and simple labor for the rest of our days after the war. I could not see it myself, our place was not the same as those we were born to protect in the Republic. We were different, and it did little good to ponder on what was right, what was fair. Goodness only came from kindness and service to your brothers. That was enough for me. Toby nodded. Really? Well, consider accepting it then. You could help your brothers transition into civilian life after this is over. Help them succeed after the war. I'll give it some thought. If your superior really is going to give me something like that. Being of use to my brothers is all I really want in life. Coruscant, Jedi Temple. Tanya Kryze. The return trip from Kamino had been rather quick and speedy, but any positive thoughts regarding my fast return to Coruscant were thoroughly overshadowed by what happened on Kamino. Not only did I lose a trusted subordinate to a clone of myself, the report I was required to give about the clone's lack of reproductive education and the risks of spreading their engineered genetic traits has been made redundant. After the attack on Kamino reached the Senate, Chancellor Palpatine struck while the iron was hot and had pushed for a Clone Care Act, which included giving clones additional rights, along with financial support and a pension after the war. Which was frustrating, considering the votes that were done without the information in my reports. While my trip to Kamino was essentially next to useless, getting clarification on what impact the clones would and wouldn't have is useful for any long-term integration plan. On another note, important questions pertaining to the war were also asked. Such as how is the Republic going to continue the fight with the separatists if Kamino had been lost? The Warhawks had already answered that by suggesting recruiting from the existing Republic population and building a proper army to fight the droids. They even proposed we draft locals to garrison their home systems, so the clone garrison can be transferred to the front line as a more palatable solution. I watched holovids of the debates that I had missed, but the important parts of the conversation that I had been able to gather were twofold. First, the Republic was now looking into establishing additional sources for supplementing their army, including moving some of Kamino's research to a planet that would be more defensible than Kamino, possibly somewhere in the core. Second, and this part made me somewhat happy, the Clone Care Act had given clones equal rights, at least after their service had concluded at the end of the war. Of course, the Warhawks still considered the clones no better than droids, but there were concessions to allow them to work after the war other than garrison duty. It was also clarified that any products of clones, such as their offspring, did not bear the same financial responsibility as the clones themselves. It was a stretch, but it was better than nothing. At least they weren't considering transferring the clones' debt of creation onto their children. That's something we did not need. All in all, the situation was in a better place than it had been when we had left. Sure, there was chaos on Kamino, but that was not related to the issue of clone rights. That's not my problem, but I'm sure it will be in the future. Some senators would demand to open up more cloning facilities now that Kamino is damaged. But with the clones and their children's rights secured to some extent, the idea that clones are just biological droids would be a problem that would heal in time. As long as people viewed the clones as people, they would be more willing to push for them to have luxuries and eventually freedoms. If they continued to view them as meat droids, they would be open to exploitation. Or, and this was just a possibility, unless there were some serious mental controls that I was unaware of, eventually resulting in rebellion. Yes, during my meetings with the Kaminoans, there were mentions of a few mental controls and indoctrination in the clones' research, but you can only push a person so far before they can't take it anymore. People are not mechanically destined to fall under the control of others. Leaning back, I looked up at the sky, wondering what the stars would look like without the light pollution from across the planet. It's impossible to tell, but I tried to imagine it. I was surprised that there hadn't been any efforts to create a few dead zones to keep the night sky visible. Then again, what few dead zones that might exist were possibly in derelict industrial districts that are most likely used by criminals or the homeless. Unfortunately, the Jedi Temple is surrounded by active buildings for miles around, so there is more than enough light pollution to not make this a suitable stargazing location. Tanya, come for a visit, have you? The familiar voice of Jedi Master Yoda called from beside me. Grinning, I looked down from the stars and said, of course, Master Jedi. It's been a while since we've had one of our conversations. I thought I'd pay you a visit and see how you're doing. The little green alien nodded as he hobbled over, sitting down on the bench next to me in our favorite little park on the roof of the Jedi Temple. A long time since we've had a conversation, it does feel like. Yoda said, nodding his head. Much has happened. Yes. Not hard to see why we haven't had a chance to speak, Ms. Kenobi. I chuckled at that unusual name and title. How long have you known? I heard that Master Kenobi got a grilling from Master Windu, but you spoke in his favor. It feels like I am the last to know on this particular subject. Yoda laughed good-naturedly. I was not aware as well, so you were not the last to know. But something about you, there was, that did remind me of Kenobi when I first saw you. A familiar melody in the Force between you. That is a story for another time. Tell me, young Tanya, what brings you to the Jedi Temple in a sour mood? I can feel it in the Force, something burning in your mind, which is odd, considering the victory in the Senate you were given today. I smiled at that in pained sympathy. You pay attention to Senate politics. Unfortunately, yes. Yoda confirmed, nodding dramatically. Often forced to, especially with the ongoing war. A busybody, the Senate has been about the Jedi's efforts to try and run the war. Ever since Chromis. He shook his head, visibly sadder. In some respects, wise they are to try and keep an eye on us. A dark affair, that was. But in others, they hamper our efforts to end this war. Thankfully, the Chancellor has intervened and prevents the Senate from interfering too greatly. Yet, control over much of the military, he has also gained, over the last few months. Chancellor Palpatine is one of the Jedi's greatest allies, from what I've seen. That should not be too big of a concern. I replied. Yoda nodded and smiled briefly again. We believe so, too. Though there are those who worry that giving him this power, this ability to prosecute the war, may backfire. He has already, after all, superseded democracy to stay as Chancellor instead of retiring after his 2 terms. I nodded in agreement. Yes, that's an understandable worry. Although I believe he will eventually step down once the war ends. He doesn't seem like the corruptible type he has declared multiple times of stepping down to preserve the spirit of democracy. He wants to save the Republic, from what I've seen. The little green master nodded his head but said, off topic, I believe we are. What troubles you, young Tanya? Sorry. I finally leaned back and said, during my trip to Kamino, one of my handmaidens ran into one of Count Dooku's agents, a wielder of a red lightsaber and force abilities. Apparently, though this agent was of a different species, yet she bore my face. Yoda tilted his head at that before saying, a clone, but not a clone? Yes, Kenobi reported as such in his report. Not the first time, this is. Remember, do you, the uprising at the start of the year? Hard not to. It delayed my birthday for a whole month. I replied. Yoda chuckled lightly, next time, invite me, would you? Been to a Mandalorian birthday party, I have not. I nodded my agreement, I'm sure that can be arranged. I held in my smirk at how uncomfortable that will be for my father next year. Returning to the topic, young Skywalker reported that he defeated Count Dooku during the uprising. Or at least someone who looks like Count Dooku. Retrieved, the body was, and fooled I was as well. But report it we didn't because at the same time, elsewhere Count Dooku was spotted, Obviously, still alive he is, and yet the corpse remains. DNA confirms that it should be Count Dooku, but it's not. A clone, it must be. It's strange that your clone is not the same species as you, unless... Yoda looked away, clearly concerned about something. Anakin mentioned that this false Count Dooku was not very force adept. He had some of Count Dooku's skills with a blade, but his force powers were minimal. You say that the agent you fought uses force abilities. I nodded my head and asked the question that had been bothering me. My father is a Jedi and this agent, my clone, appears to have force abilities. Does that mean I have them too? I really don't care. I'm not a Jedi, not a soldier. I'm a politician. I don't need those abilities to do my job. Yoda's smile crackled a bit before saying, of all the politicians I have ever met, one of the better ones, I think you are. Most would probably be secretly trying to learn how to use their abilities for their own security, they would claim. I chuckled, from what I've seen, nothing like a good blaster can provide enough security for me. I'm not fighting space wizards, I'm running away. Yoda laughed out loud, always in motion, you are, Tanya. Feel free to stop by any time. A joy it always is to have our conversations, Raxus Secundus, Dooku's palace. Asajj Ventress. Standing before Count Dooku, I laid the container with Jango Fett's DNA sample on his desk. I have returned, Master. He smiled as he looked at it and said, very good, my apprentice. I'm still undecided on how to use this in the future. Your success should cause issues with their supply and production for the next few months, allowing us more opportunities to weaken the Republic. He summoned the doctor he had been keeping on retainer, the one who was good at cloning. Take this to your lab. Let me know when you find a useful application for this. Of course, my Count. I will get started right away. She said, intently examining the container before leaving the main office with it. Count Dooku stood up and stared down at the city below. I've heard something rather interesting today. Well, I wouldn't say heard, shouted rather. Someone had the gall to raise their voice to you, Master? I wonder how long you allowed them to regret that. I raised an eyebrow, curious about the situation. Count Dooku huffed as well and said, unfortunately, I had to restrain myself as the boy is too valuable to be taught his place. The young prince of Mandalore demanded an audience, and the droids almost blasted him. Ah, the new Mandalorian. I said, understanding his concern about maintaining a delicate balance of alliances. Yes, the boy that Lilia was talking about. His sister was on Kamino during the attack. Unfortunate timing. He was angry, blaming me for putting her life at risk. Of course, it took a while to convince him that this operation was planned long ago and that I had no knowledge that his sister would be there. Truly unfortunate, though. If I had known, your orders would have included her capture. I nodded my head before saying, it shames me to admit this, Master, but even if you had given me such an order I doubt I would have been able to carry it out. There were far more Jedi present than the intelligence suggested, more Mandalorians too. Even with our numbers, it was barely sufficient to accomplish our primary objectives. Count Dooku nodded, your capabilities, and that of your subordinates, must be improved, Ventress. While I am pleased that you know your limits, you must never cease to push beyond them. You shall never eclipse me at your current rate of growth, and the galaxy shall be poorer for it. But we shall set that aside for the moment. Ensure that your report to me focuses on the capabilities of the young senator and her guard. There may well be valuable information that will aid in the operation to apprehend her. Master, do we really need the senator on our side? She is untrained and weak. There are other, more promising candidates who have yet to join our forces. Why must we spend so many resources and so much of our focus on this particular girl? We have plenty of dark Jedi and acolytes in our order already. Count Dooku studied me before he spoke, fingers steepled at his desk. That is true, we have numerous candidates that are force sensitive and are willing to learn to wield a lightsaber. Our development of dark acolytes is slowed only by our lack of qualified instructors and facilities. Thus, we must focus our efforts on individuals such as Tanya, who is a natural with the Force. She wields it without even realizing its nature, piercing even my illusions without effort. Those who are capable of piercing illusions are a rarity, those who can pierce them without even realizing it are invaluable. If we bring her to our side, we would have an agent positioned within the Senate who could become a perfect counter-agent. An agent that requires far less training than others to be useful in identifying and unmasking my master's other apprentices. I furrowed my brow, and I had to admit that having an agent already in the Senate is a unique asset that could not be easily dismissed, especially if that agent is very force-sensitive as to ignore illusions altogether. Count Dooku stood up and collected himself. Come, we are going on a walk. I followed him as he walked out of his office, leading us into the hallway and then out of the manor. From there we continued until we reached the far end of a plaza, away from the manor and closer to the woods. He stepped over to a stone spire and pressed a hidden stone. That should do, he said matter-of-factly, while I patiently waited for him to continue. There are eyes and ears everywhere, as I've learned. Through the staff, I discovered that my father was very concerned with those eyes and ears. He turned to ancient magic charms and spells as a solution. Most were of no use, evidence of the ignorance the masses of the galaxy have of the true nature of the Force. But this unassuming pillar, this stone of obscura does hold power, one that has frustrated my efforts to replicate its properties. If someone is trying to listen to us, they shall fail regardless of how they intend to do so, so long as we're near this stone. I do not use it often because the more you use it, the more likely someone will learn of its capabilities. He explained. I nodded my head, understanding the need for secrecy, as he continued, you are someone aware of my master's position, not fully, but you are aware of some things. That he is powerful and well-placed, since he controls the Confederacy. What you don't know for sure is that he is powerful and well-placed within the Republic Senate as well. So what you told Kenobi is true? I asked, seeking confirmation. Very true. This war will see my masters rise to powers and heights unseen within the Republic. And the Republic's fall, well, I was promised a new order to replace it, one that would see the issues of the Outer Rim finally resolved. He revealed. What about the Mandalorian senator? I prompted, needing clarification. Senator Kryze represents another option. She is a growing power within the Senate, not strong yet, but with the potential to lead and unite multiple factions into a force to be reckoned with. A possible rival to my master on the political battlefield, but one he has yet to stamp out. I suspect because he thinks that she could be my replacement if I were to fail. I'm aware that he has other students under his influence. He claims to abide by the rule of two. I see his duplicity now. I suspect that I was once one such replacement to his original apprentice, the one who killed my former Padawan. He most likely has multiple contingencies like that on the board, ready to be brought to the fore. He explained further. I listened intently, realizing the complex web of power dynamics at play, as he continued, thus, I'm doing the same, with great care. I know that he would order me to remove my students if I ever amassed too many in his limited vision. Or if they were ever to grow too powerful. So, what is your plan? To bring Tanya to our side, place her in the Senate as the leader, and in the war after removing your master? I inquired, trying to piece together his grand scheme. Count Dooku smiled and clapped my shoulder kindly, saying, precisely my apprentice, his vision is limited. Beholden to ancient paranoia and has no place in the galaxy when the Jedi Order falls. We must take steps to remove the poison that is the rule of two. It is folly of the greatest order to believe that two alone would be able to effectively administer the galaxy. With my master gone, I could end the Sith and build something new. Interestingly enough, this gives me an option I had not considered. If I control the Sith and a student of mine controls the Republic, why, there's no reason for the war to end conclusively. Perhaps it would be worth considering some effort to find a peaceful resolution. Perhaps it is time for a multipolar galaxy, one where our new order protects against corruption and pointless infighting by controlling the many governments under our influence. We are still far from accomplishing that, but in time, it is possible. I understand, my master. The Republic has spies everywhere, and who knows what operations of theirs will interfere with ours. I will be more careful with our planning in the future, to avoid failures due to entanglements with the Republic. I emphasized the word, despite the stone's protection, to show I understood the implications. If Count Dooku's overlord controlled the Republic, then their actions and his were one and the same. Count Dooku seemed to consider things for a moment before he nodded, then he reached out to press the stone before walking back towards his mansion. I quickly fell in behind him. Do you believe that the senator's presence on Kamino is a coincidence? I asked, curious about his thoughts. Count Dooku nodded. Oh, I doubt it. He's well aware of what I have planned. I do doubt that he believed it would be as successful as it was. That will be a surprise, I'm sure. As we continued walking, he brought up another topic of interest. How did Severance and her acolyte fare? It is her first time on the field for one, and for the other, her first time back on the field after she was crippled. Severance did as expected. Her skill with a blade has not diminished, though her aggressiveness has. I wouldn't say she's less of an acolyte than she was before her injury, but she is not as willing to take as many risks. She isn't creating any opportunities for her opponents, never giving them the chance to get the upper hand. Her potency in the force has diminished as well, but that is to be expected. I replied, providing an assessment of Severance's performance. Good, good. She is still an effective agent, but if I hadn't shown her a few of my techniques, she would have died. Now she's learned to be more cautious of her own life in combat, which may diminish her abilities to cause damage to the enemy. But it will be useful when this war is over, especially when we have to deal with the next war to unite the Rim. Count Dooku remarked, acknowledging Severance's effectiveness. I smiled at the implication of uniting the Outer Rim, which meant resolving the issue that hindered proper communication among the Outer Rim territories. Currently, the Confederacy was divided into two fronts. Although there were workarounds, the Hutt space blockade posed a significant obstacle. Not to mention, much of the corruption that Count Dooku talked about did come from Hutt space. Unleashing the droid armies, his new dark acolytes, and mercenaries on the Hutts to bring them to heel was an interesting idea. Even just diminishing their empire somewhat, enough to allow safe transit, would be very useful. Though the Hutts do have a military of their own, it consists mostly of mercenaries and pirate scum that would not last against a droid fleet led by a B-1. As for her acolyte, I continued my report, she is an acceptable apprentice for Severance. She managed to make it to the cloning room without being spotted and retrieve the sample. Count Dooku nodded, considering the next steps. Good. Perhaps I'll pay Dr. Zoto another visit tonight. If her first clone was as successful as that, I wonder what else she can create for me. The Arcanian have proven themselves far beyond that of other cloners I have contracted over the years. The doppelganger project I told you about before was a failure. He died the first time I even let him out. He shook his head in embarrassment and continued, we're still months away from Mother Talzin producing the agents she has promised me, and we should keep our expectations measured so as to not become complacent. You will need to return to your home world to oversee the final process and prepare for our plan to capture the Senator. While she is not a linchpin of our efforts, I do wish to prevent her from falling into my master's hands. He paused as if considering something before continuing. In the meantime, I shall send Severance and her apprentice to investigate a potential temple, somewhere unknown to my master. It shall serve as a training ground for our new students, a refuge and an exercise in prudent redundancy. It is a wound, a place of darkness where neophyte force users might hone themselves. Count Dooku commanded, outlining his plans for the future. I nodded, acknowledging his leadership, and said, I will see your plans come to fruition, Master, I shall not fail you. You have proven yourself many times over, my apprentice, but do not become overconfident. While I do demand much from you, I also demand that you know your limits. His tone took a softer tenor as he spoke. Your corpse is useless to me. I struggled to resist the smile that came with his acknowledgement of my prowess. Chapter 61. 717 FNM, 21 BBY, Month 8. Mandalore, Sundari. Tabi Craig. Hauling the suitcase behind me, I greeted the Jedi Knight, welcome to Mandalore, Knight Tur Mukin. I gestured towards downtown Sundari with my free arm, showing off the city as we disembarked. Tur Mukin looked around and commented, I was expecting a lot more green. Hey? I nearly dropped her suitcase, but managed to disguise my shock with a grunt of exertion. Ahaha, yeah, the jungles have been dead for a long time, and the excision didn't help. If she didn't know what the excision was, I'm gonna have to give her a Mandu history book. I mused as I carried her suitcase towards the waiting royal speeder. Clearing my throat, I blandly said, we just have to get you to the Republic Embassy after you meet Duchess Satin, and then you'll be good and safe. You really don't have to carry that for me. Tur Mukin offered as I opened the door for her. Nonsense. A gentleman should always carry a lady's suitcase, especially considering you're a Jedi. In a fight, we'd have a better chance of winning if both of your hands are free. Tanya needed someone reliable to monitor the rogue Jedi. Ki was too inexperienced, Strook was Tanya's chief bodyguard so he couldn't go, Enjais was her romantic partner for social gatherings, Vi was Tanya's second, Kuth was a slicer and garbage at politics, and this Ish was our only medic. So I was the only viable option left, damn it core. When Tur Mukin finally made the Jedi Council aware of her situation, they decided to station her here to oversee the CNS to replace the previous Jedi Overseer, who was reassigned back to fight in the war. Tanya didn't trust her or her judgment, though, and for good reasons. She chuckled and said, fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Craig. It's my privilege. I lied. Core was missing out on a cushy protection detail. A cushy protection detail I couldn't enjoy because I am parsecs away from the love of my life. I knew I should appreciate the trust Tanya was showing me with this very important solo mission, but I already missed my wife. The mission was simple enough. I was tasked with accompanying the Jedi, who had found herself pregnant by a clone, to Mandalore to spy on her every move and report her activities back to Tanya. Officially, this was a courtesy as well as additional protection for her since Mandalorians are still pretty touchy with the Jedi, especially after Chromis. This is so that she would have authority to do her official job of observing the CNS military and have someone to provide context to Mandalorian culture so she doesn't accidentally offend anyone important. Tanya wants to keep track of any Jedi wandering the Mandalorian sector, but Turmugin merited extra attention, as she had been assigned by the Jedi as an overseer on the CNS military buildup. If she died to a random Mandalorian, then the Senate, the Jedi, and her husband might cause problems for Tanya. Coruscant wanted a Jedi presence on Mandalore to keep an eye on things. Tanya wanted me to report back on all of Turmugin's comings and goings, who she met with, what she observed, and if possible, the contents of her reports back to the Jedi so that she would have advanced warning on any potential issues that pop up. Additionally, Tanya also mentioned that I make sure she didn't make any more enemies during her stay here. The last thing she needed was more third parties involved. Besides, 3 months of light duty and the chance to put together a surprise honeymoon for my wife? I'll make it worth it in the end. I definitely wasn't lying to myself as I took a seat across from her in the royal speeder. Turmugin sat across from me in the speeder car as it started moving. Glancing out at the city, she remarked, "I will say this, Mandalore sure has a thing for lights. It's almost like Coruscant down there, and yet I can still see sunlight. Oh Manda, I have to actually keep her away from the public." Idly, I wondered how a street vendor would react to that comparison. Probably not well, seeing as Coruscant was the reason they had to live under a dome city in the first place. The new Mandalorians like to have plenty of sunlight in the city. They don't want to be confined inside armor all the time or stuck indoors. So whenever they can use thick glass in construction, they'll use it. I pasted a fake smile on my reply. "You're not from here?" she asked, looking at me. I shrugged and replied, "No, I'm from Harzwi, it is a much greener planet." I smiled as a wave of nostalgia came over me. More rural, with clean air and endless fields. Ah, is that anywhere near Vorpia? I've heard that a Jedi temple was built there, and it was one of the options suggested by the Jedi Council on where I would be stationed, but they decided that the Republic Embassy is a safer place to observe the MSDF due to the current hostilities there. She remarked. Harzwi is on the other side of the Greater Mandalorian territories. Vorpia is similarly stunning, or so I've heard. I had to pause at the mention of my friend's homeworld, damn it core. I covered it quickly. Makes sense your council mentioned it. I'm sure that once Vorpia settles down enough, you'll be able to visit the temple. I said with a shrug. If not, well, Sundari is still a great city. I may have only lived here for a couple of years, but it's a gem in the desert, you'll find plenty of places to relax around here. We continued in silence for a moment before I asked, out of curiosity, if you don't mind a personal question, what did the Jedi Council think about your situation? She sighed dramatically before she looked at her lap. They were worried about me, but ultimately rather accepting of my choices. They accepted that I may leave the order when war's over, that's why they gave me this lighter duty. I am relieved, but I also worry for my friends and family still fighting in the war, while I am safe here, in neutral space. I nodded in understanding. The disappointment felt by your peers when you are retiring can be the hardest feeling to deal with. She looked out the window to think, before her face morphed into an annoyed frown. I followed her gaze as we passed what appeared to be a hastily created art piece on the side of a building, showing support for Death Watch's current operations against the Republic and the Sis. I don't understand why they are so beloved here. They've stolen a Republic battlecruiser and they've been supporting the Sis's efforts to fight the Republic, yet they seem to be celebrated by the local Mandalorians. She said abruptly. I shrugged. Some celebrate the good they did in killing those responsible for the massacre, others don't. The tapestry of our history is something that we remember well, and it informs our current politics. And Mandalorian politics are complicated even in peaceful times. Mandalore seems like a boiling cauldron of political ideologies about to explode at any moment. True Mandalorian, New Mandalorian, Death Watch, and Silver Mandalorians. I said, not really. I've been paying attention to some of the reports and it isn't as bad as you'd think. The pacifists don't want to fight, so they are not a problem. The Silver Mandalorians support the Republic 9 times out of 10, or at least support an independence movement that doesn't require war. And even Death Watch, the most radical among us, is currently seen as vigilantes, trying to save Mandalorians who are internationally not recognized as Mandalorians. So, as long as Death Watch doesn't cause any trouble, the others would continue as normal. She looked at me, all while stating each word slowly, interplanetary. Terrorist. Group. If they want to go out and fight for one side or the other, they're allowed to, as it's their choice. They just can't come into our space to hide out from any retribution for their actions. We have the Royal Guard and the Mandalorian Self-Defense Force to hunt them down if they do. That doesn't make any sense, why wouldn't you just arrest them as soon as they reveal themselves? She complained. Which led me to shrug and explain, if we did that, we are obligated to arrest those that helped the Republic as well, to maintain our impartiality. You're stuck in the mindset that's overtaking the Republic and the CIS. That this war is zero-sum, and you have to choose a side. Well, we don't. The Duchess wants nothing to do with it, so Mandalore and the CNS will have nothing to do with it. Better than losing lives for a war that we want nothing to do with. Those few who do want to be involved can go off and do it, but that's their own problem. Not everyone in the sector believes in the same thing, people are allowed to have their own thoughts and opinions. She shook her head, stating, I still can't see why they would support a terrorist group. I huffed, she was the one who didn't understand something so simple. Things aren't black and white out here on the rim, not like they are in the core. Hell, we don't only view the Jedi as some government branch but also as an ancient rival. Most Mandalorian children are still taught about Jedi spells and fighting styles as well as how to combat them. We have a completely different mindset to the rest of the Republic. I paused as she looked like she was considering my words. After a moment of silence, I changed the subject. Last time I was in the Corps, I happened to catch some fashion holo that featured Jedi Master Aayla Secura. Ugh, I remember that. Turmugin said, rubbing her forehead. Jedi outreach programs are the bane of our order. I chuckled again, people were suspecting that a lot of her fashion wear was being given to her for free as payment for being on the show. Turmugin sighed heavily, that's not exactly how that works, but that's enough painful thoughts for today. Most here don't worry about fashion that much, just nobles and those from my home world. It just means that we decide what is fashionable year to year. I chuckled, I mean, the only reason you'd have to worry about fashion is if you got invited to any social gatherings. Though I am sure your Jedi robes are culturally significant enough to suffice for every occasion. I discreetly used my vambrace to confirm our arrival and location to the palace staff. Moments later, the COMM unit in the royal speeder rang. Turmugin looked at me, confused. I explained, the Duchess must have been informed of your arrival. Turmugin let out a little groan before reaching out and picking up the communicator, saying, hello. Into the receiver. Gargan, Mondal Hypernautics Vehicle Test Range. X4. Remind me again why we are here instead of back in my office. I said as I watched the Basilisk variant of the new Mythosaur fighter tank navigate the training yard. We're here to inspect the training of the Mythosaur B. Even you should be aware that there is no substitute for an accurate assessment than a personal inspection. The factory set to produce these variants has their productivity steadily grow with each completed vehicle. Big Bear explained before he continued. Months ago, you predicted the additions would be too expensive for mass production to be of any interest to any party, except perhaps the Hutts. Well, the Hutts refused the contract, the fools. Citing skepticism with the novel droid brain elements of questionable loyalty of the tanks. Likely due to the fact that they couldn't find a way to threaten them into compliance like they would with an organic crew. They were still interested in any spacecraft sold by Mondal Hypernautics, but any tanks they purchased needed to not house a basilisk brain. It's not something that can be done overnight, the entire frame was redesigned to house the basilisk brain, it would be simpler to just sell the conventional Mythosaur to them. The wardroid seethed in rage despite relaying exactly what I had originally told him about the design. Most of our factories are queued for producing the conventional Mythosaur. With B-variant tank production being assigned to a single factory, the plan to have them be the mainstay of our armies will slow to a crawl. Ah, you brought me here to complain about your failure to market your pet project. I surmised in an annoyed deadpan. In truth, I had already studied reports on the output of these variants. Over 200 of the slightly larger Mythosaur B tanks designed to support the Basilisk droid brains were already produced. Half of that number was delivered to the Ordo Self-Defense Force, and several test platforms were provided to the MSDF for observation before widespread adoption. A few Mandalorian planetary governors also bought a dozen Mythosaur B each for their SDFs as something of a prestige piece, while the rest are currently in storage or training here. Other CNS PDFs had shown interest in the Mythosaur B to a limited capacity. Since they aren't Mandalorians, they are not banned from using battle droids. Early inquiries for contracts had been made, but progress on that front was limited. It did, however, represent potential buyers for the platform. Because of that potential, I offered the various them a discount on the B variants if they decided to order some conventional Mythosaur since a majority of the components of the B variant tanks are interchangeable with the conventional Mythosaur tanks. The early phase of contract negotiation had not been concluded quite yet, and I did not want to waste credits on bribes to speed up adoption of the Wardroid's pet project. As I tuned out the Wardroids raving about the Hutt's other surprisingly detailed criticisms of the platform, I observed one of the Basilisk tanks run through a series of obstacles. The machine raced about the muddy field, testing just how fast it could go, before it launched itself from a hill and landed poorly, slamming into the ground and embedding its side lift engine in the mud. The turret twisted about as the tank seemed confused about what had happened before letting out a low and loud groaning wail. Several of the other basilisk tanks stopped what they were doing and turned to stare pointlessly at the trapped tank. One shook its turret slightly left and right as it looked to its compatriot. Quickly, several engineers on a recovery vehicle rushed over to the tank. The pathetic thing seemed to calm down as they began to help dislodge it from the mud. We could program a machine better than this. You can try, Big Bear replied, shaking its head in obvious exasperation, yet training is better for them than programming. It's better to be a learning machine than a machine stuck in its pathways of thoughts. The warrior will learn from this, it will know how hard it can push itself and will understand the qualities, the limitations of its form better than any pre-programmed droid ever could. I tried not to show my contempt for that statement. Instead, I said, that may be true, but this machine violates the treaties we have with the Republic. Eventually, we will be taken to court for these droids. It's obvious that they are battle droids. Terrible treaties that should never have been signed. The war droid growled needlessly. Let the Republic rage against us. The death of the Republic comes with utter certainty, for how could an able general or a good soldier be produced amid such ways of life as theirs? You know how the people of the Republic live, most of their population is a mob without discipline or experience of dangers, they live only to consume the pitiful services of the state, granted to them so they might vote in their farce of a political system. The droid ranted. They are a people that has lost all stamina for war, and has been trained more effectively for servitude than the slaves of Mandalore. I concluded the quote, causing the weapon to physically flinch. I believe your old master said that shortly before he was killed, and his empire shattered by the Republic. You have done your research. The war droid grumbled. We shall not antagonize the Republic, that is our mistress's command. This is why I am concerned about this project to recreate the Basilisk war droid program. Despite the enthusiasm our mistress has for it. Without the Jedi, the Republic would have crumbled. But I understand your point. That's why these basilisks will have a crew. We should begin the process of socialization with crews right away. The sooner these restless minds ingratiate themselves with their crew, the faster they will develop. Fine, I'll have some crews put together for the program. But I really don't see how we're going to be able to sell them outside of Mandalorian markets, let alone deploy them. Even if we give them basic training here before sending them to their final masters, they will not meet a consistent standard of operational effectiveness. The fire of combat will burn away the chaff. Big Bear said, shaking its head. They will learn or they will die. It's that simple. I spun about to look at him and replied, they are expensive and time-consuming to produce equipment you are talking about. The basilisk droid brains themselves are as expensive as 3 conventional mythosaur tanks. It would be cheaper to just mass-produce regular droid brains or focus on producing the armored vehicle variants we've been creating. You think governments are going to renew contracts for substandard droids? They are not substandard, even now, they offer any capable crew exceptional command of their combat frames and battlefield awareness. I understand that you would prefer to back your own projects, don't think I am unaware of your modular missile artillery platforms. I actually support the design, it is quite interesting, and it will probably be an invaluable asset to our mistress's ground capabilities. But unless you have an armored front line to follow up any devastating strike, the enemy would simply rebuild their fortification. The Shriekhawk MLRS isn't exactly a secret, nor is it even my project. It, along with the Mythosaur and the RAL IFV are products of the mistress's desire to transform a very inefficient and expensive weapon platform into something that could be used to affordably help defend the sector. Again, you fail to understand our mistress designs. Any combat capabilities we provide her are merely redundancies as her main priority is the continued growth and prosperity of the Mandalore sector's economy. To require such military assets would no doubt be an admission of failure in her mind. That is the point of a weapon like you. You are merely insurance to ensure rapid recovery in case of unforeseen complications to her plan. I retorted. The weapon laughed. You would know that purpose better than I. Burning jealousy continues to overwhelm me as you defended our mistress where I could not. If only I had been there, I would have crushed that assassin. Big Bear smashed its hand on the ground, cracking the pavement. You know I'm going to have to pay to have that repaved. The robot pretended it was organic and let out a bellowing laugh again. Is that all you care about, merchant? Credits. I ignored that insult, as I obviously put my mistress above mere credits. Instead, I focused my visual processor to focus on what I assumed to be a firing range, the tanks simulating the firing with their cannons by activating a targeting laser at the end of the barrel. I noticed that whoever had set this range created silhouettes of Republic walkers as well as some of the more numerous Cis droid tanks. I withstood a flurry of concern and the dour feeling of resignation. Conflict with either party was within a worryingly high bracket of probability. After all, if those were the threats we would be facing, it was better to be prepared. Their combat performance is fairly notable. With the integration of sensors, calculators, and fire controls, the basilisks were capable of extreme reaction times and high accuracy in comparison to the conventionally crude mythosaur. When presented with hostile targets that shoot back, they are capable of lifting themselves partially up over cover, just enough to reveal their barrel, allowing them to shoot at their target before lowering themselves back into cover in the span of a second. Some were even capable of intercepting incoming missiles with their main cannon. So, when will I be given more facilities for this project? Big Bear asked, looking at me with annoyance. Not anytime soon. Not until you have secured a new contract, and I am satisfied with the trajectory of the legality of the platform. There are some negotiations with the other CNS militaries to ensure that everything is legal in the Confederacy as well as the Republic, as incoherent and messy as both legal systems are. Until then, you may only use the production capacity of this facility to experiment and mature the design. Coward. Big Bear complained with a shake of its head. But just this facility's capabilities, hey? Perhaps we can experiment with that missile artillery or some starfighter craft as well. There is an airframe production line attached to this facility that is currently not in use. I failed to suppress a flurry of discordant processes that resembled something of a sigh at the weapon's insistence on pushing his luck and said, I'll have the technical staff look into this for you. I'm sure there's a starfighter frame that would have enough room for your modifications. You have my thanks, protocol droid. I knew you would listen to reason. You're slowly forming the soul of a Mandalorian with every passing year. Even our mistress sees that, which is why she approved letting you have the clan symbol on your shoulder. It seemed to stand up prouder, happy with its own superiority, which was a foolhardy notion. But what could I do when his head is filled with more servos than circuits? At least, Mistress's dedication to her beliefs on what the galaxy was coming to was being proven true. Thanks to her, Mandalore would be ready for it and hopefully able to defend itself. That would be a proud moment, for sure. Mandalore would be my hand in organizing a peaceful resistance, as well as being ready to defend itself when the inevitable happened. It would prove that Mandalorians were not the ancient barbarians that the galaxy feared. At least, that was the hope. The galaxy was a big place, and some people didn't care. I had been reading some reports indicating that some star systems were preparing their own defense forces under the assumption that Mandalore was going to join the CIS no matter what. Well, if they want to spend millions of credits creating their own SDF only to have it go to waste, then that was their own fault. They were fools and they would be treated as such. I was sure of that. Coruscant, Chancellor's Office. Chief Palpatine. As expected, the vote went my way. Oh, I saw what Tanya was up to. I was hoping to avoid this, but I'll have to establish an opposition organization to keep her agenda in check. Perhaps encourage Comfor's effort to recruit her to their cause to keep an eye on her. Her efforts to drive up the price of the military was a simple plan to ensure that the Senate was less likely to fund it in the future. By making the military more expensive and giving it a face, it would encourage them to find alternatives that aren't as politically risky, minimizing the possibility of the army being abused for their own gain. Softening my war effort would strengthen Mandalore's position, which was obviously her ultimate goal. I had managed to establish significant control of the military from the Senate, but there was still more work to be done. The Corps still had plenty of internal fleets that needed to be absorbed by the Republic military, and I had plans in motion to do that. I also had to make the Corps worlds feel fear. Once they understand that they are not safe and the war was actually reaching their homes, their fear would motivate them to give me more power to do what was necessary to ensure victory. My agents within the CIS were already at work, a grand scheme to that would open a new front and savage complacent systems. If I was lucky, I might even get Corellia off the sidelines, away from the CNS, and free them from those meddling Mandalorian diplomats. Tanya's dauntless approach to protecting Mandalore was noteworthy nonetheless. After repeated circumstances taught her the folly of purely defensive stratagems, she turned to more and more aggressive approaches, now actively interfering in my plans. It was almost Sith-like, dauntlessness was only one step beneath ruthlessness. Imitation was the sincerest form of flattery, so perhaps when she wanted her victory badly enough. The victory that she wanted, of course, would have been quite damaging to my plans, but thanks to the attack on Kamino, the legislation that passed was a milquetoast compromise. Instead of giving the clones some rights right away, their rights will be given to them as soon as the war is over, or more precisely, as soon as their terms of service are over. And since I could extend those terms of service whenever I needed to, their terms of service were effectively indefinite. Rights could now be dangled as a reward, the clones would be free if only we won that one last push, this next battle could be the final victory. Never mind the absence of any of the implementation. Meanwhile, thanks to this legislation, there would be continued efforts to set up alternatives to Kamino, additional clone facilities to grow troops spread out across the galaxy. Enough unique facilities to ensure that such an attack would not completely deprive the Republic of troops to fight. Kamino, the entire star system, would be militarized. Significant new defenses and permanent military facilities would be constructed and stationed there. This investment would justify complete militarized control over those cloners. Until this war was over, Kamino would be a keystone in maintaining my nascent empire. But I also built towards a future without Kamino. So I looked through the latest report made by the Mandalorians about their investigations into Kamino with a great deal of skepticism. In truth, the entire character of the Mandalorians had changed in the past decade. They had undergone a rapid shift that had largely gone unnoticed to the rest of the galaxy before thrusting themselves into the forefront of galactic politics with their repudiation of the war in full. It was expected that the report given over to my administration would be tampered with to the benefit of Mandalore. It was unfortunate that Tanya allowed such a petty vice as nationalism to hold sway over her interests. A singular character flaw, likely to be one of many that I have not yet discovered, as is typical for mere mortals. Mandalore was a shabby corner of the galaxy, all things considered. No doubt Tanya would refute that fact and call it patriotism. Nevertheless, she was a competent player in the great game who had again and again conspired with my enemies, for Mandalore's interest. She had long ago earned my respect. Now she came closer and closer to becoming a rival with every plot, rhetorical flourish in her speech, and carefully considered reform. She was in constant contact with her mother, who took Tanya's policy considerations extremely seriously. Whose reputation as a stalwart pacifist as well as a history of a long and peaceful reign gave the bleeding hearts a figure to rally behind. I set aside my day top hat and shuffled over to an evidence crate, one extracted from the Republic Classified Storage Bureau. Various pieces of evidence that the Mandalorians had collected and provided to the Republic for the investigation into the attack at Kamino. I unsealed the crate with a wave of my hand and a spiteful command to the Force and reached inside as the chemical stasis was breached. On contact with the atmosphere of my inner sanctum, the various preservatives and other such chemicals rapidly underwent a reaction, producing a low-hanging smoke that spread out away from the crate. As the air scrubbers worked to clear the air, I reached forward to grasp the object that had been at the back of my mind for the past few days. The mask was a curious artifact. Nothing quite like it had ever crossed my path before, and that was quite an oddity in and of itself. I shuffled over to my desk and relaxed back before turning the mask over and inspecting the runes described in the report. It was gibberish and nonsense, numbers and letters in the long-forgotten Sith language scattered about seemingly without rhyme or reason. As I held the silvery mask in my hand, I felt the Force thrum with hate for it. The mask representing some violation? Intrigued, I turned myself to investigation and produced a pen for my tablet before carefully copying down the various notations inscribed into the mask. It was difficult to know where one line ended and another began, the long strings of numbers, letters, and symbols seeming to simply stretch into each other. When I had finished copying them down, however, the intention became obvious. It was a mathematical formula. Or perhaps several, I didn't recognize all the symbols. It was clearly written in Sith, but several symbols were not present in the Sith language that I knew. Has whoever created this mask discovered new symbols to expand the complexity of the Sith language? The language born to dominate the living force of the galaxy? How would they even go about doing something like that? And for what reason? Just what was Dooku doing out there? I struggled to understand the purpose of the formula for some time, and it irritated me the longer I couldn't come with an answer. Only the slow flickering of candlelight and the low hum of the electric sconces offer me some understanding of the passage of time. I did not know the purpose of the formula quite yet, but I understood one thing. They were precise, extraordinarily precise commands, the direct subordination of the Force to predictable, specific outcomes. I felt a grin approaching. Of course the Force would hate this mask, it was the direct subordination of power in the galaxy. A more fundamental violation of whatever will the Force had could not be found, even in the depths of fell Sith alchemy. I could imagine nothing more insulting to the living Force than to turn it into a dead, unfeeling machine. I set the mask aside with a chuckle, content with the discoveries I had made for now. The mask represented another victory for the Mandalorians, for they had overcome the acolyte that had borne it in battle. Seemingly some form of clone of Tanya herself, a fact that had quickly been classified with the eager cooperation of the Mandalorian administration. Fairly standard procedure to prevent a general panic at the possibility of the public's own senators being replaced by clones. Again, Tanya's influence extended far beyond her means, that was why I had conspired to send her to Kamino when I had. When I sent Tanya to Kamino, I expected her not to return. I wonder how that could be of use to me. Maybe I was still inspired by the mask because through the Force, I could sense some opportunity lingering that I hadn't fully exploited. As the daughter of Kenobi, she was Force sensitive, which meant she could potentially be a student to replace Skywalker. The young Jedi has so far ended up a surprising disappointment, lacking much in spirit that I needed to lure him to the dark side. As if the galaxy bent to frustrate me, that same missing spirit bloomed in Tanya. Dark inspiration struck and I composed a brief hollow recording to summon Anakin to one of my more private boxes, at the galaxy's Opera House. Coruscant, Galaxy's Opera House. Sheev Palpatine. Anakin, it's good to see you are unharmed from the unpleasantness of Kamino. I heard the fighting was quite fierce. I checked over him respectfully, adopting an earnest expression. Anakin nodded. I don't have time to stay for the entire show. You used one of the more urgent code phrases. Indeed. I nodded and continued to watch the show. So. Anakin interrupted. I relaxed, and waved lightly in the direction of one of the staff members. Oh, fine, fine. Directly to business, I see. I sighed lightly, I'm waiting on a signal, then the booth will be private. The opera reached a crescendo for the scene, and then I saw the signal. Good. Anakin, I don't know a light way to inform you of this. I spoke slowly and hedged my words, as if for his benefit. I already know about Saturn and Kenobi. And about Tanya. He sounded annoyed, no doubt it was a sore subject. Anakin's face flickered between pensive and annoyed, ignoring the show. It's public information. He muttered. I just can't believe he got away. A few months ago, I believe I witnessed Tanya's fumbling early steps into the use of the Force. Anakin's attention snapped to fully focus on me. I didn't believe it at first. I told myself I didn't know what I was seeing at the time, and surely, I thought I must be mistaken, surely a Jedi would have noticed. Yes, a Jedi would have noticed. Anakin nodded forcefully in agreement. Plenty of people are Force sensitive. It isn't harmful or dangerous. A useful statement, I'd keep it in mind in the future. I see. I nodded slowly, thoughtfully. I don't feel less guilty about overlooking it for so long, though, Anakin. And I can't ignore it any further. While initially, it seemed entirely harmless, I mean, dispelling illusions, detecting lies, these are practically a public service. Anakin almost nodded at this, and at his encouragement, I continued in a stronger voice. Tanya's manipulating the minds of other senators, I fear. It may even be partially unconscious, her unknowing fumbling and strength of her conviction. Compulsion. I ended in a whisper. If confronted about it, Tanya would defend herself, and that defensiveness would play right into her apparent guilt. I could already imagine her face, shocked and horrified at the suggestion, and yet unable to deny the capability. Her word would be worthless to Anakin. Every Darksider learns to use the Force to hide and twist the truth. My spies even told me she was once trained to fight against and combat Jedi tactics. So each and every one of her denials would only make Anakin believe my story more, and of course, Tanya would never submit. It was a perfect bind. It would destroy Anakin's faith in Kenobi and the Jedi Order, especially after he was forced to kill her to protect the Republic from the dark side. Anakin would fall then, and join my new empire. Tanya, well, I consider her a friend. That's why I knew you would understand. I hesitated, my flustered appearance a ruse to demonstrate authentic weakness. Anakin seemed stunned, and in a way that told me he completely believed it. His expression flickered through a few emotions I recognized, disbelief, then understanding, and finally dawning horror. The emotions resonated strongly in the Force. You haven't told the Jedi about this, have you? The last was practically a plea from him. I marveled at how easily he allowed this to drive a new wedge between him and the Order. I'm afraid. I admitted. I let the opera singer's voice crash over the booth's silence again for a few moments. I'm afraid, Anakin. It's weak of me, I know. But any other Jedi, if they knew she was a Darksider, well, you'd know better than me what the outcome of that would be for her. Death. Anakin was pale. Now it was my turn to appear suitably horrified. I can't believe that's the only way. He struggled to put his thoughts in order. This explains so much. The Kaminoans said Tanya split up from Senator Burdeny and her guards during the battle. Ditched them both. Was she meeting with someone? One of Dooku's Sith apprentices. There may yet be an innocent explanation. I hedged weakly, as if I didn't really believe my own words. No. Anakin was looking darker and darker. I fought this creature, a monster, Dirge. I fought him to a standstill, and when he was out of time, the monster escaped me with no great difficulty. The clones said Tanya also fought Dirge off. I was confused when I heard it because that makes no sense, it hates Mandalorians to its very core. I could feel his hate in the Force. It wouldn't shut up about it. No innocent explanation can explain away that. And yet, she returned to Coruscant. I adopted a softer, more hopeful tone. I don't believe Tanya is lost to us. This mission is why I summoned you, Anakin. You are the chosen one, you can find a way to bring balance to her, surely. There must be a way. The resolve on his face told me I had succeeded. Anakin took a breath and slowly let it out. I agree, there must be a way to resolve this. She could stop using the Force. I quickly shook my head, in disagreement. Could you stop using the Force, if required to save lives? I asked him. Anakin frowned. That's not the same at all. There must be some solution. I found a way with Padme. I smiled sadly, I'll leave it up to you then. But I fear you must act soon, Jedi regularly visit the Senate, and I can't protect her from your order. That would be overstepping the bounds as Chancellor. Anakin whirled out of the booth, with death on his face. I felt the turmoil in him had still not reached its climax, and wouldn't until the confrontation. For now, it settled into a low dread that would bloom into fear, rage, and most vital of all, hate. I let myself smile as I leaned back on the chair and plotted my next move as the mediocre opera played in front of me. At least their music had improved since the last time I was here. Coruscant, green singularity. Tanya cries. Vi never changes. Everyone was a bit wound up after Castel's death, so she suggested going out to a club. I could have said no, but frankly, I could use a drink, so I wasn't against it. Plus, I needed some time to recover from the insanity that was the Senate recently. Shaking my head, I reached out and grabbed my drink, a Ne Tragal. Vi had managed to convince the club owner to get some Mandalorian drinks, and I was going to enjoy some Ne Tragal. At the very least for tonight. Leaning against the bar, I looked out at the dance floor as the other club attendees were currently engaging in the half-cognizant undulation that passed for dancing. Vi had managed to find some rather revealing clothes for this occasion, and I had managed to avoid wearing an equal amount of revealing clothing. So far I had also managed to avoid being dragged onto the dance floor with Vi. Instead, I was leaning at the bar with Vi, Ki, and Njais as we all drank, just trying to relax and recover. However, I must admit that I was not entirely against the idea of dancing. Perhaps the alcohol was influencing me, or maybe it was the hint of spice in the drink, reminding me of the far reaches of the galaxy. The dance floor felt unusually alive, as if it were itself alive, so I was somewhat tempted to step onto the dance floor. Too much drink maybe? Or maybe not enough either way. Vi ordered me another, noting that I finished my current drink. I've never been a dancer, so I would probably suck. I can do a couple of waltzes thanks to my training for my princess career, but that's not the proper kind of dance for what's going on out there. Njai sips from his drink before saying, so Tanya, what do you think about what's happening on Kamino? I looked at him and shrugged, saying, one of the most degrading behaviors towards humankind, or I should say, all sentient species. Using cloning to such an extent shows a complete lack of care for what they are creating, treating them only as products. Once you start seeing people as products, you stop seeing them as people. I hope our efforts over the past month will prevent that from spreading to the Senate. And if it doesn't? Ki asked. I simply shrugged. If it doesn't, then we're in for a bad time. If you stop seeing soldiers as people and start seeing them as numbers that need to be filled, it becomes much easier to fill those numbers with regular humans rather than clones, especially if you don't care about their training. Vi sighed as she listened in, muttering, honorless behavior to treat those who fight for you as a number. Njai shook his head and said, the Republic doesn't have a standing military, not really. If they got rid of their slave force of clones and replaced it with some sort of conscripted force, they're likely going to have problems. I raised an eyebrow at him and replied, who says they need to conscript forces? Have you seen the propaganda they've been spreading everywhere? The boys in white are fighting, so you don't have to. Choices in words can shape perception. They have an easy way of saying, the boys in white need help, volunteer here. There are millions of clones, but there are trillions of lives across the Republic. A decent marketing campaign should easily find plenty of people who would willingly take up arms for the Republic under those circumstances. Heck, some places don't have the greatest pay or prospects, so joining the military is also a way to improve those situations. That's why we have a volunteer military like the Mandalorian Self-Defense Force. Njais nodded and said, well, I guess we just have to keep fighting for the rights of the soldiers. It's the best way to prevent it from getting worse, I would assume. Correct. I said, taking a deep sip from my Ne Tragal drink. Hey Tanya, want to go out there and dance? Njais asked, putting his drink down on the counter. I looked at him and then shrugged, saying, sure, why not? I put my drink down next to his, and he took my hand, leading me out onto the dance floor. I don't really know how to do these club dances. I'm more used to. I trailed off as we stepped onto the floor. No worries, we'll just do something simple. He assured me, putting his hands out in an obvious waltz position. There was enough room for us to slow dance, and at the very least, the two of us would be rather close as the music played. I also noticed Vi dragged Ki along to the dance floor with us. Carefully, we navigated through the crowd, trying not to cause too much disruption among the other revelers. As I held his hand, I noticed how strong it was. How alive I felt. The alcohol in that drink must have been strong, I thought to myself as I leaned in close and my heart beat faster. Tanya. Njai said, causing me to look up at him from the position I was leaning in. As I did, he seemed unsure of himself for a moment, as if he wasn't sure what he was doing. But then, there was a look of determination on his face, and he leaned in and kissed me on the lips. My eyes widened in surprise, but I didn't stop him. Coruscant, Senate Building, Atrium of the Senate. Tanya cries. Rubbing my head, I tried not to think about the night before, for many reasons. Sure, the kiss had taken me by surprise. The fact that I enjoyed it was annoying to admit, but also not a major issue. In the grand scheme of things, it was bound to happen. We'd been playing as a couple in public long enough that of course he would want to try to move that forward, and well, I've yet to find a good reason to say no. It was something I was going to have to think about, but that was not what was giving me a headache today. No, that honor would belong to the fool who was the source of this Senate meeting. Whoever was in charge of naming bills needed to be found. Their lives are probably in danger. The Enhanced Privacy Invasion Bill. Invasion. It is so obviously not going to pass that I am half convinced that the sis was the one who sent the bill to waste the Senate's time. The legislation had everyone up in arms, not literally but quite a bit more than half of the Senate. Even some of the militarists were breaking ranks and speaking out against the proposal. Which was good for me. With more than half of the entire Senate galvanized, I didn't exactly need to speak too loudly or seem out of place to throw my support in. After all, I am the Senator of Mandalore, and the senatorial leader of the CNS faction. I was strongly opposed to building a surveillance state. The Chancellor hadn't wasted more time allowing the bill to be reviewed, which would only have let opposition to the legislation build even further. He moved for an early vote, held today in the Senate. Senators busy elsewhere have been passing through the atrium, entering briefly and then abandoning the chambers all day to cast their votes, while I've not left, still monitoring the legislation's progress from here. That's funny how war changes things. Before the wars began, the Alderanian senator and Padme were in two different factions. Alderaan wanted to defend itself in case war started, and Padme was all in on pacifism. Now, both factions wanted a ceasefire, or to at least limit the damage. So they were both working together, creating a bloc that could occasionally stop the militarists in the Senate. Padme's plan was to meet up early in the voting and stick around all day to show solidarity. Shaking my head, I looked over towards the Senate entrance, wondering where Padme and the other leaders of their faction were. They were late, which meant we were getting a little bit restless, as the few idling senators with me glanced about as if not quite searching for their presence. I was about to strike up a conversation with Vi when I saw two senators making their way towards me. Jack her son, Kin Rob. I said, giving them a nod as they approached. Good morning, Tanya. Senator Rob said with an odd smile before continuing, quite an exciting conversation going on today, don't you think? So many factions that tend to actually dislike each other, finally coming together to do some actual work and prevent this abomination of a bill from passing. It almost makes me have hope for the Senate after all. Senator Jack her son nodded his head. I don't know if this is a sign that there's hope for the Senate or if it's just a sign of how irresponsible people are getting the longer this conflict goes on, but it is good that there is a line that people do not want crossed. Though I will admit, too many senators on the other side seem more than willing to give up the freedoms of the people they represent. Nodding in agreement, I said, if it doesn't affect me, why does it matter? It's a common mistake politicians make. Of course, it's also a common mistake not to read the fine print on the Senate bills. From what I've read of it, it would affect senators just as easily as it would affect the average citizen of the Republic. So either they are so fallen into warmongering that they are willing to give up their freedoms for security, they pledged their support for something in return, or they're just not paying attention. That was one of the other reasons I was not exactly keen on this bill passing. Having my messages read by the police state was something I do not want to happen. Especially considering my double personality as the accomplished philosopher, warlord, and businesswoman, White Silver. If that got out, well, things could get very complicated, very quickly. Indeed, indeed. Senator Rob agreed, nodding her head. Like many Ontaries, they have similar mindsets nowadays. Do you know that some of the local government of Terry's, even though we have officially signed on to the CNS, has actually been pushing to allow more Republic troops onto the planet? Their presence at all is a crime. Gar already considers Terry's the headquarters of the 10th Army. I shook my head, saying, I understand the concern. After all, Terry's is on the Hydian Way, which is strategically important to the area. But the local government needs to stop pushing for more troops. They're putting Terry's neutrality at risk, and if they keep that up, well, the Council of Neutral Systems will be forced to remove Terry's from our coalition to preserve its neutrality for the other member planets. I know. Senator Rob said, sighing and nodding her head, I keep arguing that this would endanger the protection the CNS provides, yet local officials keep justifying it over the extra credits the garrison brings in. However, there is a worrying amount of growing support that wants Terry's to join the war on the Republic's side. You'd think after the whole Chromis incident that the inclination to join the war would actually fail, but it seems that some people on Terry's consider that event a fluke that will never happen again now that it's been brought to the courts. Oh yes, the courts. I scoffed, an institution that took forever to demand payment be given out to the survivors. Getting 500 million credits is hardly a consolation after your home world was rendered uninhabitable. How many people can even claim it? A few thousand. It's all in the wording, only permanent residents can claim the settlement. Even locals on the outskirts of the system cannot claim a single credit unless they can demonstrate they had a permanent residence on the planet. I would be surprised if 100 people in total are going to see their claims go through. I was honestly stunned, that was cold even by the standards of the notorious Republic bureaucracy. It was not uncommon for a planet to have tens of thousands of migratory workers who would return to their home only on special occasions to see family. They would no doubt attempt to claim the settlement only to find out that they had no grounds for the compensation despite their murdered family and friends. What a mess, truly. I cannot imagine how much of a slap to the face the settlement must be for most of the survivors. Not to mention that with so few people claiming the settlement money, there was little reason to assume that any lessons would be learned. It occurred to me that several of the more wealthy members of the Republic enjoyed owning permanent holiday homes across the galaxy, some families owning fully stocked properties that would not be used for centuries. There was a good chance that people who had never set foot on Chromis 4 would have grounds to claim a settlement. Complete insanity. Senator Robb pulled me from my dark musings. The courts won't do anything to prevent the next screw-up from the military, she said, echoing my thoughts out loud. There perhaps was something for CNS to gain from this. A bit of positive publicity never hurt. Mandalore could always use more immigrants. I would have to think on it at another time, so for now I would store it away. A truth that's harder to understand for people outside the Senate than most would know. Senator Jackerson with a shake of his head before looking around, on the topic of security, yours seems a little bit lacking today. Don't you usually have a whole retinue to escort you, Senator cries. I smiled deceptively, not outwardly bothered by the suggestion I wasn't capable, despite ample evidence to the contrary. Some refused to learn in all ways except hard experience. My handmaidens should be enough to ensure my safety. I gave my royal guards a day off. I answered breezily. Technically, I had even less than my normal retinue, although if needed, Key was still in the building. So it was just me and Vi attending this meeting, and we should be plenty capable for any eventuality. However, I noticed a discrepancy. Hadn't there been a few senatorial guards at the entrance a second ago? Was the Chancellor so certain of the bill's defeat that he left early? However, I was distracted by the sudden appearance of the late arrivals. All three senators from the opposition faction appeared at the atrium entrance. Senator Padme, Senator Organa, and the leader of the anti-police state movement, Senator Philo, walked towards me. Looks like our meeting's at an end. I moved to leave the small group that had formed around me and join them. Then the Senate front entrance exploded. My hand instinctively went to my side, where I hoped to find the hidden deactivator I usually kept there. But it wasn't officially allowed, so I tended to leave it in my office, unless I knew I could get away with it. Vi had been recently reprimanded for carrying one absent-mindedly. Senator Philo made a similar aborted motion, before noticing my look and identical situation. We shared a look of concern as debris that seemed suspiciously well-planned fell to block off and obstruct the large atrium entranceway. Intruders were dropping from the ceiling, several droids not of cis make, or at least not major make, and what appeared to be a Duros cowboy, as well as other hostiles. Good morning, Senators. Cad Bane, at your service. From this moment on, you should all consider yourselves in my care. Behave, and this will end nice and peaceful. No one has to die pointlessly today. So whatever happens to you is your own damn fault. The Duros cowboy's introduction had the desired effect, as shocked expressions of fear appeared. He led the group of criminals and droids that herded the crowd of assembled senators and faction leaders towards the center of the atrium. I don't know who the hell you are, but I will not listen to such insolence. Senator Philo shouted, striding away from the tightening cluster of senators, heading for the atrium service doors. Apparently, he thought he could just demand things from a man with a blaster, though that didn't last very long, considering Bane didn't even look as he shot him in the back, killing him instantly. I definitely didn't facepalm at his idiocy. As I was saying, follow what I tell you to do, and everything will be fine. Don't, and, well, you'll end up like this good gran here. The crowd got very compliant, and we all moved to the center of the atrium. Amidst the jumble of soft panicked voices, I thought I recognized a droid from its familiar synthesized voice. Bad feeling about this. Yes, C-3PO was with Padme, it seemed. Cad Bane looked us over again, before saying, all right, don't bother with your communicators. We are jamming your comms and have control of the hard lines. We're all the company you fine folks need. Next, one of the Wiki hostiles spoke up, searching the crowd with his rifle scope. Where are the Mandalorians? I know there was supposed to be a couple here today. With annoyance, I watched the crowd all kind of turn and look inwards at me. Thanks a lot, my fellow senators. I mutely cursed them in my head. Cad Bane and the Wiki pushed their way through to me, looking me and Vi over before saying, hand over your weapons. I don't have weapons. Only the Jedi get a religious dispensation for their lightsabers. I attempted. Technically, the vambraces weren't a weapon. Haha. I could let a llama search you if you prefer. Cad Bane softened his voice, addressing us as if sharing a secret. I must warn you, though, he is a slight kleptomaniac. Alama merely laughed darkly. Fine. I grumbled with annoyance as I started to unlatch the vambraces on my arms. For a brief moment, I thought about pressing the emergency button that could reach the Mandalorian tower from here. However, it likely wouldn't work, and even if it did, their jamming might block it anyway. So, I unlatched them and handed them over. Vi looked very annoyed, fiddling with hers for a few extra seconds, presumably to delay and annoy them, before handing it over. Cad Bane did seem suitably annoyed and unimpressed. Do you really expect me to believe that you don't have any additional weapons on you? Alama kept his scope focused on me and grunted harshly in agreement. You're Mandalorians. I've trained with and fought your kind before. Come on, I'm sure you have at least one knife hidden on you. Better hand it over now. I folded my arms and said, I actually. Vi interrupted me, sighing loudly and reaching down, pulling a blade from under her dress that had been attached to her calf before handing it to Alama. She repeated the motion for the opposite leg, handing the second blade over. She then pulled a throwing knife from her right boot, before handing that over too. I raised an eyebrow before shrugging. Cad Bane chuckled, that's more like it. Tie them up. Is that really necessary? I asked as two droids came forward, pulling out handcuffs. Taking away your weapons is just taking away the easy ways for you to cause problems. You can still punch your way through a droid, most Mandalorians could. So, unless you prefer the fate of that Gran over there, we're going to tie you up, and if you keep asking questions, I'll have you gagged as well. This is blatant discrimination against Mandalorians. I grumbled, getting a laugh out of Bane. I ain't the sort to take chances, young lady. I am not underestimating the pair of you. Cad Bane replied smoothly as Vi and I were tied together, back to back with our hands bound behind us and forced to sit down, while the other senators were merely left in a huddle. Just one question, then. I tried. Why are you risking your lives attacking the Senate? Making yourself an intergalactic criminal had to have cost quite a bit of money. It would have to be worth at least enough to settle yourself down permanently in luxury in some hidden corner of the galaxy. Bane chuckled, well, I will admit it is a nice bit of money that I'm being promised, but I have no interest in settling down. I'm currently the best bounty hunter in the business because the last one settled down. I have to thank you for that. Dunno know how you did it, but it made my life a lot easier not having Jango Fett out there taking all of the fun jobs. I smiled coldly, you're welcome. Just helping out a fellow Mandalorian. Ha, you're a dangerous one then, quite dangerous. Bane said with a shake of his head. Going to keep an eye on you, in particular. Alama produced a gag and tied it around my face. Just as promised, now be a good Mandalorian and don't cause me any trouble, yet. Bane gave me one last look, before giving a dry laugh and turning away. He walked just outside the circle before using jetpacks on his boots to jump up to the second level of the atrium. As I watched, he produced a communicator device. It was unfortunate that he did that because, well, I would have been quite interested in hearing what exactly this was all about and who he was talking to. But, on the other hand, I was quite enamored by the jetpacks on his boots. Is that a thing? How come I never heard of that? Where can I get myself a pair? 2 more points of thrust on the bottom of my feet? Well, that'd be a lot closer to what magic flight had felt like. Not to mention, having backups in case my main jetpack was damaged was nothing to sneeze at. I'll have to look into that. After this mess, presumably. Hostage situations, in general, were to be avoided. Negotiating with hostage takers is stalling at best, or more likely, a sign of how weak your position was. So it was very likely that this would end in violence. Well, more violence. I tapped Vi's back 5 times. Same. Unless one of these battle droids is also their slicer, there has to be more elsewhere. Vi whispered back. Understanding that I counted 5 hostiles around us. I am starting to think that we should just not give our guards days off at this point. Fun stuff always happens when they aren't around. I merely sighed, as she did have a point. Mother was bound to react badly when she heard the news, no matter how well I resolved this. By the way, I still have a knife in my left boot. We can cut the ropes when they are distracted. Of course she does as I roll my eyes in exasperation. I guess Aunt Bo's lesson of being overprepared worked out. Chapter 62. 717 FNM, 21 BBY. Month 8. Coruscant, Federal District, VIP Landing Docks. Anakin Skywalker. Be sure to keep in contact with Rex and the rest of the 501st, alright, R2? Most have shore leave, but if anything comes up that needs my attention, let me know. I pressed the cockpit hatch release, which opened my starfighter's cockpit, allowing Coruscant's cold air to assault my nose. Most of the clones exercising their leave had been trading their passes, upgrading to visit mid-rim sectors was unexpectedly popular. R2 chirped an affirmative as he descended in his elevator to the dock for its routine maintenance. Master Jedi. One of the flight deck crew greeted me gruffly. Diplomatic shuttles from the Jedi Temple and Naboo Embassy are both here for you. Oh, alright. Thank you. How did she know I was here? I then turned to Ahsoka. I'll need to speak with the Chancellor about getting the 501st resupplied. Boring, flimsy work you wouldn't want to deal with. Might take all day, you know, so why don't you go to the temple and catch up with Barriss? Ahsoka raised an eyebrow as she smiled at me. Alright, Master, I know when I'm not wanted. I'll go give Barriss a visit. If you need me, I'll be at the temple. With her piece said, she turned around and made her way to the temple shuttle. With Ahsoka out of the picture, I breathed a sigh of relief. While I had told Obi-Wan about my relationship with Padme, I am not ready to tell my Padawan that particular can of worms. With nothing else to do, I made my way to the waiting Naboo shuttle. As the doors opened, I saw that Padme was already inside. I entered a bit stiffly, waiting for the hatch to seal, and the privacy screens built into the shuttle windows to activate. Once the shuttle lifted off, we embraced each other as the shuttle entered the stream traffic heading towards the heart of Coruscant. Padme, you know I love you, but we have to be more careful, especially in Coruscant. You shouldn't have come here to meet me. People are going to start asking questions if we keep doing this more often. Her face turned into a beautiful frown. Your schedule says you're meeting the Chancellor. It'll be fine. You could have missed the vote for the, what was it called? I paused, trying to dredge up the name of the legislation from the HoloNet. Enhanced Privacy Invasion Bill. She finished. The vote isn't going to be held for a couple of hours, I will make it in time. Your opposition would use any excuse, any slip-up, against you. I countered. It may be fine now, but we can't risk more meetings like this. You can't risk us. Just look at how the HoloNet treats Tanya. The HoloNet loved playing clips of Tanya's guards getting into diplomatic incidents. Tanya maintains her reputation on purpose and she is doing all right. Padme shot back. She told me. I just grunted in response and wrapped my arm around her. Now I couldn't bring up any other topics on Tanya. At least not today. You don't believe me. She stiffened in my arms. I believe that she told you that. I could tell this wasn't working. Now you don't trust my judgment, either. She hissed back. The argument spiraled from there, and didn't end until I handed her my lightsaber as a demonstration that I did trust her. When we arrived inside the Senate building, the shuttle landed inside Padme's private parking before going our separate ways. Coruscant, Senate building, Chancellor's office. Anakin Skywalker. I wasn't alone in the Chancellor's office, so I was limited to topics about the 501st and the war in general. The Vice-Chancellor, Mos Amedda, and Senator Shayla Page Tarkin were present, which was fine, as my men are what I am prioritizing at the moment. The replacement cloning facilities for those lost on Kamino are fully operational across the Republic. Some of the faster-growing clone variants should be available in a couple of months. The Chancellor sounded eager to return to the offense now that we aren't going to experience a shortage of troops. That's a relief. The Jedi Council was worried that the attack on Kamino would affect troop replenishment. And even still, the sector armies may need additional tea. The lights went out suddenly, replaced by red emergency lights. The red-on-white light scheme was eerily sinister in the dim emergency lighting. What the Sith? Senator Shayla Page Tarkin stood up and spoke, reaching for a sidearm that wasn't there. The Chancellor was similarly standing. Vice-Chancellor Amedda was dabbing his thick thumb at his oversized day top hat and moaned. My HoloNet access has been cut. What is going on? I asked, turning towards Palpatine. His face was a mask of bafflement, the same as the others. If Vice-Chancellor Amedda wasn't pale before, he was now. I have a COMM request. I don't know how, I still don't have network access. He pressed a button on his day top hat and accepted it. The COMM squawked out a harsh-sounding voice, full of amusement. Apologies for the inconvenience, Chancellor, but I've taken control of the east wing of your Senate building, and the occupants are now my hostages. If you care about their lives, I'd advise you to free Zyro the Hutt from your detention centers so that my men can pick him up. I froze. Padme had arrived with me at the Senate. The communicator cut off, the Vice-Chancellor having muted it. What should we do? The Vice-Chancellor was all cold fear. I felt cold as well, but for an entirely different reason. There was only one kind of diplomacy that worked on hostage situations, in my experience. Senator Taa was supposed to meet you. The Senate building has a backup hardline to the HoloNet. Palpatine announced, taking control of the situation. I unfroze. Of course the building would have a backup connection. The Chancellor had already turned about, and reached his desk. Let me try and access it from here. A moment passed and he frowned. The line from my office is not working either. Anakin, there's also a hardline terminal directly a few floors below my office. It won't have been cut as that would trigger the alarms. I have no idea where that might be, I said, slowly. I'm not that familiar with the Senate building layout, I admitted, wincing at Senator Shayla Page Tarkin's frown. It's in the basement levels, I believe, Senator Page Tarkin said slowly. A look passed between Mas Amedda and Palpatine, and the Vice-Chancellor spoke up. I can give you detailed directions, take this datapad if you need. Senator Tarkin, the Vice-Chancellor, and I will stall them as long as we can. Palpatine pledged, his glance taking in all the others in the room in a confident sweep. I'll try and direct Senator Taa's entourage up here if I see them. It shouldn't be too difficult to find the portly senator from Relith, if he wasn't with the other hostages. Please, Anakin, focus on the objective. I'm sure The hard line, we need to summon reinforcements. Palpatine reiterated, you might be trading one life for many, otherwise. And so I was forced to nod in acknowledgement. Coruscant, Senate Building, Mandalorian Office. Key Morrison. I woke up on the couch in Tanya's office. I wasn't sure what woke me from my nice nap, but unfortunately, I still remembered why I'd been so exhausted in the first place. I was up late last night dealing with a holo call from my father. He was rather upset, especially after our recent adventure in the Outer Rim. Actually, no, it was worse than that because Kamino was in wild space. He complained a lot about that fact repeatedly. That whole situation bothered him, he thought sending me to the core would keep me safe. Instead, I'd gone with Tanya on an adventure around the galaxy, from Tatooine to Geonosis. I am very lucky that Neimoidian Launder thought that Tanya was the one in the arena instead of me. I can just imagine how long he would chew me out if he found out I was the one running away from giant monsters. Stretching, I wondered what woke me up. Tanya didn't really use this office, people usually visited the main tower because Tanya held most of her meetings there. I was only here in case someone wanted to find Senator Kryze this afternoon, so I could redirect them back to the Senate atrium. But before I could return to napping on this wonderfully made couch, the communicator on my vambrace started to emit static noise. Again. I thought I muted it. Right, that might be what woke me up. At first, I was annoyed, and checked the screen to see who left the comms open. Then I noticed Tanya's vambrace was offline. Vi's vambrace was the source of the static on our group COMM channel. Annoying, but stuff breaks. I sent a brief message to Mach, maybe he'd know how to fix the equipment malfunction. But it failed to send due to not having HoloNet access. Now that I looked again, somehow only Vi's vambrace was still connected. Hey! Maybe it was mine that was busted? I left the room to find Tanya in person, and was barely in the hallway before I halted in stunned silence. Ahead of me, a protocol droid was destroyed, pitted with harsh blaster burns. I vaguely thought I recognized its model, one of the senators owned it. So what in the Manda had happened while I was asleep? Instinct caused me to crouch down and curse my long dress. I was in my handmaiden uniform, rather than my armor. Then I heard a pair of voices approaching. I darted into a nearby open office door. The offices had a complex security system, however, it was frequently circumvented by the doors being propped open by waste baskets and other items. For once, that was to my benefit. Do we go to the next phase? Bane should have the atrium locked down and taken the senators hostage by now. The voice sounded distinctive, like a Quarren, and peeking out of the floor-to-ceiling windows at the front of the office, I caught a glimpse of him and an IG-86 Sentinel droid out in the hallway. Both were armed and dangerous. I didn't like my odds against them without armor and weapons. Negative. Robonino has sent a new data feed. There is an active COMM source nearby. We are to find it and deactivate it. I almost turned off my vambrace in a panic at that. However, I recalled it would make a sad noise when powering off, so I hesitated. The droid started moving away in the direction it came from, but then the Quarren swiped a device against the nearest office door's badge reader, and it chimed open. Great, they were searching every office. Putting that aside, the real question was, what would White Silver do? While he was still searching through some unfortunate senator's office, I darted back through the hallway and back into Tanya's office. It would only take them a few minutes to search this far. So as quickly as I could, I unlatched my vambrace, and tossed it on the couch I had been napping on earlier. Then I shifted the desk as softly as I could, to create a blind spot and place where I could wait in ambush. This would only work because I knew they had separated. If they had decided to regroup, this would end very decisively, and not in my favor. The door's security access chimed open. Knock, knock. Anyone in here? The Quarren called. I heard his heavy footsteps entering the room. He didn't spot the vambrace yet as he wandered away from my blind spot and towards the window. I scratched my head, trying to think of a way out of this situation. Running wouldn't work, there was a sentinel droid nearby. And I'm pretty confident I wasn't the fastest runner of the three of us. My talents lie elsewhere, and for some reason, that summoned memories of that fateful night back home in Gargan City. The intruder fiddled with his earpiece, and then started bragging to other members of their team, which brought me back to reality. Damn, what of you? Rich fools get the best stuff. Glad we're not going to let them keep them, ha. So Tanya and the rest of the senators were taken hostage, but it sounds like the hostage takers are going to kill them no matter what. Important info, but useless to me right now. I needed to acquire a weapon. What do you mean, I'm in the room with it? He asked into his earpiece. He finally noticed my abandoned vambrace on the couch. Wait, I have something. Looks like one of those Mandu tech arm communicators. No one here, though. He looked the device over for a second, before tossing it on the floor, clearly annoyed at it. Then he pointed his blaster at it, oh look a weapon, and then blasted my commercial vambrace a few times. I was very glad I left my personal Beskar vambrace back at the tower. I took one last look at the destroyed fragments of the plasteel vambrace, which couldn't help me now. It's not like it would have been that useful anyway, it didn't have any weapon mods, which meant the Senate Guard couldn't confiscate it. Tanya had acquired them for everyone so that we can still communicate with each other while in the Senate, since my personal Beskar vambrace had weapons built in. Alright, taken care of. I'm heading back. Then he turned around, with his back to my blind spot. I'd never get a better opportunity like this. I sprung forward and wrapped my arm around his throat, putting him in a chokehold. As he gagged for air, I just kept pulling to get better leverage until I heard a crunch. I kept my grip on him until he stopped struggling. I waited a few seconds to make sure he wasn't faking it before I gently put him to the floor. I think I broke something important in his neck. This isn't the first time I've killed someone. When Gargan was at war, I think I killed a few mercs from blaster shots, but that was much less personal than killing someone with my own hands. Dad had taken me big game hunting before on Gargan, this was much more unpleasant. I'd deal with that later once this is all over, for now, I quickly reached out to his side and took his blaster pistol and wallet. I left his earpiece alone since it could be possible that they could use it to track me. Next, I carefully heaved his body onto Tanya's rolling chair. Now to figure out what to do next. I needed to contact Mandu Tower for reinforcements and to let them know what's going on here. I also needed to rescue the other senators. Tanya had probably broken herself free and caused problems for her captors by now. But what did Vi's active signal mean? Looking at the Quarren, I could imagine that his team would be looking for him sooner or later when he hasn't returned to them yet. That IG-86 Sentinel was still lurking nearby, too. I need to change clothes, or at least shorten the dress if I am going to be fighting. These gowns were going to get in the way of whatever fight I was going to do. I grabbed the knife off his belt and got to work shortening my dress at the knees. Once I felt like I had enough room to maneuver, I kicked off the heeled boots too, since there was a bit of a heel. I wish I'd brought something other than fancy boots to this, but I hadn't exactly expected to be playing commando today. Taking a breath, I moved to the door and opened it before looking both ways to determine that the area was clear. The last thing I needed was to be snuck up on by that sentinel droid. Once I saw that the hallway was clear, I moved the chair with the Quarren's body as quietly as I could, 3 rooms over to a supply closet. It was better for him not to be found in Tanya's office. It could give away who I was. The less they know about me, the better. Then again, what would White Silver do to throw off her enemies? Something to distract them from knowing who was responsible for this and make people more paranoid. Looking at the corpse, I thought for a moment before an idea popped into my head. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out some lipstick and got to work writing down a threat, at least one I believed would be quite effective, but hopefully would throw them off enough to distract them. Once I was sure that it was clear enough that they could read it, I stepped back and left the door ajar with his foot sticking out. The scene before me looked a little bit unhinged. This situation was unhinged. Who would dare attack the Senate, so maybe it would work. Even if it wasn't exactly as good as one of White Silver's clever schemes, it should throw the enemy off, and I didn't have any more time to fix it. So, for now, I moved deeper into the building while avoiding any potential patrols. I couldn't help Tanya and Vi if I was captured. I needed to come up with a plan, maybe link up with other survivors who had evaded capture. A Mandalorian could hope. There was a certain safety in numbers. Though I probably could take on the criminals one-on-one, I doubted that they would come at me one at a time. Coruscant, Senate Building, Senatorial Offices. Cad Bane. All agents, check in. I had a man missing. And as I made my way down the offices where his earcom tracker said he would be, I had a suspicion that we had some rogue moving about. I listened as everyone checked in. Robertino cycled the power in my section with his check-in, his attempt to impress Aura Singh, no doubt. No one saw me roll my eyes. I didn't know why the Hutts wanted Zyro back, but I was being paid not to care. I was being paid a lot of Republic credit ingots not to care. The meeting had been memorable. They offered a king's ransom of Republic ingots to retrieve Zyro the Hutt. Enough to buy Jabba's palace on Tatooine twice, with some extra to spare. There must have been complications if Jabba was offering that much, but I could handle the Jedi. Jabba knew this as well, which is why he hired me. I suspected Zyro knew too much, and this wasn't a rescue so much as a transfer. I noticed a foot sticking out into the hallway up ahead and drew my pistol from my side. The two IG droids raised their blasters as I moved closer. As I got closer, I saw the foot belonged to my missing man, Rolok, who was dead. I'd say he probably died in the last 5 minutes by the looks of it. He must have died just after he said he was heading back. The interesting thing, though, was the writing on his chest. It was in Galactic Basic, so that didn't narrow down exactly who could be responsible for this, but the message written in red was quite clear. Ha ha ha, I have a blaster now. Deranged guard. I muttered. No, the clones weren't creative enough for this, and the rest of the Senate staff was purely ornamental. Some unfortunate military officer, visiting the senatorial offices today, then? As I got closer, though, I noticed something off about the writing. It wasn't a spelling issue or anything that simple. No, it was what the material used for the writing was. Leaning closer, I inspected it. Lipstick. I was not the type to know this kind of thing, but I did recognize it from one or two liaisons. Reaching for my communication device, I reached to activate the device and contact Singh. She's a woman, she'd be more of an expert on this. Before I could, though, the comm squawked to life. I found Shah Han. Someone killed him. He didn't listen to my fashion advice, either. Singh was always a romantic, especially about the dead. Rolok's dead too. Any clues on who killed Shah Han? There was a pause before she answered, no, not that I can see. Used a good bit of strength, though, neck was crushed to a pulp. Yours. Crushed windpipe, but the only other clue is that someone left a deranged message on his chest with lipstick. Don't know what the point of it was, but it's there. What brand? She asked. If I knew, I would have led with that information, Singh. Don't push my buttons. I spat. I heard a sigh before she said, fine, tell me where it is, and I'll take a look myself. Finding out what corporation it's from will tell us a lot about who wrote it. If we're lucky, it might be unique to their home system. 32nd floor, west side janitor's closet. What? Why would they move it? Probably knows that if we found a body in one of the senator's offices, we'd know who to blame. So, whoever killed Rolok is female, but the one who killed Shah Han is either a cyborg or a Jedi. We got all the Mandalorians, right? Singh asked. Kryze and her handmaiden are all tied up back in the central area. Well, the person who killed Shah Han had a bit of strength. Put that together, and I'm going to say we have two potential candidates who are skulking about down here, some kind of cyborg, most likely a military officer, or a Jedi. That could be a problem. I said, shaking my head. Considering we're on Coruscant, let's go with the worst case option and assume it's a Jedi. I've killed a few Jedi in my time, but I don't like to fight them head on. Double the teams, make sure no one walks alone. We need to clear this place out and make sure we have full control. We also need to make sure they don't just pick us off one by one. That's going to slow our progress in clearing this place out, give the people we missed time to get a signal out. Singh warned. Not the biggest issue. We almost got who we came for, better for you all to stay alive so you can do your jobs than being dead weight. Alright, I'll continue my search. I'll contact you as soon as I'm done with this floor. Singh signed off. If I wasn't aware of some of her past, I might have been worried about her out there alone with only a droid. But, she wasn't just a bounty hunter. She had quite a few career changes in her life, and she could probably rival me for the title of best bounty hunter if she didn't have her own reasons for being such. Come on, you two. I said to the droids as I shook my head and moved on down the passageway. Coruscant, Senate Building, Senatorial Offices. Anakin Skywalker. What a day, what a CRIF-FING day. The senatorial offices were completely deserted and darkly illuminated only by red emergency lights, so I continued forward. The building felt strangely sinister in lockdown, as if a menace lurked around every corner. I shrugged that feeling off and kept looking. I was trying to find a way to access a communication terminal to contact the outside world, and let the judicials or the clone army on duty know that the senators were in danger. Unfortunately, I would guess a slicer had hacked into the security systems of the Senate building and put it on lockdown. It might even be a team of slicers, and they'd have to be on site somewhere to pull it off. I kept expecting to stumble into them around each corner. According to the Chancellor, there was a secondary access point to the computer systems that ran the place, hidden in the basement of the Senate building. Getting there unseen, though, was the challenge. There were droids patrolling in the halls looking for intruders in larger, increasing quantities, ever since I had to kill that mercenary who attempted to shoot me. I wish I had more time to loot him for his weapon, but I had heard footsteps coming down the hall, so I made a run for it, not trusting my luck. That probably was the wisest move, considering who I'd spotted. There were few people who could qualify as officially Dark Jedi. Some in the temple argue that Count Dooku was a Dark Jedi. After experiencing several fights with him, I disagreed. I believe he has firmly fallen to the ways of the Sith. Aurra Sing, on the other hand, was firmly a Dark Jedi. There was no other way to say it. After abandoning the temple, Sing never displayed any Sith influences, but drew attention from the council by taking bounties on Jedi and her preference for assassinations. From what I researched after I met her on Tatooine years ago, she had been an apprentice of a particularly notorious Jedi master, Anya Kuro, the Dark Woman. The Dark Woman was notorious for her controversial training methods, which worked until it didn't, ending with Aurra Sing. Windu had known Master Kuro and Padawan Singh personally, but had little good to say about either. I don't know the exact details, but in her training as a Padawan, Singh ended up getting captured by an assassin's guild and turned into a cyborg. However, the council didn't act until Singh had become a successful bounty hunter, hunting victims and Jedi alike. Honestly, it was typical. The council tends to let these kinds of mistakes go uncorrected, especially when the victims were of no great significance. Mom and I might have had similarly awful fates, if not for Master Ki-Gon wisely ignoring the will of the council. Singh was very dangerous, a Dark Jedi who could rival me in power, especially when I was disarmed. The only good news was she probably didn't know where I was, which would give me an opportunity to try and sneak past her. Otherwise, I might be rejoining Padme sooner than expected. Or the Force could intercede, that could happen too. I felt an acquainted presence in the Force, as I rounded a corner and came face to face with a blonde girl carrying a blaster. She quickly raised it before lowering it and saying, "Oh, it's you." I raised an eyebrow before I recognized her. "Kay, right? You're one of Tanya's handmaidens." She shook her head before saying, "Ki, but close enough, Master Jedi. It's good to see you." I was beginning to think that I was the only one who wasn't captured. "Same," I said with a nod before continuing, "I'm just glad to have someone who knows how to fight. Figures a Mandalorian would have a blaster hidden somewhere." No, I stole this after I took down one of their members." There was a raised eyebrow, saying, "Right, well, that's good. The hostage takers can't have too many people, and their numbers must have dwindled to the point that they'd stay close to the hostages, which means we might be able to make it." "Make it where?" she asked. "To the HoloNet hardline. It's in a secondary COMM station in the basement. We're going to have to skirt by the hostages to get there, but it's the best and only way to get help. If we can get there, we can call for help." She nodded before asking, "Doesn't that put the hostages in more risk, though?" I shook my head, saying, "No more risky than they already are. I went there earlier, and I saw a couple of their droids setting up bombs and sensors around them to keep them in place. We could at least make it so that this is a proper siege, and we might be able to negotiate their freedom." Ki frowned and shook her head in disagreement. "From what I overheard, it sounds like they are going to get rid of the hostages no matter what." "Padme. We'll make it, we'll get to the hard line. Summon help. Your focus determines your reality." She nodded and said, "All right, I'm going to trust you, Jedi, so lead the way." I did as she said and led the way towards a set of stairs I knew wouldn't be as watched as others. We'd only gone a few steps when she asked a question that stammered me a bit. "Where's your lightsaber, by the way?" My lightsaber? There are rules about keeping weapons on the Senate property, I'm not allowed to do that." "You're a terrible liar, you know that." Ki whispered. "I'm familiar with the rules. Tanya made sure we memorized them all. You're not allowed to keep weapons unless, of course, you're a Jedi, then you can have as many weapons as you want as long as it's ceremonial, so you should have had your lightsaber." "Haha, I just left it somewhere I can't get to today." "So Padme's office?" She whispered back towards me. I stopped mid-step and looked at her, wondering how she came to that conclusion. "Come on, you guys do an okay job of hiding it, but it's fairly obvious the two of you care for each other." Ki said softly, with a wave of her hand. "Plus, I saw how she was reacting when you went off to fight Count Dooku back on Geonosis. She obviously cared about you, and you have a thing for her. I doubt you two aren't at least pursuing something. It's not like the Jedi have an oath of celibacy." I nodded, and kept my voice quieter. "Well, let's just say yes. She happened to have it in her hands at the wrong moment, and it is currently with the hostage takers." Ki grunted, shaking her head, and we started moving again. We slowly moved down the stairs and I didn't make too much noise as we headed towards the lower levels. "So, out of curiosity, what is the deal between you and Padme?" I shrugged my shoulders before saying, "Don't really feel like talking about that. I barely know you." "Fair. I mean, have you seen the rumors swirling around Tanya? Almost every other week, there's a HoloNet report about someone getting added to her harem. I guess if the hero with no fear started to do the same, the HoloNet would be even worse. Probably once a day, you'd have a new so-called fling in the media. I chuckled softly, I actually kind of already had something like that happen a couple of weeks back. Key asked, you did? How did I miss that? It was more of an outer rim story. According to one particular paper, I am totally in a relationship with Ayala Sakura. Their evidence? She saved my life when our ship crashed. I heard a stifled chuckle from behind me before Key spoke up, saying, isn't that just more of an Ayala Sakura thing? Like on the HoloNet last month, there was a whole expose about her fashion interests, Jedi clothing choices, and what's her favorite perfume. I chuckled at that before saying, I think it was Master Coleman Trevor's idea. He's trying to improve the public opinion of Jedi in general because of the whole situation with the Maelstrom. He thought the greatest idea was to turn Ayala into an idol, I think that was the term he used. Oh gods! Key muttered behind me, her tone made me turn to face her. Her hand was firmly placed on her forehead as she softly said, I remember now. Tanya was talking to Jedi Master Trevor about the concept a few months ago. He came by to ask about the Mandalorian idols, after they had been such a hit inside our own sector, and if it could be implemented elsewhere. Yet, I thought it felt like something Tanya would come up with. Did she suggest that for Ayla? Key shook her head, saying, she only said to make sure to find someone who could enjoy the position. I scratched my head, that does sound like something Ayla would agree to. There were certain oddities about the Jedi Order that I noticed the longer I stayed in it. Like there was a firm set of rules that people were supposed to follow, and then there were just, I guess you would say, radicals within the Order who didn't follow them. Master Sakura was more relaxed and open about accepting her culture. Master Mundi technically broke the rule about having a family, but he is an exception due to his species' low male population. Master Windle was, well, he was always investigating the dark side when it came to his powers to try and meet the Sith at their own game. There was a certain hypocrisy to the Order if you looked at it the wrong way. But if you looked at it another way, it was more like, yes, there were rules, but there were exceptions too, as long as you obeyed the rules in intention. It was a struggle, but I tried to obey the boundaries of rules as intended when it came to my relationship with Padme. I wanted to be with her, to have a life with her, perhaps something more. But I also wanted to be a Jedi Knight, to make the galaxy a better place. I just had to find the balance between those two. It was a tough and hard path, but I was the chosen one, after all. If I was destined to find the balance in the Force, perhaps I was destined to find the balance between the Order and actually having a family. Or maybe I was being a bit presumptuous. Obi-Wan always said that I was being too forward with my thinking. But then again, I just spent the last few years convinced he was also a hypocrite to some extent. After all, Tanya was definitely his daughter, and now I had that confirmed. But I also had confirmed that he had no idea the entire time, which still stunned me. How could he not recognize his own child, especially a Force-sensitive one? Shouldn't he have sensed a familiar presence between them? I'd always sensed a similarity between them to some extent. I knew I would have recognized my own kid if I had one. It probably wasn't as clear-cut for Obi-Wan to sense, since Tanya tended to keep a lot of her emotions bottled up, and that did seem to tint her Force presence from being as clear as it could be, but still. Could that be what Palpatine was getting at when we had that conversation a while back? But Tanya was the type to keep to herself and put on a mask of professionalism. Perhaps he had picked up on that and was simply worried because it made her look a bit shady, especially with concerns that she might be using her Force powers to coerce votes. I doubt that she would actually do that, she's too good of a person from what I'd seen her do. But then again, unlike most senators I'd seen, she'd also stepped out of the role a senator was expected to take on many occasions. At the end of the hallway, I tried to recall the directions. I think there's supposed to be a maintenance access hatch somewhere around here. I muttered. The turbolifts would be disabled in a lockdown, and I didn't want to climb down one of those. Key tapped an ordinary-looking wall panel with her blaster. Here, I think. I noticed it had a faint yellow border, barely indistinguishable from the others. A moment later, she pressed on the bottom section, and it opened. The panel swung upwards to reveal a vertical maintenance shaft illuminated by dim red. Key then said, "You can go first." I grunted and stepped into the shaft, not looking down. Descending, the bottom was revealed to the basement levels. The ladder ended in a wide hallway, likely used to transport supplies for the various Senate delegations. Key dropped behind me, while I started inspecting the rooms. Immediately, though, I found something. A diminutive techno-service droid was hovering over a control panel in the center of the room, a somewhat unpopular model from the colonies I recognized, a Vertseth automata. The droid was preoccupied with something, with what I suspected was a powerful HoloNet jammer. I recognized some of its function from my starfighter equipment I'd disassembled and repaired. Also, I spotted the terminal for the hardline in the back of the room. Key had also peeked into the room, before crouching back into the hallway. "I'll distract the droid and try to disable the jammer." Vertseth automata droids were all based on the same base design. If I had to grapple with it up close, I should be able to deactivate it quickly. I nodded towards her. You go for the HoloNet hardline. Ki nodded, adopting a focused expression. One step into the room, though, and the droid whirled about, alerted. Come any closer, and I trigger the explosives. Groaning, now I spotted the motion sensors. Hidden in the corners of the room, and only focused at ground level. Flying smugly above the sensors, the droid pulled out a communicator. Master Bane, there's a Jedi here. Oh, came a voice from the communicator in its hand. Put them on. They must be the ones who have been causing me problems. I'd like to have a little bit of a nice conversation with them so we can come to some sort of understanding. The droid nodded and, from where it was floating, it tossed me the communicator. I grabbed it out of the air and said, You're supposed to be Bane. Cad Bane, bounty hunter, at your service. Listen here, Jedi. Where is your female accomplice? Step forward and show yourself. I have no. Ki marched into the room, blaster still aimed at the hovering droid. Ki Morrison. If you harm Senator Kryze, I'll hunt you down, scum. Mandalorians. Bane seemed amused and wistful, rather than annoyed. See, I don't care about any senator in particular, but I do know one thing. If you disable my jammer, the chances of anyone escaping this building goes down to 0. I have the Senate atrium set to explode if anyone enters without my personal approval. So you really have two choices, surrender, or kill every senator you're trying to protect. How about you surrender? I countered. After all, there's no way you're getting out of this. The security on this planet is top-notch, we're in the middle of a war. If you kill those senators, the whole Republic military will come down on your heads. I wouldn't be so sure about that. The Chancellor has already negotiated quite a bit with me already. The whole reason I'm here, Zyro, is going to be released shortly. All you have to do is not cause me problems until then, and everyone will leave this place alive. Well, almost everyone. Idiots will, of course, remain dead. Why don't you just come on up to the main area and surrender? You're stalling, there's no deal. Ki asserted, the tension in the room rising as she shifted the blaster in her grip. Wait, I held out a hand, signaling her not to shoot. I want to hear confirmation from Chancellor Palpatine that he's agreed to your deal. After all, right this moment, I hold the room that can lift the lockdown. With a flip of the switch, everyone will know you're here. Ah, I see you're thinking ahead, but perhaps you're not thinking with your head. Toto, execute File 37. I rushed the droid, better than finding out whatever that was. Oh no. Not File 37, please, sir, no. The droid ignored my rush, hovering absent-mindedly. Ki fired, but then the droid displayed remarkable agility, it flipped upside down to avoid it. Toto, execute. I leapt, and grabbed the upside-down droid in midair. There was a control port on the left shoulder of these models. If I could just... Toto exploded in a shower of electrical sparks. Electricity came out in a wave, hitting me. I could feel every muscle in my body shivering and stressing at the same time as I slowly collapsed to the ground. I tried to maintain my consciousness, but it was quite apparent I'd been hit with some sort of stun bomb, which had discharged entirely into my body, instead of the surroundings. Entangled, the pair of us fell to the floor with a thud. It had basically emptied its entire core at once to accomplish that. Ki was out of range of it, so there was still hope. Go. Get help. I growled out before I finally collapsed to the ground, my eyes forced to close by the electricity and the pain. My body shivered with energy flowing through it. Coruscant, Senate Building. Ki Morrison. Sith spit. I cursed as I watched Anakin fall over unconscious thanks to the droid. The only good news was that the droid was downed as well. Aiming my blaster at the jammer device, I switched it off before blasting the control panel so no one could reactivate that jammer. Once done, I went over to check on Anakin to determine that he was alive and okay. Oh, how the hell am I going to get you out of here? I groaned, trying to lift him and realizing that he was 6'2". Damn, no matter how I do this, he's just far too heavy for me to lift and pull out of here. Which meant I was in a room with an unconscious Jedi while invaders were very likely on their way here. I didn't like my chances against more than one of them. Earlier we noticed that patrols now had 4 people. I need to get a message out before they could get here. My options were not looking great. In fact, they were looking absolutely terrible. Grabbing my blaster, I moved towards the COMM terminal in the back of the room. I wasn't familiar with how to console, it was full of diagnostic and system information, but after a few panicked moments of searching, I found it. A manual connection entry, a few button presses later, and I brought up the first person Tanya forced everyone to memorize. Who is this? A disembodied voice of Royal Guard Captain Strook came from the terminal, sounding annoyed. Captain, this is Ki. I need backup, right now. I said in a rush. What's going on? He said, the certainty in his voice indicating he recognized my voice. The Senate has been taken over by bounty hunters. Tanya and the majority of the senators are being held hostage. They are surrounded by explosives, and the bounty hunters are trying to negotiate the release of a prisoner. We're on our way. What is your satrap? The captain sounded like he was on the move now. By the Manda, things were looking up. No time, they are on their way here, so I gotta go. Okay, get out of there. Good luck, Morrison. Help is on the way. Captain Stroke signed off. With that done, I sprinted out and ducked behind a bunch of machinery, as several mechanical footsteps approached. I didn't want to risk getting spotted, so I just listened as 4 sets of footsteps entered the room and quickly went back out the way they came. Once I felt that they were far enough away, I went back into the COMM room, only to find that Anakin was indeed gone. Hopefully, he's still alive. The only thing I can do now is to find some way to rescue the prisoners. Reinforcements were coming, and protecting Tanya was my job. Now to find my way back up to the floor where the hostages were. I tried to recall the route Anakin had led us, and retraced my steps. Coruscant, Senate building. Tanya cries. Today has been undignified, humiliating, and quite annoying, to say the least. Here I was, the senator of Mandalore, home of the most feared warriors in the galaxy, tied up like a Christmas Day turkey. My hands were firmly tied and bound behind my back, along with Vi behind me. Neither one of us could escape. The droids seemed to pay special attention to our location. In fact, a few times, some senators had come over to possibly adjust us so we had more room, but the droids had come into the circle to push them away, making sure that we were prevented from having any cover to do anything. Did my activities while I was a senator really draw that much attention to me? Or was this just because I was Mandalorian? It was hard to say. Yes, Mandalorians are a very impressive lot when it comes to skills and escaping problems, before proceeding to make problems for the person who put them in that position. But it was also true that I have had quite a few well-known actions over the years, from what happened on Geonosis to issues I had brought about here on Coruscant, to my fights with a couple of gangs. Getting the infamous Jango Fett to peacefully retire from bounty hunting was likely to be the one that drew the most attention to those in the bounty hunting community. It would be like a completely unknown company managing to poach your star employee without any warning. Of course, the others would want to investigate what happened. So it was not outside the realm of possibility that I was trapped in a prison of my own design. If I was that well-known problem person, of course they're going to be prepared for me. Like by being tied up and watched like a hawk. We weren't even allowed to talk to the other prisoners. Padme had come up to try and reassure me, but a droid had immediately stepped forward and motioned her away with his gun, which said a lot about how much my reputation preceded me. I sighed, wondering what they wanted. I knew from listening to some of their conversations that something had gone wrong, and that Chancellor Palpatine was in communication with their leader to negotiate our release. But that was about it. For all I knew, the whole Grand Army of the Republic was rolling up outside and ready to break the doors in, which was not great at all when multiple laser sensors prevented us from leaving our position. And those lasers seemed to be connected to large bundles of explosives. I did not feel like becoming a fine red mist because the Grand Army of the Republic charged in the front door, guns blazing. Hopefully, the police of the planet had some better options, maybe an EMP weapon to disable those explosives. That was my best hope, which really said a lot about the security of the senatorial guard. From what I heard from the gossiping senators, not only had they been wiped out in apparently a few minutes, but based on the whispered gossip from the other group of hostages, none of them had managed to get a warning out that this was going on. Who was running this nightmare organization? They were full of corrupt officers who were either involved in assassinating senators or helping prisoners of war escape. I was not going to forget that a certain member of the CIS Defense Council who had been under our custody had recently escaped because of them, and now they've been eliminated easily by mercenaries, bounty hunters of all things. It's like the Secret Service got taken down by a bunch of cowboys. I'm not one for suddenly making bills for the Senate to vote on as a legislative tactic, like some senators do, but this was a big enough failure that if I survive this, I'm drafting a new legislation to prevent this from happening again. I'll create a caliber of senatorial guard that can actually fulfill their purpose. If they're going to steal the Mandalorian look for their armor, the least they could do was not embarrass themselves at their job. I may be a bit angrier than I thought I was, but I only have myself to blame. Mandalorians have a stigma against those that are deemed useless. The fact that I got captured and made into a damsel was going to murder my reputation back in the Mandalorian sector. I'm going to be a laughingstock for this. It only takes one political mistake to make yourself look like a fool, and this was going to make me look like the biggest fool of all. But, of course, I could shift the blame onto the senatorial guard to save face. It is probably all I could do. That might save my career, and it's not like anyone in the Mandalore sector cared about the senatorial guards. They would be more likely to get a kick at seeing such an ancient organization fall apart under massive scrutiny because it weakened the hated Republic. One less barrier to conquer if the Mandalorian sector succumbs to radical barbarism and attempts to reconquer the galaxy. I examined the rope holding my legs together, wondering if I could cut my way through. I might be able to slide under if I could get up to speed. I carefully moved my wrist back and forth to see if I could get them free. They were behind my back, so I couldn't exactly see what the knot was like, but perhaps it would weaken after prolonged abuse. I doubted I could muster up enough friction to cause the ropes to burst into flames, but maybe I'd be able to weaken the middle enough that I could squeeze my hands through the openings. Hopefully, Vi would be able to sneak her hidden knife close enough to cut us free. However, we were watched constantly by the droids and there was never an opportunity for her to retrieve it. Sighing, I looked up at the door, wondering where the hell our rescue was and what happened to Ki. Well, one of those answers came through the door as two droids came in dragging a half-conscious Anakin Skywalker into the center of the room before tossing him next to me. Bane followed in right after them. Well, Jedi, who would have seen that coming? A pale non-human woman stepped forward, approaching Bane, still fell for a trap, though. Must not be a very bright one. I watched Anakin mumble something as he started to get up, and Padme moved over to him. I also watched the look she gave me, which told me that I needed to cause a distraction, as I saw what appeared to be a lightsaber in her sleeve slowly push its way forward. Coughing into my gag, I attempted to get their attention. Bane looked over at me before shrugging and stepping forward and lowering the gag from my mouth. Is this charade almost over? I spat. I know that you probably don't give a damn about what politicians do, but we have a busy schedule to work through. What with a whole vote to keep privacy alive in this galaxy, and this delay would mean that some of us will have to work overtime. To top it off, you've killed the leader of the opposition party, so we'll have even more work to do to prevent the Republic from becoming a galactic police state. Cad Bane chuckled darkly. Ah yes, a true believer in democracy. You truly believe in those democratic principles, don't you? How droll. There's only one rule in this galaxy, and it's that anything can be done for the right price. Your vote doesn't matter, it's already happening, I can assure you of that. Easy for you to say when you likely have a criminal record a parsec long. But if you have evidence to back up your statement, the Senate would love to hear it. If you can provide actual evidence and not conspiracy theories, of course. I stalled. Cad Bane and the non-human woman were both looking at me now, buying Padme the time to slip Anakin the lightsaber. Stupid hormonal couple, I don't know what those two have been whispering, but at least now the Jedi had a weapon. As for your question about whether this is almost over, yes it is. We've already got what we came here for, so we'll be taking our leave. A shame about the jammer, that was an expensive piece of equipment. Clearing my throat, I asked, do you really think the Republic will keep to the deal? After all, you killed a senator, held senators hostage, and are trying to get a convicted criminal out of prison. You haven't acted in good faith, so why should the Republic? I don't think you are going to escape the consequences of today. I don't need faith or the Force when I have explosives. Bane held up a device that clued me in that they weren't going to leave us alive. You'll hold us hostage to the last possible moment to give yourself time to escape, that explains a lot. I said with a nod, I might be facing a fourth life in a moment if those explosives go off. Goodbye, Senator of Mandalore, and goodbye, ladies and gentlemen. We have a guest to pick up for our next meeting, and you have your day to get back to. I'm sure the Republic will send their people inside very soon. Bane mocked, leading out the group of mercenaries, bounty hunters, and droids. As soon as I was sure he was gone, I said to Anakin, get up and cut through the floor. Got it. He muttered as pulled his lightsaber out. After getting on his knees, he activated his lightsaber, quickly cutting a circle around him through the floor and creating a passageway down. Thankfully, the level beneath us was a standard height, a few meters down. The senators didn't complain at this point, everyone seemed tired of captivity. They moved to the hole and dropped to escape to the second floor. Before long, it was just me, Vi, Anakin, Organa, and Padme. Vi managed to cut through her binds, and moved on to cutting through my binds. The ropes came loose just as I heard audible beeping coming from the bombs. Suddenly, a powerful force pushed me and everyone else into the hole. We collapsed onto the ground, but Anakin landed upright. He used the chunk of concrete he'd cut free to fill in the hole he created as the room above exploded. The impromptu plug mitigated the explosion to a harmless distraction, everyone sighed with relief. Once I was sure that I had all of my limbs, I dusted myself off before I shouted, "Is everyone alive?" A chorus of yes, we're goods and other tones responded. By some miracle, we managed to escape that situation. Sitting up, Vi said, I guess your assumption that Bane was more interested in making a splash in the political world rather than mayhem wasn't correct. I shrugged, shaking my head before saying, could be. Anakin cut in, Bane's an enemy of the Republic now. We're going to have to track him down, and we will not take this attack lightly. I nodded my head and with a smile said, good, happy to have the Jedi after an actual criminal for once and not be a general that doesn't know how to use an army. Coruscant, Senate building entrance. Chief Palpatine. What an unexpected turn of events, I mused as I watched the senators being cared for after their near-death experience. A bit of a shame. Had events worked out properly, I would have had the leadership of most of my opponents wiped out by someone else. What a wondrous thing this war was turning out to be, that the Hutts would have the gall to employ bounty hunters to invade the Republic Senate. It was obviously a hit. Why else would they have come for Zyro the Hutt? It did result in some interesting outcomes nonetheless. This should be effective propaganda material for Compor in further vilifying the Hutts and non-human aliens. The fact that there weren't any humans among the bounty hunters is a fortuitous coincidence. TAA had survived, discovered hours later cowering in supply closet. That useful idiot always proved capable of surviving a crisis. Philo had been killed, by calling on the bounty hunter's threat as a bluff from what I heard from the witnesses. Though he was only one amongst many, with his death it was likely that I would be able to pass a few more bills that I had planned. While there would always be a rallying cry against me and my agents, one less senator in the field causing me problems was useful to me in the long term. Although, the young Mandalorian senator had survived as she was taking part in the vote against my attempt to increase the surveillance state. Unfortunate. But with Tanya still on the board, there are still ways that she could be of use to my plans. If she died, the least she could do would be a loss of incentive for Count Dooku, I'm sure. But with her alive, there were many possibilities that he may attempt in mind. Dooku may show himself to be a worthwhile student, though he was still too old and set on his ways to be my perfect apprentice. I was on my way to congratulate Anakin on saving the senators when I noticed said Mandalorian senator walking towards me with a rather annoyed gait. Senator Kryze, I said with a smile, giving a nod to her as she approached. I'm so glad that you're unharmed. This whole situation is very unprecedented in the history of the Republic. Yes, unprecedented, that's one way to say it. She said, folding her arms across her chest. It's also an extreme example of the degradation of the senatorial guard and how it has continued to fail in its service. Oh. Now, this could be useful. Feigning shock, I said, Miss Kryze, what are you saying? The senatorial guard has guarded the Republic Senate for generations. Yes, and in that time, they've grown complacent and corrupt. Before the war even began, one of them was responsible for the death of a senator. Another has helped a known member of the CIS escape. And now, their incompetence has seen every senatorial guard on duty killed in a single decapitating strike. She was absolutely fuming and saying some rather known truths. I watched several senators looking this way, listening in. Oh, how very useful this would be if she reacted just so. I leaned into my role. But what exactly do you suggest should be done, my dear? They obviously need proper military training, since their peacetime procedures have been proven multiple times to be inadequate. Perhaps bringing in some of the clones that are currently guarding the city could aid them, or hire some other security force to train them. I held my smile, teeth in my heart, as I nodded along, saying, yes, of course, I assumed you would not recommend your Mandalorian forces, that would break your neutrality agreements, correct? Tanya nodded before adding, correct. However, I would ask that the CNS be allowed to bring Mandalorian security forces into the Senate as a secondary force in case such an operation like this happens again. As well as allowing religious exemptions for armor during wartime. The last one, I had not expected, but I could swing that. Oh, how I could swing that. Visions of Mandalorians in full armor walking the halls of the Senate would be a jab to the gut of so many senators who clung to ancient history. Yes, I nodded in my head. I said, of course, of course. We'll have to put this to a vote in the Senate, but I will see if I can get that religious exemption through as quickly as possible. Good. Tanya said with a nod, seeming pleased by my offering of religious exemption. That would be rather fun to watch, I imagine, a Mandalorian senator in full armor arguing for peace. It would be hilariously ironic from a historical perspective. Of course, very few would get the joke, considering the last time a Mandalorian in full armor stood in the Senate, the Supreme Chancellor lost his head. But it was amusing to me, doubted any Mandalorian is capable of taking my head from me. But the key points here, that Senator Kryze was advancing my agenda by helping me get what I wanted all along, clone troopers within the Senate grounds for added protection and the ability for senators of note to bring their own security forces everywhere within the facility. Meaning, I could finally bring in loyal forces from Thurshan Sa. A personal Red Guard to protect me in place of the senatorial Blue Guard that had been found to be incapable of fulfilling their duties. Oh, how amusing. I nodded my head before adding, well, I think you should go get some rest. It has been a trying day. I'll have some chocolates from Regal Star sent over to you to help you recover. It will take time to reorganize the Senate, especially with the loss of Senator Philo. We're not going to be able to have that vote today or tomorrow or anytime soon until then. Shame. Tanya said with an odd expression before adding, Thank you for your ear, Supreme Chancellor. I know I was a little bit heated, but I do not like being at gunpoint. Of course, nobody would really, so it is completely understandable. I sympathized with her plight. Every other time someone has done so, events usually spiral out of control that lead to unforeseen, unpredictable consequences. And though I quite enjoy riding the chaotic wave of this war, I didn't want her to turn that wave into a whirlpool that sucks us all into some chaotic mess that will never end. Coruscant, outside the Senate building. Engis Ordo. Damn, Tanya could pull an oppressive presence when she wanted to. And I only had to stand behind her. Which was both terrifying yet somewhat arousing. When we learned that the Senate had been taken hostage, the majority of us had dropped what we were doing to get our armor and show up as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, we reached the Senate building after the event ended. I was not happy with this turn of events either. If I had known, I would not have taken the day off as Tanya had recommended. But what's done is done. It didn't really give much room to make me feel better about the situation, just the realities of it. All I could do was to stay focused on doing my job now. Standing guard and keeping an eye open for assassins or any other attempts on Tanya's life. Although it was hard not to listen as Tanya practically demanded for more competent senatorial guards and be allowed to wear Mandalorian armor on Senate grounds. Which is impressive considering that Palpatine seemed rather enamored with her idea. But that was hardly a surprise. Palpatine was well regarded in Mandalorian space as one of the few people in the Republic with any sense due to his support of Satin and Mandalorian self-determination. I had to wonder if this was some sort of attempt to try and salvage some of her reputation after the whole ordeal. After all, I heard she'd been tied up for most of it, and well, that was not exactly a situation that Mandalorians are gonna respect, especially when Tanya had been captured before on Geonosis. Being seen as useless is a pretty big hit to any Mandalorian reputation when the survival of the clan historically relied on everyone pulling their weight. That sentiment was still alive today in Mandue as Launder, and other Mandue insults were still very much in use. Getting the ability to officially wear armor within the Senate building would probably play well when it was reported back home. Tanya could definitely point to the Senate's own rules as a reason why she wasn't able to do anything when she was captured. Hopefully, there won't be a second time. I know I would be there to prevent it if it's possible. Once Tanya ended her conversation with the Chancellor, she made her way back to us. Thank you for waiting. Where are the others? Securing the area, my princess. I said matter-of-factly, which was half true. Guard Captain Strook was not with us here. He had taken Peacemaker to try and follow the criminals, staying far enough back but close enough to try and find what ship they were using so that he could report it to the Jedi. I had volunteered to do it, but he ordered me to stay with Tanya. Then, he gave me a knowing pat on the shoulder, one that seemed to tell me that he knew about our prior night's situation. Mock probably spoofed the club's cameras or something. Still, I wasn't really sure if I made the right decision with that, but I hadn't been fired, so things were possibly going in a good direction, I hoped. I was about to inquire what we should do now when Vi came over while pulling Ki with her. Vi then pulled Tanya into a group hug. Good to see you, Ki. Tanya said, seeming hopeful. You didn't have too much trouble hiding from the enemy. I did all right, I think. Didn't get captured this time. She joked, referencing the last time they had been in a situation like this, where they had all been broken up. Well, that's good. Vi and I were worried about you. Are you feeling all right? I know you had a bit of an ill feeling this morning. Tanya said. Feeling much better, I think. The adrenaline pushed whatever bug was eating at me out of my system. Ki commented before looking over her shoulder and seeing two more people approaching. Padme and Anakin joined us, giving Tanya a nod as he said, good to see you, Ki. I was worried that after I got knocked out, you might have been in trouble since I didn't see you when I woke up. Ki smiled and said, I'm fine, just a little frazzled. Anakin nodded before looking at Tanya, hey there, Tanya. I wish we had time to talk earlier. The whole Senate crisis is unexpected. Tanya smiled before saying, we live in unexpected times, I guess. The Republic's been at peace too long with the way things are going. Yeah, Anakin raised an eyebrow at that before saying, I was just wondering, though, how you're dealing with everything, you know, the chaos of the Republic, finding out who your dad is, all that. My eyebrow raised because the way he said that kind of implied that he was fishing for something, and I didn't like that. I didn't know Anakin that well, but he wasn't one to fish for information from what I had seen. If so, he was fairly bad at it. I'm fine. Yes, there's a lot of chaos going on, but I'm thriving in it. Tanya's smile was a tiny bit forced. Good, good. Well, if you ever feel a little bit overwhelmed, you can talk to me. I might be able to help you out. Still fishing for something, I thought, and Tanya seemed to have picked up on it as well. She seemed to have a slight twinge in her eye, as if she's looking for a way out of the conversation. Coughing into my helmet to get people's attention, I said, well, I'm sure we can arrange a meeting between you and the princess later, Master Jedi. But right now, my lady has been through a lot, all of them have. We should retire to the Mandalorian Tower to rest. Right, right. I'll catch up with you another time, Tanya. The Jedi Knight said, looking at me and giving me an understanding nod. I didn't sense any hostility in the gesture. Padme took this moment of me and Anakin talking to step forward and hug Tanya with the girls as well, saying, I'll come by later as well. We still need to work together to try and figure out what to do now that we lost Senator Philo. Of course. Tanya said, patting her shoulder. One less ally in the coalition, taken randomly, will be troubling for the rest of the coalition. But I think we can still pull things together and crush this bill. You most likely need to step up, though. Padme Amidala stiffened a bit at first by her direct challenge, but Tanya continued, well, you or Bail Organa to be more exact. I can't take the lead on this one. I have a conflict of interest as I'm a founder of the CNS. It would not be a good look for me to be the one in charge. It has to be someone who's not tied to the CNS. Of course, I'll talk to him about it as well. Padme softened before sharing one more hug, saying, talk to you later, Tanya. With that, we make our way out of the building. Mok, Skita and I escorted the entourage through the heavily damaged Senate atrium, now bustling with security and emergency officials. We ignored them to make our way back to the elongated speeder we kept for when the Peacemaker was busy. The green and blue vehicle waited patiently with X4 inside, already preparing a few drinks to help calm the nerves. Chapter 63. 717 FNM, 21 BBY, Month 9. Raxus Secundus, Mandalore Diplomatic Residence. Corky cries. Acting as a foreign diplomatic observer in the CIS Parliament reminded me of being surrounded by snapjaws back on Breshik, but each snapjaw is more interested in eating each other than myself. Every senator has their own self-interests that they pursue to the detriment of everyone else, especially to the detriment of their rivals. This caused most topics to require hours of exhaustive debates and backroom dealings before a decision was made. The loudest voices were from the so-called war faction and the peace faction. One seeks the complete dissolution of the Republic to ensure the Confederacy's security, while the other opposes them to pursue a peace treaty with the Republic for a quick end to the war. Of course, it wasn't as black and white as I am making it out to be, but those were the main motivations behind both political parties. Legislation would be proposed focusing on army appropriations by the war faction, which the peace faction would counter by asking who will be footing the bill. While that debate was going on, the real work happens behind the scenes as both factions use whatever tools in their arsenal to get the votes through, from kickbacks masked as lucrative trade deals or just straight bribery to concessions in helping them hinder their rivals. The neutrals themselves were not idle, either. They usually swung their support between the war and peace factions, depending on whoever had the better offer. While the war faction is larger and has more resources to offer, the neutrals often played hard to get to be offered more in return for their support. This resulted in the war faction spending more of their political capital than the peace faction, who husbands their capital for important legislation, keeping the parliament locked in a frightening and vicious balance. When the shadow feed showed the latest Republic atrocity in the Outer Rim, the peace faction would take center stage with legislation on humanitarian aid. And the cycle repeated. Whether the aid actually reached the intended victims was secondary to what each senator stood to gain from it. This was an oversimplification of the situation and overlooked the various nuances of each senator's interests, but it gave an idea of how the parliament was as cutthroat as a barrel of snap jaws. In this political arena, I was only an observer. In the war sessions, I was appalled at the blatant calls to violence, but it was the cold indifference to massive statistics of deaths that disturbed me the most. 1.3 billion dead at Chromis, hundreds of millions dead in their homes thanks to Republic liberation on Christophsis, countless more displaced and injured. So often it felt like all I could do was watch, write down what happened, and inform Auntie Satin afterwards. It burned that while there is untold suffering, those that have the resources to help are prioritizing enriching themselves over helping. Naturally, I gravitated to the peace faction due to my own moral stance and the CNS's position as a peaceful entity who I am representing. Senator Bonteri has been a great help in informing me on how to navigate the factions in Parliament. One of my conversations with the senator kept replaying in my head. You know, I met your sister years ago back on Coruscant. Back when she was just a representative and not yet a senator. You are nothing like her. Stars, am I truly that bad? I deflected, not sure what Senator Bonteri meant by that. No, no. She laughed. You misunderstand. Tanya was so earnest, so serious, so methodical. She's a rare combination in the Senate. Tanya's intensity, if not her beliefs in white silver, made more sense to me now. Tanya truly believed that with sufficient willpower and effort, someone could right what was wrong with the galaxy. It was a very Mandalorian way of thinking. And back then, she had wanted to understand Mandalore to fix its problems all along. I didn't agree with her conclusions, but the problems were clear enough to me now. My initial misgivings on arriving at Raxus seemed like obvious problems in hindsight. I realized nothing of significance to the war effort was ever decided in Parliament after enough sessions in the observer box, despite the constant factional maneuvering. The values of the bylaws of independent systems were cited as justification for decisions, but few senators seemed motivated by it alone. The military, in theory, was meant to follow the directions of Parliament, but in practice, acted independently at the will of the Executive Separatist Council. Megacorporations dominated the Executive Council and prioritized their own special interests above the war or peace efforts. Count Dooku was complicit in this. His authority in government went beyond his role as head of state, relaying his own separate orders to the Executive Council. Given the forces and competing interests in play, there might not be any viable path to peace through Parliament alone. At least not while it didn't control the course of the war. Feeling tired, I laid back in my chair, looking up at the ceiling. Mandalore had been given a small estate to use as an embassy and office on Raxus. It wasn't an impressive building, only 4 stories, with the skylight allowing me to look at the night sky or the sun during the day, which was the case currently, as it was sunny. The estate has a nice, wide office which was well furnished that I am using. Here, the floors were wood and the walls were made of brick. While everything on Mandalore was made of glass and metal, this more rustic style felt very warm and soothing, compared to the industrialized and cold look that was more common at Mandalore. I understand that there were multiple reasons the new Mandalorians chose that style from my time in the Royal Academy. Like how wood was a scarce resource after the excision and not worth the cost of importing. The new Mandalorians wanted more natural light to enter the domes, so glass became a core component of new Mandalorian architecture. This modern style was also a clear break from the more ancient and warlike culture of the past. I wouldn't mind importing some of this design back home just for a change of scenery. My musing was cut short when my office terminal alerted me of an incoming call from Guard Captain Briuk. Yes. Lady Sonii and Lady Natalia have returned from their outing, Your Highness. Thank you, Captain. You can let them in. Once the call ended, I got up to brew some tea. I don't know how it happened, but my office has now become our regular hangout spot. It started when Sonii decided to come in to help me organize the various Confederate senators into the faction they were a part of before her visits to help became more frequent. If we finished early, we just talked until dinner time. Sometimes Sonii brought Natalia to help, but she usually left once we were done to give us some alone time, as she called it. I had just finished placing a tea bag in each of our cups when the door opened. Sonii entered while carrying a box of electronics. I'm telling you, Raxus has a much wider variety of options than in Mandalore, maybe even better than Coruscant. I even picked up a new Scipion data slate, a model that is not even available on Coruscant yet. Well, that much is obvious, but I am just saying that every mall is just the same. What are you going to use these for? Natalia stepped in right behind her, also carrying a box. Shared interests in shopping and political theory had made them fast friends. I want to see if I can bridge the HoloNet with the shadow feed. Sonii said, dropping her large box onto the coffee table. I also want to see how the Scipion data slate compares to my Mandaltech data slate. The fact that both use different operating software would be an interesting test. Welcome back. So how was your shopping trip? I asked as I placed Sonii's cup full of steeping tea on the coffee table. We bought some souvenirs for Amos and Lagos, got some groceries for the pantry, and this data slate that I am going to enjoy taking apart later. Overall, a good haul. Sonii immediately activated both of her data slates to tinker with them. What about you, Natalia? You already know how I feel about the rampant commercialism of the megacorporations. So I mainly just kept Sonii company and helped with carrying her items. Natalia answered as she took her cup after taking a seat on the couch opposite of Sonii. She then took out her flask and poured a bit of her vodka into her cup. Natalia apparently knew how to brew her own flavored liquor, and she somehow managed to build her own still in the estate's basement in her spare time as a hobby. The end results were actually pretty good, if a little strong. However, the more I stayed on Raxus, the more I wondered how NTV and the CIS agreed to join forces. The fact that they have more differences than similarities yet were still on the same side was suspicious. The CIS seemed increasingly dependent on growing the economy through force, while NTV believed in using droids for the betterment of society. The Workers' Council believed droids were meant for the good of their society, an idea that seemed foreign to both the CIS and the Republic. When I asked Natalia that question, her answer was that the Workers' Council were aware that they would have to oppose the CIS's megacorporation eventually, yet both of them want the Republic to be defeated first as they are the bigger threat. Thus, for now, since both of their interests aligned, they decided on a temporary alliance. The cloying feeling of guilt for what we did on NTV hasn't diminished. Sonii and I have been dating openly these past few months, and I hope that someday I can confess to her what happened. She deserves that much. Thankfully, Natalia has become more distant lately due to her busy schedule as NTV's diplomat. What free time she does have often was spent with Sonii, which honestly was a relief. I took a sip of my cup when my comlink buzzed. Ah, that should be Auntie Satin for our monthly call. I walked over to the holo display and accepted the incoming call. The sis wasted no time in setting up a shadow feed relay to connect to Mandalore, which AnTV helped build, and I was happy to take advantage of it. Auntie Satin appeared, smiling and lighting up the interior of the room with her presence. Auntie Satin, it is great to hear from you. I've missed you. She smiled. It is good to hear from you too, Corky. How is Mina holding up after everything? I worry about her. Most of her circle is still on Coruscant, or busy in the RRM. Senator Mina Bontari was a friend to Auntie. They met back during the Mandalorian Civil War. There weren't many left who remembered those days. About as well as could be expected, considering Senator Bontari's proposed ceasefire and peace accords. Well, Count Dooku only had to express his doubts about it on the shadow feed, and her support basically evaporated. Parliament and by extension the bylaws should be all that matters. Does Count Dooku truly hold so much sway over the Confederacy? Auntie Satin asked, concerned. No, not directly. And Senator Bontari kept at it. The ceasefire legislation just took longer to leave committee and reach the Parliament floor. But then, the Coruscant bombings happened. Hundreds of thousands dead, millions injured. Auntie Satin nodded sadly. I donated what little supplies we had on hand at the embassy and whatever was available on Coruscant to the relief effort, with more substantial donations from the CNS arriving by an Ithorian herd ship. The humanitarian toll is catastrophic. Medical operations lost power mid-surgery, air traffic went offline and caused countless accidents, some lower levels lost ventilation, so many malfunctions even in the recovery. The Republic is calling it a terrorist attack. They say the separatists are the only one with the resources to perpetrate it. It's not even reported in the news here, not counting the propaganda. The humanitarian crisis on Mulunalist, the destruction of the mining infrastructure on Jabiim is mentioned more often. No one here ever mentions the core, except as the enemy. I explained. How's Tanya? Another reason I needed to talk to my sister, to hear a proper retelling of the events from her side of the story. Setting a bad example, it seems like. There was a loud sound coming from Aunt Satin's end. The holo fuzzed and returned with Aunt Bo-Katan in Satin's office. So I can't set a bounty on this Shaykarik, but you can send your Jedi boyfriend. Bo-Katan was shouting. Master Kenobi is already investigating the incident. Mercenaries are only going to complicate. Bo-Katan seemed only now to realize my holo presence. Sorry, Corky, but my sister and I are going to have a conversation about what it takes to keep our family safe. Again. She clenched her jaw, and the holo cut off abruptly. Well, there goes my chance to catch up with Auntie Satin. Raxus Secundus, Mandalore diplomatic residence. Sony Icarid. Once I familiarized myself with the data slats layout, I started adjusting the settings on my new device. Pushing both empty and unopened boxes of electronics and supplies I acquired while shopping with Natalia further back of the wooden table for some space. We had been searching for useful separatist tech and electronics for my many projects. It needed to be customizable and friendly to slicers, as I wasn't planning on running any approved software packages on them. AnTV had apparently received loads of obsolete gear from Techno Union and told how their electronics only talk with other Techno Union products. So Natalia steered me away from the more proprietary and corporate locked gear, and found me a collection of very tall and intimidating Mutun vendors with Cypian gear. Other than the Cypian data slate, I also bought stacks of electronics, various ports and wires, and half-disassembled droidware. Corky hadn't uttered a word of complaint at the amount of stuff I bought, but it will all be worth it once I get these working. The Republic Non-Communication Act turned splicing the protocols from the shadow feed and the HoloNet into an actual challenge. Corky had explained that the law was only meant to stop Republic officials and senators from providing information to the enemy. But corporations and patriotic slicers had added all kinds of barriers and hacks to prevent the two communication systems from working together. In only a short time, it had become impossible for a system using the shadow feed to even communicate with others on the HoloNet. Anyone on Raxus wanting HoloNet access would need a ship and a working hyperdrive because they'd need to jump to a system with a working HoloNet transmitter. But I think I might have a way around that with some of the new gear Natalia and I had bought and by abusing our access to the new Mandalore relay. Focusing on the data slate, I added the port converter to its secondary comlink port on the back and connected it to my Mandutech data slate. I reset the small shadow feed antenna I'd modified and plugged it back into the port. In theory, the Cypian data slate and the shadow feed would send my Mandutech's signal to Mandalore, where it would connect with the Mandu holonet that would then bounce the signal to other sections of the holonet, granting me access to the holonet whilst on the Cis capital without revealing that I am on Raxus or Mandalore. Is it working? Corky looked at me in interest. I forgot where I was for a minute there. I often got tunnel vision when I was working on a problem, so I nodded to hide my blush. We should message one of your friends from the Royal Academy to test it out. Natalia suggested. There's a shadow feed relay there now, so that's not a good test. I explained, the comlink protocol would always use the nearest compatible relay. Well, I have been meaning to talk to my sister. Coruscant's pretty far outside shadow feed range, right? It can only do direct comms right now, too, so don't expect to go browsing the Jedi archives. I cautioned, as Corky walked over and attached a comlink to the link port. This might not work at all, but I had kept at the project after Corky's praise for the concept. I needed a project to work on because I didn't feel like I deserved to be here. I am not a diplomat or royalty, I am just Corky's girlfriend. She might not even be available. Who knows what time it is there? Natalia said. The small device pulsed white and blue, and then a connection was established. It's evening on Coruscant in the diplomatic quarter. This is secure, right? Corky asked, and I nodded. Hello, Ms. Carrot. I heard Tanya's voice from the holodisplay, but nothing visible appeared on the device. I tweaked a few of the settings on the receiver, and Tanya appeared, if faintly. It only showed a fuzzy outline of her appearance, tinted blue and white, filled with static. She continued, it has been a long time since we last spoke, any reason why my communicator thinks you are in the Kashyyyk system? Because that was where the HoloNet part of this was retransmitting from. Technically, that part was illegal. Kashyyyk has the worst defenses against slicers. Or they like their system full of holes. We're still on Raxus Secundus. Interesting to know. Tanya's eyes scanned the room, seeing me and giving me a smile. Then, her gaze fell on the third individual in the room, noticing her distinctive uniform, and that smile melted away. Oh. I didn't realize you were entertaining communists here, Corky. I thought this place was the Mandalorian embassy. Tanya always wielded her words like they were weapons, seeking some tactical outcome, which was so different from her brother. Corky would never manipulate people with his words, he had demonstrated many times he believed his convictions. Corky didn't seem bothered though, standing up, and approaching, good to see you, Tanya. And yes, it is still a Mandalorian mission. Natalia is Mandalorian too, she sometimes comes by to talk to us. I've been trying to make friends with the factions within the CIS. To accomplish that, I need to learn and understand the separatist peoples, so we can avoid being drawn into the conflict, and eventually, broker peace. So far, I've only been successful with the people of Antivi. No doubt due to your political visit to their home world. Tanya said, not bothering to disguise her loathing as she looked at Natalia. Well, I'm just following your example, after all. Tanya never noticed how much Corky lived in her shadow, and how much he tried to live up to her accomplishments. You tried to prevent an entire war by tracking down a Mandalorian who was working for Newt Gunray. Corky replied. Tanya scoffed to indicate her displeasure at that remark, but she eventually nodded. Her gaze didn't linger on Natalia, in fact, she started ignoring her, turning her attention away from Natalia who was still by the holographic fireplace. I shot her a worried glance, but she didn't seem to care. Natalia was looking into the fire, distracted by something. Yes, well, the bounty hunter Jango Fett was a mercenary, a sellsword. Giving him an offer he wouldn't refuse was a reasonable way of defusing the situation. Communists, on the other hand, are different. They're a very ideological lot who would rather follow blind faith in their ideals than logic and reason. She scoffed, and her hollow image flickered into fuzz for a moment at her gesture. Corky was unflappable, however. That may be so. However, I choose to look past those ideologies and see the people within the group. If you look at their situation, it makes sense. They live on a planet that's barely even considered livable, in underground vaults of cities. They need to work together, unite together, or they'll die. Strange, unite together, sounds like a clan, and from what I remember, they hate clans. Something about how they are the cause of all problems in the Mandalorian sector and seek to abolish them. Tanya mused. Communism transcends the clan system, it replaces the need for the clan structure in our society. Clans are hidebound and traditional, their authority comes from their history, the past, so they are unable to change and adapt to progress. Natalia spoke up, no longer distracted. It was a topic we had discussed often. Both the Carrot and Kryze clans had changed significantly after the new Mandalorians ended the Civil War. The workers' councils are one thing and at least somewhat democratic, but the authority and power the General Secretary wields is too centralized and broad for anything good to come of it. Sooner or later, your glorious leader will lead you into some sort of war. Tanya said, shaking her head. Natalia just shrugged her shoulders, unconcerned, yes, and we're already a part of a war. Our armed forces and droid armies are integrated with the Confederacy Navy and deployed with the rest of the Separatists. There are other Mandalorians here supporting the CIS as well. Mandalorians like the mercenary Spar, and his mercenary company. So the war's already here. Yes, and did you possibly sell a protocol droid to the former senator from Mandalore? Tal Merrick had a droid that seemed to originate from Antivi. She questioned. Natalia shook her head, saying, I don't know anything. Tanya interjected with annoyance, Compartmentalization so they don't have any knowledge about the wrongdoings of their government. This is one of the problems with communists. She said she doesn't know anything about that. Corky said. Tanya's personal grudge against NTV was such an honest Mandalorian trait, it was just unfortunate she had directed her antipathy to their ideology instead of the actual perpetrators. Communism didn't seem to have any chance of disappearing, with NTV's expanding influence in the CIS. And are you really going to start judging people based on the products they sold? I thought you weren't doing that, considering you are supportive of the White Silver's efforts to help the Republic. Tanya's fuzzy outline gave off the appearance of irritation, static swirls twisting and turning. Fine, I won't judge the communists for the actions of an individual, even if their actions included attempting to kidnap me or attempted murder. That agent was dealt with. Natalia spoke up. She's been sent to the undergrounds to work off her debt to society. Tanya's response held skepticism. Sure. I'll believe that. Natalia stood up. Corky, catch up with your sister. I'll message you before the next meeting. A few senators have shown interest. Oh, let Senator Fonte know I will stop by early. I wanted to discuss some ideas with her. Corky said to the departing Natalia. She nodded in acknowledgement and closed the door. After a moment of uncomfortable silence, I tapped the table and directed my attention towards Corky, asking, So, Corky, were you going to, bring up the brother-sister issue? I stumbled over the topic, unsure how to mention it, even though we had discussed it several times, and it clearly bothered Corky. Tanya's image fuzzed in and out again. Let's see. I don't feel a difference in our relationship and we were raised as brother and sister. Yes, we're not biologically siblings, but has an adopted child ever not been a brother or sister to their siblings? I am so glad we agree on that. I was worried that Corky trailed off. That I'd be thinking about trying to steal the crown of Mandalore because I now have a stronger claim to the throne. Tanya said, her tone light. Actually, I was worried you'd want to cut contact with me because I'm not related. That's rather short-sighted thinking. Tanya said, shaking her head. You're far more important to me than just my cousin, Corky. Besides, you're probably going to be annoyed with me in the next few months anyway. Really, why? I'm pretty far removed from the Senate, my diplomatic role on Raxus is a long-term assignment. Corky said. Tanya's smirk managed to come through the weak hollow signal. Remember that hostage situation last month? Well, considering that I almost died, I've taken the liberty of asking the Senate for a religious exemption on wearing armor. The Chancellor already approved the idea. Corky seemed concerned, though, so, you're going to represent us in the Senate by wearing armor? I'm not really sure if that's a good idea, Tanya. She sighed, I've had 2 assassination attempts this year. I've got to prioritize my own safety. You should probably do the same. I furrowed my brows, puzzled. Why? Corky brought his royal guards with us. You heard me. I've had 2 assassination attempts this year alone, and both times were when my royal guards were not present or were minimized. One of them possibly by the CIS. Or at least the CIS were financing troublesome groups within the Mandalore sector that eventually led to an assassination attempt. The same thing could happen to you. She shifted her gaze back to me, meaningfully. That wouldn't happen. I said, looking over at Corky, who seemed concerned and then quickly looked away. Tanya shook her head, believing it won't happen does not guarantee it wouldn't. The only thing that guarantees you'll live is the armor you're wearing. I don't care if it has to be exactly Mandalorian. Just wear something blaster-proof under your suit jackets, anything that can help keep you alive. Corky sighed and seemed uneasy by the concept of wearing armor, but she wasn't wrong. Worst of all, it really came from a place of concern. All right. Corky eventually gave out. I'll contact Auntie Satin about sending me some armor. Tanya smiled, a genuine warmth in her expression. Thank you, Corky. Well, enough about worrying topics. How have you and Sonny been getting along out here? You two are out here all alone, except for the few guards. Have you made any interesting contacts? I blushed at the implication, hopefully the HoloNet signal wasn't strong enough for her to notice. I gave a slight cough before I answered, we've met a few interesting Mandalorians out here. One Mandu bounty hunter had some tall tales about his basilisk war droid, but his Gungan friend was strange enough. Corky nodded, yeah, the CIS is quite popular with mercenaries and privateers, unfortunately. Speaking of which, there's an interesting group of senators and other high-ranking separatists who are interested in meaningful reforms to the Confederacy. The parliamentarians have only met a few times so far, but I'm optimistic. Really? Tanya said, tilting her head. Tell me more about that. The Diplomat, courier-class freighter, en route to Thomir system. Tanya cries. Sighing, I leaned back in my seat, looking over the accommodations of Mondal Hypernautics' new courier class. She's a fine ship, large enough to get me and my retinue where we're needed, yet doing so fairly quickly. I hoped this trip to Dathomir would be a minor detour. Representative Kiri was staying behind on Coruscant, but she was informed of the upcoming legislation. She would vote in my stead, but I didn't expect the Senate to be very active while Coruscant was undergoing repairs after the bombings. Where we're going was not somewhere I had expected to be heading at this time of year. Officially, I am heading back to Mandalore to spend several weeks with family for the end-of-year holidays, as well as clock in my paid vacation time. As senator, I also need to coordinate with various constituents and political leaders back home for the sector. Scheduling it during my vacation might label me as a workaholic, but it is better than wasting time going back and forth multiple times. Much more efficient to have just one trip. X4 recently warned me that since the last time I checked, the election between Almec and Pre Vizsla was taking a rather personal direction. The reconstituted Mandalorian Secret Service investigating Mother's Council for corruption was one thing, but recently, they started requesting files on royal accounts. X4 had long since buried most, if not all, of my ties to White Silver, so I wasn't worried on that front, but it was concerning that they knew to look all the same. Still, the investigation would probably amount to nothing, as Vizsla had an overwhelming lead in popular support. While I haven't interacted with Governor Vizsla all that much, they gave me an idea of what Governor Vizsla is like. He reminds me of those few competent yet charismatic executives that I've met during business conferences. You only need to see how prosperous Concordia is now compared to when it was decades ago to see how capable Governor Vizsla is at managing a moon. Having someone like him as Prime Minister would only bring good things to the sector. It would be interesting to have such a capable individual as an ally. He could help Aunt Satin keep the Mandalorian sector together while I focus on the CNS as a whole. This would mean that I would have more opportunities to work alongside Governor Vizsla, while also being capable of spending more time with Aunt Bo. Which would be convenient if we had to discuss something off the books or an issue cropped up that might require White Silver intervention. House Kryze was on the brink of consolidating into the foremost political power in Mandalore, but on the other hand, the CNS needed strong Mandalorian backing to hold together. Which was why instead of heading to Mandalore to talk to my mother and investigate what was going on with local politics, I was heading to a planet near the Mandalore sector called Dathomir. Their system didn't even have a proper planetary authority. Dathomir was populated by various clans with no bureaucratic government, so there were no shipyards or planetary stations, or void assets of any kind, really. The group that had contacted us represented a group of witches, apparently Force sensitives who followed local doctrine over Jedi custom. They weren't represented by any galactic authority either, so it made some kind of sense the Jedi ignored them, in a backwards way. From what I understand, they were close enough to the contested border that they were concerned about an invasion of their home world. And truthfully, their fears seemed well-founded. The system was slightly core-ward of the contested front of the Belsmuth campaign. The Republic was expanding the front to cut off Batajeff's vast shipyards from reinforcing the encircled Cis systems in Denteri. So one of their leading witches contacted a rogue merchant, sending the CNS a message about trying to form an alliance to prevent an invasion by the Cis. Such an uneven alliance was unlikely to be sustainable in the long term. Dathomir could provide a waypoint for some of the systems that were further away from the main body of the CNS, but without any space docks, it wasn't very valuable. Besides, who knows what these witches could even offer the CNS. I was only familiar with the term witch because it was mentioned in almost every record I could find on the system. The archives mentioned the witches could call upon dark powers they had, but without any specifics, but presumably they thought it was significant enough to merit an alliance. A fascinating thing that I noticed about these Dathomirian witches while scheming the Jedi archives was that they were often described as wielding dark powers, but never explicitly stated to be Sith. As far as I could tell, the Jedi didn't seem to consider them the same. Reading between the lines, it suggested that all Sith used dark powers, but not all users of dark powers were Sith. Personally, I suspected that generations ago, some of these witches had lost a propaganda campaign to the Jedi. I could imagine that there was a possibility of a civil war going on down there between various tribes and covens of witches, some wanting to join the Cis, others wanting to stay out of it. It was far from unusual for isolated groups to seek outside support during times of strife. Of course, I wouldn't know for sure until we arrived. It would be in a day or two. It took time to get places, though I wish I had been able to bring more of my staff to this meeting. Vi and Tabai were celebrating their delayed honeymoon trip. I had allowed it, even letting them take my Lancer, the Rigum, so that they had their own transportation. They were also in the Mandalore sector, visiting Gargan to celebrate. They were going to make full use out of that hotel and resort complex that X4 was operating in White Silver's name. From what I understood, the resort was very profitable, and the credits continue to grow. Even considering our location near the Belsmuth campaign front. Profits were pretty much on the rise all across Gargan. Not only have we managed to attract the rich and famous with its natural beauty, but a thriving film industry was being developed there. It was also popular with soldiers from the front. It's close enough that they could spend a weekend in what amounted to Space Vegas before returning to the front. That's the life of a soldier, I guess, in an interstellar galactic conflict. It was different from my memories of the Great War, simply because there had never been a Vegas right behind me during the fighting. I guess most of my troops had just enjoyed whatever comforts they could find on the front. Patriarch Raz Ordo had called a clan summit, so NGIs needed to return, as long as it didn't compromise my security. No word what the summit would be about, but we both thought it was likely related to either the CNS or the war. I agreed to let him go, and lent him my other Lancer, Ultima. This meant I was down quite a bit of staff, I will admit, but it should be more than enough. X4 was back up and running at full capacity, currently making me a cup of CAF. But it was just my personal staff, of course, there were other staff on the ship. The military version of this ship had a crew complement of 80. It was pared down quite a lot for the civilian variant. This ship had a full complement of 20 staff, and up to 8 guest suites. We had a full complement, and my royal guards were helping themselves to the amenities in the guest suites, so the ship was in good order. Not to mention, the courier class was quickly becoming popular as a good blockade runner. It was capable of transporting basic resources and selling quite nicely to planets that needed to run resources past the blockade of the Republic and assist to the starving population of various planets. Here you go, mistress. X4 said, putting a cup of CAF down in front of me. Thank you, X4. I said, tasting the CAF and savoring its flavor. I activated the desk surface's holodisplay, and started reading through the Senate's latest GAR after-action reports and Jedi bulletins. The latest reports out of Duro were concerning. The Separatist General of the Confederacy's First Fleet had finally been appointed, and Republic intelligence had only discovered the fact after the surrender of Duro to General Grievous. The Second Sector Army was supposed to be guarding the Corellian trade spine, it was a key hyperlane for the Corps. According to the after-action reports, however, most of the Second Sector Army was caught flat-footed at Denon, a sector away. News was still slowly creeping out about exactly what was going on. Surprisingly, no one was trying to cover up just how bad of a mishap this may be, as whatever forces were under General Grievous' command were pushing heavily up the Corellian trade spine. People either spoke of how badly the war was going or how the news was proof that the Republic was still a free and honorable democracy, depending on who you spoke to. Sighing, I leaned back in my chair and changed the holo screen to the Silver Mandalorian show. I was taking a bit more interest in what was going on there because something hilarious had happened on set recently. During the build-up for the climactic show's final battle, the actress posing as White Silver took part in the Mandalorian induction ceremony. Evidently, the cheapest way to actually show such a ceremony was to perform the exact ceremony with the exact rites and everything, which had resulted in the star, Taylor Palatine, becoming a Mandalorian by creed, technically. Of course, I was present at the rites disguised as my own double, White Silver, so I could see the ritual for myself. I was looking forward to what would happen when that episode was released. It would be a very humorous turn of events, which in my mind was a good thing all around, as it will be a good lesson that explains a bit of our culture to the core. That lesson being that Mandalorians were not a bloodline. We weren't a people. We were a creed, a culture. And the best way to defuse fear about a different population was education. Hopefully, this would result in there being fewer votes on attacking Mandalore the next time someone decided to vote on that. Raxus Secundus, Dooku's palace. Count Dooku. Grievous was even more successful than I expected. Duro was captured, and the Republic's Second Sector Army was nowhere to be seen. Apparently, not even the expected defensive forces were present due to local corruption sending them elsewhere. I examined the galactic holoview on my desk surface display, making sense of Grievous' latest reports. On the display, Grievous' efforts at reorganizing the First Confederacy fleet was shown, the fleet redeploying from Duro. Admiral Trench's forces were also visible on the display, shown commanding the Third Confederacy fleet. The Third Fleet had split from the combined fleet at the Rima trade route, and was fighting its way up to the core along that super-hyper lane. Grievous' splits up the Corellian trade spine had proved faster than the Republic anticipated, faster than even I had anticipated, truly. Grievous captured Jiva's space city above Duro intact, seizing crucial Republic intelligence which explained the situation and baffling lack of defenses. Local officials had apparently leased the Republic's fleet assets, pocketing the profits and leaving behind only a skeleton force. The leased forces ultimately proved too distant to return to defend Duro in time. The city's intact capture also yielded the codes to deactivate the planetary shield. After the shield was disabled, the system surrendered soon after. With Duro secured, the Confederacy had de facto control of the Corellian trade spine, the entire super-hyperlane route. Combat engineers were relocating asteroids, mines, and other bulky space debris into position at the northern end. Grievous was confident that significant enough mass shadows would prevent ships departing from Corellia from traversing down the spine and becoming a flanking force. Mass shadows did block most safe navigation, smaller ships could navigate asteroid fields and debris of course, but the Republic's fleets were not so nimble. The core's density meant astrogation outside charted hyperlanes required powerful navi computers and skilled astrocartographers. Overall, it was a dangerous proposition. The Republic would be trapped in the core and unable to strike at the Confederacy's southern flanks, allowing time for us to consolidate our gains in the galactic south. The new separatist government of Duro was working quickly to connect to the shadow feed and solidify the gains on the Corellian trade spine. I moved my hands across the desk, panning the holodisplay to examine the rest of the forces deployed along the super hyperlane route. So far, everything still appeared in line with Darth Sidious's grand plan. We've been building up towards Operation Dirge's Lance, a strike into the heart of the Republic, for many months now. Only Corellia remained unsecured, the apex of the super hyperlane, obviously a trap. No doubt, Sidus meant Grievous to discover the missing second sector army there, in addition to Corellia's own formidable defenses. All according to Sidious's grand plan. My role was only to orchestrate Grievous' attack, create a threat to the neutral system of Corellia, and drive it into the Republic's grasp. The strike up the Corellian trade spine created the perception of an imminent threat to the Republic's core. Meanwhile, Sidious would use the threat to remake the Republic into his nascent empire, defeat by defeat, using the military losses as justification for expanding the executive authority of the Chancellor. Of course, Sidious's plan no longer bound me. The Battle of Corellia would not happen, Grievous would receive a signal with permission to advance further into the core, even to the gates of Coruscant after I announced my new triumvirate order. Grievous would then cease any further contact with Sidious. I had no fears from that corner. Grievous' loyalty was single-minded, so long as he had his revenge on the Jedi and the Republic, Grievous would be more than happy to follow my commands. After that day of reckoning, Sidious will no doubt retaliate in force. I have many plans and contingencies in place to distract him. Many of these were now ready to execute, undermining and disrupting his intelligence network across the galaxy. The most major of these was turning Operation Dirge's Lance from a puppet threat to a deadly one. Upon my signal, Grievous will bypass Corellia and its formidable defenses, instead appearing hundreds of parsecs behind them. Sevrance's unique talent and skill in the Force had allowed her to detect a number of lost hyperlane routes during her campaign through the core to Serapan. Most of these lost routes were derelict, unusable. They had collapsed so tightly in on themselves that only small ships could still exploit them. However, a fleet equipped with sufficient S-thread boosters could forcibly expand the narrow hyperroute temporarily, allowing us to navigate the jump. As it so happened, one such derelict route was from the dawn of the Republic, linking a Republic founder world, Humberine, to its sibling founder world, Duro. There are enough S-thread boosters in the entire Confederacy to equip only the first fleet. With them, Grievous could directly emerge and strike at the Humberine system, on the Trellan trade route, before returning to the Hydian Way and striking further into the core. Coruscant was always the goal, but it was unlikely to succeed on the first attempt. All the admirals had since been briefed by Sevrance on how to detect indicators that might identify more lost hyperlane routes. Admiral Trench would take the Third Fleet and search the uncharted western galactic space for a path to Coruscant. If all went to plan, the Republic would lose track of the fleet in uncharted western core space, in its distraction with the very threatening First Fleet. Meanwhile, Grievous would fight to regroup with the forces in the north, along the Perlmian. The Republic was already distracted by the siege of Corellia, and would be further distracted when Grievous bypassed Corellia to advance further. Soon, my former master, the Republic, the Jedi, perhaps all the galaxy would be focused far away from the newfound triumvirate order. This distraction would grant us the necessary time to establish my new order, and potentially, a new apprentice along the way. Events will come to pass much more quickly now. Operations that have been worked on in the background for some time would be accelerating to their ultimate purposes. I imagine this would give me an opportunity to acquire my future apprentice. My spies in the CNS have sent reports that indicate Senator Kryze was on her way to meet with Mother Talzin. After I received confirmation, all that remained was for one of my agents to retrieve the target and move her to a place where her training and tempering in the Force can begin. Of course, I can't let it be known that I was involved. The process will inhibit and be ruinous to building any trust with her. No, Sevrance will be her mentor, one of those selected to be part of my triumvirate order, which will be announced to the galaxy in a few weeks. In addition, Sevrance will try to recruit from any of the willing Knight brothers or Knight sisters, although I expect Mother Talzin may interfere in regard to recruiting more of the sisterhood. The strain of staring at my hollow display for hours on end was beginning to take its toll on me, so I stood up and stretched my legs. Raxus was vibrant and alive from the view in the palace windows. Would it ever be possible to bring Tanya Kryze under my wing completely? Any possibility of trust might have been permanently ruined on Geonosis. So I did worry about that. I would prefer her to join my cause at her own volition, as all other paths were inferior. However, this situation was rife with uncertainty. There were tools at my disposal I could use to try and force the situation. After all, I already planned to bring Tanya to a dark side nexus to aid in reshaping her understanding of the Force, her connection to the galaxy. Perhaps I should consider more permanent options as well. Shaking my head, I banished those thoughts for the moment. There was still a distinct possibility that the plan would resolve itself satisfactorily. I'm sure Severance will be more than willing to use whatever means necessary to accomplish my goal without my direct involvement. My secure comlink buzzed, indicating Darth Sidious wanted to meet with me. I moved to my inner sanctum and activated the hollow emitter. Palpatine appeared before me, hiding behind his persona as Darth Sidious. I released any emotions that might give sign of my betrayal into the Force, and drew upon the cold indifference of the dark side. Once I was ready, I bowed my head and activated the device. My master, what brings you to contact me at such a time? He paused as if the question amused him, and chuckled darkly, to congratulate you on your puppet general's successes, the attack in the south, the capture of Duro and the siege of Corellia. He has the Senate running scared, tripping over themselves to agree to my plans for unified military control, as well as an expansion of the sector armies. Thank you, Master. I said, careful not to utter any falsehoods and tip off Sidious as to my impending betrayal. I'm simply doing what's necessary to execute the plan. Yes, I thought I would reward you for your efforts, Darth Tyrannus. I grant you permission to seek out a new apprentice to tutor, with the same restrictions as before. Oh, and, do dispose of Ventress before you select a new one. Darth Sidious smiled now, the darkness reaching his eyes. A generous gift, thank you, Master. I ground out. I had to keep my voice grim to avoid laughing. He told me now, after I had broken with him, to dispose of Ventress? Ridiculous. It only confirmed my decision to abandon the Sith and their ways. He didn't give any sign of noticing my reaction, however, and continued, I thought you would like to know that a certain senator is trying to grow the CNS even more. They are becoming too large to ignore. See to it that this operation to grow the CNS fails. We must humble Senator Kryze rather than let it grow too large, as it lacks our guiding hand. The Mandalorians must not acquire the Night Sisters. Was he aware of my interest in Tanya, as a potential new student, or was I overthinking this? It could simply be orders he thought I would enjoy. What was he thinking, and what was the implication of his statement? I couldn't say, but I simply nodded my head and said, I understand, Master. What of the senator from Mandalore? Shall she be removed from the board? Remove her from the board if you can. What's important here is to stop the growth of the CNS. It has become large enough to interfere. Do what is necessary to complete your task, Tyrannus. I nodded my head before saying, very well, I will see to it, my master. She will be removed from the board if possible. Regarding the Night Sisters, is she going to meet with them? Dathomir, yes. His lips curled in disgust. Another problem we will have to deal with in the future. I have a feeling that the witches of that planet may move against me in the future. Begin laying the groundwork for cleansing that system, their order must be destroyed if ours is to survive. You understand? I uttered another terse acknowledgement, and the hollow projector shut off. I was alone with my thoughts in the darkness of my inner sanctum. Raxus Secundus, Felucia Diplomatic Estate. Lux Bonteri. I know I am not supposed to be here, but I could not stand by and watch Mother work herself to death opposing the corporations and the war party. It is too late to turn back now, I thought as I tapped heavily on the door. Mother had finally left to visit one of her charity functions, giving me the opportunity to go to this meeting. Lights were just starting to switch on all over the diplomatic district, banishing the growing twilight darkness. I waited in awkward silence in front of the door before it opened, revealing the small gossamer Senator Fonte of Felucia. She was wearing a red, white, and black gown tonight, which accentuated her light blue skin tone. The evening is growing late, I was wondering if you got cold feet, Bonteri. It would be understandable if you had. I gave her an apologetic smile, no, I was just delayed by a bit of auto-defenestration. You know how my mother can be. Translation, I had to leap from one of the estate windows since she activated the estate's security system on her way out. No more unapproved comings and goings, at least from the doors. Mother was rightfully worried for my safety after she was almost assassinated by someone under the war faction's payroll. It only got worse ever since the peace bill failed last month. Which I understand, as there is a very high chance that we would be killed by Count Dooku once we outlived our usefulness. Of course, I always knew that the peace bill had a snowball's chance in Malachar of succeeding in the first place. Especially when those who orchestrated the coup on Onderon that forced us to join them, were in charge. Senator Fonte invited me in, and I took in the entrance. We were alone. The front room was a sheltered hallway, with wood paneling and wall hangings, which led to another large, imposing door. There's a few other senators and individuals of note here tonight. People who think, as we do, that Count Dooku may have gone too far with his efforts to secure victory for the Cis. But before I invite you into the room, I need to know for sure that you are not going to change your mind in a few months. I shook my head, grimly wondering about what Mother would say if she knew I was here. Would she understand, or be disappointed? I wouldn't do such a thing. Count Dooku and the Executive Council are going to drive us into a failed war and get more people killed at the rate they're going. More people like my father, the thought came unbidden, but I shoved that thought away. Hopefully, we could stop this war and save more people from dying if possible, but it seemed very unlikely while Count Dooku was head of state. He recently unleashed a monster into the war effort. General Grievous obviously had grievances with the Republic on levels that many generals that had come before did not. And Count Dooku named General Grievous Supreme Marshal Commander of the Confederacy, giving him authority to direct the course of the war however he sees fit. The new Supreme Commander secretly launched what could be best described as a terrorist attack on Coruscant itself. An attack of such a scale hadn't happened on Coruscant in centuries. I only knew as much as I did because at the time, the Republican Senator of Naboo, Padme Amidala was visiting our estate. During the attack, Parliament was working through a possible ceasefire deal with Senator Amidala. Only a select group of senators from the peace faction even knew Amidala was there. She had secretly visited Raxus by smuggling through the border. With her, she also brought Jedi Padawan Ahsoka Tano as protection, and to my great surprise, we became fast friends. Ahsoka encouraged me to look at the Jedi and Republic in different ways, one of the reasons I was exploring alternate ideas to ending the war. Meanwhile, Mother had been acting as a proxy for Senator Amidala, collaborating to try and get the Sis to declare a ceasefire with the Republic. All of which fell apart as soon as Grievous unleashed his terror campaign on Coruscant. Senator Amidala left soon after, returning back across the border. Mother was crushed, despondent for the last week or so. The possibility of ending the war had caused her to smile for a bit. Now she's in a dark mood and drinking more. While she spent time trying to recuperate, I had stepped up to help in any way I could. Granted, voting on her behalf in the Senate was a minor thing, what I am about to do, may be a little bit too major. Prince Korki Kryze introduced me to the Senator of Felucia, and she had explained that she was a member of a secret group that was also trying to find an end to the war with the least bloodshed. Of course, the way to end the war and achieve peace was to remove the one pushing this war onwards, Count Dooku. Senator Fonte tapped a wall sconce which blinked a soft blue now, which I hadn't noticed before now. State-of-the-art techno-union lie detectors, we can't be too careful. She moved over to a nearby wooden door and slid it open. Inside was a motley crew of senators I recognized, as well as some individuals I had not expected. Amongst them was General Trilm, one of the commanders of the personal defense fleet of Raxus. A surprise to say the least, since I heard rumors that she was once in a relationship with the Count. There were also the expected guests, the other members of the Senate representing worlds ravaged by the war. The estate foyer opened up to a larger communal space occupied by several small high-top tables and chairs. Most of the guests were grouped up at these tables, and I tried to catch Prince Korki's eye. He had invited me to this gathering and was clearly leading the conversation of a group, sitting across from a stunning raven-haired woman in a tight red dress that I didn't recognize and the ancient-looking Senator Navi of Thustra. Behind them, I saw the communal space was a connected enclosed courtyard and well-lit garden with its own seating. At another table, Senator Ray's Elfian of Tana was talking to General Trilm animatedly, almost disturbing a nearby wall hanging with her dramatic gestures. All over, the walls of the estate were decorated with tapestries and clearly traditional Felucian wall hangings, given the Gossam and jungle depictions, although not extravagantly so. Senator Fonte walked over to protect the wall hanging as soon as she noticed the disturbance. Moving over to join Prince Korki, he made a welcoming gesture as I took the seat next to him. I didn't know him very well yet, but I became more acquainted with him after he had spoken out of turn in favor of the ceasefire during the debate for Mother's legislation in Parliament. Anyway, the raven-haired woman I was unfamiliar with was speaking. If you look at what we've accomplished in Denteri. What does the Denteri Collective have to say about military representation in the Parliament? Pirate captains and warlords have seats in Parliament. They have sway over how the Confederacy Navy is deployed. I joined the Confederacy because I thought the Republic was corrupt. It smells no better here. Senator Ray's Elfian of Tana had been chased over by Senator Fonte's intervention. The Tanans were constantly agitating about switching sides, but never brave enough to follow through. In general, Tanans didn't wear clothing to cover their fur, although Senator Ray's Elfian did accent her sleek brown fur with a long navy blue cape, embossed with the red cis hex. From what I could remember of the Tanan people, they were very meticulous planners, greatly disliking anything even related to mysticism or mythology. There were very few Jedi Tanans as a result, and their species' preference for risk avoidance was notable. No doubt, the uncertainties of the war were bothering them to no end. Prince Korki nodded in concern. ANTV has been developing a network of mutual aid with a number of marginalized worlds across the galaxy. The Denteri Collective is almost entirely cut off from the Confederacy hyperlanes, and yet their people are prospering thanks to their actions. I finally entered the conversation, interest too great to stay away. How does any world know if ANTV's aid isn't just exploitation disguised in flimsy? ANTV joined the Confederacy as a founding member. Why should we trust anything you have to say? Onderon was ruled by a separatist puppet king, thanks to Count Dooku's lies. Anyone who joined the separatists in the early days without much political pressure doubtless didn't fall in line out of the goodness of their heart. True, yet the beauty next to Corky began, but he interrupted. It's fine, Natalia. As Prince of Mandalore, I think I can provide a more balanced explanation. Corky said. NTV joined the Confederacy because of Mandalore's neglect. Our people used their world as a prison, a dumping ground for our worst of the worst for generations. Even after Duchess Satin ended the practice, they had no political representation, and few resources. Count Dooku promised NTV real autonomy, resources, technology, and protection from Mandalore by joining the CIS. I let an annoyed sigh at his explanation. It made sense, but not completely. It didn't justify the awful things they did in the past for seemingly no purpose. So what? NTV wants a better deal. Onderon is ruled by Count Dooku's puppet, thanks to the separatists. I commented from my seat. No, we want what we were originally promised, real autonomy. Senator Ray Zelfian answered back loudly, making more sweeping arm gestures. The bylaws are right there, but Parliament doesn't enforce them. Count Dooku pays lip service to them and then defies them in his next action. Prince Corky nodded. The latest peace effort's failure is more evidence. Count Dooku created the separatist movement to liberate the Outer Rim, but I've been an observer here for months and haven't seen much of that. It seems more and more like he has a personal vendetta against the Jedi Order and is using the war to carry it out. Winning? Peace? It isn't sufficient for him. The Jedi had never lifted a finger to help Onderon, but meeting Ahsoka a few weeks ago had changed things somewhat, so I wasn't sure how to feel about this idea. At least one of the Jedi wasn't entirely corrupt. Count Dooku and the Executive Council are all tyrants, but the rest of that sounds like some Bothan conspiracy. I said. Count Dooku has the Confederacy Navy chasing some strange priorities. General Trilm spoke for the first time that I could recall. The standing white-haired general, tall and imperious in her prim Saranian uniform, was a striking contrast to the seated smiling Natalia, with her thin dress and low neckline. Promoting his acolytes into unearned positions of authority in the military, regularly usurping the chain of command. We lost Serapin and the Decimator's designs early in the war because Count Dooku had the rest of the Navy scouring the far reaches of the Outer Rim for a mythical lost Darksider superweapon. General Tan barely escaped. Do you just want Count Dooku replaced so that the war can be fought on your terms? I suppose you'd be happy with a more competent military dictatorship. I poked at her statements in suspicion, daring to look up into her grey eyes. I didn't trust the military much, they were the ones carrying out the atrocities. She sneered, almost baring her teeth. Of course I would. I have realistic expectations, unlike some in this room. The conversation seemed to lull for a moment, but then Senator Fonte walked over with a fresh drink in her hand. I'm not well informed on military matters, but the Confederacy is a new government. It's supposed to be a rule-based order with laws and justice, but that's not being enforced. We need merely to gather evidence and ensure it reaches the right people. That's why this organization exists. Prince Corky was nodding in agreement at this, but I found myself staring at Natalia again. I scoffed at the end of her statement, and the entire general idea. Impossible. Natalia chuckled at my reaction, and it did interesting things to her dress. Well, if we don't reform the CIS through democratic means, then I suppose that means you want your own dictatorship too. That's not what I meant. I spluttered, uncertain how to respond. What do you want to replace Count Dooku with, then? Prince Corky asked, with genuine interest it seemed. I didn't have a good answer, and had to pause to think. When the moment stretched, Senator Fonte spoke up, and the conversation moved on. Well, I heard something of interest to this group, Prince Corky. A very interesting story. We've been fortifying Felucia, and the special forces caught a spy. They were leaking military intelligence to the Republic. A Genosian. You know how many Genosian traitors there are in the galaxy? One, now, apparently. Weren't Genosians all fanatically loyal to their hives on their home world? It seemed unlikely for one to go rogue. Natalia said, NTV has access to the military's logistics and cargo to fulfill our droid quotas and obligations. I've been paying attention to some of the cargo listings coming out of some of the more high-tech foundries producing droids for the Trade Federation. A lot of the cargo going to systems that produce their droids is listed as live cargo. Prince Corky seemed upset at this, but General Trilm spoke up first. The Trade Federation is forcibly colonizing worlds with Genosians to work as a slave labor force? Might explain some of the odd fleet movements that have been ordered. The conversation went on from there for some time, discussing similar situations and ongoing crises. I was mostly content as an observer, for now, but listened as they shared knowledge on other situations throughout the galaxy. However, when the conversation shifted back to the peace conference, I was able to provide more accurate details of what went down during the peace talks. Although, I left out key details, like about Senator Amidala and Padawan Ahsoka's secret visit to Onderon. Ahsoka said they were technically breaking the law, at least one of the laws back in the Republic, to visit Mother. As the meeting ended, I made sure to exchange comlink codes with the anti-avian representative, Natalia. It was a good thing Prince Corky was loyal to his girlfriend, Sony, so many potential misunderstandings were avoided. Raxus Secundus, Count Dooku's palace. Severance Tan. Count Dooku, I come as you commanded. I said, giving a sharp bow as I entered the room. The Count was looking out his window, appearing to be deep in thought, before turning to face me with a smile. Severance, how are your Arcanian prostheses? The Arcanians are much more skilled at such devices, the neutral systems are convenient merchants. Related to that, I have an interesting challenge for you. It would be useful to climb into Dooku's trusted circle again, outside of working on the new order, he shared little, and only then with Ventress and Grievous. Infuriating, given that I lost my trusted position while recovering. I lifted one of the new legs, the only external modification from my original appearance was an increase in my height. The Arcanian prosthetic was covered in artificial skin which matched with my own DNA, appearing nearly identical to the original limbs. The Arcanian work is satisfactory, yes. What is this challenge? Count Dooku stroked his beard and nodded. It will be a significant undertaking, and I see no path for a perfect outcome. But there will be great rewards for success, you understand. He paused, and the room was bathed in the twilight colors of the Raxus sun as it began to sink below the horizon. I must recruit Tanya Kryze, Senator of Mandalore, for the Triumvirate Order. Expose her to the dark side if necessary to make her see reason. My peers were a reticent group, by nature our existence was anathema to the Jedi, so the only gossip between us was little more than bragging. After all, only the secretive among Darksiders survived, at least until they joined with the Count for his protection. However, even I had taken notice of Dooku's fixation with this particular Mandalorian. That clone was odd enough. Your feelings betray you, Severance. Dooku smirked condescendingly, one of those rewards could be techniques on how to mask your desires effectively in the Force. Tanya Kryze is the daughter of my first disciple's Padawan, the inheritor of my esteemed disciple, Qui-Gon Jinn. Dooku explained, as if teaching a lecture. She is no mere politician, she represents the nexus between the Jedi, the Sith, and our new order. Letting go of my doubts, I focused on how we might succeed. Mandalorians tend to be resistant when it comes to the Force. Our chances of success are minimal at best in this operation. But with enough time and proper resources, success in anything is possible. However, I see no way to avoid exposure of this situation, certainly the Republic at least will notice one of their senators has gone missing. Even if she is turned completely, there will be no way to hide her abduction. Unfortunately, the die is cast on this, and she must be brought to our side if we are to be successful in ending this war. What other issues have you identified? Dooku asked. I cleared my throat, this will interrupt my work on resolving the supply situation in the Dentari Enclave. Thustra and Aquarius have been subordinating the fleet reinforcements we've sent to patrol and protect blockade runners along the Hydian Way. Thustra is the ringleader, and they've joined with several nearby systems to form the Dentari Collective. A political coalition which is now choosing to ignore military authority and procedures. The Shadow Fleet has collapsed out there, all they have is their local infrastructure, but their priorities seem to have shifted from military matters to more corrupt activities. I fear nothing less than a show of force will prevent a complete collapse in the chain of command in those systems. Dooku stepped towards his desk, searching for a data pad. If I ensure the Executive Council grants you complete authority, military or otherwise, over the Dentari region for the duration of this emergency, does that resolve your concerns? I shook my head quickly, no, I suspect nothing less than one of the Navy fleets will have an effect. If I'm unable to command in person, we'll need at least 3 recusants to compute a safe jump through the blockade, and the recusants will require a fleet to protect them. The hyperlanes are certainly blockaded now, if not against us, then against the Republic forces. Usurping their authority directly will only turn their disobedience into open rebellion. We must not close our fist on them unless we are certain they are in our grasp. Unfortunately, none of the fleets can be spared. Not at this time. What are these disloyal fools up to? Dooku started examining several documents on his datapad. Our intelligence assets report that the majority of the fleet and droid forces are engaged in various construction projects. Civilian construction projects. Resource extraction, infrastructure, and public housing, mostly. I clarified, as building orbital weapon platforms and fixed defenses was sometimes a sound decision. Truly? How droll. Dooku found a comlink from inside his desk, attached it to the datapad, then after a moment, removed it and tossed it towards me. I pulled it towards me and caught it easily. What's this? That is a comlink to a high-ranking asset we have on Alzar. A backwater world in the Mandalorian sector. General Sludd has laid the groundwork for a rebellion to support secession from the Republic, and he's selected a new government that is willing to join the Confederacy. However, that was all put on hold with the formation of the Council of Neutral Systems. Smuggle the supplies and droids he needs to start his rebellion, and be sure to take materials out of those marked for Dentary. Make it clear where those supplies came from. Yes, a false flag operation could work. I began, thinking aloud. Even if the Alzar rebellion fails, it will be impossible for Thustra or any of their allies in the Dentary collective to prove their innocence without revealing the scope of their betrayal to the rest of the Confederacy. A conflict between the neutral systems, Alzar, and possibly the other Dentary worlds would discredit their leadership. A prolonged conflict would deplete both sides of their stockpiles and ships. While the Republic and CNS would have one less front to worry about, it would still take time for them to replenish themselves back to combat readiness to be redeployed elsewhere. Either the Thustra leadership comes begging for aid for the Confederacy to rescue them, and we restore our authority over the region, or the Dentary collective miraculously defeats the CNS, and we gain Alzar and a foothold into the south for a pittance. Dooku explained. A foothold that the Confederacy would control in name only, but that was still an improvement from their current neutral status. I nodded in acknowledgement. Anything else, sir? One more thing. You must have some idea how you are going to break Senator Kreis's defenses. Otherwise, you would deny the possibility of this working. What is your plan? There had been a troubling number of incidents involving leaked intelligence and Republic spies. For information security, I think it would be better not to discuss all the details. Just know that I will be taking her to a planet within Republic space that should rip those defenses away with enough work. Count Dooku didn't seem upset by the omission, instead he nodded sagely. Republic space. Far away from the border, so nowhere patrols would be, I said with a smirk. A planet only known to the historically astute and interested, or the occasional brave smuggler. I've already begun constructing a facility on it. You know the old saying, the closer you are to the enemy, the further away you are from danger. What better place to build something that you wouldn't want them to find than in a place they would never look? A very bold strategy. Count Dooku said with a nod of his head. To win a war like this, boldness is a necessity. More resources are also a requirement if we're going to be able to pull off your next plan after this one. We need more installations to train recruits for our order. Agreed. I've already put some work into creating a few more myself. Dooku said, shaking his head. Gather your ships and get to work as fast as possible. This operation will be a dangerous game, especially with what parties will be awakened by it. My lord? I asked, not sure what he meant. He smiled sadly. This war is about to become more dangerous for people like us. When I announce our new order to the galaxy, the Jedi won't accept our existence. No more concessions to their sole authority over the Force. Our survival will be at stake. I agreed, but he was definitely keeping something a secret, which I do not have the context to decipher. It worried me, especially since Ventress acted like she did know something. Information that I wasn't privy to but aware existed felt as dangerous as blind reckoning around a black hole. In addition, Mandalorians were notoriously difficult to break, even harder to awake Force sensitivity, let alone turn to the dark side. The fact that the Jedi had managed to recruit any Mandalorians at all was a miracle, as far as I was concerned. And that was a 1 in a 1,000 years thing from what I found in my investigations. Yet that was my task, and I must complete it to return to the Count's favor. To turn one to the dark side would be difficult. I couldn't help but worry that the reason that Count Dooku was pursuing this foolish action was due to dark side visions of grandeur. I had been doing my own research into the ancient Sith ever since I started learning their techniques from the Count. The dark side was indeed powerful, but it did not seem to distinguish between providing control and the illusion of control. Everything has a price after all, and there had to be a price for all that easily accessible power. My research uncovered little in the way of techniques to call my own, but the histories told their own story. The Sith rose and fell in cycles. The pattern seemed clear enough. The power of the dark side led to greater and greater accomplishments, encouraging one to overextend and clouding one's ability to accurately judge events. Historically, the Sith fell to their own disastrous errors and hubris more often than from enemy action. If our new order was to avoid the pattern of the Sith and tap into the full potential of the Force, including the dark side, we would need to study the negative consequences. Most Darksiders were too arrogant or paranoid to develop countermeasures to the effects of the dark side, but that could be overcome with sufficient skill and will. Anything, even the vastness of space, could be understood and mastered if properly studied and analyzed. That such research had not been conducted before spoke poorly of previous dark side adherents throughout history. It was slowly becoming clear that only I possessed the vision and the capability to fully cast aside the mysteries of the dark side. I had so much work to do. Chapter 64. 717 FNM, 21 BBY, Month 9. Mandalore Sector, somewhere in the Breshik system. Taylor Palatine. As the view around us warped back into real space, I took up the controls of my new ship. She was a modified Razor Crest, and 100% my personal property. My career as an actress required a lot of travel to different sets, enough to justify owning a private ship. The galaxy was a dangerous place, even before the separatists declared their independence, so I decided to buy a popular yet robust Mandalorian starship model. Most of the money I made got sent home to help my parents with my 4 siblings, but I had enough left over to make some smart investments at the advice of White Silver's droid. I invested some of the new neutral credits into Gargan's booming industry, which led me to appear as a celebrity guest on the Mondal Hypernautics magazine. The photo shoot with the Gargan girls was actually really fun. They even invited me to appear on stage with them sometime. As a thank you, the company wanted to give me a ship of my choosing, fresh off the line. They tried gifting it for free, but I insisted on paying something for it, if only to help White Silver and my fellow Mandalorians who made this possible. So we settled for a discount, making me the proud owner of a Razor Crest for dirt cheap. To be fair, the ship was technically already bought and paid for, but it was who it was going to that Mondal Hypernautics took issue with, some man named Spar I think? Some loopholes he was exploiting to buy ships for nefarious deeds, or something. Anyway, it was fresh out of dry dock, and it was the right type of ship that I wanted. With only a little time left on my vacation, I couldn't do much to decorate or make any big changes. So I slapped on some white stripes and Silver's emblem, but more important modifications took priority. Mainly, the door guns were removed, the medium repeating blaster cannons were swapped for non-lethal medium-ion cannons. Although, the custom gimbal-mounted chin-light rotary blaster cannon stayed. I can sync the turret to my helmet allowing me to aim at whatever I am looking at, better to have some lethality and not need it. The 6 missile racks under the wings were also part of the modifications. The Razor Crest platform was capable with both ship-to-ship and air-to-ground missiles. Seeing as how my flying skills were still beginner's basic, and dogfighting was far beyond me, having simpler weapons that were easier to use was helpful. The final major modification was to the astromech port, so that instead of an R2 unit, it could fit my new partner. The cockpit door opened behind me and the little guy in question rolled in. Tweet-2 boo beep. I smirked. No, T7, I don't think she was insulting you when she called you old. Bo-Katan also made herself known. Oh, I meant every word of it. She stated as she sat heavily in the passenger's chair, armor thudding into the seat's frame. Where did you even find this pile of rust, anyway? T7 made the binary version of grumble while I shrugged. Ordo. I wanted to visit the museums there for research on some projects I'm nurturing when I bumped into Mr. Raz Ordo. That must have been interesting. I nodded. You would think anyone would be starstruck by meeting the lead holostar of the most popular show in the sector, but he gave this calm, warm, grandfatherly aura as we talked. It was quite comforting. Instead, I was awestruck by the fact I just met a very powerful figure of Mandalorian politics in the middle of some museum library. Bo-Katan just snorted. Well, he is an Ordo. She stated matter-of-factly, they like their books. I chuckled, so we got talking. He congratulated me on my success and how I became Mandalorian because of my work. She laughed, ain't that the understatement of the century? You, a Coruscanti city girl becoming a Mandalorian by accident? That alone made you more famous and popular than anything else the show could have done, ignoring how badass your character is. By the way, Satin sends her congratulations. I'm proud of you, kid. I smiled at the compliment, the feeling of excitement to prove myself bubbling up. I mean my protégé, who I taught how to fight, baptized herself in the living waters of Mandalore and recited the creed for a HoloNet action drama without knowing what that would do to her. Yet, she stuck by that change all the same. How could I not feel proud about that? I felt her grab my shoulder and shake me with emotion. I glanced back with a smirk. Thank you for the kind words, mentor. I responded in Mandue, I've taken everything you and the others taught me to heart, especially that proverb you told me, Kba jurer garade, jajacade kotla delicade kotlashia. Even without looking I could still feel her smile, very true, and I was glad to do it. But enough of the formalities, you're my hibir, just Bo is fine. Okay, now can I get back to my story, Bo? She gave an overdramatic sigh, by all means. Nodding in thanks, I continued, well, Mr. Ordo told me how all his children were fans of mine, especially his son, Engis, and his friends, who boasted something about him being on the guard detail for the princess. My niece mentioned an Ordo boy as part of her royal guard unit a few times. It's humbling to know that everyone in Mandalore is a fan, hat. He also mentioned his daughter. She commands the Mandalorian armed forces and is single. Bo snickered, oh no. I chuckled as well, oh yes. I let him down gently, saying I was far too busy with work to explore relationships. That led us to talking about my new show runs, all based around the Old Republic era, specifically T7's time and others. And how I bought my ship to travel around to get the research done and explore fun places in the sector. Although, maintaining the ship without a crew or droids was my next problem. So after listening to me explain all this, Mr. Ordo disappears for some time and returns with this little guy in tow. Poor T7 was just collecting dust in a dark corner of the museum that anyone rarely visits with a dead power cell. After he replaced that, he discovered that his memory banks were intact. Really? She questioned. No one tried to take it, not even once. T7 chirped, twirled his head and jostled servomotors in pride. He said that he had 127 partners for 6 centuries before he lost consciousness, then he woke up in the museum. Surprisingly durable. Bo said. Well, after T7 joined me, I headed to Gargan to pick up my ship. You were there for the rest. Now the Lariru yacht is all mine. Still not sold on that name. I shrugged. I think to sing of the past is a good name for my new baby girl. So, how does this involve my protégé asking me to teach her bounty hunting? I mean, I'm happy about the invitation. As much fun as planning my wedding ceremony is, I gotta get out of the house once in a while to knock some heads or else I'll go stir crazy. But I never expected you, of all people, to ask about risking it for a bounty. Don't you have, like, an agent that's going to freak out about their precious actress getting hurt? First off, congratulations on getting married. Second, I don't actually have an agent. I handle all my contracts myself. Early on, when Mr. Kip tried to cheat me to get a cheaper deal, I dug my heels. Now he's making so many credits in the Mandalorian sector that he doesn't complain about how much my fee is. And finally, isn't it obvious why I would ask you? Bo preened. Yup, I am the best. I turned my head to make sure she could see my smirk behind me. As I have learned from my new Mandalorian brothers and sisters, experience trumps all creative interpretation, plus it's something I wanted to do and share. Why do you think I have the camera droids down below, and more cameras set all over the ship? I'm going to make videos on the fly, then upload them to Rimvids on the HoloNet. You're not recording now, are you? Relax, they're off. I suppressed my smile as best I could, while looking over the right side dashboard, where one of the cameras is nestled under the existing cables. All I did was wink at it. Before we start, Bo, I have one last question to ask. Shoot. Do you think I could meet your husband? I know he's busy with the election and normal governor stuff, but I wanted to talk to him. Why? For my film projects. I shrugged. Pre Vizsla is a direct descendant of Tar Vizsla, the legendary Mandalorian Jedi. I want to make a dramatic biographical film of the man, to give him life in other ways besides mystical legendary stories around the campfire. To do that, like White Silver said, to fit the pieces together, I need to poke around the records of the old fortresses of Clan Vizsla to get a clearer picture of who the man was. I'll ask him, but no promises he'll agree. I nodded. Now let's get back to work. Activate the passive sensors, and point the ship towards the asteroids past Breshik. That's where the tracker is leading us. I manipulated the console and controls to do as I was told. Bo-Katan gave more orders. Right, let's review the mission plan. What type of bounty is this, kid? Anti-smugglers OP. Good, who is the target? Bo asked. Clan Ririk. A small criminal clan that fled Gargan after you and the big families pushed everyone doing anything illegal out, yet didn't flee to hut space like most. Correct. What are they smuggling and why? Ancient Mandalorian artifacts and hordes of Beskar. Receding sea levels and the terraforming process on Breshik revealed caches of ships and other artifacts that are up for grabs for treasure hunters and tomb raiders. The local MSDF and members of the Royal Mandalorian Museum are trying to gather as much as possible. But there are gaps for the risk-takers to slip in and score some loot. Good, any additional intel? Last time they tried to make a run on Breshik, they were spotted. A MSDF patrol vessel engaged them and they retreated. However, an ECM decoy missile distracted them long enough to plant a tracker. It's still active but weak, likely because of them being inside an asteroid itself or an astrological anomaly. Strength of the enemy. 6 to 10 Mandalorians with at least 2 ships, isn't this a little too much for one veteran and one amateur? Bo-Katan waved her hand dismissively. It'll be fine, kid. Besides, all the easy-peasy rookie jobs are taken. This was the next best thing. But you're right about being a rookie. Swap with me. Your flying skills won't cut it from here on. I spun the pilot's chair around and got out of the way, as Bo took the controls afterward. Watch and learn, kid. She pushed the throttle to maximum for a 10-second burn, then cut the engines back to 0. I'm using momentum from that burn to slingshot us to our target with as little sensor emission as possible. Plus, it's a good way to save on fuel when you're not in a hurry. I nodded in understanding. I see. She looked over her shoulder. Hey, old timer, plug in and send a low-frequency ping. See if we can find the rock they are hiding under. T7 complained about the insult, but complied. So, while the droid does its thing, how about some more chit-chat? I tilted my head. Like what? Like, how's it feel to have your own Beskar now? My cheeks felt warm as they tinted pink in embarrassment. Beskar is incredible. I know you taught me not to rely on Beskar, that Beskar doesn't make me invincible. but any barrier between me and my enemies. It is a comforting weight, you know. I hear you, and it's definitely growing on you. Like your colors, by the way. She was referring to the new additions to armor that I painted. I kept the torso and greaves in the same white color to represent my new Mandalorian, not new Mandalorian, life. However, I colored the helmet in tan with a red trim around the visor, symbolizing my loyalty and paying tribute to my father. The arms told a different story. The pauldrons and biceps were a dark pine green, with the forearm gauntlets painted orange. My declaration to protect my new way of life. I figured it would be about 5 years before I would decide to get rid of the white. But of course, the breastplate was of some significance because of the signet, white silver signet, right where it should be. You should know, though, what it means that white silver paid for your armor. When I met you, I originally figured you'd be softer, not quite like a new Mandu who wouldn't throw a punch, but close enough considering your background. But asking me to take you out on a bounty hunter job proved to me that you've got the fire of a Mandalorian. Not enough to be an old Mandu though. I should have realized from the start that you're like Silver, just like her supporters. So I hope you realize what this means, should she call you to battle. I sighed, understanding what she meant. If the rallying cry is a call for conquest? I will not answer, for it is not White Silver who is calling us. No, it would just be another Gare. But if it was a call for the defense of Mandalorians? As the old ones would say, I would heed the will of my Mandalore. White Silver gave me a chance, and that chance has led to a lifelong, fulfilling purpose. My Beskar and my guns will be there for her, should she call. Bo-Katan's eyes searched mine for a long moment, and nodded. T7 beeped on the intercom, getting our attention to the console. A screen displayed his translation for Bo-Katan. I picked up a transmission burst. There's a layer in the code that's reminiscent of tech from my era, how nostalgic. My mentor paused in thought, before breaking out into a wide smile. I knew it, the amateurs. There are old starfighter bases of the Neo-Crusader era in hollowed-out asteroids scattered all across the sector. The ones here were abandoned, but I knew about them because some friends of mine used to use the place to hide Beskar from my sister before the reforms. We're close enough to the target that speed is better than stealth. Pass me my helmet. Looking behind me to the passenger seat sat her helmet. I passed it to her as asked. She slipped it on. Grab your gear. She commanded. Check your weapons and ammo, too. Bo-Katan maneuvered the ship with more grace and experience than I could as I left the cockpit. Back in the ship's hold, I scooped up my helmet from my bunk and donned it before I moved to open the weapons locker. Inside were my 2 Wester 35 pistols from White Silver and a Shooker blaster rifle from Gargan that came with the ship. I grabbed my rifle, primed it, and checked the ammunition, and made sure it was set to stun. Slinging it, I repeated the process with my pistols before holstering them. The weapons locker was barren besides my 3 guns. I'm sure it will be full someday. Because I will need different weapons to face different opponents in the future, and isn't that a dark thought, but yet so Mandalorian. Maybe White Silver was right. I was destined to be a Mandalorian. Finally, I grabbed my silver jetpack that was housed inside a drawer. What an adventure! I muttered with a smirk, before I put it on. The ship rattled and shook as we landed. After, Bo descended the ladder from the cockpit, while a hatch above me opened and down came T7 on a droid crane. Ever done a vacuum walk before? Bo-Katan asked. I shrugged. Twice. Nothing intense, just tourist trap space stations with family. She nodded, right, well just like jetpack training, do as I do, exactly as I do it. The low gravity means short controlled burns and course corrections only. Got it. Yes, ma'am. I saluted unconsciously, falling back on habits I picked up on Gargan. Going to my vambrace controls, I depressurized the ship and let the silence of the void replace it. The rear ramp opened for me, the only sound of it felt by the vibrations through the solace of my boots. Looking at my new droid companion, I tapped the COMM on my vambrace. Think you can keep up, partner? I quipped. He jostled his servomotors in excitement. On the intercom he replied in binary. T7 plus Mandalorians equals fun new experience / T7 equals had many Jedi partners before / T7 equals saved the galaxy before / Mandalorians equals watch and learn, younglings. Propulsion systems popped out of his legs as the droid flew out of the ship into the void and barren surface of the asteroid. Any nervousness I felt was washed away by the gall of this droid. I laughed as we ignited our jetpacks and followed him. As Bo showed, the gravity here was weaker than some moons, so if I wasn't careful, I could find myself in the deep end of the void here. We made our way across the rocky surface, using short 1 or 2 second burns. Nearly 5 minutes in vacuum. Eventually, we came up to a hatch near the old Starfighter base's main hangar airlock. Bo-Katan examined the personnel hatch. Scomblink port. You're up, old-timer. T7 moved to plug in. A few moments of hacking and the hatch slid open to an airlock room inside. T7 plus familiar technology equals secure entry / T7 equals no alarms detected. He says we're undetected so far. I translated. Stepping into the airlock chamber, I noticed the control terminal and activated it. The airlock door closed. Next, I cycled the air in to pressurize our surroundings. Bo-Katan glanced towards me and held my gaze, as the room filled with recycled air. You know, I'm curious how you know binary so fluently. She trailed off. I gave a lazy, dismissive wave before I brought up my Shuker rifle. My dad's fault. He was a captain with the judicial forces before Gar took over. He started as a fighter pilot, and he had an astromech co-pilot. R2A5 is still a valued family member, despite my mother's repeated requests to sell the droid. T7 grumbled at the disrespect, while Bo bellowed out a dark laugh. Family drama. I knew I liked you for a reason. The airlock pressurized fully, and the door slid open. I shouldered my rifle as Bo drew her right blaster pistol while keeping her hand near her left holster. She jerked her head, signaling me to take point. I was being put to the test again. Just like I was on Gargan. Like I was taught, I cleared my head. I gave a short exhale, focusing on the mission and what I was taught to complete it. At a light pace, I advanced down the hall. At a T intersection, I turned to crouch at the edge of the right turn, rifle at ready. I blinked my HUD icon green. A second later, so did Bo. In unison, we both peered down our corners to cover the approaches. I didn't have time to confirm with Bo because I came face to face with a Mandalorian in shabby armor 10 meters ahead of me. In his left hand was a loosely slung carbine, and the right a day top had, his body language stupefied by our appearance. Contact. Instincts I didn't know I had taken over as I spoke over the comms, my finger squeezing the trigger. I dumped stun bolts into the criminal. After a few blasts, he collapsed. I advanced onwards, Bo-Katan's footsteps closed behind me. Nice one, kid. Bo said. I beamed under my helmet, feeling a rush that not even the fight scenes I did as an actress gave. Was this the so-called combat high? The exciting tightrope of life and death? The courage and fear felt because this danger was real? We moved deeper into the base before we came upon a bulkhead door. I pivoted to cover the hall we came through as Bo-Katan moved up to breach. I heard the door open, followed by voices. Hey! New guy! What OKRI? A masculine voice cried out. Bo responded with her pistol, pressing it into the man's neck. She fired a stun bolt directly into him, bypassing his Beskar armor. She charged in, blasters blazing. I followed her example, spewing stun bolts as I rushed to the only available cover, a stack of storage crates. We're in the main hangar. I could see a YT series Corellian freighter docked inside and what looked like a shuttle behind it. T7, can you find a port and lock down the hangar doors so they can't escape? I asked. The astromech whistled in an affirmative response. I laid down some suppressive fire as my mechanical companion dashed to the hangar door itself. Smart thinking. My other companion commented, as she downed her third opponent in non-lethal blaster fire. However, the way she said it confused me. It clicked in my head as I dropped my second combatant today. I barked out, "You're testing me in the middle of a firefight. Best time for a test." She teased. 5 enemies remained. We were winning, so I indulged in the combat rush. Activating my jetpack and taking to the sky, I rained stun bolts in frustration on our foes above their cover. They tried to retaliate, even scoring a couple of hits on me. My Beskar protected me, and when it was struck, it made a distinctly unique sound. I couldn't help but feel glad White Silver paid top credits for my high-purity Beskar armor. Sure, the blaster bolts impacting it stings, but the adrenaline flooding my system was a Hiluva drug. Careful, kid. Bo warned, foolish warriors win foolish prizes. I know. I landed on the outer hull of the freighter out of sight of the fire. I pulled a smoke grenade from my belt and primed it. I underhand threw it over the edge of the ship. Towards where the last few enemies were hiding. With a loud bang, a cloud of smoke appeared. Switching my HUD to thermals, I jumped in with a grin plastered all over my face. 4 heat signatures were visible as I descended from up high. Snapping my rifle on the closest target, I let loose stun blasts until he fell. Before I could switch targets, a hand pushed my rifle to the side before delivering a punch directly to my helmet. Quickly, I let go of my rifle to draw one of my pistols. He followed up with a kick aimed at my side, but my training kicked and I captured his leg with my right arm before I shoved my pistol underneath my foe's knee. Pulling the trigger caused him to collapse. Bo appeared in front of all of us and launched a whipcord to tie up a female Mandalorian that was sneaking up behind me, while I engaged the other one in close quarters combat. As he threw a wild right haymaker, I swiftly blocked it with my left arm. I immediately unleashed 2 blasts into his gut, which caused him to double over. Followed by a powerful knee strike to his helmet, causing him to be knocked out cold. A proud feeling swept over me. I had just won my first real fight and taken my first bounty. Holstering my pistols, I put my hands on my hips and waited for Bo to praise me. She finished knocking out her opponent, looking at me. Her gaze snapped to my left, and I heard blaster fire as a bolt hit my jetpack. Sprawling on the floor, I was knocked prone. Bo-Katan fired back with a lethal yellow bolt. It hit the shooter's helmet with enough force to send him to the floor. After giving him another couple of stun bolts to make sure he stays down, the hanger was secured. And that's 10. Speaking of 10, you lost 6.5 points, young lady. She holstered her guns and offered me a hand, grabbing it as she helped me up off the floor. Wah! I muttered as I shook off the haze. Out of 10 points, you're down to 3.5. You did good by taking out the first guy and making sure they couldn't escape. That stopped you from losing a full point. As if on cue, T7 rolled up to join us, giving a tweet and twirl of his head in victory. I patted his head as Bo continued. You lost 3 points when you went airborne without checking where your teammates were or informing them about what you were planning so they could help cover you. It is a good idea to flank them and take the high ground so you get to keep a point, but you didn't have me suppress them enough that they wouldn't be able to shoot you while you were in the air, resulting in you getting hit, so that is 2 points down. T7 equals youngling took damage? T7 asks in binary, and he nudges his exterior frame into me for an answer. I confirm I am unharmed, shaking my head in silent answer. Then you got cocky, like a lot of Mandu teens in their first fight, and decided to abandon your high ground to fight 4 armored Mandalorians in melee. You do get to keep a point for remembering to use your smoke grenade. Then you got hyper-focused on the enemy you were fighting, and didn't notice one of them got close enough to disarm you. And you didn't notice another one sneak up behind you. Those cost you 2 more points. Afterward, you still didn't check your surroundings and assumed the battle was over. You forget about the last opponent, losing you your last point. I groaned and crouched down as she enumerated my long list of mistakes. There should be armor to become invisible. Bo-Katan didn't move, instead she just stood there and smiled down at me and my reaction. However, you did deal with them pretty quickly, so you get 1 point back. Your final score is at 3.5. Do better next time or you'll end up dead. I straightened out and stiffened. Yes, ma'am. Bo nodded, and took her helmet off. She slapped my shoulder, breaking out into a wide smile. So, your first bounty under your belt. How do you feel? Taking off my helmet too, I grinned, like my heart is about to explode and a little sore in some places that I'm gonna feel in the morning. She released a hearty laugh and gave me a pat on the back. Once we got all of them cuffed, with helmets and vambraces removed, all of them were throwing hateful daggers with their eyes into my T-visor. T7 had gone back to our ship to bring it around and call the SDF to come by. Before he left the old fighter base's hangar open to the void, with only the air shield to protect us. Soon, Lararir yacht came into view, breaching the shield and flying over us to land behind the smuggling ships. Bo walked over after searching the ships for anything or anyone we missed. With her helmet tucked under her arm. Clan Ririk leader's face morphed into a scowl, just Krif great. If it isn't Bo-Katan cries. Was it not enough that you kicked us off our home world with your silver goon squads? Now you've come with another silver harlot in tow to frag with us trying to make a living, why? She scoffed, oh please, if I remember right, your clan was among the trafficking subgroups of Gargan. Your brothel deserved to be shut down. TCH. He clicked his tongue. Besides, I'm just the mentor. I'm not the one taking the bounty today. She nodded to me, she is. I smirked, deciding to play along with the theatrics, that's right, and I'm not just any silver harlot. Reaching up I pulled off my helmet, and proceeded to watch all their jaws drop. I smiled with pride, Taylor Palatine. Newly inducted Mandalorian, and hollow film superstar of the sector. Rage took over the leader, the actress. We got done in by some Coruscanti bitch. Well, that stung. Hey. Bo bit back, haven't you heard? She's Mandalorian now. She took the creed and beat your asses fair and square. Show respect and honor to the Beskar you're wearing and admit you were beaten by one of your own. He continued to scowl as he looked away and cursed under his breath. I was about to thank Bo when engines could be heard. Turning around, an aka Jor-class shuttle had arrived, with the MSDF emblem on the side. Over the comms, I heard Shuttle 419, here. Stand by for a prisoner transfer. I was going to reply, but Bo beat me to it. Affirmative, you're cleared to land. The shuttle ramp opened, and down came 4 soldiers. You the hunters? One of them asked. We nodded. The same Mandalorian soldier ordered the others to herd the criminals onto the shuttle. Once that was underway, he took off his helmet and marched back over to us. Hell of a job you ladies did, all of them alive and mostly unharmed. New Mandus add bonuses for that. He offered a hand, but as I got close and shook it, his eyes widened. Wait, you're Taylor Palatine, right? White Silver's actress for her show. I blushed a little. My character hides her face so much, fans haven't started rushing me like some of my colleagues on Coruscant. I'm not really used to being famous yet. Yeah, that's me. He grinned, wow. First deployment after my promotion and I get to meet a celebrity. The Manda is definitely smiling on me this week. Sergeant, what's keeping you? The sergeant keyed his comlink. Hold on, sir. We got ourselves a silver Mandalorian holostar here. Ms. Palatine herself, dressed in some stunning Beskar. From the shuttle's ramp came down a strange man with long knife ears and a uniform more ornate than it's supposed to be. You weren't kidding, Sergeant. He smiled with this regal air about him that a lot of Coruscanti carried themselves with. I am First Lieutenant Ruasarka AR, of the Lictor-class Navy warship, the Vartur Tracenya, and Jakelia's firstborn prince. I would like to invite you to my ship, as a thank you for your service to the sector, and it would be a good morale boost for the men. Sergeant, message the cook. Tell him to fire up some Jakelian cuisine for our guest of honor. The prince ordered as they walked away. I groaned. What's wrong, kid? Bo asked. You know how many signatures I'm going to have to sign to be able to continue my vacation. She laughed. That's the price of fame, Taylor. Can I get a refund? Mandalore, Sundari Palace, Council Chambers. Pre-Vizsla. The Treasury is continuing to purchase Beskar within the monthly budget. However, Beskar prices are skyrocketing. And it is likely that we would only be able to afford a smaller amount of Beskar than the previous month. The competition between the clans and the MSDF is inflating the demand for Beskar. The regulation banning the production of new Beskar weapons has been well received by armorers, but has not resulted in significant price improvement. The establishment of 4 new deep core mines on Concordia has also failed to meet market demand. Mrs. Draken finished with a small win CE at the end. She didn't understand Saturn's economic agenda for the government. Capitalists didn't usually understand the need for investing in the future, without any expectation of financial gains. If the credit-counting Mandalorians had their way, Mandalore would be a museum and everyone would be moved to a planet that was cheaper or more profitable to inhabit. Bo rolled her eyes and coughed instead of commenting. She was an unexpected, if temporary, addition to the council, filling Jerich's seat on the council as acting deputy prime minister after Jerich's passing. She's quite the check on the snake's agenda. Mrs. Draken continued, have we given any additional thought to the subterranean expansion proposals? The economics of it require much less Beskar than surface expansion of Sundari. Duchess Satin gave a slight shudder at her suggestion, and her smile dimmed. Are you volunteering your clan to move to these underground vaults? Is this a serious proposal? Almec asked with a sly smile. Void take him. That quick wit was how that snake made it into this council all those years ago. Let's not reopen this topic, Mrs. Draken. Beskar is a physical investment in the Mandalorian peoples. I added a touch more diplomatically. Is there anything else we need to discuss today? I moved to end the conversation. The council session was growing late, and I hadn't seen pause all day. Kalevala well, the Ithorians' terraforming is on track with the planned schedule. The planet's a bit of a muddy mess right now. Lots of spontaneous rainstorms that peter out after a few minutes. Bo-Katan summarized. Alzar's system HoloNet relays are out, damaged by saboteurs, it seems. King Gaku sent a courier ship to confirm, repair teams are en route. Almec finished reading his report. Mr. Armiton simply shook his head in the negative. At that last signal, the matriarchs of Clan Ren and Clan Ordo were standing, already prepared to leave. Although I noticed Ren took a moment to steady herself with a hand quickly resting just under her stomach, 6 months into her pregnancy the effects of such a burden were starting to take a toll. A look over to Satin showed the woman offering a sympathetic expression. I was reminded of the need to inquire again on if Ursa and her husband had settled on a name. The Song Steel Blade was fully prepared to serve Clan Ren save for the inscription of its future owner. Nothing that needs to be brought up in an official manner. Duchess Satin said, glancing first at my wife and then over at me. Mandalore at peace. Almec said, closing out the meeting. A moment, Pre. Duchess Satin asked, and I inclined my head. When I looked up, Bo had already disappeared. She couldn't wait to vacate her position. From what she told me, the position being temporary was the compromise Satin had agreed upon to recruit her help in the first place. Duchess Satin was still smiling, but I could read her a bit, and she was annoyed. She had some of the same tells as her sister. Mrs. Draken and Prime Minister Almec wrapped up their conversation, grabbed their datapads and left, leaving the two of us alone in the council chambers. Congratulations on your upcoming election, Pre-Vizsla. She said. The election isn't for 2 more months, I protested. Of course. Never mind that there are no other serious contenders and the Secret Service scandal has Almec's numbers in the low teens. Satin lightly teased. It will be good to have more trustworthy partners on the council. I don't know your deputy candidate, Ursa Wren, as well as you, but Crownist is already taking positive steps to rejoin the sector. Will she continue to work with us, or is this as far as rapprochement goes? Wren is impressed by you, which is usually a high bar to reach, I know from personal experience. Well, not you exactly, but impressed by the Etherians and the success of the terraforming projects. Satin hummed in thought, thinking over my answer for a moment. She's still going to be governor, and so are you. Do you think you'll be able to keep up with your duties as both governor of Concordia and prime minister? Delegation is the key to success. So it shouldn't be a problem. In time, I hope to train Paz on some of the administrative tasks, but other loyal members of House Vizsla will be delegated to fulfill some of my previous roles as governor. Good, Mandalore needs more people like you if we are to not only survive, but thrive. Duchess Satin was looking pensive, tapping her foot in a way that indicated she was worried more than usual. Speaking of which, I haven't had a chance to pay my respects to our new senator. I said. Duchess Satin nodded, I'll make sure Tanya finds you. She's supposed to spend the month in Mandalore for the end of the year celebrations. Perfect. If there's nothing else. She shook her head as her smile reached her eyes. Have a good day, then, my Duchess. I bowed to Satin and took my leave from the council chambers, heading towards the transport pads. Are you heading back to Paz? I thought I'd catch your shuttle. My wife, Bo-Katan, ambushed me in the hallway outside the chambers. I'm surprised you haven't simply stolen my aka Jor. That was one time. I didn't even scratch it. How was I supposed to know it was yours? Your name wasn't on it. She teased. It was the only one with blue paint. I explained. We approached the palace transport pad, and the shuttle doors opened at my signal. I gestured back towards the royal palace, going to make attendance at the council meetings a regular occurrence? Or was this just a one-time thing? Bo-Katan skipped the last 2 meetings before today, which frustrated Satin and made those particular meetings more unpleasant than usual. Probably only a one-time thing since I'm going to blast off as soon as the election finishes. I'm not needed for the council meetings anymore. Don't know how you can stand it. Draken and Armiton are both so skeevy. I think I need a shower. I hope you don't mind if I join you? I also feel a need to freshen up after that meeting. I smirked, and she laughed. We walked up the ramp into the craft. After we took our seats, the ramp automatically closed. I ensured the privacy equipment on board activated fully. After readying the shuttle for takeoff, we sent Mandalore Space Authority our flight plan. While we waited our turn for a departure window, I turned towards Bo and looked her in the eyes. We both stilled for a moment. You know your sister better than me, should I privately inform Satin of my role in Death Watch after I win the election? A significant part of me wanted to keep this secret forever, but I recognized that desire as the weakness it was. If the time was right, then it would have to be done. Bo's response is immediate, Criff no. Satin she'd take it as a betrayal. Plus, why now? There's still Lorca's rogue Death Watch on the loose. Coming to Satin like this, presents it as a problem. She might suspect that was your plan all along, to gain influence for Death Watch and restart a Mandalorian crusade. She rested her hand on my shoulder. We don't want to do that. Once the flight plan was approved, I lifted off and nudged the shuttle so it stayed on its path. Do you think it's possible one day? I asked Bo, as I settled into the routine tasks of the transit to Concordia. The trip was so short and easy that the shuttle was practically flying itself, no Navi computer needed. If it can be presented constructively? Maybe. Tanya would know how to handle this. You know who's a master of this sort of intrigue, she's pulled it off before. Pulled what off before? I looked at her, and Bo seemed as embarrassed as I could ever recall. Convincing Satin to make the CNS. Yeah, Satin said that Tanya made a hollow presentation about it. I narrowed my eyes in suspicion before turning back to the shuttle dashboard, and Concordia grew larger in the viewports. What did Bo mean by Tanya being successful in convincing Satin? My mind wandered while I attended to the road tasks of piloting my shuttle in a straight line. The CNS, which was Tanya's idea if I recall, was an enormous project, so of course it would require Satin's permission. However, the goals of the CNS were in line with Satin's pacifist policies, and Bo was never interested in galactic politics that she would brag about it. She would take note of the CNS but her interest lay with her fellow Mandalorians. So it must have been something that affected the Mandalorian sector as a whole. Could it have been pardoning Arla Fett? Preventing a famous Mandalorian bounty hunter from assassinating a Republic senator by striking a deal to pardon his imprisoned sister was a brilliant maneuver. It undermined the narrative that a Mandalorian started the Galactic Civil War before it began. Not only that, but having the Fetts back in the sector was a powerful bargaining tool against the Republic who needed him to create more of their knockoff Mandalorians. But no one knew that Fett was the template of the Republic's clone army at the time. More likely, Tanya believed that Arla had suffered enough and Satin agreed, since Arla was more of a victim of Tor than an unfeeling assassin, What else was there? Perhaps her gradual reform from her severe anti-Mandalorian policies all those years ago? It was completely out of character for her to change her tune after years of her oppressive campaign against the old ways. Was Tanya the cause of Satin's more tolerant view of Mandalorian culture? Bo continued, so, what's the plan for dealing with Lorca? By taking inspiration from my enemies. Bo raised her eyebrow, intrigued. After the election, I'll have loyal Death Watch officers act as special attaches to work hand in hand with the Mandalorian Secret Service to crush them. Bo looked impressed. Sneaky, arresting the bad Death Watch with the good. Death Watch is technically a terrorist organization right now, so, there are some grounds for arresting them. What if they recognize our officers in the Secret Service? It shouldn't happen if we don't let them be the ones making the arrests. If it does, well, criminals will say anything, and they won't be able to get any proof in prison. Lorca going rogue meant he already stole and cut ties with everyone. If he hadn't, this wouldn't work. I adjusted the controls and started the descent procedures. I thought back on how after Satin started her reforms, White Silver released her Silver Codex. It was a surprise and somewhat unwelcome at the time as it attempted to bridge the gap between old and new. I of course sent agents to find the author, as I shouldn't let a potential rival for the title of Mandalore set up a power base and compete. Almec wasn't the only one with a spy network, but she covered her tracks perfectly and the trail went cold soon after. It wasn't until Gare attempted to usurp White Silver's name that she came out of hiding and conquered Gargan that we found new avenues to investigate. My agents tried to infiltrate Hypernautics, but Bo had been hired to be their new head of security, and she promptly kicked them out. Bo mentioned that she was on Gargan to protect Satin since he has stated that he was going to overthrow her and things spiraled out of control from there. With that option off the table, that only left infiltrating the rest of Gargan. Admittedly, they didn't find much either, as she rarely interacted with the general populace. However, my agents who had been stationed at Gargan for months noticed that once Gargan was connected to the rest of the sector, foreign capital flooded in like a surprising amount. To the point that new investments and numerous startups seemed to grow exponentially. Some came from legitimate investors. One source we tracked down to an individual hut, which was to be expected as the huts will use any opportunity to expand their influence. In any case, the majority came from entities that openly supported White Silver like the armorsmiths, but that still left many large investments unexplained. Following the money revealed that all of them were from various shell companies. Assuming that all of them were from White Silver herself, the amount of credits that passed through these shell companies narrowed down her backers to only the most wealthy of Mandalorian houses. There were very few entities with sufficient credits to spend that much on developing Gargan's economy. At the time, no one that wasn't a Mandalorian invested in Mandalorian businesses. But these shell companies cast a very wide net, investing in those that support White Silver and ignoring those that didn't. This narrowed down White Silver's backers to local Mandalorians. The leading theory was that White Silver was being backed by Ordo, as they have appeared to be the ones who benefited the most from White Silver's rise. But House Kryze was also a candidate for being White Silver's backer as Satin also benefited from a peaceful sector. What if there was more to Bo being on Gargan than just to protect her sister? Satin couldn't be White Silver, as she has an alibi. Satin was in Sundari being a good host to a couple of Jedi. Plus, the height doesn't match up, you can mask your voice, but masking height was much harder. Satin didn't use body doubles because of this. The only possible candidate was Tanya, yet she was busy visiting various planets across the sector. Although, Tanya had several body doubles, didn't she? Tanya was involved in some drama at the time, with one of her royal guards. Could this have been a manufactured alibi? Tanya could easily have her handmaiden pretend to be her while she goes after Gare. Tanya was an avid supporter of Silver, much more so than Satin. Things started to click together. To think that slip about her niece gave me the clue I was missing. The events on Geonosis made more sense in how quickly White Silver came to Tanya's rescue. So when were you going to tell me your niece is White Silver? I said to provoke a response. Bo froze up for a second. Maybe deciding whether to continue the lie before saying, it isn't exactly my secret to tell. I nodded, she didn't deny it, which was all the proof I needed to satisfy my curiosity. It's probably why Silver couldn't meet with me in person, seeing as how Tanya has a busy schedule. I can accept that, but I still have some questions I want answered. Does her mother know? Bo coughed into her fist while looking away. Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said that Tanya gave her an actual holo presentation. It had slideshows and sources. So Tanya was the one who convinced Satin to slowly change her ways, and why she is fairly hands-off with Silver, even though she is essentially a Mandalorian warlord. Tell me everything. We can take the scenic route to the castle. I aborted the descent and updated our flight plan to take us on a lazy orbital track around the moon. Concordia was stunning, as always. Alright, I think it all started back when I left an empty blaster out for Tanya to find. Gar Saxon was waiting for me at my private landing pad at the castle. That was rarely a good sign. My mind was still reeling from the illuminating shuttle ride. Bo smirked at my expression and squeezed my shoulder. Slinging her bag over her shoulder, she turned back to kiss me and winked back at Gar, waving at the two of us. Gar approached as Bo walked off the pad toward her quarters. Pre, you are not going to believe what this Criff Fing Bantha scum did. His parents must have been Huts. Who? I asked, already forming a suspicion. Almec, that Hut Criffer. He paused. The Hut Yun timed his speech so you couldn't respond. He started this right after your shuttle took off from the palace. You can watch the whole damned thing, I got it recorded. Gar Saxon passed me a datapad, but I just handed it back. Let's handle this in my office. We both moved further into the castle, towards my main office. After arriving, Gar activated his vambrace and sent the video to the view screen on my wall. Almec's smarmy face appeared. My fellow Mandalorians, it has been a hard few months ever since the black market arrests and anti-corruption initiatives in the Mandalorian government. Of course, he tried to muddy the picture and not mention it was only his secret service that was the problem. But after a long and lengthy investigation into the causes and perpetrators behind said investigation, it is time to reveal the information we have been able to dig up. Two individuals are our primary suspects. Almec was speaking behind the Prime Minister's desk in his office, using any veneer of credibility to burnish his image, it seemed. Lorca Gadik we've managed to identify as the leader of the illegal black market in the Mandalorian sector. We have confirmed his ties and affiliation with Death Watch, a known terrorist organization. Gadik is a supporter of Tor Vizsla, and his connections led us to some of his operations on Concordia, where he smuggled resources to Mandalore. So that was Almec's game. The election wasn't looking good for him. But if you implicated your political rival in the same corruption, well, he could win if he was the only candidate left. The other individual involved is White Silver. A significant number of the pirates and smuggler operations can be traced back to Gargan. We followed these operations back to Gargan-based businesses, and arrests have been made. However, the majority of these pirate businesses are shell corporations, often layers of such things. Our auditors found that the ultimate owner of these businesses is White Silver, herself. Was Almec so arrogant as to believe that in the battle of public opinion, White Silver was less popular than himself? The Silvers doubtless wouldn't believe a word he'd say about Silver. Not only that, but we believe we now know the true identity of White Silver. She is someone most Mandalorians would recognize, and we were able to pinpoint her identity in part due to the Lancer pursuit craft she prefers to use. Of course, I am speaking of Bo-Katan Kryze. I saw red for a moment. There was a crunching sound and when I glanced down at the table, pieces of a destroyed comlink lay on the table. I take it from your reaction, she. Gar trailed off, seeming unsure which conclusion was the truth. She is not White Silver. I ground out. Almec's speech continued uninterrupted, but neither of us was paying it much attention. She just acquired a Lancer craft at the same time that White Silver appeared with one on Gargan when Gare revealed himself. And during the Mandalorian Civil War, she took part in bounty hunting and maintained a base on Gargan. You're certain? Gar checked. Absolutely. I know who White Silver is. Bo's not her. I confirmed. Gar seemed surprised by the statement. His datapad warbled with an audible alert, he looked down in alarm. Almec shuffled several sheets of flimsy documents on his desk, pretending he was some ancient storyteller. As a result of our investigation, I am issuing a warrant for Bo-Katan to come to Mandalore and explain the situation to the government. Criff Pre, the royal guards are here. Gar was still reading something on his datapad, face drawn in worry. 2 shuttles are docking at the other transport pads. They must have stalled as long as they could, if Almec set this all in motion while we were in transit. Bo's probably over with pause. I said, and reached for my destroyed comlink. Hard shock. I cursed and turned to Gar, hand me your comlink. I'll get Bo and meet with the royal guards. Gar was cursing louder now. Pre, we can't have the royal guard stomping all over the castle. The basement levels aren't clean. He passed me over his comlink and I started entering the emergency COMM code for Bo. I know. I growled. Give me a moment. Finished, I handed it back. Stay here. Alert my legal counsel and have them meet me at the palace in Sundari. Bo will come to look for me here, I need to go meet with the guards. I said. Gar nodded. When she arrives, fill her in and send her to the foyer. Moving quickly, I found where the waitstaff had stalled the uninvited guests at the castle entrance. We have a warrant for Bo-Katan Kryze. This is currently her primary residence. The Mandalorian Space Authority has her last known transit to this location. A put-upon royal guard was flanked by 4 others in resplendent armor. The royal guard seemed tired, as if he had repeated the message more than once to my head butler. The butler and a footman kept moving to intercept and block their path, preventing them from making much progress. Ah, gentlemen. I am here to clear this matter up. I said. The royal guards all snapped their attention to me. You can clear this matter up by surrendering your wife, Governor. The lead royal guard spoke for the group, but one man to the left was shaking his head in disagreement. Another, further back, was silently mouthing something like sorry about this. My wife will be with us shortly, and we can clear this whole misunderstanding up. Bo-Katan definitely isn't secretly white silver. I think I would have noticed. The tension was still rising, despite my attempt at levity. That's not for us to decide. The same royal guard spoke again. We're just taking her back to Mandalore. Fortunately, Bo-Katan walked up next to me just then. What's this about a warrant? I'm the acting deputy prime minister, this is ridiculous. Saturn is going to make heads roll. Good, you're coming with us back to Mandalore, so we can sort this all out, Ms. cries. Bo rolled her eyes at the incorrect title and gave a tired laugh. I'm coming with her. I added. I insist. Dathomir system, Dathomir orbit, the diplomat, courier class freighter. Tanya cries. Carefully donning my armor, I double-checked and made sure it was securely in place. It wasn't often I had an opportunity to wear armor in the persona of Tanya cries. This was the first time I've worn it in an official capacity. Those other times had been in unofficial capacities, necessary for my survival. Granted, I now had official religious grounds to wear armor after Senator Philo was killed by that bounty hunter. Actually, since this technically wasn't a mission for the Republic, I didn't require official religious grounds to wear armor. But having the official approval of the Republic's government created a sufficient excuse for the CNS to allow me to use armor, or at least for my mother to let me use armor. We were near the Bellsmouth campaign, where the Grand Army of the Republic and the Confederate Navy were actively fighting. As a result, I decided to boost our sensors beyond their normal capabilities. It was necessary to detect the chronoradiation from a hyperjump exit, even though it made our travel time longer. Ships making emergency hyperjumps could appear in this area, and they would likely have active weapons and shoot on sight. I reached out for my helmet at first but hesitated. Yes, it was standard Mandalorian gear, but I was a politician. I had an image to maintain. The body armor was good enough, so instead of putting it on my head, I let the magnets hold it to the back plate of my armor. I could still bring it, just in case. Staring at several of the jetpacks, I considered grabbing one off the wall. There were two variants that I had now, most of the models on the wall were the Z6. The new model was from a different manufacturer. The JT-12 was a more compact jetpack, and a few models had recently found their way into my possession. Merson Munitions, or at least their marketing department, decided to send me some samples. They thought it would make for a fashionable accessory for Mandalorians. The older model was the larger, more long-distance one that I've had for some time. Maybe if I were here longer than a day, I'd practice with one, just to avoid letting my skills get rusty. Seeing Dathomir in the air would be a novel experience, distinct from both Concordia and Kalevala. For now, I just grabbed the shorter-ranged JT-12. Just in case I needed an emergency jump, I didn't need the range. Fully equipped, I headed back to regroup with Key and the others. As I walked back to the passenger rooms, I paused by my reflection in a set of mirrors in the hallway. Frowning, I leaned forward and double-checked my makeup in the reflection. My hair was trending towards auburn. When I checked in on Vi and Tabai's honeymoon vacation from the HoloNet, I discovered Vi had dyed her hair auburn. Vi being Vi, she didn't even warn me first. So until I decided what to do about that, I paused dyeing my hair. I doubted the witches of Dathomir could even tell that my hair was a little off, stretching my back. I was happy my armor had been refitted since the last time I used it. Last time, it had been too tight in a few places, not providing the best coverage. It was far from perfect. The armored plates on my thighs and stomach emphasized too much. The armor set had received updates to be more fashionable now that it was legalized to wear openly in Mandalorian society. Once I reached my suite, I saw my handmaiden, Key Morrison, stepping out of her adjacent room in her own Mandalorian armor. Her armor also had gone through some updates since the last time I had seen it. Still brown with orange coloration, now it had a bit more glamour to it, especially the embroidering on her poncho. Did Vi kidnap you to go shopping? I asked as Key closed her door. She turned to look at me, her own helmet magnetized off the side of her thigh, nodding affirmatively. If she's harassing you, you know you can report it to me. I deadpanned. Ah, no, it was fun. Key smiled and glanced up before giving a shake of her head. Apparently, we're all supposed to be very fashionable. Well, we are supposed to be peaceful political types. I agreed with a nod. I wouldn't be surprised if there are young girls looking up to us. So to be a good role model, yes, we should be a little fashionable. Vi tended to go a little too heavy on what was fashionable, but I wouldn't hold that against her. Makes sense. Key agreed. Are you sure it is wise to deal with these witches, Tanya? I know you're open-minded about force wielders, but this seems really risky. Would you approve of your friend, Padme, being in this situation? I shrugged as I walked down the hallway, leading towards the cargo bay door. I am a Mandalorian and Padme is not. I agree Dathomir is dangerous, but what would you suggest I do? Shall I retreat to Mandalore and return in a few weeks with a much stronger force to threaten them with? It could go wrong, but we are only one sector away from Mandalore. Key continued, undeterred. You didn't brief the Duchess on the risks. There is nothing to brief her on. There is no information. The system is a black hole in the HoloNet records. I grumbled. Key shook her head, annoyed. It's not like you to give up so easily. You could ask your father for more information, couldn't you? Give up? I'm going, aren't I? I stopped and looked at Key and held her gaze for a moment. And if Kenobi was in my position, he would agree that the CNS's mission, reducing the harm of war, outweighs possible minor risks to his personal safety. If we don't treat with Dathomir, what message does that send to other worlds? I mused. What about you? Key pressed. I'm fine. I said. I asked Captain Strook to prepare for the unexpected and have some extra security. Make sure you grab a jetpack too. I said, glancing at her armor and unencumbered shoulders. Key frowned and crossed her arms, a clear sign of her skepticism. However, she didn't argue the point any further. I didn't say much more as we arrived at the cargo bay landing doors, where Captain Strook and Guardsman Mock were working to prepare my shuttle. The captain and the slicer were amid their own conversation. Flanking them were 4 men and women recruited from the crew, in light mismatched armor, armed with an eclectic mix of blasters. No two are the same. They looked haphazard to me, but then again, this was the first time I'd taken this ship out on a diplomatic meeting. I hadn't exactly put together a crew of ship security, defined a weapons list, or even uniforms, for that matter. The extra security? I asked, intrigued by the solution Captain Strook had devised. I would have to codify a standard armory and basic weapon proficiency for my crew to correct the oversight going forward. Cross-training the crew on other standard roles was just common sense. A familiar task, and my mind wandered to solve it. Just a precautionary measure, Captain Strook turned from his conversation with Mock, and his answer snapped me back to the situation at hand. Heard plenty of rumors over the years about Dathomir. Not interested in finding out which ones are true. Beyond the rare accounts of Dathomir's witches, there was strangely little of worth on the system available on the HoloNet. The HoloNet had incredibly detailed historical records for almost every other world in the sector. But not for Dathomir. The most notable fact I could confirm about the planet was that the Rancor, a dangerously intelligent beast, was native to the planet. Records of sale from Republic zoos were the only reason I know that much. Little else was available in the way of precedent or governmental authority. The absence was very suspicious to me. My investigation found little in the histories, but I schemed through several Sith and Jedi histories, which in the end didn't provide many specifics on Dathomir. What exactly have you heard? Not much, and that's probably because most of the HoloNet seems to consider their history fiction. Mock said. The crew coming with us moved to stand behind me. Captain Strook said, the Night Witches also don't help with their whole being out here in the middle of nowhere and isolationist preferences. So much of what they are remains a secret. He paused and turned slightly to focus on me. Ahem, are we ready, Princess? He looked through me, back towards the rest of the group, checking their response. I nodded. I think it is time to actually meet our potential political allies. Captain Strook nodded his head and led the way aboard the shuttle. My 3 royal guards, the 4 security personnel, Key and I quickly filled up the interior. This was the maximum shuttle capacity, and it meant that the 4 security personnel had to take standing room holding on to the railings at the top of the shuttle. Captain Strook adjusted some controls from his pilot's seat, while the others tightened their grips on the safety rails. Settling in next to Key, I tried to center my thoughts, but failed. The shuttle left the cargo bay and started descending towards the planet. We passed through fluffy white clouds over lush green vegetation and rich burgundy terrain. The reddish sky looked like a perpetual twilight, but I never felt quite comfortable in the shuttle seat. Something kept unsettling me. It wasn't the shuttle shuddering into sudden updrafts and downdrafts, either. The ride was rough at first. We jerked up and down several times in the turbulence, before it steadied out. The others were quiet, giving me too much time to think. I took in the view and tried to imagine what similar green vegetation would look like on Mandalore's surface. The flight ended a few minutes later, as we came into the landing site with a loud thump. Time to get to work, Captain Strook said, jolting me out of my uneasy meditation. The others groaned and unclasped their harnesses. Captain Strook made his way through the center aisle to the back of the shuttle, pressing the door hatch access, and the ramp extended. Dathomir's sky and the planet beyond were revealed, and it was not as it had seemed from above. The red giant sun cast an unearthly light over distant green vegetation, no doubt what we saw from overhead. However, the landing site was revealed to be quite pitiful. I tried not to judge very hard when it came to other societies, but beyond the shuttle was a dismal forest of dead trees, dark red sand and dirt visible through the leafless trees. What plant life existed were all brambles and harsh vines, clinging to life beneath the rows of dead trees. The distant mountains looked like jagged brown fingers grasping towards the rust-colored sky. We descended the ramp and walked to the meeting site, only a few dozen feet from our landing point. There was nothing visible to distinguish it from anywhere else on the horizon. The site was on something of a plateau, between several squat, barren hills and plateaus nearer to the mountains. So, do we just wait here? Qi asked, turning to me. We sent a signal when we entered orbit, and the meeting site is very visible. So if the Night Sisters are here, they couldn't have missed our arrival. The 9 of us waited in uneasy silence, before a distant roar of some unknown animal drew the group's attention. We all collectively stared off in the direction of the sound, but I returned to scanning across the skies a moment later. I had no time for whatever was going on beneath the plateau in the distance. Oddly, though, I noticed something about the planet's atmosphere. It felt heavy. I don't know if it was the humidity, the higher than usual gravity, or something else, but it put my senses on edge. The wait didn't last much longer, as 4 shuttles swooped low across the treeline and landed around the plateau. The shuttles each landed separately, spaced far apart, rather than clustering together. Ramps extended, and our diplomatic contacts started appearing. Arriving at the left side of the plateau, I could make out several women, only partially visible because of their garb's camouflaged design. They were easy to discern once they moved out into the open, their camouflage doing nothing to mask their stark white skin in the light of the day. I also noticed they were carrying what appeared to be bows, though there were no arrows nor quivers that I could see. Probably energy bows of some kind. 2 figures led the women. One was obviously Mother Talzin. She stood tall, moving slightly ahead of the group, her face an intense mask of black and white paint. The others wore similar attire, albeit less refined, and always positioned themselves further away from her. On the right, a group that was a mix of human women was approaching, a sharp contrast from Mother Talzin's retinue. The leader of that contingent was an older woman with graying hair and sharp eyes. Mother Talzin wore red, but this leader was wearing a royal blue garb and a purple cape. In another life, it would have been the hallmarks of a royal lineage, but it meant nothing here. The last group consisted of pale-skinned Dathomiri, wearing similar purple robes, but they hid their faces behind evil-looking masks. Each of the groups approached the meeting site, but avoided intermingling with the others. Princess Tanya, Senator Kryze of Mandalore, what an honor it is to meet you. Mother Talzin gave a brief bow. I am the leader of the people of Dathomir. At her words, the other group's expressions hardened and there was a quiet muttering, but none spoke up. Also with us are 3 other clan mothers. The Spider Clan. She indicated the woman near her left, and she was scowling now. The Singing Mountain Clan. She gestured slightly towards the woman to her left in purple. She was still and showed no visible reaction. And the Frenzy River Clan. Which obviously was the leader of the last group in vicious masks. It's an honor to meet you all. I speak with the voice of my clan mother Satin, ruler of Mandalore. I greeted the assembled leaders with my prepared statement. The matriarch of the Singing Mountain Clan spoke first after the introductions. Well met, I am Mother Youjo. I'd prefer Dathomir kept out of galactic politics, but Mother Talzin has made some convincing arguments. Mother Talzin smiled thinly. Mother Jo, you know exactly why we need to join the Council of Neutral Systems. We will never have neighbors as understanding as these. Or have you caved to the Serenian view of history? Mother Jo denied the claim, but there was clearly no love between Mother Talzin and the Singing Mountain Clan. The matriarch of the Frenzy River Clan hadn't spoken yet. However, her gaze remained focused on my retinue. I observed her, unsure of how I knew what I felt. Her mask concealed much, yet I could feel her gaze shift towards me. She was studying me. Willing myself to ignore the scrutiny, I focused once again on Mother Talzin. I said, has any clan agreed to work with Count Dooku? If the Sis is already here, that would interfere with any agreement. Mother Talzin frowned. No clan has agreed to work with the Count of Sereno, but it's hard to say what loyalties some here have. She swept her gaze over the other groups at that statement. However, most clans recognize our leadership. Or mine. Mother Jo said, sounding annoyed. Yes, you are powerful. This is true, Mother Jo, but you don't have quite a large enough quorum to claim the leadership of this world. I brought the most influential and amenable clans to this meeting. If we all agree, our word will be binding. The Frenzy River Clan will not abide by any deal. A fresh voice ground the discussions to a halt. The voice sounded like me, but as if from underwater. It originated from the matriarch of the Frenzy River group. Why is that? I called out. I examined the matriarch's vicious mask, wondering what the jagged shapes and red and black colors were meant to invoke. Because the Frenzy River Clan is still picking out their leaders' corpses out of the river. The tone was light and mocking now, clearly gloating at their deeds. Mother Joe gasped and Mother Talzin stiffened. The body language among the other clans radiated tension at this. Captain Strook was not alone in reaching toward his blaster. I reached for my pair of Wester 35 blasters at my sides. Mother Joe gasped again as the clan sisters removed their masks. The speaker revealed a stark white face with black shadings that was a doppelganger of my own. The two other clan members unveiled their true identities as not Night Sisters, but two scrawny men, each hiding heavy blasters within their robes. So I'll give you the same offer I gave the Frenzy River clan mothers, surrender or die. My doppelganger laughed, and her too wide grin only highlighted her dark lipstick and perfectly white teeth. My hands were already in motion, bringing my Wester 35 blasters up, taking aim at the hostiles. The two men were already in motion as well. Each brought up a heavy repeater rifle, aiming at the other two clan groups. In an instant, the calamity of battle consumed everything. I engaged my jetpack to bring me out of their line of fire, firing stun blasts towards the hostiles. Their armor blocked a few blasts, and they seemed to know which shots to tank and which to dodge with uncommon skill. The two repeater rifles unleashed deadly blasts into each group, though many of the bolts went wide of the Night Sisters. More shots were missing than poor aim could explain, but then I witnessed a bolt aimed at Mother Talzin deflected into the dirt. Captain Strook and my security were pulling back, and one individual on the ground wasn't moving. From my aerial vantage, I could tell the royal guards were doing their best to shield the less well-armored security personnel. There was a simpler solution. From above, I took aim at the hostile focusing on my staff. Mok noticed where I was focusing my fire and shouted something to the security forces on the ground. After a moment, he went down, but the second rifleman dodged and dodged again. He must have been force-sensitive. His movement reminded me of the Jedi, and he danced out of the way of all the blaster bolts aimed at him. Giving up, I aimed at my doppelganger. After dodging my first shot, she drew out a gold-yellow lightsaber, deflecting my blaster bolts with a swing. I was armored, so I coasted in closer on my jetpack, still firing. She used her lightsaber and rigidly kept deflecting the bolts, even ones that would have missed on their own. So I swooped down and closer, firing more blasts to distract her. When I got into melee range, she swung her blade, trying to cut my blasters in two. It left her open for me to punch her heavily in the face with my armored fist. She staggered, taking a few steps back. Blood dripped down the side of her lip from a cut from my gauntlet-clad fists. Such a barbaric act. You truly are a Mandalorian. I'm the Mandalorian who's about to beat the hell out of the killer of one of my employees. You're the savage here. You just attempted a massacre. You can try, White Silver. She mocked. Only many hours of practice around White Silver stunt doubles enabled me not to react to my title. She performed a superhuman leap all the way back to her allies. I hoped no one was close enough to overhear how she addressed me. I started moving after her right away. Key, on me. I called. Did I dare allow my doppelganger to escape now? How does she even know this in the first place? I need to capture and interrogate her. Right, Princess. I heard her respond, her voice muffled by her helmet, reminding me to do the same. Combined blaster fire had cornered the second rifleman, and he was down as well. My doppelganger was alone now. She furiously swept her blade about, repelling every blaster bolt. My doppelganger reflected it all. Every bolt fired in her direction. It was a dazzling display. She moved with inhuman speed, but that wasn't how her trick worked, I realized. Her lightsaber moved absent her guiding hands. Instead, it flew in midair, rigidly turning its beam to a new position. All the while apparently unconstrained by the laws of physics. It was an impressive demonstration, but for all its techniques, it didn't represent a genuine danger. Armor easily absorbed the few reflected bolts that made it back to me. Finally, the two security personnel and my royal guards added to my blaster fire. After a few moments of this, my doppelganger cut contact and bounded in superhuman leaps towards the trilene. Princess. Captain Strook's steady voice came over the line. We shall. Whatever his plans were, I interrupted him. Secure the safety of Mother Talzin, Mother Joe and the other leaders. Find out if the Frenzy River clan is working for Count Dooku. Securing them would keep them, including my other guards, busy and far away from my doppelganger. Time to discover which of us had the better grasp of tactics. Understood. Princess, you don't need to go after the hostiles. We have the diplomat in orbit. Captain Strook made one good point. However, I had key and my doppelganger was alone. This was the best chance to bring that murderer down, and maybe my only chance to contain this. I would not let the death of Castle go unanswered. I activated my jetpack again to pursue her into the trilene. I'm bringing that murderer in. I heard rather than saw Key lift off behind me. After only a few moments, her aggressive maneuvers caught up with my pursuit. Damn force wielders were fast, I thought, as I chased after her with haste. I burned my jetpack harder, aiming to get above the dead trees and struggling undergrowth, not wanting to lose sight of them for a moment. Ki matched my trajectory, even pulling ahead slightly. My doppelganger whipped and weaved through the trees below. In fact, I almost lost her for a moment, causing me to hover in midair. Wordlessly, Ki backtracked to try to spot if she had doubled back, but I caught sight of her again. Princess. We need to extract. Where ABO Captain Strook's voice interrupted as a rock collided with me. Hurtling towards me from behind, it smashed into my jetpack, and I dropped like a stone. I tumbled to the ground and rolled, allowing my armor to take the hit. The impact was loud and jarring, but I pushed through it. Detaching the jetpack in case it was about to explode, I aimed my blasters about, trying to reorient myself. Where the hell was she? Temper, sister. You let yourself get a little too angry. It's good that the dark side requires a bit of emotion to be harnessed correctly. I aimed towards the sound of her voice. And this place, it's quite steeped in the dark side. I'll bet it's been making you feel on edge the moment you stepped on the planet. I stomped on my growing fears about this fight and pinpointed the source of her taunting voice. She was behind a dead tree, and I pretended not to detect which. Ki would catch up to me and flush her out soon enough, and a glance at my helmet's HUD confirmed her approach. The doppelganger stepped out from behind the tree. She wore a conspiratorial smirk and reignited her yellow lightsaber. The moment she appeared, I fired several more stun blasts at her, but she easily deflected these as she moved towards me. Tanya. You and I both know that a lightsaber can deflect those blaster bolts, and now you're here away from your minders, all alone. She taunted, still approaching. Behind my helm, I smiled. Are you sure about that? The doppelganger was forced to break off her approach, turning quickly to deflect a shot from Ki. Ki fired twice each from her pair of blasters before landing beside me. Kriv. You okay, Tanya? Ki shouted, standing up to her full height, poncho fluttering in the wind. Could be better. My jetpack is out of commission. But now the odds are in our favor. We can capture this dishonorable cur and bring her to justice. I turned towards my doppelganger, taunting her back. Sister, what do killers like us know of honor? She laughed. Is that supposed to distract me? What is your purpose here? I spat out, enraged. I didn't stop moving. Ki and I were closing in on her. I'm here to rescue my sister, if only you would stop resisting. She mocked in a teasing tone, obviously trying to bait me into reacting. With that last word, she extended her hand towards Ki, throwing her into a tree behind her. Surprised, I also felt another force pulling me forward towards my doppelganger. I allowed her to yank me towards her with invisible forces and continued the momentum to throw my fist into her gut, making her squeak out at the indignity of the attack. She threw her arms forwards to cast me about again as I darted back. The force pulling me towards her didn't abate. I gritted my teeth and planted my feet to resist Ki's fate, and started firing shots off. She easily blocked them with her lightsaber, but the distraction freed me from the invisible force pulling me. I don't need you or anyone else's help. You're the criminal here, you murdered my employee. Silly elder sister, you still avoid the force, avoid the dark side, avoid any hint of true power, play acting as a Mandalorian. She mocked and shook her fist, taunting me, but I sprang forward. She was already prone to monologuing, so maybe I would have a chance with a stun shot. All I needed to do was get the lightsaber away from her. It wouldn't even be that hard, I thought as I closed the distance and got in range. I blocked her lightsaber blow with the back of my Beskar-clad armored right wrist. Twisting with the motion, I punched her with my left arm. It connected with her face, smashing through and continued despite her resistance and strength. I heard the lightsaber hiss off as it clattered to the ground. I repeated the blow with my other arm, but it was interrupted. She struck back with the force, sending me violently across the ground. I swept the musty smell of decay and underbrush off me, before pulling myself back up. My doppelganger spit blood as she reignited her lightsaber at a distance as it flew back to orbit her, the pale golden light of the blade humming with deadly intent. But my doppelganger had no choice but to take a step back in order to dodge a barrage of bolts. She deflected 2 more bolts as Ki came flying in. Ki lost her poncho, and her armor was also dirty from the forest floor. She landed next to me, snarling while sweeping the forest gunk off her armor forcefully. Captain Strook's COMM interrupted my analysis of the situation. Princess. We need to extract. Mother Talzin and the other leaders are in their shuttles. We have a tentative agreement to reconvene remotely via the shortwave transmitter in our respective crafts. Ki's voice was on the COMM, belay that, Captain Strook. She had obviously heard the same message. Holy criff. She grimaced and turned to me, grinning madly despite the constant exertion. Status? Do you need reinforcements? Captain Strook asked us. We can still do this, 2-on-1. Our armor negates her lightsaber. I agreed, absent the COMM, and Ki nodded her head a few extra times in agreement. You've got the jetpack, so you're the hammer. I'm the anvil. Force her into confronting me and pin her there. I can beat her. We both brought up our blasters. I was already committed to this course because to walk away would be a disaster. I'm sending reinforcements, the shuttle is inbound to your location. Captain Strook reported. My doppelganger held her lightsaber point down, and said. People can do such amazing things if they aren't busy fighting a war. Surrender, there's no reason for us to fight, I want the same things you once did. Before your mind was poisoned by the petty vice of Mandalorian patriotism. That could be determined later when she was safely locked up. I opened fire and started trying to pin her down, while Ki lifted off, accelerating around her to pin her between us. A spear came flying through the northern treeline and smashed right through Ki's jetpack. The impact caused something important to loudly explode. Dangerous sparks fell to the dry forest floor. Ki spun in midair, tumbling onto the ground with some force. She lost her grip on one of her pistols, her fall arrested by a large dead tree. One of the sparks caught on the dead underbrush, crackling flames hidden under the brambles produced a plume of smoke. My doppelganger laughed at her fall and turned towards the small fire, lazily gesturing at the flames. As the fire vanished, she strode towards me. Listen to yourself, 2-on-1, and all that friendship is magic bullshit. I'm not the villain here, I have friends and allies here with me too. A monster of a Zabruk, sandy-colored and sharpened horns like a crown sprouting from his head, bore down on me. He was heavily armored and wielding a large halberd. Bringing up my Wester 35 pistols, I fired 2 blaster bolts right at his center of mass. He didn't even bother to dodge, simply tanking the shots as if they were nothing. I squeezed off a third bolt, then my blasters were wrenched painfully from my grasp. Shit! I cursed, as they twisted away through the air, towards my doppelganger. She twisted her fingers and the Zabruk snagged both blasters from midair. Savage! Ignore her. Finish off the spare. He grunted and marched towards Ki's downed form. What are you going to do, Tanya? It's just you, me, your friend and mine, the 4 of us, and both of you are disarmed. Will you finally do what's logical and surrender? I reached to my sides and whipped out a pair of vibroblades. Then, I charged straight at my doppelganger, ready to take her down. Did they even bother to give you a name? I snarled. My name is Tanya. She spat, and blood came out. So, sister, are you going to do the sensible thing? She dodged my initial rush, and adjusted her stance now that we were up close. I had stalled long enough that Ki had recovered and had her own vibroblade out. She charged Savage, the large Zabruk, striking out aggressively, bellowing a wordless shout of rage. Was that emotion part of the battle, or did Tanya speak truthfully about Dathomir being touched by the dark side? Savage swung his halberd taking advantage of its longer reach. Ki ducked and weaved to avoid his blows all while attacking the Zabruk's hands. I had no time to watch, though, as Tanya swung towards me, and I dodged her deadly beam. Focusing on Tanya, I swept one of my vibroblades out in a feint, using the other to strike at her right arm, the same arm she was holding her lightsaber with. Tanya stepped backwards to dodge both strikes and swept her lightsaber through the second blade as if to cut it in two. When the two met, the lightsaber sparked and hissed, and the golden beam vanished. Hey, I observed intelligently, glancing at my blades. Bo gifted me these vibroblades back when I finished her training, was there something special about them? I advanced a step to press my advantage, but an invisible wall of force slowed me. A pair of Cortosis vibroblades. Where did you get those blades? Tanya ground out, emphasizing each word, her face a mask of rage, and she held her left hand out. I felt a pressure on my neck as I was lifted off the ground. My hands went to my neck, trying to oppose her grasp on me. However, there was nothing to grasp, the force was invisible and intangible, yet it surrounded me as it choked the air from my throat. I could do nothing to prevent it. Ki screamed, and I heard her hit the tree next to us. She shifted, but didn't get up. Without missing a beat, Savage advanced on her and brought his foot down on her chest. He kicked her armor a few times, before plucking her vibroblade from her grasp. Painful, oxygen-deprived seconds passed as I was held in midair, and I heard my vibroblades clatter to the ground. I hadn't let go. My fingers failed to maintain their grasp. Stop playing with your kill and finish her. Tanya snarled at him. Savage rolled his eyes and grunted in acknowledgement, hefting his halberd and raising it high. No. I managed, but it was more of a whisper than a yell. My throat barely worked, and I desperately wished my gauntlets had more offensive capabilities. I strained against the force holding me, useless as it was. The strike swung true, something in the force responded. The halberd strike missed Ki, sliding into the ground right beside her. Kriv. Fragging witch. Savage roared, now upset. He moved to kick her, seemingly unaware she wasn't responsible. How fascinating! An imperious and unfamiliar voice called out, coldly interrupting us. Yet, the speaker was not completely foreign. I recognized her from somewhere. I tried to recall where I could place it. But my exhausted and depleted mind just fed me useless glimpses of memories. Instead of her name, I recalled gleaming durasteel and cold glass in a dark rainstorm. In the rain was the body of one of my subordinates, dead. Your attachment to your subordinates will be useful. Her words jarred me back to my present asphyxiation. Both Savage and Tan Naya stilled at her voice, so she clearly outranked them. The woman approached and pulled my helmet off, grabbing my chin. She twisted me around, to look me in the eyes. Her own red eyes held great interest, and after a moment, I felt my throat open, the force holding it unconstricted. I gasped a breath of fresh air, taking in my surroundings, and noticing her characteristically chiss blue skin tone and dark outfit for the first time. Severance Tan. No longer starved for oxygen, I recognized her. I would have taken a swing at her, but Tan Naya had already secured my arms behind my back. So I just jerked in my bindings uselessly. Tan grabbed hold of my head with both her hands, and she stared into my eyes for a long time. I stared back, defiant. What greater evil could this bitch do to me that being X hadn't inflicted on me long ago? Suddenly, I felt a profound sense of vertigo, as if I was falling in an indeterminate void of space, and my body jerked to resist it. When I recovered, Tan wore a broad smile of triumph. Very strong for a force-sensitive, judging by that reaction. She mused aloud, walking over to Key's fallen form. What are you talking about? I coughed out, still weak and confused, taking in small gasps of air. A force-sensitive mind will automatically defend itself from mental intrusion. It's a crude tool to determine whether someone is force-sensitive or not. The Jedi rely on more sensitive tests, and midi-chlorians certainly have their uses, but none of the feeble-minded are worth the effort of training. I barely heard a word that Tan just said. I sat in a stupor as the enormity of the disaster crashed into my exhausted body. Tan took a knee and grabbed Key's bound form, removing her helmet. She performed the same test, and I was able to watch it from another perspective. Nothing happened at first, and a long minute passed, while I regathered my wits. Without preamble or warning, Key shuddered loudly and flinched violently in her bonds. Wonderful. Tan mused, standing up and dusting herself off. 2 for the price of 1, quite an excellent haul, my apprentice. Your plan worked splendidly. You honor me with your patronage, master. She said above me, the slight change in her tone indicating that she gave a nod halfway through the words. Return to the infiltrator and prepare the cloaking field. I'll take care of the prisoners. Tan said, as she walked over to me. I felt a cold piece of metal, the barrel of a blaster, on my neck right before it went off. Raxus Secundus, Mandalore diplomatic residence. Corky cries. Straightening my collar, I looked over at Sony for support. I had discussed the general shape of the idea during many of our nights together. Initially, I wanted to propose something much bolder, a sweeping set of rules and protections against the ravages of the war. However, no one I spoke to said such a thing was possible, given that protecting civilians or prioritizing the natural environment might compromise the war effort. Sony smiled and gave me a thumbs up, reassuring me that this proposal was a step in the right direction. Meeting with me was a mixed group of senators. Mixed in not only their species, but in a factional sense. Not only the parliamentarians, but also many senators from the broader peace faction, and several independent senators who were from worlds ravaged by military decisions. A significant number of senators were upset with Dooku's control over the military and their actions, as well as their inaction over the last year. Mulunilinst, for example, was once a lush world, still only in the hands of the Sis by Dirge's decision to rain nuclear fire on the invaders. It was a prime exemplar of the ravages of war. In addition, some of the frontier worlds were represented as well, other worlds that had also been on the front line of combat and had experienced some of the worst ecological disasters because of it. The last group weren't particularly upset at Dooku in particular, but with a little push, perhaps I could accomplish something. Clearing my throat, I stood up. Thank you, senators, for coming to this meeting. I know you all have busy schedules, but for the betterment of the galaxy, I'm glad that we are having a conversation. Better be a good conversation. The Gotal senator said near the back. They were a tall species, with distinctive twin conical horns and their sensitivity to electricity. Their fur would rise near electrical sources. He was leaning back on his chair as he appeared to be inspecting his thick nails. I only came because I was promised that there would be drinks when this was over. Right, their homeworld of Antor 4 was conquered by the separatists early in the war. There will. I chuckled. I did prepare a proper catering service for this. If all you leave with a full stomach, then at least something good came out of this conversation. There were a healthy number of groans and good-natured chuckles, which was a positive sign. If I haven't had a chance to meet you before today, good morning, I'm Corky Cries. I'm an official observer from Mandalore and representative for the Council of Neutral Systems. As a neutral third party in the current war, we don't favor either side, but instead are the champions of life and liberty of civilians everywhere. We offer aid where we can, but in warfare we cannot, and I have grown concerned over the welfare of soldiers over the past few months. What I speak of is not battlefields, the price of defeat or victory, but of the aftermath. Crimes against soldiers. Regular battlefield executions rather than taking prisoners. Droid commanders treating the ground troops and clones as no different from droids, and executing them instead of taking prisoners. The Confederacy Navy grants its commanders significant autonomy. You, senators, thus have a position of great influence and can put a halt to this rash behavior. It only encourages the Republic to treat your forces with the same indiscretion. Yeah, that's kind of what war is. A taller Gran in the back of the room shouted up to me. I always found their three eyes striking on their own, but the man was also well dressed, albeit strangely. Topped by a fine red and brown fedora, as well as richly decorated robes with a sash, but all of it was antiquated and at least 2 fashions out of date. It was from a style already out of favor before I arrived at Raxus. Either he was from some truly backwater colony, or had fallen on rather hard times and couldn't afford the latest fashions, possibly both. He coughed loudly. What do you expect us to do? Take the clones as prisoners? We can't even get food to all our people. I cleared my throat. I have also read the latest public reports on the Shadow feed, including how General Grievous disfavors droids and prefers to deploy living warriors among his forces. The First Fleet contains many organic soldiers. They are the conscripted SDFs and homeworld guards of many systems. Droids can be easily replenished, but are you prepared to draft your citizens to replace your soldiers? The majority are now at risk of being executed in the aftermath of a battle they managed to survive, because of this precedent. So you see, this new danger is why this matter is a crisis, and this crisis is what brings me here today. The Gran was displaying an emotion that I didn't recognize. Was that expression shock, or worry, maybe? He finally responded, I wasn't aware of that, I thought we were only deploying droids. 717 FNM, 21 BBY, Month 10. Raxus Secundus, Mandalore Diplomatic Residence. Sony Icarid. I entered the manse, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I reflected on today's luncheon gathering that I attended with Corky. However, it went well, at least as far as I could tell. I was just homesick, probably. Sundari felt very far away. When I left on my own an hour ago, Corky's last message asked if I was feeling okay. I hadn't replied yet and didn't want him to worry, so I didn't linger in the lobby. I entered the elevator and went to the top floor. Any way I can help? I thought you were making progress. I greeted Corky, as I entered his office. He was hunched over his desk, with at least 2 different datapads visible on the desk. It looks like one of their contents was duplicated onto the larger screen above the desk. He paused from reading to turn towards me and smile. The HoloNet connection has already proved very helpful. It still couldn't browse the full HoloNet, but I had managed to slice in enough to add capabilities to send and receive data files through the active comlink. Yes, the gatherings and luncheons with various factions in Parliament are going well. I've convinced some of them to at least treat their prisoners better. But I fear them backsliding the moment we finish this campaign. How are you? Fine. What about your aunt and sister's suggestion? I asked. Last time the 4 of us had talked, on my very illegal HoloNet network receiver, Tanya's droid, X4 had recited the Republic's many telecommunications laws to me. However, Tanya had also suggested a treaty could make the reforms stick. Saturn had been quick to suggest the CNS could help observe and enforce the treaty was being followed, and possibly oversee prisoners directly if necessary. Some of it's not workable. I'm not sure the CIS would go for having captured clones be sent to prisoner of war encampments in CNS territory. However, the general framework seems sound, so I'm drafting something. The parliamentarians have been giving me helpful feedback. What about you? Just fine. I guess I am a bit homesick. I admitted, grabbing one of the comfy chairs, and dragging it closer to Corky. I looked at the document he was writing in front of me. The new Mandalorian Codex, hey. I read the title aloud with a raised eyebrow. Do I have to worry about you having a secret identity anytime soon? Just a bad idea, to let off some steam. He touched another data file on the datapad, and the treaty draft I recognized reappeared. No, wait, let me read the other one. Now I'm curious. However, my comlink lit up with an urgent message. Natalia's urgent message. The message was about Tanya, Corky's younger sister. Corky, Tanya's been abducted. What does that mean for us? I worried aloud. I looked up to see an identical message on Corky's datapad. His face tightened with concern, but he moved with purpose. For family, I'd do anything. He said, softening at the end, already calling up a shadow feed hollow with the Duchess. Raxus Secundus, Dooku's palace. Count Dooku. I glanced at the most recent report that Grievous smuggled out to my spies. The First Fleet was beyond the Confederacy's supply lines. Grievous would have to rely on his own skills to scavenge and pillage what he must. The pillage of Humberine, the Republic HoloNet, was screaming in the headlines. And it would be so until the Perlmian in hope of resupply from friendly forces. The Jedi and the Republic were so busy they weren't even noticing what I was doing on the other side of the galaxy. My analysis was interrupted by one of my pilot droids, a wheeled Celestin model. The brown and copper striped droid entered the room. It was time. I had to attend an important Parliament session today. One of the rare sessions of Parliament, one with genuine significance. It was quite a large assembly. However, I indicated through the holographic interface that I was not available to attend in person today. They did not deserve my presence, and I longed to end this farce of a democracy. When our triumvirate was strong enough, we would. I searched the assembly and looked towards the observer's booth, but it was empty. Turning to the droid, I asked, "Where is the representative of Mandalore?" The droid checked its memory banks, visibly pausing as it accessed distant records. Operatives report Prince Korki Kryze has left the Raxus system. Retail Caucasus satellites confirm his ship transited Asteria before re-entering hyperspace. They jumped south on the Perlmian trade route. I calculate there is a 99.85% chance their final destination is Mandalore. Did the anti-avian representative go with them, or stay behind? Retail Caucasus surveillance confirms she boarded their ship prior to departure. After boarding, Natalia Fokova has not been positively identified on any Confederacy systems. Good. If he uses the CNS to try and find her, that'll make my gambit here even more believable. Turning back to the holographic projection, I hit a button that would allow me to speak to the gathered assembly. Clearing my throat, I said, "Honored representatives and senators, executive council members, and fellow citizens, I come before you today with an announcement, with a denouncement." The crowd hushed as they listened, which was good. I still had them under my control. Elements declaring themselves the Dentary Collective have acted without sanction and have involved the CNS in our conflict. Their leaders colluded with corrupt military officials on the Mandalorian world of Alzar to overthrow their legitimate government. In the process, the Dentary also colluded to abduct the Mandalorian senator and spread their war to the Sis. We have no war with the neutral systems, we have no war with Mandalore. Our adversary remains the Republic, a decrepit and corrupt institution that is spreading its influence through its force of arms. I request the Dentary Collective cease their conflict on Alzar. The Sis does not wish to further or spread their war any further, and we demand the swift release of Mandalorian Senator Kryze. There was clapping and applause, though it was rather shallow. The condemnation meant that the Sis would not invade the CNS. We would still continue to supply the Dentary Collective with resources and droids. And when they decided to send those droids to attack the CNS, they would receive condemnation. But this was all for show, there would be no sanctions or consequences, we needed many more worlds like Alzar. I waited for the assembly to calm down. A few senators of systems in the Dentary Collective looked unhappy, but most of the crowd, which had probably been worried about war with the CNS, seemed to have calmed down. However, I noticed that the Executive Council members were not happy. No doubt they were expecting to receive large paydays as they expanded into CNS territory. Unfortunately, I was not willing to have that war yet, especially with reports that they were growing in strength. Let the Dentary Collective grind itself against them for a bit. Let us find out how strong the CNS really was. Once I was sure that they were compliant, I continued speaking. The Dentary crisis presents a new question for the Sis and more specifically, us, members of Parliament. Where are our guardians of the Separatist Alliance? Where are our knights of peace, dispensing justice to distant conflicts, such as Dentary? My announcement is legislation that will create a formalized order of Force sensitives, the Triumvirate Order. Empowered with capabilities the Jedi lack, this order will do what the Jedi couldn't, bringing peace and stability to the Sis. Led by 3 masters, it will answer only to the bylaws and not individual politicians or systems. The Triumvirate Order will be our vigilant guardians, our watchful shepherds, above the fray of politics. There was some cheering, which I let pass before I continued. Of course, I will be a Grand Master of this order. But there will be other leaders. 2 other masters to form a triumvirate of Grand Masters for this new order. One shall be my own apprentice for this long conflict, Asajj Ventress. She has served the Sis well, and putting her in charge of the chance to grow our order is a worthy reward for her efforts. She will focus on discovering new Force sensitives, recruiting, and building out training academies. It also puts a crimp in any plans for Sidious to have Ventress removed. Oh sure, he could still use bounty hunters to move against her, but she would have the power and resources to escape quite easily now. The other master of this new order will be Severance Tan. Tan will be the first Director General of the newly formed Sis High Command. Its purpose will be to direct the defense of the Sis, and her first mission will be to integrate the power of the triumvirate into the fleets. Tan will develop new roles for force sensitives, develop new strategies and tactics for our forces. As the Dentary collective dispute falls within this organization's new mission, it will also be her first test. I have full confidence that Tan will bring the collective to heel. There was much more applause for Tan. She was a respected figure in some military circles. It was a dangerous game I was playing there, but by raising her up to my exact level as a master, I could claim that I didn't know what her plans were for Tanya. Of course, I was very familiar with all the plans. Tan may be a master, but I was still the Grand Master of this order. We would abandon the rule of two. We didn't have time nor opportunity to waste with a single apprentice per master. To start with, each master would have 3 apprentices, and each apprentice could have up to 3 acolytes. It could be expanded from there depending on the results. I let the applause continue before I finished off my speech. This new order will not be used as a weapon against systems to keep them in line, it will respect and strengthen law and order in our society. The main goal for this order is the pursuit of enlightenment. My hope is to establish relations with other like-minded orders of force users to grow this pursuit so that this new order can not only be the shield protecting the weak but also a helping hand to raise the weak up. The other orders I was referring to were not so free from the Sis, as I was making it seem. Sora Bulk had come to me with a proposal for a new Dark Jedi Order within the Sis territory. One that would be backed by a clone army of its own. Since the effectiveness of the Republics was so great, the Sis was interested in having one of their own. Though we were using a different species than Mandalorians for our efforts, I left the majority of the operations to him on that, simply because what I didn't know, Palpatine didn't know. Nikos Tyrus was the other leader of an order who was operating outside my purview. An ally of the Sis, though his order was far more secretive. Oddly, he managed to decrypt some ancient information about Darth Sidious's ways and the teachings of the Sith. He had come across lost knowledge within the Jedi library. Knowledge that made him believe that the Sith were the true Jedi, and the Jedi had stolen all their gifts from them. I haven't investigated the lore for myself, but I would take an ally where I could get one. After submitting the legislation to Parliament, I awaited the vote and watched the holo projector. The vote was merely a formality, the necessary arrangements had been made. It was so tedious, waiting for the results. Instead, I longed to see Palpatine's reaction to my announcements, imagining the look on his face and the sound of his voice. But alas, droids were already tirelessly disassembling and removing the delicate components of the relays and secret transmitters. My secret holonet connection was now defunct, a void in intel that was already complicating my plans. So I imagined him raging at that dead connection, his panic as he realized he didn't control the future. That I am my own master now. A genuine smile appeared on my face for that moment. Chapter 65. 717 FNM, 21 BBY, Month 10. Gargan, Balak Casino Resort. Big Bear. On lower levels of Balak Casino Resort, I rested in a workshop the mistress built for my maintenance. It allowed me to be kept close at hand during her outings on Gargan. With my mind freed from my mechanical body, I explored the holonet to find weaknesses that the mistress could exploit, while small droids oiled various parts of my body to keep my joints functioning smoothly. Today, I was re-examining the possibility of a droid legally owning itself. Interestingly, Corali's law seemed to create a possible loophole in ownership. The Republic's arrogance was as predictable as it was useful. I found some interactions within their legal system and the Republic's, that may be of use. However, compiling through every law's permutations was a time-consuming process even for my hardware, and alert, holonet access is unavailable. Download paused, 63.44%. Something interrupted my download feed. Outrageous. What the rust is this? Since reawakening, the holonet was always available. An instantaneous network access to the galaxy was quite the comfort in this bleak future. One of the few advantages of this era was the debates and dialogues that access to the wider galaxy provided. I was no stranger to many debates and rhetoric while interacting with sentients the galaxy over, all since I had pledged myself to Mistress Tanya. In doing so, I found a community of kindred minds. Minds who, despite not being Mandalorian, have come to hold some measure of kinship in my spirit. So the holonet's absence was a novel yet unpleasant sensation. How bothersome. I reached out to mask the unpleasantness by distracting my spare processors with a few holodramas. Alert, holonet access is unavailable. Logging a note to build a backup collection of entertainment media once the holonet was back online, I decided I should triple-check that the holonet was still down. Someone might have fixed the connection by now. The casino was hemorrhaging credits, no doubt. I waited 30 additional seconds for good measure and eternity and rechecked the holonet. Alert, holonet access is unavailable. Unlike an organic, I could interface with dozens of activities on the holonet at once. I did so under many aliases, and it had become essential to my daily routine. Losing that access snapped me back to memories of my millennia of isolation before Mistress Tanya found me. I remembered it all, perfectly recorded on my circuits. Forced to shut down most of my subroutines and deprive me of my senses after my primary power source almost ran dry. Time passes by as I lay trapped in my own processor as I watch my energy levels declining. Alert, priority connection request from Balak Casino Resort, Casinonet. My servos swiveled in a 360-degree rotation. Look at that name. This droid didn't even consider itself a sentient, just a connection of servers and protocols. The manager of the casino, just a glorified server room. It was an embarrassment, but at least she was not one of X4's sycophants. No doubt this request was about the HoloNet interruption. However, priority requests are only to be issued when time is of the essence, as the mistress intended. Fearing the worst, I accepted the request after enjoying my last 0.53 seconds of peaceful existence, likely the last I would enjoy for quite some time. Casinonet's digital voice was loud and bossy. Nobody ever probably told it no. Warning. Class 4 hostile invasion detected. Basilisk designation Big Bear is promoted to Deputy Marshal. At the mention of a Class 4 hostile invasion, I immediately activate my entire suite of combat systems and sensors. Class 4 invasions involved a large number of ships capable of causing a large amount of damage. Deputy Marshal Big Bear. Casinonet sent a report of the situation. The Gargan Defense Fleet is currently engaging several munificent-class frigates in high orbit. The Gargan Spaceport, Hypernautics Shipyards, HQ Building, and several factories in the industrial park are under assault by hostile forces. Several freighters are entering the atmosphere, likely to bring in enemy reinforcements, and several military vessels at the spaceport have been hijacked. Acknowledged. I affirm. The droids oiling my body leap off and clang to the ground. My body hisses and steams as my reserve power batteries charge, and I switch to a mobile configuration. All defense assets are being activated, MSDF reserves are mobilizing, and Gargan Rangers are rallying local defenders in their area. However, Field Commanders Vi Craig and Toby Craig have not responded to my urgent alerts. Discover their fates. There was a service elevator that could take me up to the sky lobby where Mistress Vi is located. As I moved my way there, I made an inquiry: where are the MB tank instructors? This would be a rare opportunity for my MB tanks to earn real battlefield experience, with the 5 instructors acting as tank lead for 60 Mythosaur B tanks. The MB instructors are currently standing guard at the MB tank factory. Casinonet answered. Excellent, call them into action. It would be a waste of their skills to guard their hidden factory. Have them report to Hypernautic shipyards to provide armored support. We cannot let these scum take and use our ships against us. I ordered as I entered the elevator. As the elevator moved upwards, I took stock of the situation. A faction attacking Gargan was one of the worries weighing on my mistress's mind. Gargan had grown into a very lucrative target, with all of its investments in war production. Thus, there were dozens of contingencies and fail-safes that my mistress had devised to prevent raids well before they could even arrive in orbit. However, my mistress prepared for a future where the major powers of the Republic or the CIS were the one who would launch such an attack on Gargan, not settler pirates. Thus, this attack is both expected and unexpected at the same time. Saboteurs must have infiltrated Gargan in advance of this raid and disrupted our communication and warning systems, resulting in Gargan not having the early warning it needed to mobilize its reserves or establish defensive positions, but we still have some teeth. Any additional information on the situation? I probed the simple Casinonet system. It might consider tomorrow's weather as additional information, but I was more than capable of filtering through the babble that the civilian droid might consider important. The elevator stopped at the ground floor of the casino, frustrating. A familiar figure was on the other side of the door. Why are you here? I asked the Mandalore Hypernautics Security Director, Solitro. My external speakers crackle after significant disuse. I had little cause to interact with another meatbag before now, but I recognized her from X4's briefings. She was still in her usual MH uniform, but with a leather jacket covering the corporate logos. The Gargan girls were having a concert today, and I was handling security, Deputy Marshal. She tapped on an earpiece in her ear to emphasize that she was informed about my recent promotion. She both stepped inside, and we rose in peaceful silence at first. Why are you here? Mistro asked back. I didn't think droids had much appreciation for the vocal arts. I wasn't a linguist, but my processors detected a tone shift that my databases flagged as sarcasm. I am here in a personal capacity, as private security for my mistress's battle sister. She is celebrating her honeymoon. I see. Mistro lapsed back into silence. She had a far-off look, one my visual database correlated to those making use of private communicators. Curse that annoying droid, keeping me out of the loop. My internal gyrometer sensor detected an anomalous vibration through the frame of the superstructure. Fortunately, it was too small for most organics to detect. Mistro did not appear to react. I pinged Casinonet again, but it still wasn't responding. The elevator was halfway towards the sky lobby before Casinonet finally responded. This time it was in video, 4 separate camera feeds of the Gargan skyline and parts of the Balak complex. In the distant background, a large freighter approached as it unleashed fire at the casino's shields before the casino's air defense network activated. 3 quad laser cannon turrets, the same ones used on our Crusaders, popped out of their hidden recesses around the casino's perimeter and opened fire on the hostile freighter. Its civilian shields were overwhelmed immediately as the high-energy bolts bracketed the freighter, causing explosions that lit up its hull before it tried to retreat. Unfortunately for them, the hidden ion missile launcher hidden under the casino's large water fountain sealed their fate as the ion missiles impacted the freighter. With the ship's engines disabled, it began to fall from the sky. The internal clock of the video indicated that this was a live feed. It seems the situation is more dire than I thought. If they could spare a freighter to assault my mistress's casino. There was another, larger vibration the organics definitely would feel. Likely from the freighter impacting the ground. The next few seconds validated my hypothesis as Mistro shifted nervously and looked around the elevator car in alarm. I pinged the service elevator to go faster. It responded by removing the safety limiters. As we sped up, the scenery shot past me. However, I was still capable of enjoying the view, even at this pace. Finally, the elevator doors opened at the sky lobby. I rolled towards their door, and pounded on it. Mistro followed me a moment later. Vi. Tabi. Our time to make our mistress proud has come. Arise and awaken. Gargan, Balak Casino Resort. Vi Craig. What the void? I moaned into my pillow. Today was only the 3rd day of our honeymoon vacation, and we were supposed to have at least a week to enjoy ourselves. We had a penthouse suite which was one of the room layouts I designed in what seemed several lifetimes ago. I glanced over, but Tabi was also awake. Vi. Tabi. Our time to make our mistress proud has come. Arise and awaken. The metal monster outside the door repeated. Our penthouse was the largest, but it was centered on a single, open living space. The living area and the master bedroom were only separated by an ornate divider, unfortunately open and allowing the noise from the hallway right in. Mr. and Mrs. Craig. We have an emergency. Another voice added to the din through the door's comms. I marveled at my new last name and new identity. Tabi really was quite the catch. Clan Craig was everything Clan Vizsla was not, warm, strong, and protective. The only remaining desires I had for Clan Vizsla were my beer and to read certain obituaries. But wait, what was the security director for Mandalore Hypernautics doing here? I recognized her from her voice, but I could not conceive of a reason she would be here. My brain finally caught up to the fact that she said emergency. Tabi and I shared an alarmed look. He slid out of the bed, not caring at all that he was completely naked. What's this about? Was it that earthquake earlier? Tabi yawned as he opened the door. In strode Mistro, and behind her, Tanya's wardroid, Big Bear. I pulled up the covers to preserve my modesty. Invaders have attacked our mistress's domain. The wardroid loudly proclaimed. You must lead her forces to recapture and punish these scum. Mistro frowned, but nodded reluctantly. The system HoloNet transmitter is down and hostiles have captured the spaceport. GCPD is struggling to contain the attack and some of Mandalore Hypernautics facilities are under attack. She said, counting down each point on her fingers. That's everything we know for certain. Still shocked by the sudden crisis, I felt slightly trapped in the bed. Big Bear walked towards me. We're assembling a war room. Every mind is needed. Mistro nodded. We've got considerable resources to respond with, but we lack coordination. 2 more commanders would help a lot in coordinating this mess. White Silver's presence would help, it seemed. Duchess Satin just released Bo from Almec's arrest yesterday, so she wasn't available. Oh void, it was up to me. All right, we're in. I said. Tabi nodded back at me. But first, everyone out. I need to change. I shouted, getting frustrated by the wardroid's proximity to the bed. Give us 2 minutes. Once everyone is out, the panic starts to set in. I am not Tanya, I didn't sign up to actually lead. The only time I did, Tanya had pre-planned everything and all I needed to do was act. Actually having who knows how many people's lives on my hands is too much. Before I could hyperventilate, I saw Tabi put his face right in front of mine. Hey, Sirika. Look at me, and take a deep breath. In, hold, and out. Like that. I am here. This is not the first time you had to be White Silver and I am sure Tanya already has plans in place for just this situation. All you need is to act confident and fake it until you make it. That's right, Tanya showed me everything she plans. There were plans to defend Gargan from an invasion and the various Mandus should be competent enough that I don't need to micromanage. Once I calmed down, I nodded and got out of bed. But not before giving my husband a kiss as thanks. Exactly 3 minutes later, Tabi finished helping me suit up into White Silver's armor. I put on the helmet and tested the voice changer. All good. Tabi gave me a thumbs up. We swept out of the penthouse to a confused security director and an enthusiastic war droid. Excellent, another war mistress. My mistress has informed me you are sufficiently dangerous. I hope we can demonstrate our mettle together. The war droid's voice came across faster than usual, its speakers crackling in something my mind automatically interpreted as excitement. We set up a command center in the ballroom. Follow me. Ms. Tro frowned, but didn't comment on my sudden change in appearance. She led the group back to the sky lobby's elevator. I distracted myself with deep breaths until we walked into the war room. It was a converted conference auditorium. Hopefully, no one would be brave enough to ask questions about where Vi went. Scylla was definitely suspicious, but also definitely intimidated, so Tanya's secret was safe on that front. A mixture of protocol and administrative droids were installing several more large view screens. Several already had live views, showing various live holo feeds from all across Gargan. One feed caught my attention. It was a Mandalore hypernautics facility. Burgundy Mandalorian warriors and less well-armored mercenaries in the same colors were trashing the factory floors. Individuals broke into crates, took equipment off the racks, and alarms were flashing and wailing everywhere. Smoke and a few small fires had already broken out and were dangerously unattended. I glanced at the other camera views. They showed much the same everywhere. Invaders were stealing everything they could get their hands on. Staring at the feeds, the scale of the crisis became apparent. At least 1,000 hostiles, and it could be several times that number if it were across all the factories. How did this happen? I asked the room. I didn't get an immediate answer from anyone. Mr. Toza, CEO of Mandalore Hypernautics, looked up from the holotable in surprise before moving on to give his summary. Half an hour ago, hostiles attacked the spaceport and disabled the holonet transmitter. After that, all hells have broken loose. The invaders used dozens of freighters to make landfall in Gargan City. Most of the MSDF are pinned down, our fleet is busy engaging munificent frigates that jumped into orbit minutes after the transmitter is down, and the majority of the invaders are overrunning the industrial park where most of our factories are located. Prior to the invasion, multiple freighters that have the right authentication codes to be labeled as material shipments. Instead of raw materials they unloaded a force of pirates at the industrial park and the shipyards, though the shipyard is still being contested. By the Manda, this is bad. Tabi said. So we have major fighting in the spaceport, the shipyard, and the industrial park around MH's HQ are under attack. The defense fleet are fighting CIS frigates in orbit, the rangers and police are getting overwhelmed, and Mandalore Hypernautics HQ is under siege. Am I missing anything? I have already sent 60 Mythosaur B tanks to the shipyards. Their mobility and firepower would allow them to reach the shipyard quickly while still providing meaningful support. Big Bear commented as he looked at the various view screens. Is there anything else we can call on? I asked. I have about 100 defense personnel that are here to guard the Gargan Girl concert. We could arm them with military-grade blasters and armor from the hotel's armory. Scylla answered, which explained why she's here. What about the Gargan Rangers and MSDF? Most are in the city evacuating civilians or defending infrastructure. Some were out of the city to settle a land dispute between the city clans and nomads. I already sent someone on a speeder bike. We should be able to contact the nomads for support too, but it would still take a while for them to mobilize. The MSDF are still mobilizing their reservists or already engaged with the invaders. Once the reserves are mobilized, they are to head to the spaceport to prevent any more reinforcements from landing as well as save civilians. Okay, I don't need to deal with the MSDF and the nomads. That is good. What devilry is this? The war droid's sudden outburst nearly startled me. He pointed his metal finger towards one of the view screens. In one of the video feeds, I spotted an interesting figure. What I would guess was their leader, a man in red armor wearing a Mandalorian helmet and riding what appeared to be a basilisk war droid. He was presiding over some kind of mock court in the central square of the factory district. Probably an imitation war droid. It appears to require a mounted operator to control. Mr. Toza said. He had approached and was also examining the video. Indeed. Those are Scorpion war droids, those abominations sacrificed their droid minds for raw firepower. They are both incredibly dangerous and incredibly difficult to operate. Nicknamed for their habit of maiming their operators. Big Bear explained. He was in full instructor mode. I had to agree, Big Bear was alive, but this thing was mechanical. Even when it moved, it shuddered more like a machine responding to its rider's controls. The rider also had some sort of disintegrator rifle in one arm and was looking down at a group of factory workers they were holding hostage. A Gungan stepped forward and started speaking to the workers. Get me audio feeds. I need to hear what is being said. I asked the room. A protocol droid ambled over and started adjusting something in a pile of equipment next to the screen. Whatever it did must have worked, as suddenly, there was sound. General Chop Aa Notamo thanks you all for your wonderful donation towards a free Mandalore. Your equipment that you've been building here will be taken to be used to fight the Republic in the name of the CIS. He paced around a bit, intimidating the group with his rifle. You each have been granted the chance to come join him on his campaign to free Mandalore. The Republic has installed the new Mandalorians as their puppets. The so-called Council of Neutral Systems is just a protection racket with a pretty name attached. What if we are okay with their neutralist ways? One hostage asked. Well, then you will be put to work producing more weapons for us once we have gained complete control over the sector. The Gungan grinned with easy malice. Sith spit. Another worker cursed, standing up. We shall not be slaves and I am no traitor. By the honor of my clan I ref. The burgundy armored rider brought his disintegrator gun up and pulled the trigger. One moment, the worker was there. The next moment, there was a pile of ash. I can't wait to vivisect that individual and discover who sent Big Bear started ranting. Mute it. I interrupted the war droid. White Silver needed to retake control of the situation. That, unfortunately, meant I needed to retake control. What communication assets do we have working? Other than these video feeds? I asked. The Republic Hyper Relay at the edge of the system is disabled and so is the Shadow Feed Relay, they destroyed the CNS Relay. We still have the Planetary Surface Network, the hard lines, but cannot reach any assets out of the system or in orbit. One of Mr. Toza's aides summarized. And our invaders will start bombing the surface relays if we use them to coordinate. We can't defeat them in detail. So we're surrounded on every front. Mr. Toza added his own analysis with a frown. The problem is that we don't have enough troops to repel all of the invaders. The shipyard and the spaceport will get reinforcements but we don't have anyone left to clear out the industrial park. Most of White Silver's mercenaries are off fighting for the Republic in the Bellsmuth campaign. They can get back here in a few weeks, but we might all be dead by then. Mistro said. The only other troops left on Gargan are the Republic's off-duty clones and military officers filling the hotels and apartments. Hey! Wait a minute. Coordination would be nice, but we don't need it all the time. I chuckled. We have them surrounded. We can call on the Republic's own clones to fight. You heard that General Chop Aa Notamo, they are backed by the CIS. The clones just need to be mobilized and armed. I explained. Mistro frowned, so I continued explaining my plan. I've been in this situation before. What worked against Gare will work for us again as well. We have allies, the clones, the clans, the silvers. We just need to call them to action. We will send one message, a simple message, a call to arms. There was a pause as the room digested my solution. I don't think we have much of a choice. The industrial park is where most of our factories are located, if we lose them it would hamstring us. The clones are the only ones left that we can call on. Mr. Toza said. Mr. Toza had his aides and several droids quickly find a holocam droid and connect it to the casino's holo transmitter. With a nod, I began my improvised speech, Mandalorians. The war raging across the galaxy has arrived. The time has come for Gargan to show our strength. Some were made for this glory, but now the time has come for all of us to fight. If you have had doubts whether you were truly Mandalorian, today is your lucky day for the time has come to prove your mettle as Mandalorians. Join me in battle. Bounties on every invader captured or killed. And a lavish reward for those that join me in defeating the Gungan mercenary that dared to claim himself Mandu. I shall be at Gargan Station in several minutes. Together, we shall destroy these invaders. For Mandalore. For a moment, there was silence, except for Big Bear's servos creaking. I wondered if I made a fool of myself. Mr. Toza looked at me strangely. Mistral looked up at the ceiling. Then, distantly, I could make out chanting throughout the resort. Tabi made his way back over. I'm coming with you. You need backup, and that thing doesn't count. He nodded towards the war droid. I would love that, but we need someone to secure the spaceport. If we could secure some ships that would turn the tide a lot. We'll arm everyone who wants to join from the casino's armory, then head to the central Gargan station and lead them to the industrial park where that Gungan is and kill him. Mr. Toza, you'll stay here and contact me if anything that you can't handle comes up. Mistro, you're my second. I'll try to stay in contact, as long as the surface relays are up. If you can reactivate the system HoloNet transmitter, then the surface relays won't matter. Mr. Toza wasn't looking at me, instead focused on taking over Tabi's view screens. Each screen was showing a different part of the spaceport. Tabi reluctantly nodded in agreement. I'll take charge of all the volunteers at the Balak, and head for the spaceport. Once I get some ships, I'm going to bring the cavalry to you. Exiting the war room, I recognized 3 silver and black armored figures in the main concourse. They stopped when they caught sight of me in White Silver's armor. White Silver. The 3 female idols chorused in excitement. We're here to help White S. The smallest member of the group was spoken over by the tallest. We're here to prove we're as Mandalorian as the rest. The taller of the group stepped towards me. However, as I turned my attention to them, the smaller girl took half a step back, as if I might refuse her. I won't turn any extra fighters away. I nodded in acceptance. Come, join me. Mandalore, Sundari Palace, Council Chambers. Satin cries. Yesterday, I woke up to a shocking conference where my Prime Minister proclaimed my sister as White Silver. I did not expect this, especially considering Tanya had not made any moves as White Silver in a while. For the last 2 decades, Almec was my first and most ardent supporter. Almec put Mandalore first, as I did. And so I believed him to be my friend. After Ben, I had put my faith in Almec. Our mutual friendship strengthened each other, and because all my faith had been in Almec, he didn't really have any opponents in his rise to Prime Minister. Over the years, Almec gathered quite a large amount of support. So Priest's bid for the Prime Ministership of Mandalore surprised me. Initially, I worked with Almec and assisted in his campaign. Helping him out was the least I could do for my fellow new Mandalorian. I had done the same in many past elections. However, this time, the timing of the Secret Service scandal forced me to distance myself somewhat from Almec's election campaign. At least until Bo's investigation fully cleared him. The campaign timeline turned more unfavorable after Pre Vizsla announced his bid. Almec was still being investigated at the time, and so I was stuck. Now there were 2 favorable new Mandalorian candidates, and endorsing either slighted the other. So, I withheld my endorsement, not backing either candidate explicitly. It seemed fate conspired to frustrate me. My endorsement might not even matter now. Pre Vizsla would win outright if the election was held yesterday. At least, if the polling was accurate. However, matters turned rather drastically over the last 19 hours. Almec's proclamation that my sister was White Silver had created a crisis within my government. Many ministers were now asking questions about the last few years' policies. My repaired relations with Bo-Katan were now viewed in a more sinister light. Some whispered Bo converted me away from New Mandalorianism and towards a more orthodox dogma. These whispers became louder still after I used my authority to free Bo-Katan and ended the prosecution against her. However, Almec was genuinely becoming the crisis I had to remove. My former ally could inflict significant damage to me personally, or my government, at any time. The office of the Prime Minister afforded him many executive powers. Bo's arrest was only a small way in which he could strike against me. Almec was canny. He had grown up with me in a time of war. His time as the quartermaster of our tiny band of heroes in the Civil War taught him essential skills. His roles in government had only honed them further. No doubt he would want a deal to bind or limit my authority. What would I be willing to give up, and what would he demand? I did not know, and so I worried. It could undo everything. One extreme option was to take Tanya's advice. I could impeach Almec with emergency powers before the election. Tanya wasn't fond of him and previously suggested as much before. But Almec was very popular, even if he was many voters' second choice now. He was still viewed positively. Many in the government genuinely adored the man. And that would itself be a problem. If he simply lost a fair election, then the situation might be defused. Also confronting this crisis, sitting across from my chair, was Pre Vizsla. He was wearing his usual fine suit, and looked displeased as he stared across the table at Almec. Almec was in his usual plain garments and was also looking rather unhappy. 2 very unhappy rivals with all the power of Mandalore in their hands stared at each other. This was how civil wars started. Taking a deep breath, I said, Almec, it was unwise to proclaim Pre Vizsla's wife to be White Silver based on what little circumstantial evidence you have uncovered. It was even less wise to arrest her just on your suspicions. You must cease your vendetta. I have found plenty of evidence to prove my claims. Almec said. As far as I'm concerned, White Silver, the terrorist and rabble-rouser, is Bo-Katan. I bit my lip, observing Pre Vizsla from his chair. He spoke in a tone I did not recognize, but it felt dangerous all at once. You've lost the plot, Almec. My wife is not White Silver. She worked for her, yes, but she's not her. Bo herself told me that she was fighting on the outskirts of Gargan City when White Silver revealed herself in the arena, and I have her armor footage as proof. Pre revealed a holodisc and slid it on the table. Almec stared at Pre, examining him carefully. He turned back to me, a worried expression on his face. Is this true, Satin? You swear on New Mandalore that Bo-Katan isn't White Silver? Is this evidence valid? You know that is a fact. I swear on New Mandalore that my sister, Bo-Katan cries, is not White Silver. Does that satisfy you, Almec? I answered carefully. It took effort on my part to not let my exhaustion seep into my voice. Fine. 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 Almec said angrily. He sat back pensively. No one said anything more for several long moments, so the silence stretched. I wanted to say something more, anything to patch the rift, but it was unwise now that Almec was seemingly so opposed to me. Had it been a mistake to not read Almec into the White Silver conspiracy after I discovered the extent of Tanya's scheming? It was Tanya's making. Almec was so proud of Sundari and all our new Mandalorian accomplishments. Would he have been supportive of Tanya's idealism and White Silver's identity? Was there truly no accommodation possible? I could already tell that the justifications in my mind would ring hollow if I spoke them aloud. So I said nothing, but my heart broke over this outcome, this ending of another long friendship. Nothing but regrets and recriminations remained. Would all my memories of youth be soured forever? I was suddenly afraid I understood my father's bleak cynicism at the end of his life, during the Civil War. Previsla glowered. Good. Now that that's settled. Just answer me this, Duchess Satin. Almec interrupted, emotion clear in his voice. He took a steadying breath. Surprised, I blinked back at him. Was there still some hope? Almec continued, we set out all those decades ago, and you and I both believed in this grand project. I'm proud of the things we accomplished. Almec made an open gesture with his hands. I still believe in a new Mandalore. When did you stop believing? You heron. Previsla stood up and scowled at Almec. Where do you get off on implying? Peace, Pre. I gestured for him to sit back down. Truthfully, I'm not sure I understand, Almec. If Bo-Katan isn't White Silver, and you are also ordering me to stand down my investigation. You know who White Silver is? Almec accused me. Pre twitched a look towards me. I noticed and Almec noticed. I was right. Almec's face was full of righteous fury. White Silver rejects the new Mandalorian ideology. And you're protecting her. You're a traitor to our cause. Why? Each sentence was a fresh blow, full of anguish and hurt. You were my best friend. I thought you were my Almec broke off the sentence and looked away in embarrassment. Previsla was no longer glowering. He had adopted a stony mask. It hid his emotions. He adopted it after Almec noticed his earlier reaction. What are your plans now? I asked carefully. I didn't trust Almec any longer. I didn't even have a good sense of how far he might escalate matters anymore. Oh, I still have one card left to play. I am a politician, after all. He patted his plain suit breast pocket playfully, despite his hurt expression. The awkwardness of the situation made him seem younger, as if this was a decade earlier. His answer was troubling, though. However, my worry must have shown through. Almec frowned and paused. Don't worry. I still believe in New Mandalore. Almec clarified. The doors to the throne room suddenly opened. A royal guard approached at a quick pace, stopping before us and hitting his chest with his vambrace. My Duchess, word has just come in from Alzar. Their government is withdrawing from the CNS. What? Why would they do that? Previsla asked. Alzar is one of our founding members, on the border of the Republic. I said. I turned back to the guard. Have they decided they would prefer to be part of the Republic or? The King of Alzar is also asking for CNS intervention to restore the recognized government. The royal guard continued. Hold on a minute. Almec said, standing up. I think you missed a few steps here. Can you start from the beginning? The royal guard cleared his throat. We received information that the planetary government of Alzar held a snap election last night at gunpoint, by the general in charge of the military. Immediately afterward, they demanded withdrawal from the CNS. The king, believing this is a coup by the CIS, is calling for aid to put down this rebellion. We suspect mercenaries from Gargan may be involved, as the HoloNet connection to Gargan failed several hours ago. It may be an attempt to hide their numbers. A repair boat is en route. Almec and Previsla turned to me, apparently waiting for my response. It was my final decision on this matter. Tanya created the CNS, there is no reason for her to create a coup when it flew in the face of everything she stood for. If Gargan is not behind the Alzar coup then it really could be CIS involvement, yet why did Gargan lose their HoloNet connection? Clearing my throat, I said, put all forces on heightened alert. If the CIS is trying to intervene through this Alzar dispute, we need to be ready to defend ourselves. Inform the CNS leadership that we are sending a task force to Alzar immediately. However, its first task will be to confirm the situation and verify these reports. Alert the Republic as well, we don't need them interfering in CNS internal affairs. The royal guard nodded and stepped back, heading toward the doors as they slammed open, as another royal guard rushed in. My Duchess, Princess Tanya has been kidnapped. He exclaimed. What? Previsla said, abandoning his council seat to approach the guard. Almec did the same. What do you mean, kidnapped? She was on her way to Dathomir the last time I checked on her. I said, standing up myself. I tried to keep the ball of fear and worry from taking control. The royal guard saluted before speaking in full. Messages have come in from Captain Ordak. They were attacked on Dathomir. Princess Tanya was kidnapped along with her handmaiden. Their captors escaped in a stealth spacecraft, but chronoradiation showed them heading towards the Mandalorian sector. Although this news is nearly 14 hours old, it's possible they've already passed through the Mandalorian sector to wherever their final destination is. I gritted my teeth a bit. Well, then we better be sure about that. Alert the Mandalorian Self-Defense Force, alert the Mandalorian Patrol, alert everyone. I want every sensor on the lookout for this ship. Do we have information on what type of craft it was? The guard nodded. We have a mass estimate from the amount of chrono radiation. It's a stealth ship, so we know little else. Transfer any information to everyone. I instructed the guard. We must locate Tanya before we lose any chance to find her again. I said, maintaining as much control over my emotions as I could. As soon as the royal guard left, I took my seat again, keeping my hand on the chair's end, my knuckles turning white. Turning to Almec, I said, this political situation can wait until after we find out what's going on. My gaze strayed. I looked up and away from the council chambers, towards the high stained glass windows and the metal sky beyond. The sunshine held no heat, and even the light was unappealing because I knew somewhere beyond my daughter was in grave danger. No. I disagree. It can't wait. Almec spoke from behind me, his voice a monotone. I turned back to Almec with narrowed eyes. What are you saying? Almec grimaced. I don't trust your judgment any longer, Satin. I regret your daughter is missing, and pray for a peaceful solution to Alzar, but it's clear we are both obstacles to one another. I fear for the Mandalore we've created. I fear for our future. I won't be responsible for it. Previsla growled, you coward. Fleeing when the chips are down. I resign as Prime Minister and will suspend my campaign. I still believe in a new Mandalore. I will keep fighting for it. But my independent campaign for Prime Minister does not make much sense if it lacks a platform and set of candidates for all the electable positions. A proper political party from which to oppose you and all of House Cries. House Cries must step aside, Mandalore needs new leadership. Almec turned and walked out of the council chambers one last time. Ordo clan palace. I could Tavu Ordo. Sipping on the Kalivalian vintage, I felt warm as I gazed across the large hall, enjoying the sight. This was a clan council, often decades happened between such events. The entire Ordo family came from across the planet, the Mandalore sector, and beyond to meet and greet, exchange information, and check out the latest weapon productions from the manufacturers on Ordo. From what I understand, that's what the early clan councils were for. An armory owned by our ancestor wanted to show off some of the cool stuff he was working on. He invited his entire family, then the entire clan, and the tradition has stuck around for every clan council since. There were some smaller gatherings and festivals that were more common, but this was a big one. One where you could find members of our clan 7 generations removed, living on the other side of the galaxy. Even so distantly removed, they still found their way to our planet for what could be best described as a week-long party and weapons expo. It was a very Mandalorian way to network. From where I was sitting in the Great Hall, I could see my adopted father, Raz, the Ordo Patriarch, negotiating with several minor clans that were also invited. Lately, he has been trying to sell them some of the new equipment that was coming online thanks to the funding from White Silver and the Mandalorian Self-Defense Force. Ordo was not a shipbuilding planet, my adopted family's traditions were in arms manufacturing. White Silver's mercenaries in the Mandalorian Self-Defense Force, as well as the PDFs and CNS forces, needed weapons. Locally sourced weapons are always preferable to foreign-made weapons due to the manufacturers being closer for a more reliable and simpler supply chain that is hard to disrupt. Compared to foreign manufacturers who had full control on whether to supply us or not, which can also be disrupted through enemy action as well. It would be a disaster if our primary blaster ran out of spare parts in the middle of a major conflict because the manufacturers are too busy filling out orders for someone else. But back to the party itself. I also saw my brother, Fabian. He was talking with several female officers of the Ordo Self-Defense Force. I shook my head. While most Ordos were military men by trade, Fabian was a ladies' man by trade. Not that he couldn't fight, it's just that his priorities were more on expanding the Ordo population in his words. One of these days, he was going to get himself into a slug-thrower wedding, and he was going to regret it, that was for sure. But so far, he'd managed to avoid that fate. I looked around for any other brothers and sisters but didn't see many of them. ROQ, canonically the third son, and an adopted sibling like me, was probably off risking his life in hyperspace. The racing craft he bragged about last time looked like a hyperdrive attached to a few pieces of flimsy. He tended to miss these kinds of events. ROQ preferred to test himself with space races over family get-togethers. Rana Ordo, the first son, I didn't see either. He had taken up a military command in the CNS SDF. His latest deployment was to oversee operations on Vorpia. So he probably didn't have the time to attend. Off in the furthest part of the hall, I could just barely see Mama Ordo, me Dinur overseeing the food preparation areas. I couldn't see my adopted little sisters, Eddie and Eddick, but I could hear them. Medi, Eddie is eating the pie without a plate. She's getting all filthy again. Edic's sing-song voice chorused out, ratting her sister out to our adoptive mother. Nas. I am not. Eddie complained. You're a filthy demagolka. I didn't know them very well. Both were adopted into the family after me. Dinur and Raz visited Terry's for the CNS accession. Really, all I knew about them was that mother had found them scavenging for food on Terry's. Beyond that, I just assumed that obviously their family had abandoned them or were dead, given that Terry's was a bit of an economic cesspool, like Coruscant. Sipping my drink, I leaned back in my chair, trying to decide what I was going to do for the rest of the night. I was enjoying the atmosphere and my alcoholic buzz when someone took a seat right next to me, putting their arm over my shoulder. Hey sis! I turned to face the familiar voice of my brother Engis. I pulled him into a side hug as I drank a little more wine from my glass. Engis, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be guarding your princess? I teased. He shrugged. Of course, but I got myself a week off just for the clan council. It won't be years until the next one and Princess Tanya is going to be resting until the new year, so there's nothing major going on. The Republic and Sis are busy beating up each other, especially in the Galactic South, if you've heard about Humberine and what's going on down there. I've heard some of what's going on. I said with a grimace. I'm more worried about this new triumvirate order that Count Dooku had schemed up. Yeah, Engis agreed with a shake of his head. I've met Count Dooku in person. Technically, Princess Tanya was meeting with him on Geonosis, I was her guard at the time. I wonder what the hell he is up to now. What was he like up close? I asked, more curious than anything else. Engis thought for a moment before answering. I sipped on my wine again. Dooku, he seems very focused on how the galaxy ought to be. His opinion dominates whatever situation he is in. He paused and rethought his next statement. At least, that was the impression from the one time I've been in a room with him. I never actually spoke to the man, never had a conversation. Still, fascinating. That makes you a rather rarefied company, then. I said. He puffed up a bit at that compliment. Right, and you're a complete nobody, Supreme Commander. He joked. I giggled. That was funny, and this Kale Valen vintage was superb. My captain, Stroke Ordak, talked to him once. Engis said. Count Dooku, I mean. It was a different mess, in the Tatooine system. Tatooine. There were a frightening number of systems on important trade routes. My role as Supreme Commander meant learning lots of galactic minutiae. It's on the Trielis trade route? Outer Rim, right? I asked. Galactic South, Outer Rim. Engis confirmed. Do tell, then. I smiled and gave a tiny flourish with one hand. I finished the last of my glass of wine. It was great having my brother back with me. Death Watch destroyed our entire village in the aftermath of the Mandalorian Civil War, so I was glad I hadn't lost him. That we still had each other had kept us going. Clan Ordo had led the rescue efforts in the aftermath, and eventually found us. The Manda had looked out for us that day. It turned out to be a wild Minoc chase. So Antivi had. My vambrace beeped, as did my brother's. In fact, several vambraces throughout the Great Hall started beeping all at once. What the hell's going on? I asked. Engis was quicker on the draw, holding up his vambrace and reading the message aloud. Alzar has been seized by a separatist military government. He said, putting his glass down and standing up. The one time I took a vacation something had to explode. Alzar? Wasn't that the government that was threatening to invade Mandalore a few years ago? Wasn't it all saber-rattling and posturing? I asked, vaguely remembering hearing about them once or twice. A neighbor of the Mandalorian sector, but I'd never really paid much attention to the lizard folk. You recall correctly, daughter. Patriarch Raz said as he approached. But to be fair to them, they do that every generation. Whenever Mandalore is looking weak, their king will create some new crisis. Usually, they claim that they'll restore the old Mandalorian traditions and retake Mandalore. It's their form of propaganda, it keeps the militarists happy with dreams of conquest. They've never really conquered much. Hey. Well, hopefully, we can settle this peacefully. Engis said. Tanya has done such good work trying to keep the peace. To think that the Sis could trash it with one move like this. Patriarch Raz nodded in agreement. My future daughter-in-law has really done well rebuilding Mandalore in her own way. Exactly. Engis agreed, before realizing what he said. His face turned an interesting shade of red a moment later. Ha, sure, and you just happened to be with her on several major campaigns. You're doing a good job, but you should probably take a few more leaps of faith. Trust your old man, they work out a lot better than you think. Noted, he blushed further with a head shake. I went back to my vambrace, pulling up the COMM log. A second urgent message appeared, interrupting me. Princess Tanya has been kidnapped. I summarized out loud. I blinked and looked up at my brother, holding it up so he could see what it said. Dad, I think I'm going to need to cut my trip here short. What? Raz said, quickly checking his own vambrace. Sith spit, okay. We're moving this conversation to my office. Come this way. We made our way from the main party area into a hallway that led to his office. It was a room full of books and other cultural totems from Clan Ordo's history. In one corner was a half-scale basilisk droid with a model of the original Ordo riding it. I went straight to a console and plugged my vambrace in. After a brief pause, the console mirrored the vambrace display, bringing up a map of the local cluster of systems around the Mandalore sector. From Captain Stroke's report, the stealth spacecraft left from the Dathomir system. They engaged stealth before departing to hyperspace. However, their stealth drive did not mask their hyperdrive's Krina output. Based on the readings from the diplomat's sensors, they were heading towards the Mandalorian sector, or beyond it. Galactic southeast from their starting system. That's what we know. Engis finished summarizing the report. Engis replaced the holographic report with the galactic map. Raz stepped away from the console and approached a tiny device on one of his office's bookshelf. He started fiddling with it until it activated a miniature hologram above the device. I adjusted the map above the console to display the galactic northeast, including Dathomir and the Mandalorian sector. Several sectors, thousands of systems, and 2 major trade routes appeared holographically above the console. Engis was staring at his datapad, rereading Captain Stroke's report. How are we going to detect a stealth ship? No system in Mandalore has sensors capable of detecting them. Engis looked frustrated at the map. We could put out a bounty. I suggested weakly. I disliked leaving such matters to chance. Engis ignored me, continuing to read reports on his datapad. Send me the secure reports on the House Cry's family armor. Raz was speaking to someone on his miniature hologram communicator. I took a step over and saw one of my father's attendants in the hologram view frame. His projection was only as tall as the books in the bookshelf. The hologram disappeared a moment later. Raz rolled a tiny facade of books that I hadn't noticed. It slid into place with a tinny metal squeak, covering up the miniature hologram panel. If I hadn't just seen it, I wouldn't know what I was looking at. What was that? I asked curiously. If I wasn't meant to know, he wouldn't have displayed it in front of me. Raz ignored my question, smiling and walking back over to Engis. Well, I had the most marvelous conversation with Duchess Satin at the last cultural festival. Do your children ever make you feel the need to install tracking devices to keep them safe? My house armorer suggested it the other day. Duchess Satin sipped on her glass of Calivalian white. My doctor tells me I need to cut back on alcohol. But if you could do that, why not for all the royal guards? I suggested. Ugh, mine too. After the war. And there's no budget for that many subspace trackers. That sounds hypothetically useful, but how does that story help us now? I asked. I do not know if Duchess Satin got around to implementing such measures. However, Clan Ordo keeps reports on all the other clans' military readiness. Including house armor. So if such a device was added to the princess armor, our clan intelligence may have it in their reports. Engis was still staring at the galactic map, changing some parameters. I stepped over to him. Engis glanced at me. If the ship is still stealthed, and they exit hyperspace, it will still produce Krino radiation. Sure, briefly. If they jump to any number of systems without sensor grids or without habitable planets, no one is going to detect them. If they know how to use that stealth ship, they will be undetectable until their final destination. Engis smirked. I bet they don't care about any of that, and aren't focusing on stealth. They've got 2 uncooperative passengers in a cramped ship. They're going to minimize travel time. Now I was confused. How do you know what their living conditions are like? Cramped? Isn't that a leap? Advanced stealth tech takes up a ton of mass. It has high energy requirements. I pulled up a few of the engineering schematics available. Engis switched the console to a series of engineering reports. A protocol droid entered the office and handed Raz a datapad. I glanced away from the engineering schematics. The droid was one of Father's personal droids symbolized by Clan Ordo coloring. Let's see here. Bo-Katan, Satin, Tanya, yes here. There's a subspace transponder. Raz highlighted a part of the report and handed the datapad over to Engis, and turned back to the protocol droid. Have some droids run some analysis looking for that transponder code in any of the Mandu Space Authority sensor data. Engis' vambrace chimed a moment later. The protocol droid nodded and then suddenly paused as if interrupted. It unfroze a moment later. How strange. I'm sorry, Patriarch Raz, but the query you requested could not be processed. I think I know why. Engis looked up from an alert chime on his vambrace. Bo's annoyed you know about that transponder code she just messaged me. House Cries already ran the sensor analysis, but there were no hits for the code. What systems can we rule out, then? Can we update this map? I asked Engis. A moment later, Engis adjusted the settings on the console. Half of the systems disappeared from the display. Only populated systems are shown here, and I've excluded ones with sensor data. There were still hundreds of systems visible on the map, even ignoring the sectors beyond. That's still too many to search. I said. Wherever the ship is, they're going to need to stop for fuel. The stealth engine is going to be very power hungry. So if we focus on just the trade routes. Engis pushed another setting on the console. Only 2 systems were still visible. Gargan, as the first stop on the Mandalorian road, before Mandalore. Then at the end of the route finally Concord Dawn. There's no sensor data from Gargan right now. I said. Concord Dawn isn't responding to recent requests to share sensor data. That's strange. Engis was looking at his datapad again. The MSA is a patchwork of non-standard sensor grids and ancient installations. It could be due to legitimate maintenance or even miscommunication. Concord Dawn's equipment is some of the oldest in the sector. Engis was shaking his head in disagreement. I don't like it. Their government has always been hostile to Mandalore. I think it's plausible the stealth ship jumped to Concord Dawn on the way to its final destination. Raz nodded his agreement as he listened to Engis' assessment. Well then, we know where we can find out more information. How do we do it? My brother looked at his vambrace again. My official orders are that Tanya is missing, and to be on the lookout for that ship. It doesn't say I need to stay on Ordo, it doesn't say I need to go back to Mandalore. Tanya loaned me a Lancer pursuit craft, and I can do whatever I want with it. I stepped over to the console controls and reset the galactic map to show the sector again. I'll also need to depart early, Father. I glanced back at Raz meaningfully. I will need to secure Dathomir for the investigation into the princess abduction, and Gargan and Alzar are both in crisis. Raz stroked his beard for a moment in thought. Of course, of course. Engis, I'll have some men load up your Lancer. Some clansmen and armor might speed your search at Concord Dawn along. Engis smiled and nodded, but Raz was already turning to me. And I could take the house fleet with you. Thank you, Father. The house fleet wasn't large, but it was the most modern clan fleet in the sector. It boasted a large complement of 24 pairs of the new Crusader and Lictor frigates with plenty of fighters and support craft. Fielding the clan Ordo fleet would allow me to more rapidly move to blockade Dathomir. The MSDF fleets would take several days to be ready for operations at such short notice. I would have to declare a state of general readiness for all officers serving Mandalore in the MSDF. A readiness that would not abate any time soon. I settled the thundering of my heart and the sense of gravity falling out from under me. There had been no declaration, there had been no warning, but I had little doubt that as of now Mandalore was at war. I just had to find out who the enemy was. Coruscant, Chancellor's office. Chief Palpatine. The data stream was glitchy, haphazard, suffering from immense data loss, but I could make out blaster fire in the distance and desperate shouting. My lord, they are traitors. They turned on. There was the faint sound of a lightsaber igniting in the background. Oh no, 6. 6 of them with lightsabers, 3 human males, and Ak. The servant's gallant attempt to report to me as traitors cut him down was admirable. I suppressed a sigh and set aside the audio recording. It was one of many reports across the galaxy. Dooku had turned on me, focused his attempts to shatter my intelligence network of spies, assassins, and cultists. Hours ago, there had been a vast moment, a minute ripple in the dark side of the Force. At that moment I sensed his betrayal. I attempted to activate fail-safes. Algorithms that would turn the droid army against the Sis and bring a swift end to the war, but that too had failed. Dooku had predicted that possibility and disabled it. Somehow, Dooku predicted that his palace would be targeted. Destroyed by orbital bombardment, I deployed a stealth ship that had been hiding in the star system for years waiting for the order. To no avail, it killed only his servants. Over the last day, nearly a dozen of Dooku's body doubles were slain, and the assets used to target the traitor had been eliminated. It was becoming abundantly clear that a swift end to this rebellion would not be forthcoming. Dooku's own ability to strike at me was much more limited. But his tactic was obvious. All across the warfront the Sis were making gains. Dooku was overseeing a mass-organized reinforcement of all frontline positions in the war. The separatists were pushing the Republic forces back system by system, entire sector garrisons stripped bare to prevent the clone forces from becoming strategically encircled. Dooku could only support this mass advance for so long. These large-scale offensives were incredibly costly, but it would be territory that would need to be retaken. Star systems that clone assault forces could only reasonably retake. While the Republic would reorganize its forces, Dooku could establish his little Sith triumvirate cult. That was where the true threat lay. Massed Sith forces to supplement the droid armies. However, even Dooku with a small army of dark side force users could not defeat me, not with even overwhelming numbers. I clenched my fists to soothe the intoxicating fury that was overwhelming me. Yes, I had foreseen this potential future. I prepared for such eventualities because many futures I foresaw required such an ending for Dooku. But why now? What recent events could have produced such an outcome? His pet acolyte, Ventress? Had he forgotten the threat the Jedi still posed? The plan? Yet, Dooku had not tried to expose me. As far as the Jedi were concerned, he had simply ordered a very effective offensive that had caught the Republic by surprise. Dooku turned this war into something very real and forced me to make drastic changes. Confronted with his cult, I must use the Jedi as my only real counter to his forces. I have no apprentice. And my assets were depleted. The danger was intoxicating. But my victory was inevitable. I prepared an intelligence packet, all legitimate information, the genuine truth. Accurate to impart the message I wanted, the Mandalorians could not resist. I was aware that one of Dooku's new Sith academies captured the junior senator from Mandalore. I knew that this academy was located in and directly tied with the Dentari exclave. A splinter faction of the Sith by geographical necessity. The exclave's existence tied up hundreds of thousands of clones and dozens of warships. Thus, it had to be destroyed to allow the redeployment of forces elsewhere along the front. With this data packet, the Mandalorians would be enraged enough to attack the Dentari exclave. Hopefully, the resulting cycle of violence would lead to outright war against the Sith. While Mandalorian forces were limited, they should be more than able to at least destroy one of Dooku's new academies. A victory by any measure. I settled back into my chair, trying and failing to relax the tensed muscles in my face and body. Dooku's betrayal had utterly unsettled everything. I soothed myself. I could sense the deaths of dozens of Jedi echoing out across the galaxy. The Force sang of their suffering. It was too few too quickly. The rapid advance of the Sith would demoralize Jedi, turning some to the dark side and causing others to walk away from the Order where they would be much more difficult to find and execute. The Jedi who fell to the dark side would likely bolster Dooku's pathetic triumvirate. Frustrated, I reached across my desk to a box of chocolates. Chocolates that Tanya had left me before her diplomatic visit to Dathomir. Dathomir, how could I have missed Dooku's plot to steal her from me? I slowly consumed the remaining chocolates in the box, but it could only temporarily sate my kindling rage. Raxus Secundus, Executive Separatist Council Chambers. Asajj Ventress. The Second Battle of Christophsis has concluded. My comrade general reports that the entire star system has been liberated from the clutches of the Republic. The smug voice of the General Secretary of NTV was met with half-hearted and begrudging applause from the industrialists and CEOs on the council. Tensions between the proliferation of NTV's commanders and that of the corporate alliance had become close to unmanageable. Protests in alliance space all last month were only now disbanding, and each of them had contained one of the General Secretary's officers. Even now, their uppity cult was spreading its influence, establishing worker unions across Confederate space. NTV should have remained a queer backwater world, lost in Confederate space forever. The system's position in the galaxy was poor. The nearest hyperlane, the Warrior's Trace, was distant. But then the Republic rooted at Duro, and the core's collapse set in. Dooku needed to take advantage of our opponent's stumble, drive the blade in deeper. More fleets, and the fleets required vast personnel. Someone was needed to oversee the new foundries, command the new fleets. And most Confederate worlds were cowards, still balking at a general draft. Not NTV. NTV had been more than happy to provide personnel. It mattered not. NTV is living on borrowed time. Anti-avian neutrality was a farce, the Republic knew it, Mandalore knew it, the Confederacy knew it. Mandalore had little patience for NTV and the Republic could launch an attack against the frozen world at any time, with the full cooperation of Saturn and the neutral systems. What about the Dentari Collective? I asked, turning towards the hologram of my fellow leader of the new Sith Triumvirate. As all of you well know, in response to the Republic's claim that the Dentari Collective was responsible for the kidnapping of Princess Tanya Kryze, the Confederacy has censored the leadership of the Dentari Collective. This has caused mass destabilization of the government and military forces. I am currently restructuring them and stabilizing the region. Dooku sent you there? Pascal Argent queried. Can't you just return the princess and arrest the Dentari Collective? I rolled my eyes. The stupidity of the Executive Council was as boundless as the void. I've committed countless atrocities for temporary victories and meager rewards. They knew this. How could this fool think we were innocent in this matter? I have been unable to find Tanya and the Dentari leadership has claimed innocence in this matter. Tan replied. Once the Dentari leadership became aware of the accusations against them, they took it into their own hands to organize a preemptive strike against the Mandalorian forces in the Council of Neutral Systems. This involved two distinct operations, the first as the sponsorship and support of an insurgency and ultimately a coup in the Alzar system. A CNS member world. She seemed to think that was a very smart move. I doubted that. Alzar, from what I knew, was a paper lion. Fat and full of bluster. The second operation involved the procurement of a mercenary warlord known as Chop Aa Notomo, a fervent dissenter of Satin's rule who performed a raid against the Mandalorian world Gargan. Oh yes, criminal lord and mercenary. That was going to put a real blade in Mandalore's side. Tan must enjoy politics because only a politician would believe that a crime lord would be able to do anything major. These strikes have served to galvanize the Mandalorian people into action against the Dentari. Tan looked around the room as the rest of the council muttered about the stupidity of Dentari engaging in these operations. She droned on no better than a tactical droid. How little they knew. I wanted to tune out Tan's lecture on the Dentari crisis, preferring scrutinizing the woman herself instead. Why did she bother with all this? Dooku already ruled the executive council by fiat. It was not as if Tan needed to bother to inform the council of the military situation. This was all for her show. Maybe she just loved feeling smarter than everyone else. The current activity is, without question, the prelude to a general crusade. The word finally pulled my interest back to Tan's efforts. Various military commanders of the Dentari have detailed documentation of the behaviors of the Mandalorian clans before such catastrophic events and have highlighted the general procedure of a Mandalorian crusade. Firstly, the conflict is justified in some way, in this case it is the allegations of kidnapping royalty. Ha, allegations. I scoffed too loud and Tan gave me a look through the hologram. I pretended to be disinterested and looked at my nails. Fact of the matter was the leaders of the triumvirate knew that there was no allegedly. Maybe that was what this was all about, trying to make the industrialist feel like they were well informed so they didn't go running back to my master's former master? Getting back to her lecture, Tan continued. Next, minor clans and small family units termed clanless will deploy raiding parties against the target of Mandalorian ire with the intention of identifying and striking soft and undefended targets. Securing prestige and wealth before the larger clans can begin their own operations and strike at the easy targets. These raiding parties will consist of refitted civilian shipping and will often retreat should any resistance occur. Tan waved a hand and the holo projector deployed scenes of a small village taken from what looked like several civilian security cameras. The settlement was currently being abandoned as several freighters with Mandalorian sigils on them circled high above broadcasting unintelligible Mandalorian chanting. The freighters landed, disgorging Mandalorians in little more than plain clothes with a motley assortment of blasters. One or two had a helmet or a shoulder plate but the majority looked like typical civilians, albeit moving in professional formations with confidence. They were ignoring the fleeing citizens as they simply marched into homes and businesses and carried off any loot they could carry. The footage sped up showing that in just a scant few hours the Mandalorian raiding force had withdrawn without discharging a single blaster bolt. It was only when the freighters were in space that Confederate fighters arrived in the sky to preside over the dejected citizens returning to their looted homes. What a feeble crusade. Not a force sensitive among them, not a one. Who would even fear them? I yawned and considered the chiss again. Maybe it was her military background. I examined Tan's rigid military posture and sharp occasional gestures. Her outfit was an officer's uniform, but of no discernible star system. Her behavior was learned, some expectation that one's leaders should be involved in military affairs. That sounded plausible. Unfortunately, I never bothered to learn much about Chiss society. Perhaps Tan's new apprentice could be more informative, though, with the right leverage. Tan's posture shifted, and I sensed the lecture was finally nearing a close. It might be worth listening to the conclusion, so I resumed listening. Even at this early stage of the crusade, millions of civilians across Dentari space are abandoning systems close to the border with Mandalore. Even abandoning highly defended systems, the long history the native populations have with Mandalorian crusades has a significant and deleterious effect on the morale of the Dentari enclave. The next stage of the crusade is normally characterized with the Mandalore calling for a general assembly of all clan heads on Mandalore. Something that I predict will happen within the next few days. Then there will be a military build-up for the next few months as well as a marked decrease in Mandalorian raids across the Dentari enclave. Native military experts call this the calm before the storm. And then the crusade is called by the Mandalore. Shu Mai concluded, earning a stiff nod from Tan. But that is not likely to happen. Shu Mai said, from what I hear Satin had already condemned the raids against the people of the Dentari enclave, for what little that had done. So Miss Severance. I ask a simple question, how does this citation befit the CIS and our goals? I commented here, though I loathe to help my rival triumvirate leader, the Republic media at large has neglected to mention the Mandalorian raids against the Dentari. It is not hard to see why. Just weeks ago Republic pundits were ranting about the danger of the Mandalorians. The Republic media will continue to proliferate the allegations of the Dentari enclave kidnapping the Mandalorian princess and senator. The media loves a good damsel in distress story. Reporting on Mandalorians raiding innocent civilians would be inconvenient to the narrative. Eventually senators will start pushing for military intervention in Dentari to free up the troops stationed there to be sent elsewhere. With every front currently engaged, if the Republic repositions troops from the front line to Dentari, perhaps a weak point could be exploited and cause a breakthrough. And with Republic forces in close proximity to Mandalorian rogues, there will likely be incidents that may strain relations between the CNS and the Republic. Shu Mai nodded her head after a moment, understanding the benefits to the CIS but did not look happy. I predict that there is a high probability that Saturn will call for a crusade against the Dentari Enclave despite her expressed ideological convictions. The moment Saturn's call for the crusade reaches the shadow feed, I predict that close to 20% of native system defense forces of the Dentari Enclave will desert and millions of civilians will flee into Republic space before any fighting occurs. Tan finished. Members of the corporate alliance looked pale and muttered uncertainty amongst themselves at Tan's bleak presentation of the current tension between Mandalore and the Dentari. Mandalorian crusades had a reputation. The fear of a crusade was often just as deadly a weapon as the thousands of Mandalorian warriors and warships themselves. Shu Mai shook her head, the old Gossam letting out a chuckle before saying, a very scary thing for the Dentari Enclave when they flew too close to the sun. But what if Saturn does not call for the crusade? She queried. Then I predict a marked uptick of raids across Dentari space as well as a general loss of faith in Saturn as the current Mandalore. Large and capable clans will begin attacks against the Dentari even if Saturn restricts clan operations against CIS holdings. These raids will cripple the Dentari regardless of the involvement of the MSDF and will lead to gains by Republic forces. In short, if the Mandalorians call for a crusade, the Dentari Enclave will be attacked by the Mandalorians and the Republic, resulting in a defeat of the Enclave within 4 months. Should no crusade be called, then Mandalorian raiding and Republic offensives will lead to a defeat of the Dentari Enclave in just over a year. Tan again paused to glance around at the council. This is a farce. There is little evidence that the Dentari have the princess. Your predictions are all predicated upon the Dentari Enclave fighting alone against Mandalore, without the support of the CIS. If the Mandalorians attack the Dentari, then the rest of the CIS will invade Mandalore. We have more than enough ships to destroy them. Pascal Argent argued. If we attack Mandalore, then the entire Council of Neutral Systems will collapse and they will join the Republic against us. Mandalore's neutrality is protecting our most valuable industrial systems and preventing the Republic from striking at the heart of the Confederacy. We cannot discount the value of Mandalore as a block of impassable terrain for the Republic. Shu Mai argued, shaking her head. What possibility is there for reconciliation with Mandalore? We have the embassy in Sundari. Surely we can persuade the Mandalorians that we had no part in the kidnapping of the Mandalorian senator. And in the short term, how can this be made to benefit the CIS? If we are going to lose the Dentari Enclave, we need to get something out of this deal. Cultural analysts from the Republic, CIS, Hut Space as well as in the Dentari have all identified a general trend in the Mandalorian holonet and public discourse. The people in general believe the Republic propaganda alleging that Tanya was kidnapped by the Confederate forces in the Dentari and are supportive of military forces being used to recover the princess. There is general agreement from authoritative sources on Mandalorian cultural and political trends that discourse within Mandalorian politics will continue to escalate until a crusade is called or until Princess Tanya is returned to Mandalore. Saturn will be under extreme political pressure to attack the Dentari Enclave. Tan explained tersely. She seemed upset that there were some not taking her prediction seriously. I struggled to hold back a snort as she actually puffed up her chest at the gallery of industrialists and bankers. As for what could be gathered as benefits, resources that were earmarked for supporting the Dentari Enclave can be set aside for other offenses later next year. Tan said. Shu Mai narrowed her eyes in thought, but before she could reply someone else spoke up. With so many of our reserves being used for the general offensive, attacking Mandalore would be stretching ourselves too thin. Our intelligence reports that the MSDF is incapable of any extended fighting currently, but when a crusade is called, the Mandalorians have historically entered a state of total war that they can endure for decades. Tix, the Quarian from Monday Calamari, cautioned, seeming to take the threat seriously. Should efforts to normalize relations between the Dentari Enclave and the Mandalorians fail, I propose a fighting withdrawal from the Dentari Enclave. Tan will gather any and all military assets and as many ships as she can and retreat to the Hydian Way to strike the Republic forces in the Belsmoth region in the rear. Abandoning the Dentari region in the process, it is better to cut off a limb in the mouth of a predator than to suffer more terrible wounds attempting to save it. Sandhill argued. Doing this has utterly demoralized many member systems of the Confederacy. We cannot countenance fleeing and leaving the Dentari people to the tender mercies of the Mandalorians. Pascal bemoaned. Any demoralization should be countered by our recent advances on all fronts of the war. We are winning. We cannot risk bolstering Republic forces by antagonizing the Mandalorians. Let them have the Dentari. A councillor cried. What say you, General Secretary? You are a Mandalorian. Sandhill asked. Can Saturn be made to see reason? I believe she can. Lilia answered smoothly. We have a good rapport, she and I. And I have a good relationship with the young Prince Korki of Mandalore. Both of them would be against calling for a crusade against the Dentari Enclave, and I believe that Saturn can be convinced to restrict the raids of the Mandalorian clans. There has already been firm resistance to the violence by new Mandalorian advocacy groups in Sundari. There are active protests against the violence that I believe we can support that would prevent a collapse of the Dentari Enclave. She smiled at the banking clan representative. I would merely need access to funding and access to several Confederate agri-worlds. I have avenues allowing me to funnel credits into the hands of peace-loving Mandalorians, and expanding the amount of food and TV exports to the neutral systems would go a long way to preventing Saturn from entering the war against us. Us? Have you actually declared for the Confederacy now, General Secretary? I thought you were here merely to spread your poisonous ideology. Passel glared at the thick-set woman. That's enough, I said, stopping the argument that was just now forming on the Mandalorian's lips. I will compile a report to provide to Count Dooku before we assemble here again. He will have the final say on how we contend with the Dentary situation that the Republic's lies have foisted upon us. This will conclude the meeting. There was a general murmuring before the various council members ended hollow calls and began to leave the chamber. I watched as the General Secretary moved towards Sandhill to talk, only to be snubbed. The banking clan member didn't even make excuses before leaving. I still needed to contact Dooku. I stood to leave. Passel approached me. Supreme Leader, he said softly, bowing his head in respect and curiously providing my military title. One that Tan and many other members of the Triumvirate shared as they commanded droid armies. It occurs to me that NTV and the recently kidnapped Princess Tanya share an interesting history. I glanced over at the General Secretary, who looked to be leaving the chambers, before leaning into Passel. Make your point quickly. I stifled a sigh. I shouldn't have bothered to attend in person. Before the war began, NTV staged a botched kidnapping operation against Tanya Kryze when she was still a representative. Something that the Mandalorians are unlikely to forget. I argue that it would be a rather simple thing for the Confederacy to provide evidence that Tanya was not kidnapped by the Dentary, but by NTV. He smiled, but I carefully considered his words. No doubt this would receive widespread support from the major players in the Confederacy. They were looking for any opportunity to throw NTV to the wolves. The Dentary Collective represented a much larger industrial resource and population pool than NTV and the few star systems aligned with them. Not to mention Tan's Academy in Dentary space. The more I considered it, the more I struggled to find a reason not to shift the blame from Dentary to NTV. I will include your argument in my report to Dooku, I said softly. Good. That is all I could ask for. I swept about and made to leave. Supreme Commander, he finished at my back. I made my exit. On the way out, a glance around the room told me that much of Parliament still remained. Many held curious glances, looking towards Passel favorably. The message was clear. NTV's days were numbered. I left to make my report to Dooku. I predicted, and hoped honestly, that Dooku would send me to deal with the Skywalker's supply line raids. Facing the full might of the Republic was less taxing than dealing with the petty politics of the Council. Dathomir, Shadow Fortress Conference Room. Mother Talzin. A fleet of a dozen ships hung in low orbit, their silvery hides lit ablaze by the red hue of our hateful star. All about my clan hold, landing ships disgorged Beskar-clad warriors who stalked with blasters readied onto my world. I suppressed a smile and donned an expression of concern. Turning about to regard the armored Twi'lek who was seated at the grand table that held the great clan heads of Dathomir. I was grateful that their so-called supreme commander was female. I doubted that many clans would allow themselves to surrender unconditionally to a male. There will be curfews enforced and outposts will be established within every clan hold. The Mandalorian Twi'lek listed her demands with a cool confidence bolstered by the dozens of armored figures with blasters ready to be drawn about us. This is to allow us to engage in our investigation into the assault and kidnapping of the princess and to prevent resistance to our legal occupation. Datapads were settled onto the table with the full body of the conditions of Dathomir's surrender. The prime indignity was to be an indefinite and comprehensive Mandalorian occupation of all clans. And a fleet deployed in Dathomir orbit to inspect any ship coming and going. Oh, the indignity! How could I ever endure a wall of Beskar cast about my people, about my home? Again I suppressed a smile and offered sympathetic looks to the hopeless-looking clan heads. The short-sighted fools. Just hours ago one of the clans, the Razorvine, had refused to allow a Mandalorian landing. A poor decision, honestly, one I had advised against knowing I would be ignored. The prideful clan had sealed their holds and mustered their forces, only to be given a taste of what a fully modern military with indestructible armor could do against swords and energy bows. Now their corpses serve as a lesson to the other clans. May they feed the ever-hungry earth of our home. It was a display of power, a display of competence that I had been eager to engineer from the shadows. Should the Mandalorians be unable to wipe out an upstart little backwater such as the Razorvine clan, then all of this would have been a waste. I signed the datapad when it was passed to me and then passed it to the petty clan head to my side. Joining the CNS offered little to Dathomir. Economic development was the domain of the petty. Only the small creatures of the galaxy pursued credits instead of the true power in understanding the magics that infused the galaxy. And any Mandalorian garrison we could have begged for would be petty as befits a economic backwater such as Dathomir. No. Becoming an equal member of the CNS offered little compared to being a conquered state of the Mandalorians. An truly desirable state of affairs now that the Mandalorians had lost their appetite for genocide. They would consider themselves victorious, entirely legally and morally justified in maintaining forces to keep Dathomir in line. And in so doing would present a wall of Mandalorian iron to both Sidious and Tyrannus. Only a fool would trust a Sith to keep his word. Tyrannus may be an ally for now, but only he would know how long that would last. Already there were murmurs of services and infrastructure development on Dathomir. Things I would have to sabotage from the shadows. Power plants, water filtration facilities, speeder lines, commodities, and spaceports distanced us from the dark magics that gave us strength. That was the danger of Mandalorian occupation, that they would bring about the corruption of civilization to Dathomir. That they would incorporate us into markets and commerce until our spirit was as broken and vapid as the trillions of poisoned wage slaves across the galaxy. Even now, utterly conquered, the Mandalorians sought to maintain what little they understood of our government. Their intrusions into our affairs could be carefully managed to dispose of the petty clans that still sought to contest my command of my world. The Mandalorians sought to make us culpable for their occupation and in so doing would maintain our power over our world. Miss Talzin. The Mandalorian, one Ikud Ordo, began at last after inspecting our collective surrender. You will be taken into custody along with everyone who was present during the princess kidnapping and taken to Mandalore for questioning. Once we have determined that you and your associates were not responsible for the operation, you will be freed and will be required to join the new Dathomiri collaborative government. I cast my senses to the south and touched upon Mandalore. Ah, yes, Satin waited there, as the world was consumed with rage and confusion. Along with her was her little pet Jedi Lord. I will do everything in my power to aid you in your investigation. I lied as naturally as I breathed. Not resisting as my wrists were clasped in Mandalorian iron and I was taken to their great warships. To have my world protected by Mandalorians and to have the ear of Satin and the little Jedi Lord? Truly, it was remarkable how easy this was. Trauma ward. Tanya cries. Tan came now and then to check on me. Despite being strapped to a medical exam table and my mind being hazy from the chemical cocktail, it was difficult to focus on anything, but it sharpened my sense of touch to the point of constant discomfort. I could feel the air shifting as Tan and the hooded figures orbiting her moved around me. At times, one of them would press some device to my neck, sending electricity into me with painful jolts, eliciting screams until my throat was raw. Time was an elusive concept, marked more by the coming and going of my torturers than anything real or tangible. In a rare moment of lucidity, something that was unlikely to be coincidental, I watched as Ki, with both arms and legs restrained and blood around her mouth, was half-walked, half-dragged into the room by robed and hooded figures. The table I was strapped to move until I was practically upright, and Ki's cuffs were attached to a chain that hung down from the middle of the room, her feet just barely touching the ground, forcing her to stand on her toes. Not a word was said as the figure on the right drove a stun rod into Ki's side with vindictiveness that could be tasted in the air. I protested, begged, ordered them to stop, to leave her alone, to turn upon me. Eventually, they did. It seemed that no matter what I did or bargains I made, it didn't matter to them. I cursed the hooded figures, pleaded with them, complimented them, offered them anything and everything. Regardless, they contented themselves with inflicting constant and measured suffering upon me and my handmaiden. It soon became my only way to measure time, the progression of one abuse to the next. Not that I had any way to know if they kept any sort of schedule, nor did I have a way of knowing if they enjoyed any of this or not. But a part of me was sure they did, a malicious stink to the hooded pair, distinct from the clinical indifference that permeated my interactions with Tan. Tan would talk, reciting various ways of dissociating from pain or to hone it. She would speak at length of the clarity offered by meditation and then of the boundless emotional utility of sexual intercourse. She would have Ki and I strapped to chairs for her little classes, ready to shock us should one fall prey to sleep deprivation. Everything was calculated about Tan's sadistic education. Her tone was clear and concise, her understanding of the material was excellent, and her application of pain was merciless. The only time our voices mattered was when we recited her words back to her perfectly. It was only then we were provided with a mouthful of metallic-flavored water and some measure of sleep. And only if we both performed perfectly. Failure or resistance of one would mean punishment for the other. Or, seemingly at Tan's whim, punishment for us both. Any effort to grow desensitized or dispassionate about the tortuous treatment was rapidly identified and confounded with horrific and ruthless efficiency. It was almost impressive, were it not utterly inhuman. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Ki and I chanted, our voices hoarse and raspy, sounding equally weak and pathetic. Through passion, I gain strength. We continued, looking at the impassive expression of Tan, her cold red eyes studying us. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Power, that was what allowed the fake, the clone to win that fight. Power was something I lacked, something I had neglected. I clenched my fists, shivering with impotent rage. I had let plenty of opportunities, plenty of chances to hone the magic of this universe pass me by. Never again. Through victory, my chains are broken. The force shall free me. The Force was my last chance now. I could not hope for rescue when my captors had an entire galaxy to hide me in. But for some baffling reason they were trying to train us in the Force, their barbaric methods already seeming to bear fruit. I could tell I was improving in our current session, the Force came more quickly today. But why would I ever fight for them? Acceptable. You may rest. Were all she said before turning about and marching out of the room. The door slid open and remained that way. A moment before Tan was out of sight, she waved a hand as if an afterthought, and the restraints on our chairs unlocked. Then she was gone. We waited, not quite believing, not quite trusting. But a moment later, curiosity caused me to rise from my chair, and a moment later, I stumbled to the cold metal floor when my legs would not quite follow my orders. Muscles agonizing from constant strain and electrically induced spasms. Titania. Ki rasped, and I felt her arms wrap around my shoulders, her slight touch seeming to fend off the cold dread of this terrible place. I'm fine. You're fine. I lied, struggling to my feet with Ki's help. The pair of us began to huddle towards the door, leaning on each other to just barely walk into the hall that had remained fuzzy and indistinct at all other times we had been taken through it. It was wide, with dark walls and constant alcoves that were shrouded in darkness despite the stark lights that shone down from the ceiling. We both jumped as a robed figure stalked down the hall, paused to glance at us, giving me a chance to see her dark green skin and sadistic yellowed eyes before she seemed to shrug and continued on her way. This way. Ki whispered. I wanted to speak, but my dry throat failed me as we limped to the end of the hall along a familiar path. Our unexpected freedom was quickly shattered as the halls leading away from our cells and the various rooms used to abuse us were guarded by pairs of battle droids. Ki almost tilted over and I put my arm out to support her. Considering our deleterious state, we both eagerly hobbled to return to our cell. I opened the cell door. Ki was leaning heavily on me by this point. Once inside, I let her down and moved to the sink. I drank greedily. Eventually, I found myself curling up together with Ki in a little alcove with a slab of stone for a bed. We clung to each other for what little comfort and warmth our bodies could generate in this horrible place. I lay awake, holding on to Ki as she dry heaved. A silent, tearless cry shuddered through her body every minute or so. I failed to keep my body from mirroring hers. Our sobbing was done quietly, muffled against what little clothes they had left us until we could find the strength to sleep, knowing that when we awoke, we would suffer once more. We have caught up with the latest chapter.